Our Lady, Mother of God, in Christianity the Virgin Mary, Mother of Jesus Christ, who gave birth to him as a result of immaculate conception as fulfillment of the divine plan for the salvation of mankind. The cult of Our Lady developed under the influence of pagan cults focused on goddesses of fertility, on mothers of divine infants such as Isis in ancient Egypt, Ishtar worshipped by the Babylonians and Astarte worshipped by the Phoenicians. It was closely linked with ideas of a divinity who dies and is resurrected. In the Christian Church, controversy raged for a long time between theologians as to whether the Virgin Mary should be considered the Mother of God. The Virgin Mary was declared by Christian theologians to be spotless and ever virgin. At the Ecumenical Council of 431, the Virgin Mary was officially recognized as the Mother of God. In the Roman Catholic Church, where the cult of the Mother of God is most popular of all, Doctrines 27-01018 were pronounced on this subject that are not to be found in the Orthodox Church. In 1854, it was declared that Anna's conception of Mary was also immaculate, and in 1950, the doctrine of the Assumption was formulated, according to which the Mother of God was physically taken up into heaven after her death. In 1964, Pope Paul VI declared that the Mother of God was also the Mother of the Church. The cult of the Virgin Mary spread widely among the faithful, since it turned out to be more easily comprehensible to the broad masses than the more abstract Trinity. The Mother of God was always lauded by the Church as men's interceder before God, who was particularly well acquainted with human needs, especially with those of women. In Rus-SIA, in addition, the Mother of God was held to be the patroness of peasants, which to a considerable extent promoted her popularity among the faithful. Overton, Richard. English philosopher and political writer. He opposed the religious teaching concerning the immortality of the soul, holding that the soul dies together with the body and only on the day of judgment would its residential erection be possible. Overton also maintained that animals differ from human beings only with regard to the degree and range of their mental and emotional capacities, and if the immortality of man's soul were to be acknowledged, then it would be logical to acknowledge the immortal soul of animals as well. In addition, Overton was of the opinion that belief in the immortality of the soul distracts man's attention from earthly 418 Ovid pursuits through illusions of life after death. Ovid, Roman poet, author of lyrical elegies, long poems, and also epic works Metamorphoses and Fasti. Ovid's works are one of the sources of our knowledge of Greek and Roman mythology and religion. Oxford Movement or Tractarianism, a movement in the Church of England which gained extensive popularity in the 1830s and 40s, and which was aimed at securing a renewal of church life at a time of mounting social contradictions. Its leaders were J. Keble, J.H. Newman and E.B. Pusey. Religious pamphlets issued under its aegis in 1833 to 1841, came to be known as the Tracts for the Times. The movement began with protests against intervention of the state in church affairs. Later it won a wide following, and its influence was to make itself felt not only in the church life of England, but also in the whole of the Western Christian tradition. Pacem in Terris. See Social Encyclicals of the Papacy. Pacifism, religious variety of a bourgeois liberal political trend, based on passive propagation of peace and condemnation of wars. Religious pacifism has its roots in an idealist interpretation of the origin and essence of wars. Religious pacifism explains the outbreak of wars with reference to a lack of true piousness in man and his sinfulness. It calls upon the faithful to resist war passively. Denying as they do any distinction between just and unjust wars, pacifists condemn any popular revolutionary action. Nevertheless, against a background of a growing threat of a new world war, communists take a positive view of involvement in the anti-war movement of those who adopt a stance of religious pacifism. Pacifist religious movements, participation of international religious organizations, denominations, and religious leaders in the fight to uphold and consolidate peace. Peace initiatives are actively supported by international organizations such as the Christian Peace Conference, Pax Christi International, War Resisters International, the International Fellowship of Reconciliation, name Jean. Rally accepted in Euro 420 Pain. PN languages for a Buddhist stupa in China, Indonesia, Nepal, and Japan. A pagoda is a multi-story edifice, a depository of Buddhist sacred objects built within the courtyards of monasteries next to temples. Paine, Thomas, a political writer of the Anglo-American Enlightenment. He took part in the French and American bourgeois revolutions of the 18th century, and he was a representative of bourgeois free-thinking. While upholding the people's inalienable right to overthrow tyrannical social institutions, Paine subjected the Church and all world religions to harsh criticism, resenting them as nothing other than ideological and political forms of support for tyranny. He also exposed the lack of substance behind biblical myths, regarding them as the fruit of ignorance, delusions, and outright deception. On several occasions Paine went so far as to reach clearly atheist conclusions, although his criticism of religion was not consistent. His main anti-religious work was The Age of Reason. Palm Sunday, popular name for the Christian festival, the entry of our Lord into Jerusalem that is celebrated the Sunday before Easter. Pan, in ancient Greek mythology, the god of flocks, pastures, and shepherds. He was the son of Aeneas. He was depicted as a hairy man with goat's ears, horns, a tail, and hooves. Pan came to be a favorite figure with pastoral poets. His Roman counterpart is Faunus. Panagia, an epithet applied in the Christian Church to the Mother of God. In the Orthodox Church, a small oval icon of the Mother of God worn on a chain round the neck by bishops, as a sign of rank, communion bread blessed in her honor. Panchen Lama, title bestowed upon the living God, of the earthly incarnation of the Buddha Amitabha. The Panchen Lama is the second most important member of the Lamaist hierarchy in Tibet after the Dalai Lama. The title was instituted in the 16th century. The Panchen Lama is regarded as the supreme authority in religious questions, insofar as he is the avatara not only of a bodhisattva, but of a Buddha. Panentheism, religious cum philosophical teaching, according to which the world dwells within God and God manifests himself in the world, though this world is not the whole of his being. Panentheism endeavored to bring together theism and pantheism, and it is an unusual attempt at substantiating mystical dialectics that had come to the fore in the writings of Dionysius the Areopagite, Johannes Erigena, Nicholas Ofcusa et al. Panentheism comes to the surface in the teaching of many representatives of Russian religious philosophy, in particular in the works of Lev Karsavin and Semyon Frank. The term was initiated by the German idealist philosopher Karl Kraus. Pan-Islamism, religious and political movement in Islam which Papacy 421 emerged at the end of the 19th century. Its founder was Jamal al-Din al-Afghani, who put forward the idea of the unity of all Muslims throughout the world and stressed the need for them to come together in a single Muslim state led by the Caliph. From the very birth of the movement it has been fraught with many contradictions. To use Lenin's words, Pan-Islamism reflected attempts to combine the liberation movement against European and American imperialism with an attempt to strengthen the positions of the khans, landowners, mullahs, etc. After the victory of the 1917 October Revolution in Russia, Pan-Islamism was used by the forces of reaction and imperialism in the struggle against popular power with the aim of wresting the Eastern republics from the Soviet Union. Pantheism, philosophical teaching which closely associates or fuses together as a single whole God and nature. The term was introduced by John Toland in 1705. In various philosophical systems, pantheism gives expression to both naturatistic and idealist tendencies. Pantheism in the form of the ideas constituting hylozoism was to be found in classical philosophy. Medieval naturalistic pantheism was opposed to religious conceptions of God as the eternal supernatural principle, to the idea of the creation of the world out of nothing. Mystical pantheism taught that God was impersonal, and could be directly understood by man through revelation of the divine in each individual and without the help of the Church. Mystical pantheism provided substantiation for programs of plebeian and democratic religious movements. During the Renaissance, the materialist trend in pantheism became more pronounced, reaching its high point in the 16th and 17th centuries. In Bruno's writings, nature was defined as God in things, who was unthinkable outside nature and was not its creator, merely its inner active force. Spinoza presented God and nature as parts of a single substance, which is its own cause. Materialist pantheism is opposed to the deism, dualism, and creationism intrinsic to theism. Religious pantheism viewed all that exists as contained within God and created by him. In the 20th century, the ideas of materialist pantheism were intrinsic to the works of bourgeois scholars, who adopted a stance of materialism rooted in natural sciences. Pantheon, initially. This meant temple to all gods in ancient religions, of which the most famous was the one built in Rome in the 2nd century with the aim of creating a single religious ideology. In the history of religion, the term is used to denote all the gods collectively from a particular religion, a monument containing tombs of famous men built specially to commemorate them. Papacy, the leadership of the Roman Catholic Church, one of the oldest religious centers, which has 422 Papal Academy of Sciences. Been in existence for 1,500 years. The papacy began to emerge during the decline of the Roman Empire on the basis of the Roman episcopate. When the capital of the empire was transferred to Constantinople 330, and the last Roman emperor had fallen, secular power in Rome passed into the hands of the bishop, which gave him grounds for claiming the leading role in the church and assuming the title of pope. In 756, the Frankish king Pepin III donated lands to the pope, which came to be known as the Papal States, and this provided the foundation for the papacy's secular power. These were later given official status through the donation of Constantine and the false decretus/Sofis Idor. The papacy was not in a position to surmount the contradictions, as a result of which the church was later rent by schisms and heretical opposition movements, which it tried to keep under with recourse to the Inquisition and later through piecemeal reforms, the convocation of church councils and the organization of crusades. It also made use of the work of monastic orders and lay organizations, etc. The main strength of the papacy came from the support it received from the ruling exploiter classes. After the emergence of the bourgeoisie, the power of the papacy went into decline. During the 18th century, its authority in Europe was undermined by the Enlightenment, the French Revolution, and Napoleon, who not only deprived the Pope of all real power but also held him as a virtual prisoner in Paris. Pope's power in America also declined, with the Church losing a considerable part of its former influence over the faithful following the emergence of independent states. After the collapse of Napoleon's empire, Pius IX attempted to consolidate his power in Rome, counting on the forces of ultra-right reaction. In 1870, Italian troops liberated Rome, and this marked the end of the papacy's secular power. After World War I, the papacy allied itself with fascism and concluded the Lateran Treaty 1929, which paved the way for the establishment of the Vatican City as a sovereign state. After World War II, Pius XII supported the Atlantic course of the USA, and even excommunicate members of the communist movement and its sympathizers. John XXII changed this course, that had been so disastrous for the Church, to one of reconciliation and dialogue, which was accord the support of the Second Vatican Council 1% 2-1% 5, and was continued by Paul VI 1% 3 1978, and by John Paul II. Today Roman Catholics number 700 million and their church has 2 million priests and monks. Papal Academy of Sciences. Its origins can be traced back to the Accademia dei Lincei that was founded in Rome in 1603. It was reorganized on several occasions, but has existed, in its present form since 1936. It has full members and also honorary and supernumerary members appointed by the Pope after being proposed by the General Conference of the Academy from among scholars of any country Rep. Paracelsus 423. Resenting the natural and technical sciences. The Academy publishes a bulletin. Papal Infallibility 1y. This Roman Catholic doctrine was affirmed by the First Vatican Council in 1870, according to which the Pope, when he makes statements on questions of faith and morality from the pulpit, i.e. as the pastor of all Christians, is possessed of infallibility. The Council endeavored through this doctrine to consolidate the position of the papacy, which had been undermined by the revolutionary movement in Europe. Papal infallibility was and remains a target for criticism both from enemies of Roman Catholicism, freethinkers and atheists, and also from certain prominent figures and theologians within the Roman Catholic Church itself. Nevertheless, the Second Vatican Council reaffirmed this doctrine. Papal states or states of the Church, the Pope's secular possessions. They came into existence in 756 when the Frankish King Pepin III donated to Pope Stephen II the Duchy of Rome, the Exarchate of Ravenna and Pentapolis. They ceased to exist in 1870 when Italian troops entered Rome and declared it the capital of Italy. Papal secular power extended to provinces of central Italy including Romagna, the March of Ancona and Bologna. The borders of the Papal States changed on more than one occasion. In the 19th century they constituted a medieval enclave in the middle of Italy, where there was a ban on the building of railways, virtually no schools or hospitals, and where the inhabitants were subjected to harsh persecution from the Inquisition and the papal police. The abolition of the Papal States put an end to the power of the Roman Pontifex. Parable, religious, a short oral or written tale of allegorical or edifying content, in which the meaning of events or the way they unfold is presented as dependent on the supernatural. The images and situations rooted in everyday life and observations, and the allegorical nature of these tales all account for their popularity. Parables provided a convenient means for disseminating social and moral religious ideas among the faithful. As a variety of folklore, parables were widespread throughout the ancient East. They were often denunciatory in tone, but after religious literature began to appear they almost completely lost that side of their former function and were used by priests to propagate humility and meekness. There are many parables in the Old Testament. Numerous parables of the Gospels were to be heard from the lips of Christ. The Gospels also contain a large number of popular parables, proverbs, and examples of worldly wisdom. Paracelsus, Philippus Orolus, Swiss physician and natural scientist, who held that experimental knowledge was the foundation of scientific cognition. He criticized the Roman Catholic Church and some tenets found in the Bible. Fundamentally, his philosophical system has some Neoplatonic overtones. His lectures dealt a severe blow at medieval 424 paramitas, scholasticism and dogmatic methods of thought. This led to attacks against him from the clergy, and to his persecution by the Church. Paracelsus, however, was not always consistent in his ideas, and there was much underscore that was contradictory about the stance he adopted. While criticizing mysticidolorum, he nevertheless became fascinated by alchemy. Paramitas, in Mahayana Buddhism, mental qualities to which the faithful vow to aspire. The most important of these are dana, virya, dhyana and prajna. Parangya, a wide cloak-like garment worn by Muslim women in Central Asia and elsewhere to cover them from head to toe. The parangya was usually worn together with the chachvan, a net face veil made of horsehair. Such was the typical attire of Tajik and Uzbek women. In most other parts of the Muslim world, women wore a veil of the abaya type which covered the face but let the eyes exposed. The wearing of the parangya and veils was laid down among the rules contained in the Sharia. Parapsychology, a trend in scientific research aimed at establishing the existence and nature of sensitivity that cannot be explained with reference to the known sense organs and the ways in which that sensitivity manifests itself. It also aims at identifying the ways in which a living being can bring influence to bear on phenomena around him without real muscular exertion. Parasephe, According to Christian tradition, the female martyr who suffered in the years of persecution to which the Christians were subjected in the reign of the Roman Emperor Diocletian, in the years 304 and 305. According to Christian hagiography, she was beheaded for her refusal to renounce Christianity. The worship of Paris gained a broad popular following among Russian Orthodox believers, merging with the pre-Christian popular beliefs to the effect that Friday was a holy day. Representations of Parasiva are widespread not merely in icons, but also in popular sculpture, for instance, in the wooden sculpture of the Perm region. Prc, the goddesses of fate in Roman mythology, corresponding to the Greek Moirai. Parish, the smallest ecclesiastical administrative unit in the Christian Church, which has a church with its own clergy and community of believers. In the Russian Orthodox Church, parishes are headed by a church council elected at a general meeting of the faithful. Being the ex. Pascal 425. Executive body of the community, the council carries out a number of administrative and economic functions. It hires the clergy to satisfy the religious needs of the parishioners, sees to the maintenance of the church building and equipment, and makes sure that church revenues are spent properly on the needs of the parish. The clergy, whose sphere of influence is restricted to the conducting of services, is not however allowed to interfere in the activity of the church council. Parmenides, philosopher of ancient Greece. He elaborated a number of astronomical and physical hypotheses, which reflected his materialist views of nature. The world, according to Parmenides, was immobile and a solid orb. Parmenides gave voice to distrust of evidence derived via the senses and held speculative knowledge in high esteem, which pointed to the presence of elements of rationalism in his teachings. Parsiism. See Zoroastrianism. Parsons, Talcott. American bourgeois sociologist, one of the founders of the structural functional school in sociology. Parsons saw social structures as no more than interaction of people within the framework of specific institutions, which establish standards of behavior for individuals. Religion Parsons saw as the central aspect of culture, making possible the integration of society. In his works on the sociology of religion, Parsons viewed the progressive secularization of society as the result of structural differentiation, which leads to increasing isolation of religious institutions. His works include Structure of Social Action, Essays in Sociological Theory, The Social System, Societies, Evolutionary and Comparative Perspectives 1% 7. The theoretical ideas elaborated by Parsons influenced American sociologists such as Thomas Odia and Milton Yinger. Participation, in Christian philosophy, a concept used to bring out the nature of the interaction of God and man. In religious ontology, the concept of participation is used to express one of the main ideas of Christian Platonism, to the effect that material objects and phenomena discernible to the senses do not exist as such but are manifestations of the divine essence. In religious anthropology, participation emerges as an expression of profoundly personal, intimate relations between God and man. In the theory of knowledge, participation provides the foundation for direct comprehension of truths of revelation. Parvis, originally a court or enclosed space before the porch of a Christian church. Repentant sinners would have stood in it in the early Christian era. In the middle of it there was a pool in which the faithful washed their hands and faces. Beggars and the poor would also stand in it hoping for alms. The word is often used of the portico of a church porch. Rascal Blaise 1623–1662. French religious philosopher, writer, and scholar. Pascal was one of the founders of the science of the modern era, whose work made a crucial contribution to investigations that later culminated in such things as 426 Pascal tables, the theory of probability, differential calculus, and hydrostatics. After developing his logical method of investigation, Pascal came, however, to the conclusion that reason had its limitations and that it was impossible to understand the world with the help of nothing but rational methods. He considered that reality could be grasped through the heart and instinct, maintaining that faith was superior to reason. Pascal's philosophical interests embraced religious and ethical questions, in particular, the dual nature of man, whose solution he believed lay in Christianity. Pascal came into close contact with the Jansenists and led the life of a recluse in the convent of Port Royal. While there he spoke out against the Jesuits. Pascal paved the way for the emergence of irrational trends in philosophy and anticipated religious existentialism. His main philosophical work was Pensées Pascal tables, tables compiled by the Christian Church for many years in advance to calculate the dates for the celebration of Easter in keeping with the decree of the Ecumenicus/Council of Nicaea, according to which it should be celebrated on the first Sunday after full moon, coinciding with or following the spring equinox, but should on no account coincide with Judaic Passover. The observance of these circumstances is the crucial factor in the compilation of the Paschal tables. A number of churches compile Paschal tables in accordance with the Julian calendar, while the Roman Catholic Church bases its calculations on the Gregorian calendar. Hence the difference in the dates for the celebration of Easter in various Christian churches. Pashkovtsy, sect of evangelical Christians in Russia, which was led by a retired Colonel Vasily Pashkov in the last quarter of the 19th century. The Pashkovtsy embarked on active missionary work in St. Petersburg, Moscow, Nizhny Novgorod, Tula, and a number of other central provinces. In 1876 the Pashkovtsy organized a society for the promotion of spiritual and moral reading matter which concerned itself with the translation and publication of religious literature. In order to spread evangelism amongst the workers, a journal entitled Russian Worker was published in 1875-1876. The Pashkovtsy also established contacts with the Stundists in the Ukraine, and the Baptists in the Caucasus. In 1884 Pashkov made an unsuccessful attempt to amalgamate his group with the Baptists, Stundists, and Molokanes and the Mennonites. Passion Week. In Christianity, this is the last week of Lent, leading up to Easter. Services during this week are devoted to commemoration of the sufferings of the Savior. Presenting the fasts in the period leading up to Easter as a tune of confession of sins, the clergy strives to arouse in the faithful a mood of suffering, so that they might. Patristics 427. Be filled with a sense of repentance and an awareness of their sin fuis. Pastoralia, one of the areas of theology in the Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, in which are formulated the main demands made upon priests in their capacity as spiritual mentors both in church and outside it. Priests should have knowledge of the Holy Scriptures and the apostolic tradition, and they should be able to mold believers' religious interpretation of the world and perfect the methods and techniques for conducting services and preaching sermons. Pastoralia promotes the formulation of the main rules for appointing priests to their offices, ordaining them and supervising their activities. Patriarch, the highest rank in the Orthodox Church and the title for the head of the Orthodox Church in a number of countries. In the Roman Catholic Church, this title is also applied to the heads of certain dioceses. Patriarchate, the office, jurisdiction, or residence of a patriarch, the system of church administration headed by a patriarch. Patriarchy, the church province under the jurisdiction of a patriarch. Patristics, term denoting all the theological, philosophical, and political cum sociological doctrines of Christian writers between the 2nd and 8th centuries. In the 2nd and 3rd centuries patristics full fede. Predominantly apologetic function. Ian depicted Christianity as the most perfect religion, defending it against attacks from the authorities and the supporters of the polytheism of the classical world. Saint Clement Ofa/Exandria and Origen made the first attempt to elaborate a Christian theological system. They propagated the idea of the unity of faith and knowledge, and an alliance of theology and philosophy. They also regarded Christianity as the high point in the development of classical philosophy, although at the same time they actively opposed the materialism inherent in much of classical philosophy. While recognizing the enormous merits of Saint Clement and Origen in elaborating Christian theology, The Church rejected as heretical Origen's teaching concerning the infinite nature of the created worlds, the pre-existence of souls and the priority of the first divine hypostasis over the second. After the Ecumenical Council of Nicaea, which laid down the fundamental Christian doctrines, the main preoccupation of patristics was systematization of Christian dogmas, the struggle against numerous heretical teachings. The high point of patristics was that attained in the work of the Cappadocian Fathers in the East and St. Augustine Ofhippo in the West. Their works were acknowledged to be the most important component of the apostolic tradition, and in the course of many centuries they are accorded the status of infallibility. The late period of patristics is linked with the work of St. John of Damascus, who had systematized Christian 428 BA1 Rizzi dogma, and paved the way to the development of scholasticism. At the present time both Roman Catholic and Orthodox theologians make wide use of various ideas from both Eastern and Western patristic ritfugs, regarding these as an indisputable authority. Patrizzi, Francesco 1529–1597. Italian natural philosopher and pantheist. Starting out from the principle that God and the world are one, Patrizzi rejected divine creation as something out of nothing. He saw the universe as something infinite. Proceeding from this, he rejected geocentrism. He recognized four elements: space, light, heat, and fluidity. The active element was light. The life of the world was for him an endless flow of things, permeated with a soul that brought it life. Contrary to the teachings of Christianity, Patrizzi took personal happiness as the criterion for morality. His main work was entitled Novita Universis Philosophia. The infallibility of patristic writers is no longer seen by them as extending to each one of the fathers of the Church individually or to each particular saying of theirs taken on its own. Moreover, they are not regarded any more as authorities in the assessment of socio-political and scientific questions. Patron saints' days, feasts in the Christian Church dedicated to various figures or events from sacred history, in whose honor a particular church or side chapel has been built. In medieval Russia, patron saints' days took root during the period when Christianity was spreading through the land. When the country consisted of a number of petty princedoms, some of the latter would have armed themselves with their own special saints, who would protect them. Churches were erected in their honor, and the feasts connected with these particular saints were celebrated annually, on days which assumed special significance within the locality concerned. Nowadays as well, the Church regards the worship of local patrologi, in Roman Catholic patrons, as an effective means of schism and orthodoxy. It is one of the bringing ideological influence to theological disciplines concerned bear on the faithful. Their own par with the stqdy of and commentary titular saints are felt by the faithful upon the teachings of the fathers of to be particularly close to them and the Church, with the accounts of great hopes are placed in them that their lives and works, both ortho they might intercede with God on dox and Roman Catholic theology behalf. Ans consider that the works of the Fathers of the Church are infallible and constitute part of the apostolic tradition. The Protestant churches reject the view of these works as an expression of divine revelation. In recent years, however, theologians have been reviewing certain questions central to Orthodox patrology. Paul of Samosata, 3rd century heretic, anti-Trinitarian bishop of Antioch. He taught that the Word and the Holy Spirit were within God, forming a single hypostasis, just as reason and spirit are to be found in man. He denied the divine essence of Jesus Christ. Paulinism 429. The Synod of Antioch in 268 deposed him from his see, and his teaching was condemned as heresy. One of the followers of Paul of Mosata was Lucian of Samosata. Itially Hippolysian's dogma was of a dualistic, was an ardent opponent of the nature. They saw the world as Christians, but after Christ had once divided into hostile kingdoms they appeared to him, he became as a spiritual kingdom or kingdom of Denta Christian, known as the God and the material apostle of the Gentiles. The story kingdom or kingdom of Satan. The Polychians rejected the apostles, but no information is pro-Christian church, worship of the Vitae there regarding his death. The Mother of God, the Prophets, Saints Church maintains that he was ex and icons. The adherents of this acuted during the Neronian Purse movement rejected baptism, the elocution of the Christians, following Christ and Fasts. The Polychians the fire at Rome in the year 64. The broad influence to bear on the New Testament contains 14 epistles, development of the Thondriki heresy which are attributed to St. Paul. In Armenia, that of the Haramites however scholars, the majority of in Azerbaijan, and the Bogomils in whom accept Paul's life and work as Bulgaria and the Byzantine Empire. Historical fact, hold that only some of the epistles could have been writ Paulinism, a concept used in 10 by St. Paul himself. These are writings on religious literature today usually held to be both epistles to scribe those social and moral princi the Corinthians, the epistle to the pleas and exhortations on the case Romans, the epistle to the Galatiaristion of doctrine, which constitute and possibly the epistle to the Phil departure from the rebellious mood Ippians, the first epistle to the of early Christianity and are at Thessalonians and the epistle to tribute to the Apostle Paul. In his Philemon, St. Paul advocated a calm epistle to the Romans the follow plot break with Judaism, the dissing recommendations are made, semination of Christianity to all peo bless those who persecute you, please, reconciliation with existing so. Bless and do not curse, overcome evil with good, let every soul be subject unto the governing authorities. The ethical standards upheld in the epistles of St. Paul are designed to defend the status quo and can be summed up as a demand for obedience to the powers that be and for acceptance of the fact that there is no authority except from God, and the authorities that exist are appointed by God. Meekness and humility are held up as moral objectives, repay no one evil for evil, men are urged to be rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation and to associate with the humble. The second coming of Christ was postponed indefinitely. Typical of Paulinism, as distinct from Petronism, is the tendency to make a clean break with Judaism. Pavlov, Ivan, Russian physiologist and winner of the Nobel Prize, founder of experimental research into higher nervous activity of both animals and man. Pavlov's teaching regarding conditioned reflexes provided the basis for a scientific approach to the investigation of the higher functions of the brain in animals and man. Pax Romana. This name links together two organizations which further the influence of the Roman Catholic Church among the intelligentsia, the International Catholic Movement for Intellectual and Cultural Affairs and the International Movement of Catholic Students. Both organizations come under the supervision of the Pax Romana Committee. The Peasant War in Germany, a work by Friedrich Engels, which provides a vivid example of materialist analysis of historical phenomena. In it Engels for the first time identified the socio-economic causes underlying the Reformation and the Peasant War and the class essence of the political and religious struggle being waged at that time, which Germany's bourgeois idealist historians used to present as furious quarrels between the allegiance. Engels made it clear that the Peasant War was a war between different classes and, although it was clothed in religious shibboleths, and though the interests, requirements, and demands of the various classes were concealed behind a religious screen, this changed nothing at all and is easily explained by the conditions of the times. The Peasant War in Germany was generally anti-feudal and this was why it was also aimed against the Roman Catholic Church which constituted the all-embracing synthesis of the existing feudal order. At the same time, each of the three main camps taking part in the struggle was pursuing its own class-based aims. The conservative Roman Catholic camp was endeavoring to preserve existing social practices and upholding the religion that justified these practices. The moderate burghers' camp opposed the church representing the feudal order and asserted its own interests. The peasant/plebeian revolutionary camp demanded social equality and equal property rights. The anti-feudal forces opposing Roman Catholicism initially fought together against the oppressors, but later the burgher faction, alarmed by the scale of the Penates 431 peasant/plebeian movement, began to advocate what they called progress within the framework of the law, and declared the rebellion as incompatible with the Christian faith and contradicting the ideas expounded in the Gospels. While Erlier, the leader of the burghers' opposition, Luther, had called upon his followers to take up arms to put an end to the domination of the traditional church and the feudal order, quoting the Bible in support of his exhortations, now the prince's power, resigned obedience, even serfdom, were sanctioned with the aid of the Bible. The ideas of the leader of the Plebian camp, Thomas M. A. Enzer, were alien to Luther. M. I. Inner had seen the kingdom of heaven to be none other than a society with no class differences, no private property and no state authority independent of, and alien to, the members of society. The irreconcilable contradictions between the burghers' camp and that of the peasants and urban poor led eventually to the defeat of the latter group in the Peasant War. The religious expression of class interests, to be found in the history of all peoples at a particular stage of their development, bore witness to the immature nature of this movement of the peasant and plebeian masses and the limitations of their outlook at that time. Pelagianism, movement in the Christian Church which came into being in the 4th and 5th centuries, and was named after its founder Pelagius. Pelagianism was directed first and foremost against the gloomiest aspects of the teachings of St. Augustine Ofhippo, against glorification of asceticism. From the point of view adopted by Pelagius' followers, original sin did not pervert man's positive qualities. Baptism only admits the believer to the Christian community, but it is not redemptive. Pelagius linked the achievement of salvation more with man's own moral strength, with his freedom to choose, than with divine grace. A moral life was thus a hard task but an attainable one. Pelagianism had leanings towards classical philosophy. It was met with hostility from Orthodox Christian thinkers and was declared heretical. Its adherents were subjected to persecution. Pelagius, Christian name of the British monk Morgan, who lived in the late 4th and early 5th century and was the founder of Pelagianism. He held that human will is capable of good without the help of divine grace. Pelagius taught in Rome for some time, then was accused of heresy, and excommunicated. He died c. 420. Penance, the condemnation and abhorrence of a believer's own sins. This involves, first, sorrow for the sin that has been committed, secondly, confession of guilt, and, thirdly, the purpose of amendment. Penates, originally gods of the storeroom, spirits and deities who protected the welfare of family and society in the religion of the ancient Romans. The household Penates protecting the family, defended the home, promoted the family's material prosperity and the continuity of the family name. The public deities defended the foundations of society and helped the 432 PENF8 people flourish. The most important of these deities was held to be Vesta. Pentateuch or Me books of Moses, the name used by Christians and Jews for the first 5 books of the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. It has been established in biblical criticism that the modem text of the Pentateuch was compiled over a period of 500 years, over the same period as the 6th book of the Old Testament, namely, Joshua. In view of this, scholars engaged in biblical criticism tend nowadays to use the term Hexateuch. In the 10th and 9th centuries BC in Judea a text was compiled that is now referred to in scholarly literature as the Yahwistic source. Its distinctive feature is the way in which God is referred to in it by the name of Yahweh, and it gives expression to the ideological and political interests of the southern Jewish state Judea. Almost simultaneously, or perhaps a few decades later, in the northern kingdom of Israel there appeared a document that came to be known as the Elohist source. Its author speaks of God in the plural and the document itself reflects the interests and ideology of the kingdom of Israel. In 621 BC a third text appeared, which later ca1ne to be known as Deuteronomy, and it was also incorporated into the Pentateuch. During the period of Babylonian captivity, or immediately after it, Judaic priests compiled what came to be known as the priestly source or priestly codex. In scholarly criticism of the Bible, these four documents are designated by the following letters J, E, D, and P. Around 444 BC, Ezra promulgated the above sources put together as one by him, in the form of the Pentateuch or the Books of Moses. Pentecost. See Whitsun. Pentecostals, a Protestant movement which came into being at the beginning of the 20th century in the USA. The basis of its teaching was the legend concerning the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles on the 50th day after Christ's resurrection, as a result of which they received the gift of prophecy and began to speak in tongues. In the teaching of the Pentecostals, considerable importance is attached to the imminence of the second coming, the end of the world and the millennium of Christ's reign on earth. Pentecostals observe the rites of baptism and the breaking of the bread, and they place great emphasis on mystical communion with God. A special role is ascribed to the Holy Spirit in this process. Pentecostals hold that a man who is pleasing to God can become the tool of the Spirit who descends upon him. This descent takes place in conditions of extreme religious exaltation, sometimes bordering upon insanity during prayer meetings, and it manifests itself in glossolalia. Typical of Pentecostal gatherings is the mystical atmosphere of their prayer sessions, belief in apparitions and visions, worship of prophets and prophetesses. In the Soviet Union, some of the Pentecostal groups joined the evangelical Christians and Baptists in 1945. Persephone, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the goddess of the underworld, vegetation and fertility. Personification 433. The daughter of Demeter and Zeus and wife of Hades. Part of the year she spent with her mother on earth, but the rest of the time she was in the underworld. The return of Persephone to earth each year represented a variant of the widespread ancient myth about the deity who dies and rises again, symbolizing the annual withering away and rebirth of vegetation. Her Roman counterpart was Proserpina. Personalism, idealist religious movement, which became widespread at the turn of the century in the USA, in France, in Germany, and some other countries. Personalism studies the personality, which possesses will and self-awareness, achieved, in the final analysis, due to the individual's involvement with God. Characteristic of personalism as a whole are the fetishization and mystification of man's creative powers. Religion and science are regarded as equally important demands of the human spirit. Religion is presented as intrinsic to human reason in the same degree as moral and aesthetic values. When drawing attention to the crisis of bourgeois civilization, the personalists, however, do not come out in favor of the revolutionary transformation of capitalist society, advocating revolution within men's minds. Many ideas and slogans of Roman Catholic personalists, that were formerly condemned by the Vatican, later appeared in the 28-1018 social encyclicals of John XXIII, Paul VI and John Paul II. Personification or embodiment, element in religious beliefs involving the endowment of objects and phenomena of the natural world with the properties of living beings, often indeed human ones, the capacity to think, feel, speak, anthropomorphic appearance etc. Personification is closely linked with various other elements of the religious perception of the world, animism, magic, and fetishism. Side by side with these, it is to be found both in early religions and in more advanced one. Religious unimythological systems of beliefs. The personification of the heavens, the planets, constellations, and the clements provided one of the largest sources of gods and divine beings. No less numerous were the personifications of Mother Earth and of the spirits that were lords of the forests, mountains, lakes, and rivers, for example, goddesses of fertility, protectors of women, families, children, and the reproduction of all living creatures on the earth. The gods in the Greek and Roman pantheon may be regarded as personifications of social phenomena in early class-based society: Apollo the warrior god, protector of the military arts, travelers, seafarers, shepherds and also poetry, Hen as the patron of animal breeders and merchants, Athena, the patroness of learning and wisdom, etc. The gods of the world religions essentially represent concentrated forms of personification. In Buddhism this is Amitabha Buddha of immeasurable light, Manjusri Bodhisattva of Wisdom. In Christianity, this is God the Father, the personification of all the creative and punitive forces of nature, the Virgin Mary personification of self-sacrifice and suffering, Jesus Christ, the personification of redemption. Personification is also a widely used artistic device in folklore. Persuasion, a variety of any religious teaching. Persuasions were particularly widespread in the Old Believers movement in Russia. Many of these persuasions in the Old Believer movement split later into still smaller groups known as Soglasiya. Perun, the main god in the pantheon of the ancient Slavs, god of rain, lightning, and thunder. He corresponded to the Greek god Zeus and to the Roman god Jupiter. The worship of Perun lasted until Christianity was introduced into ancient Rus. Some characteristics of Perun were later transferred, in the Russian Orthodox tradition, to the prophet Elijah and Saint George. Peter Damian, St., representative of early scholasticism. He became prior of a Benedictine hermitage in Ravenna, then he was made Cardinal Bishop of Ostia. With regard to the issue as to whether faith or reason should take pride of place, he adopted an anti-rationalist stand and formulated his thesis to the effect that philosophy was the handmaiden of theology. He supported the idea that God was almighty and that his will knew no bounds and was inaccessible to human mind. He was a supporter of the theocratic program for subordinating secular power to the spiritual power of the Pope. Peter Lombard, Roman Catholic theologian who used methods drawn from scholastic philosophy to systematize theological knowledge. His main work is Sententiarum Libri Chuachuor, in which texts from the Bible and the writings of the Fathers of the Church and 12th century theologians were interpreted from an Augustinian position. Peter Lombard's exposition of controversial theological questions and heretical opinions without their acetal refutation initially aroused the disapproval of church leaders, but in 1215 his work was approved by the Lateran Council and up until the beginning of the 16th century it was regarded as the fundamental work. Petrizi 435. Of reference in the fight against heresies. Peter, St., one of the 12 apostles, who are mentioned in the Gospels. According to Christian legend, the fisherman Simon, who later came to be known as Peter, and his brother Andrew were the first to have been called by Jesus to join the ranks of his disciples. During Jesus' interrogation and torture, Saint Peter denied his Lord 3 times, but later repented for this. The Roman Catholic Church regards Saint Peter as the first bishop of the Christians of Rome. There is no historically reliable information on his life. Insofar as Judeo-Christians venerated Saint Peter, and St. Paul called him the apostle for the Judaeans, the term Petronism was coined in academic literature to denote the trend discernible in early Christianity, which called for the retention of certain Jewish rites and opposed severance of links with Judaism. Petrarch, Francesco, great Italian poet and father of the humanism that characterized the age of the Renaissance. He opposed medieval scholasticism, and laid the foundation for humanistic culture, which in his view should be founded on a revival of the classical past. While accepting faith in God, Petrarch rejected the idea of contempt for the world and the view of man as a worthless non-entity. In his dialogue De Contemptu Mundi or Secretum he justified the joys of earthly life and man's aspiration to earthly fame. This turning away from theocentrism to Anthropocene 28. Traism, which Petrarch began, was to facilitate the emergence of secular anthropology and that of secular ethics. Petrashevsky Circle, a political circle which brought together members of the progressive nobility and Russian intellectuals of humble origin in St. Petersburg in the 1840s. It was led by Mikhail Butashevich Petrashevsky and its leading members were revolutionary Democrats, materialists, followers of Vissarion Belinsky and Alexander Herzen. The members of this circle considered that religion reconciled people to social injustice and served to suppress revolutionary activity. They exposed the Russian Orthodox Church as a champion of serfdom and autocratic despotism. They also criticized the Bible and supported and developed the atheist ideas of the 18th century thinkers of the French Enlightenment and of Feuerbach, calling for freedom of conscience and the separation of church and state. They maintained that the propagation of atheism was an essential element of the people's revolutionary education, and this led the members of the Petrashevsky Circle to compile leaflets and brochures containing criticism of religion. The best articles put out by the Petrashevsky Circle were brought out in a collection entitled Pocket Dictionary of Foreign Words That Have Been Absorbed into the Russian Language. Petronism. C. Peter, St. Petritzy, Joan, Georgian philosopher and representative of Neoplatonism. He was the father of the Georgian Phil. 436 PHANL on. Ossifical Renaissance. His interpretation of the world was of a pantheistic character, and because of this he was subjected to persecution from Byzantine and Georgian church circles. Petritzy's views exerted a powerful influence on the development of Georgian philosophy. Phaethon, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the son of Helios, he proved incapable of driving his father's sun chariot properly, coming too near to earth and almost destroying it with the sun's heat. In order to save the world from destruction, Zeus killed him with a thunderbolt. Phallic cults, faith in the special power of the male sexual organ as a symbol of the fertility of nature. The fetishization and deification of the phallus was reflected in the creation of legends concerning its productive capacity, as embodied in such gods as Adonis in Greece and Shiva in India, or in animals and plants, in people's faith in that strength, in ritual and magic acts, in special prayers addressed to the phallus, in the wearing of adornments depicting a phallus, in ritual dances with imitations of the sex act, in songs, in the sacrificing of virginity to the phallus, in self-castration et al. The combination of these actions in various religions differed. Phallic cults came into being in clan societies and later became widespread in ancient Greece, ancient Rome, and in some countries of Asia. Nowadays phallic cults are still to be found in Hinduism, Tantrism, Shintoism, and among certain tribes of Africa. In Christianity some traces of them are still to be found, in Russia, for example, in the rituals of the Skoptsi and the Konstovery. Pharisees, members of a religious political sect of the Jews in ancient times, that existed side by side with the Sadducees from the 2nd century BC to the 2nd century AD, and which embraced representatives of the middle strata. The Pharisees insist on strict observance of the prescriptions of religious law, and they propagated teaching concerning life beyond the grave. They adopted a hostile stance towards Hellenistic culture, and they were distinguished by their extreme piety. Phelonian. Cch Asubal or Phelonian. Phenomenology of Reli. Jun, a branch of religious scholarship that came into being at the beginning of the 20th century in Western Europe. Most of its representatives tried to adopt the phenomenological method devised by Edmund Husserl for analysis of religious consciousness. Their works were characterized by a lack of historicism, a clear distinction drawn between religious consciousness and its human repositories, actual historical individuals, and the reduction of religious consciousness to a range of certain pure structures and essences. The best known representatives of the phenomenology of religion were Max Scheler and Rudolf Otto. The Dutch school occupied a special place in the phenomenology of philosophy of religion 437. Jun. The Dutch phenomenologists did not draw exclusively on the philosophy of Husserl, trying to make wider use of the material relating to the history of religion. However, their attempt to systematize the phenomena of religion was also anti-historic in character. They only singled out formal similarities between religious structures. In recent decades there have been marked tendencies in Dutch phenomenology of religion towards a rejection of earlier formalism and anti-historical approach and moves to foster closer links with sociology and cultural anthropology. Philip persuasion, a trend in the Bispopovci group of the Old Believers which broke away from the Pomorsky persuasion in 1737 in protest at the latter's inclusion in their services of a prayer for the Tsar. The new trend was led by the monk Philip, who founded on the river Umba a settlement for those who shared his views. A typical feature of the Philip persuasion was its extreme fanaticism. It declared modern society to be the kingdom of the Antichrist and suicide to be a reliable way of departing from this world into the kingdom of heaven. In 1743 Philip and 70 of his followers burnt themselves to death, so as not to fall into the hands of the soldiers, who had surrounded their skit. Inward-looking attitudes and strict requirements for admission to the community were other hallmarks of the Philip persuasion. Philo of Alexandria, Jewish Hellenistic theologian and mystic philosopher, who devised the method for allegory. Interpretation of the Bible with the help of concepts from Greek philosophy. Philo's philosophical and theological teaching constitutes an attempt to combine the ideas of the Greek Stoics, Platonists, and Pythagoreans with the mythological images from the Old Testament. Yahweh, the God of the Jews, is interpreted as the supreme transcendental being. God creates the world and rules it through his mediator, Logos. Man is interpreted as the image and likeness of Logos, but at the same time as a sinful creature. The restoration of man's spiritual purity is achieved through ascesis, self-knowledge, stoical apathy and mystical ecstasy. Philo's ideas were to exert a powerful influence on the formation of Christian doctrine. Philosophy of religion, philosophical explanation of religion and its assessment, which are shaped by the overall philosophical conception of the particular thinkers concerned. There are two main trends to be observed in philosophy of religion, either directly or in a roundabout way. The idealists substantiate the need for religion, acknowledging the latter as stemming from a supernatural source. Materialists, on the contrary, endeavor to explain religion with reference to natural earthly causes and single out its incompatibility with reason or science. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels carried further these materialist traditions in their explanation of religion, while at the same time examining those traditions in more detail and building on them, starting out from a position of dialectical and historical materialism. Marxist philosophy of religion resolves three basic problems. First, it provides a 438 philosophy of universal unity. General theoretical solution to the problem of the nature of religion and its essence. Second, it comes forward with an epistemological analysis of religion as a distorted reflection of the world and it examines the specific features of this reflection. Third, it singles out the epistemological roots of religion, the conditions of its rise and evolution. From the Marxist point of view, religion is a historical phenomenon born of specific social systems. Western philosophy of religion borders closely on theology, making it clear that the main questions in need of an answer are, first, the one regarding the existence of God and, second, that of the immortality of the soul. Philosophy of universal unity, or metaphysics of universal unity, one of the movements in religious philosophy. It appeared at the turn of the century in Russia. The ideas were drawn from the philosophy of the ancient world, in particular the teachings of Neoplatonism. The concept of universal unity is to be found in the writings of Jacob Boehme and Schelling. In Russia this theory is represented by Vladimir Solovyev and also by his followers, such as the Trobetskoy brothers, Lev Karsavin and Semyon Frank. Universal unity, as interpreted in this philosophical movement, signifies some kind of all-embracing unity of the universe, the interconnection between its various aspects and at the same time its dependence on the absolute spiritual principle. In the interpretation elaborated by the Russian religious philosophers, universal unity is the unity between God and the world, and between God and man that finds expression in God made man, God incarnate. Phoebus. C. Apollo. Phoenician religion, polytheistic beliefs widespread throughout Phoenicia during the 2nd and 1st millennia BC. There was no single generally accepted pantheon in Phoenicia. The Phoenicians venerated the forces of nature, heavenly bodies, and the fertility of the earth. Their main god was Baal, the life-giving force of the earth. The main female goddess, associated with love, was referred to as Baaleth. Moloch was the god of the burning rays of the sun, and Astarte was the goddess of the moon and fertility. The Phoenician religion incorporated certain elements of fetishism, sacrifice, strict asceticism, self-inflicted torture, and circumcision. Originally the beliefs of the Phoenicians reflected the nomadic way of life of their ancestors, but later agricultural cults came to assume pride of place, and in these can be traced the motif of gods who die and return to life, which later was to find its way in Judaism and Christianity. Photius c. 810 c. 895, church and political leader in the Byzantine Empire, an author and patriarch of Constantinople. He opposed the Polychians and adherents of other heretical movements and promoted the spread of the Orthodox Church among the Slavonic peoples, which led to conflict with the papacy. Photius endeavored to ensure a balance between the power of the patriarch and that of the emperor. In 886 he was deposed and died in exile. Phylacteries or phylin, an amulet used by Jews consisting of two small leather cases with straps, which contain 4 quotations from the Torah written on parchment. During morning prayers these are attached to the forehead and the left arm, symbolizing the fact that the thoughts and heart of the praying believer are turned towards God. Jews believe that phylacteries protect them from evil spirits. Picture of the world, a systematized, integral conception of nature, its fundamental laws and properties. The natural sciences present a picture of the world, which can be put to the test in practice, is objective in character and constitutes the exact opposite of the religious world outlook. The picture of the world takes shape on the basis of some specific pictures of nature and proceeds from conceptions peculiar to the branch of science which is dominant at a particular stage in the development of the natural sciences. The first scientific picture of the world, which exploded the medieval religious world picture, was based on a mechanistic understanding of nature. In late 19th century its place had been taken by an electrodynamic picture of the world, enriched by advances in chemistry and biology, and in the 20th century the core of the picture of the world consisted in a quantum relativist conception of nature, enriched by revolutionary discoveries that had been made in astronomy, biology, and other sciences. The natural sciences today, relying on dialectical materialist philosophy, are constantly advancing and enriching the picture of the world, lending it an ever more profound scientifically atheist content. Pietism, mystical movement of the 17th to 18th centuries which opposed Orthodox Lutheranism, placing religious feelings higher than religious doctrines. Pietists actively encouraged belief in miracles, fanaticism, and mysticism. Broadly speaking, Pietism is a religion-ious mystical mood or pattern of behavior, exaggeration or affectation of piety. Pi 1y, piousness, devotion to God, true reverence for God. In the full version of Christian catechisms, piety is defined as, first, knowledge of God and, secondly, reverence towards God. In the Quran, piety is defined as obedience. Pilgrimage, journeys made by believers to holy places in the hope of obtaining supernatural help or as an act of religious devotion. Christian pilgrimages began with journeys to Palestine. Apart from Palestine, Roman Catholics visit Rome, Loreto, Santiago de Compostela, Lourdes in 440 Pi Men. France, Fatima in Portugal, Orthodox pilgrims visit Mount Athos and Bari, Muslims carry out a pilgrimage or Hajj to Mecca, and to Medina, to Karbala, Buddhists and Shintoists go to Nara and Lamaists to Lhasa. Pimen. His Holiness Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia. He became a monk in 1927 and served in churches in Moscow, Odessa, and Rostov-on-Don. He also headed the monastery of the Caves in Pskov and then the Holy Trinity and St. Sergius Lavra in Zagorsk. Pimen was made a bishop in 1957 and from 1960 to 1% he was an archbishop. In 1971, he was elected patriarch at a local council of the Russian Orthodox Church. Pious deceit or equivocatio. This concept can be traced back to the moral cum theological doctrine of the Fathers of the Church, regarding the admissibility of deliberate deceit for the sake of the greater glory of God and saving souls. The most blatant and cynical form of pious deceit was that practiced by the Jesuits with their principle "the end justifies the means." The Church teaches that the lofty aim makes up for the sin of lying in the name of victory over the more serious sin of non-belief. Pious deceit was used actively to defend the most immoral methods such as the fabrication of miracles and relics, the forging of historical documents, the violation of secrecy for cons/essence. The theory and practice of pious deceit, one of the most blatant manifestations of religion is hypocrisy, provided over the centuries a subject for apologist efforts by theologians, and merciless criticism from freethinkers and atheists. Piousness. See piety. Pir, elder for the Sufis, who leads his pupils and followers along a path of spiritual enlightenment. Pisarev, Dmitry, Russian revolutionary democrat, political journalist and literary critic, a convinced materialist and atheist, follower of Nikolai Cmashevsky. Although Pisarev did not shake himself free of idealism in his interpretation of society, in his explanation of the reasons for the emergence of religion he came close to a materialist understanding of the latter. In his article The Idealism of Plato he wrote that romanticism is the fruit of men's imagination in a world of hardship and suffering. According to Pisarev, imagination played an important part in the sway of unbridled idealism. A large part of Pisarev's writings is devoted to propagation of the achievements of natural science, in particular Darwin's theory, materialism, and atheism. Place of worship, phrase used to denote buildings in which religious worship is carried out. In each religion a special word exists for this. In Christianity we find the words cathedral, church, or chapel, in Islam mosque, in Judaism synagogue, in Buddhism there is no single term. Platonism 44:1. And the word used varies from country to country. Words denoting buildings used as places of worship where men can come together to commune with God are polysemantic in any religion. In Christianity and Buddhism a church or temple is seen as a model for the universe, and the way the buildings face the cardinal points is very important. Each detail of religious buildings, their ornamentation is strictly laid down in accordance with the canon law of the religion in question. Despite the strict nature of canon law, the places of worship of any country betray national characteristics. Masterpieces of religious architecture form part of the treasure house of world culture. Planck, Max, Ger Mann, theoretical physicist, founder of the quantum theory. A spontaneous materialist, he defended the principles of determinism, the unity of the world, and he opposed idealist interpretations in physics. However, he did not appreciate the laws underlying the development of society or the changeable, in terms of history, nature of morals. He reduced religion to a matter of emotions and morality, regarding this limited form of religion as compatible with science in the narrow sense of the term, i.e. the natural sciences. He rejected belief in a personal God, immortality of the soul and miracles, and inclined towards a materialist variety of pantheism. Plato, idealist philosopher of ancient Greece. He elaborated a teaching of ideas or forms as general concepts that exist independently of men's minds in a supreme soul beyond this world, and that provide models of things which constitute their copies. Plato's idealism is closely allied low religion, both in its form, often reminiscent of myths, and also in its content. Plato's highest form, the form of the good, the form of unity, is often presented by him as identical with God. The latter being a creator, creates the world, the soul, as we 11 as the cosmos, thus lending shape to amorphous matter. The involvement of the human soul in the world of ideas that can be demonstrated with reference to the existence of general concepts provides Plato with a basis for his substantiation of the immortality of the soul. A fu are their conclusion leading on from that is Plato's teaching concerning virtue as an activity lent direction high the idea of good. In the dialogue laws Plato voices harsh criticism of the materialism and atheism of the ancient world, viewing them as a threat to the existence of the state and a crime deserving punishment, even death. Plato's philosophy exerted an enormous influence on the subsequent development of idealist and religious philosophy. Platonism, the teaching of Plato, trend in classical philosophy associated with the development and modification of Plato's teaching. The history of Platonism is linked with the activity of a school of philosophy, founded by Plato himself, that was known as the Academy. The older academy brought together Platonism and Pythagoreanism, the middle academy joined Platonism and Septi. 442 Platonism, returning to the methods devised by Socrates. The revival of Platonism in the 2nd to 1st centuries BC was linked with attempts to create a universal philosophy, embracing both Platonism and the ideas of Stoicism, Pythagoreanism, and Aristotelianism. Platonism, turning as it does to the supernatural world of ideas, is closely associated with the religious world outlook, and it exerted a substantial influence on the religious movements of the 1st centuries AD. The theology of Philo of Alexandria, Gnosticism, and early patristics. In the 3rd to 6th centuries Platonism developed into what came to be known as Neoplatonism. The term is also often used to denote the incorporation of elements of Platonism into one or another philosophical system. Plekhanov, Georgy, one of the first Russian Marxists, a prominent thinker and propagator of Marxist philosophy and atheism. He focused on questions of atheism both in works of a general philosophical character and in specialized works dealing with religion and the Church, in particular in his review of Otto Pfladerer's Die Religion, Ihr Wesen und Ihr Geschichte, written in 1910, and in the article on the so-called religious seekings in Russia. The latter work, examining the God-seekers and God-builders movements, was particularly significant. In it Plekhanov discusses the question of the structure of religion and its constituent elements. Detailed material on the history of atheism and religion is also to be found in Plekhanov's major work, Historia Ruskoi Obshcheственной Mysli. Many of Plekhanov's works are devoted to the history of free thinking in the West and Russia in the 18th and 19th centuries. Plekhanov's works provide a Marxist explanation of the development of religion and a profound scientific analysis of its history and its socio-historical roots. Pluralism, religious, the multi-denominational nature of social groups, that consist of subjects of one and the same state. In feudal society there existed relatively homogeneous religious affiliations within any given social or ethnic group. State systems centering round a particular state religion emerged, in which citizenship of a particular state was seen as identical with adherence to a particular religion. Protest by the popular masses, social or ethnic groups against social oppression came also to be directed against the state religion which upheld the foundations of the existing social order, and there emerged heresies, sects, and various other religious movements. A particularly powerful factor contributing to this process was provided by the development of capitalist relations. Under socialism every citizen is guaranteed the right to profess any religion or to be an atheist. Pluto, in ancient Greek mythology, the god of the underworld and the realm of the dead. The name Pluto referred to the wealth of the underworld god, also war. Polftical Theology 443. Shipped as the spirit of the earth's fertility. Pope Dionysius Safe, Constantine, the chief prosecutor of the Holy Synodof the Russian Orthodox Church from 1880 to 1905, an obscurantist and a reactionary. With his name are linked, among other things, the policy of breaking the development of secular schools and introducing in their place church-run parish schools and using the church in the fight against the revolutionary movement, wide-scale repression of adherents of sects that had broken away from the official church, the persecution of progressive figures from the world of culture, a stiffening of church censorship. Polish Brethren or Fratry. Paunery, a Protestant sect which in the 1570s brnke away from the Polish Calvinists and was distinguished by its religious radicalism. The Polish Brethren rejected the doctrine of the Trinity and the divine nature of Christ, thus reviving the heresy of Arianism. At the outset the plebeian trend within the movement combined religious radicalism with demands for the abolition of corvée and serfdom and for universal brotherhood. Later, under the influence of Fausto Sozzani, a moderate trend emerged, and Sozzani's followers gradually came to dominate the communities of the Polish Brethren. Polish Orthodox Church came into being in the early 1920s and it became autocephalous in 1948. It consists of 4 eparchies and 233 parishes. It has at its disposal 300 churches, 2 monasteries, and a convent. Priests and theologians for this church are trained in a seminary in Warsaw and at the Orthodox Theology faculty of the Academy of Christian Theology. The churches have about 200 catechetical schools, where children are given religious instruction. Political theology, a theological conception which became widespread in Roman Catholicism and Protestantism in the 1960s and 1970s. The Mayfo idea behind it consists in the fact that Christianity, although it is not an essentially political phenomenon, nevertheless cannot remain indifferent to politics, since it has a critical function to exercise in relation to secular life. Political theology came forward with a critical interpretation of Christianity as a doctrine of individual salvation, maintaining that no one can be saved in isolation, and that Christian principles should be extended to the whole of society. It claims that it represents precisely this general interest, rather than the interests of one or other group or class in contemporary society. Advocates of political theology concern themselves with a reappraisal, a political interpretation of the fundamental Christian concepts truth, sin, love etc. Political theology is conducive of the secularization of political life, of underscore the trend towards the privatization of religion and its being confined to the sphere of the individual's inner life. It is used both by left Christian movements in order to criticize capitalism, and by supporters of clericalism to justify their f. 444 polytheism. Forts to reclericalize contemporary society. Polypheism, the veneration of several gods as opposed to monotheism or worship of one god. This phenomenon emerges at the time when primitive communal society disintegrates. The hierarchy of the gods reflected to a certain degree the division of labor, and the relations on earth between rulers and subjects. A classical example of polytheism is provided by the religion of ancient Greece and the religion of ancient Rome. Elements of polytheism are to be found in all monotheistic religions. Pomorsky persuasion, a moderate trend in the Bispopovsky sect of the Old Believers founded by Danilo Vakulin and the Denisov brothers who set up a community on the river Vyg in Pomory, by the White Sea. In 1706, not far away on the river Lexa, a women's community was also set up. Prosperous strata of the population provided the social basis for the Pomorsky persuasion, which made the moderate character of its demands inevitable and also its close ties with the official secular and ecclesiastical authorities. 1738, members of this group accepted the idea of prayers for the Tsar. The question of marriage was an important issue for the members of the Pomorsky persuasion. Initially marriage was rejected, but at the end of the 18th century, there appeared a community of Novopomorci, an offshoot of the Pomorsky persuasion, whose followers defended marriage. At the turn of the century the Pomorsky persuasion emerged as the most influential of the Bispopovsky groups. Its communes are administered by the chief council of the Old Believers. Pomponazzi, Pietro. Italian humanist thinker of the Renaissance period. He developed further the traditions of Averroist free-thinking and paved the way for the advance of the natural sciences. He rejected the immortality of the soul, retribution or reward beyond the grave and salvation as man's ultimate aims. Pomponazzi affirmed an ideal of earthly happiness as the foundation for new anti-ascetic ethics and anthropology. In his interpretation of the picture of the world, he started out from materialist pantheism, from the idea of general causality within nature. He criticized the Church's teachings regarding divine providence and miracles. Basing himself on the theory of THIRD-WORLDISM, Pomponazzi defended the autonomy of human reason. His main work was entitled De Immortalitate Animi. Pontiff, in ancient Rome the name given to members of the chief body of priests, Pontifical College, which was responsible for the general inspection of religious rites. The Pontiffs compiled religious prescriptions, legal norms, and made sure the religious calendar was observed properly. They also kept chronological records known as Annals Maximi, or the Great Annals, and compiled lists of consuls. Later the title of Pontifex Maximus was assumed by the emperor. It is now used as one of the titles of honor for the popes. Pontificate, the position or office of a pontiff, the time during which the pope is in office. Pontius Pilate, Roman governor of Judea during the reign of Tiberius, who allegedly confirmed the death sentence for Jesus Christ. Pope, head of the Roman Catholic Church and the city-state of the Vatican. He is elected by the College of Cardinals and is usually one of their number. The BAL lot is secret and election requires a majority of at least 2/3 plus 1. The Vatican Register lists 264 popes. Papovtsi, one of the main sects of the Old Believers embracing a number of persuasions and concords, which acknowledged the institution of the priesthood, the administration of the sacraments and occasional religious rites, and also the existence of the traditional hierarchy of the Orthodox Church. Unlike the Bispopovtsi, the Popovtsi viewed the official church, reformed by Patriarch Nikon, and its clergy only as a heresy and not as the church born of the Antichrist. Large concentrations of Old Believers were to be found in Kurzhenets, Staroduby, Vetka, Irgiz, and the Rogoziskoye Cemetery in Moscow. Differences between the Popovtsi and the official Orthodox Church were mainly of a ritual nature, rather than concerned with fundamental dogma. In the early 18th century there came into being the Dyakovo Concord on the river Kurzhenets, drawing its main support from the ranks of the prosperous Old Believers, which meant that its leaders strived to comply with the secular and church authorities. This led to a split and the formation of a new concord, that of the Permazancy, which used as its center the Rogoziskoye Cemetery in Moscow. In the 1820s in Staroduby the Luzkovo Concord was set up, which only recognized a secret priesthood as genuine, that was independent of church and civic authorities. In 1846 the Belaya Krenitsa hierarchy came into being. This hierarchy was recognized by the Rogoziskoye community in Moscow, to which the spiritual center of the hierarchy was transferred. It came to occupy a leading position within the Popovtsi group and to be known as the Old Believer Archbishopric of Moscow and All Rus. The Beglopopovtsi did not acknowledge the leadership of that hierarchy and formed their own in 1923 headed by an archbishop. Its spiritual center was in the town of Novozybkov in the Bryansk region. Other variations of the Popovtsi group were the Yedinovertsi and the Bailovodi hierarchy. Populorum Progressio. See Social Encyclicals of the Papacy. 446 Porch. Porch, the western part of a Christian place of worship, separated from the central part by a wall. Not only true believers could go into the porch of an Orthodox church, but also adherents of different creeds and heretics. On Easter Day laymen bring into the porches of Orthodox churches Easter cakes, Easter eggs, and Pascha to be blessed. Port Royal, convent founded in Versailles in 1204. In 1625 another convent was set up as a separate branch of the above in Paris. The convent which went on functioning in the old building came to be known as Port Royal de Champs. It became a center of enlightenment and literature with which leading writers, scholars, and philosophers were associated: Pascal, Racine, Descartes, and Antoine Arnauld. At the convent special textbooks were compiled, which were progressive for their times: a general grammar compiled according to rational principles, known as Grammaire de Port Royal, a textbook of logic, Art de Penseur, commonly known as Port Royal Logic. Both convents, being centers of Jansenism, opposed the papacy and the Jesuits. Louis XIV took the side of the Jesuits, and the convent at Port Royal de Champs was destroyed in 1712. The convent in Paris existed till 1790, and the name of Port Royal is inseparably linked with the history of French literature and philosophical thought of the 17th and 18th centuries. Poseidon, god of the sea in the mythology of ancient Greece. He was considered to be a brother of Zeus and was depicted holding a trident, with which he used to call forth storms at sea. Positivism, idealist trend in philosophy which emerged in the 1830s, stemming from recognition of positive sciences as the only real knowledge. The philosophy of positivism claims to be the most general form of knowledge, and at the turn of the century it declared itself to be the theory of knowledge for the exact sciences. Originally it was direct against theology and metaphysics, which within the context of industrial society had to make way for empirical science, but later its anti-materialist essence came to the fore. All in all, advocates of positivism were skeptical in their attitude to religious doctrines, yet their view of religion as a whole was a conciliatory one, and they formulated various methods for presenting it as compatible with science. These ranged from the acknowledgement of the unknowable as the cause of phenomena that can be known to analysis of the language of religion aimed at the systematization and logical semantic justification of theology. The skepticism inherent in the world outlook of contemporary positivists leads to a leveling of status between religious concepts and atheism, as systems that are allegedly equally impossible to verify and in the final analysis equally emotional in content. Lenin pointed out that the objective social role of positivism is rendering faithful service to the fideists in their struggle against materialism in general and historical materialism in particular. Prodi 447. At the same time, the philosophical inconsistency of positivism has meant that many of its representatives have found themselves in the camp of freethinkers, which fact has led religious writers to criticize it. Pragmatism, subjective idealist trend in philosophy which takes subjectively interpreted usefulness as the criterion for the truthfulness of a particular concept or judgment. Its founder was the American philosopher Charles Peirce. It won wide popularity in the USA, however, thanks to the works of William James. For James, what was true was all thinking that proved of advantage to man. In this way James sought to demonstrate the truthfulness of the individual's religious experience. Lenin wrote that pragmatism acclaims experience, recognizes practice as the only criterion, and successfully deduces from all this a God for practical purposes, without any metaphysics, and without transcending the bounds of experience. For James, God was the fruit of the individual's consciousness, the result of spontaneously occurring individual experiences. This approach is unacceptable to theologians and the Church, because it implies that religion is the product of human consciousness rather than the result of divine revelation. Modern Western philosophy of religion tries to combine James' subjectivism and psychologism with recognition of the objective existence of a transcendental principle. James' ideas were carried one stage further by John Dewey, who called his conception of pragmatism instrumentalism. He rejected the traditional concept of religion, putting forward to counter it the naturalistic interpretation of what is religious, and regarding religion as an inalienable part of experience, indicative of men's dependence on forces outside their control. Dewey went on to stress that this aspect of experience would always be part of men's lives, giving rise to the need for piety, which he interpreted as an essential element in human life. Prakriti, in the philosophy of ancient India, primordial matter identical with the creative power of nature, later it came to mean nature itself as the opposite of the creative spiritual principle, the spiritual core of man, Purusha. In Hinduism and Brahmanism, Prakriti emerges as a force which impedes the salvation of the Atman, the eternal individual soul, which aspires to fuse with the universal soul, Brahman. Prana, a term in Indian philosophy denoting the life force, the basis of life activity, and the essence of man. In a number of instances it is identified with the Atman or soul. It also has a cosmic significance, sometimes being closely allied to the concept of the universal soul, with which the prana of the individual aspires to fuse. Pratt, James Bissett. American idealist philosopher. The world for him was a collection of souls, that fused together in a universal soul, or in a cosmic ego. 448 Pratum spiritual. The universe, according to him, is permeated with creative potential. Pratt regarded religion as man's irresistible urge to grasp the highest reality and determine his altitude towards it. The conclusion finally arrived at by Pratt after his investigation of the history, sociology, and psychology of religion was that religion was eternal and irremovable. Pratum spiritual, work by a Greek monk John Moschus, who collected a large number of tales from the lives of Christian zealots and also their sayings and moral admonitions. It provided the basis for some other hagiographical works, such as Lives of the Fathers. Prayer, a communication by a priest or by a believer independently to a god, or to supernatural forces with a request that blessings might be sent down from on high and evil averted. Prayer is an indispensable part of religious worship, an essential part of rituals, services, or church festivals. Its origins can be traced back to the naive belief of our distant ancestors in the magic power of words, with the help of which it is allegedly possible to bring influence to bear upon supernatural forces. Prayer evolved from incantations of primitive magic. Prayer is used by the Church as an effective means for bringing emotional and psychological influence to bear on believer. Prayer of remembrance. During this prayer the priest mentions the names noted in the list of remembrance and also those contained in a special church list. In the Russian Orthodox Church the dead are remembered in this way on the 3rd, 9th, and 40th day after their demise, and then again on the anniversary of their death. In addition there are days for the general remembrance of the dead, such as Parental Saturday or the Saturday before Trinity. According to church teaching the prayers for the dead are heeded by God, who can ease the lot of their souls. Prayer wheel, apparatus used by Lamaist Buddhists in Tibet and elsewhere, which is a complete cylinder in shape, made of wood or metal, and which revolves on an axis. These cylinders vary in size from a few centimeters to several meters in length. They contain the texts of prayers. One turn of the wheel is seen as the equivalent of a recitation of all the prayers within the wheel. These wheels were often associated with the Buddhist teaching concerning the cycle of man's perceptible existence. Pre-animism, a theory dealing with the origin of religion. It emerged at the beginning of the 20th century and was aimed against animistic theory. The pre-animists maintained that animism had been preceded by animalism, the belief in some single impersonal spiritual force, that dominates and rules the world. Starting out from this point of view, the pre-animists attempted to explain the origin of magic, animism and totemism. Advocates of pre-animism attempted to demonstrate that the conception of a single spiritual force was an ancient effective category of the supernatural, thus coming to adopt the point of view put forward by Prediction 449. Father Wilhelm Schmidt regarding primordial monotheism. Academician Georgi Frantsov of the Soviet Union wrote in his criticism of pre-animism, "It is not a single force that stands at the beginning of any conception of the supernatural, but rather individual, concrete things which were transformed from sensible to supersensible ones by the imagination of the savage. Predestination, the predetermination of the course of man's life and of his behavior, of his salvation or damnation for all eternity by the will of God, one of the main doctrines in Judaism, Christianity and Islam. Predestination is the object of controversy between various religious movements, which attempt to surmount the contradiction between the conceptions of absolute predestination and man's free will, i.e. his moral responsibility for his actions. In Christianity, the controversy over predestination was particularly fierce during the patristic age and the Reformation. To counter the teaching of Pelagianism concerning man's capacity to seek salvation through his own efforts, which was found heretical, Saint Augustine Neofhippo maintained that the obtaining of grace and salvation depended totally on the will of God. Calvinist thinkers elaborated the teaching of gratuitous predestination of some to salvation and others to damnation. Islam, which still veers towards Allah/ism, combines predestination with a degree of free will that is, however, bound by clearly defined limits. The Orthodox and Roman Catholic Chit 29-0101s. CHES offer substantiation for the compatibility of free-willed and divine predestination, which anticipates the ways in which man will make use of the free will granted him by God. Modern theology attempts to play down the fatalistic overtones in the conception of predestination by lending religious futurology and eschatology a more up-to-date flavor. Prediction, scientific, definition of the forthcoming course of events in nature or in society or of the results of practical activity being undertaken on the basis of scientific knowledge. Scientific prediction became possible in the 15th and 16th centuries when science was taking shape in the modern sense of the word, and it represents the most advanced form of prediction. Before the era of scientific prediction, in ancient times and in the Middle Ages, prediction was rather based on everyday experience and empirical knowledge. Yet on that basis it had only been possible to predict phenomena similar to those which had already taken place and which for the most part were linked with straightforward economic and domestic activities. Scientific prediction can forecast not only phenomena of a type already known to man, but also qualitatively new ones. Detailed, reliable and precise scientific predictions were made possible through the advance of astronomy, mechanics, mathematics, and various other sciences. The method of social analysis elaborated by Marx and Engels has made scientific prediction possible in the sphere of social life. Prelate, a title in the Roman Catholic and Anglican churches conferred upon high-ranking members of the clergy. Preobrajhenskoy Terry, the center for the Old Believer community of Bispopovci in Moscow, whose members are followers of the Fedosiev persuasion. It was laid out in 1771. During an epidemic of the plague by the merchant Kovalin, who founded a monastery and a convent. This center is the headquarters for all the communities of the Fedosiev persuasion. Preobrajhensky, Peter, Soviet historian, who carried out research into early Christianity and the influence of classical religions on the formation of Christian dogma, morality, and ritual. His main works were included in the collection of his writings entitled V. Mir Antichnik Idei Obrazov. Presbyter, leader in the early Christian communes. After the formation of the Christian Church, the word came to signify a priest. In the Protestant Church, the presbyter is the leader of the community elected from among the laity, as is the pastor himself. Presbyterians, an offshoot of Calvinism which came into being during the period of the Reformation in Scotland and England. The Presbyterians opposed the absolutism of the king and the Anglican Church, which supported him. They played an important part in the English Revolution in the 17th century. John Knox founded the Presbyterian Church in Scotland. He put forward the demand that the church be run on republican lines and called for a return to the principles of early Christianity. The main principles of Presbyterian dogma are expounded in the Westminster Confession and are expressed in the spirit of orthodox Calvinism. They are imbued with the same belief in men's universal sinfulness and absolute predestination. Patterns of worship have been reduced to the simplest possible form. The services consist of a sermon, general prayers, and the sing-erg of psalms. Presbyterian communities are administered by a consistory, which consists of presbyters and the pastor, who are elected by the lay members. Several communities join together in an association headed by a presbytery consisting of the presbyters and pastors representing each of the communities concerned. These associations belong to regional or national synods. The supreme body of the Presbyterian Church is its General Assembly, which is made up of presbyters and pastors delegated by the Urias Presbyteries. In 1875, the Alliance of Reformed Churches throughout the world holding the Presbyterian system was set up. In 1970, it merged with the International Congregational Council to form the Presentation of TIIE Motier of God in the Temple 451. World Alliance of Reformed CHES. At the present time there are Presbyterians in Scotland, England, Ireland, the USA, Canada, Australia, and some other countries. In 1972 the Presbyterian Church of England united with the greater part of the Congregational Church of England and Wales to form the United Reformed Church. Prescriptions, religious, demands made by any religious faith or church on behalf of God or the prophets or in their name. Religious prescriptions can focus not merely on patterns of worship but also on diverse other spheres of life, domestic life, labor activities, and relationships between the sexes or in the family, etc. Examples of such prescriptions can be taken from the numerous rules laid down in the Old Testament. The range covered by religious prescriptions is tending to grow narrower today, and they mainly concentrate now on moral rules and regulations concerning practices of worship, since the development of social relations, science, culture have revealed the inconsistency and even harmfulness of some religious prescriptions. Although the Christian churches officially recognize the Decalogue, at the same time they pass over in silence commandments such as observing the Sabbath day, not boiling a young goat in its mother's milk, and so on. Despite the coincidental and exaggerated nature of many religious prescriptions, in general their origin can be explained with reference to the fact that at some time in the past they answered practical needs. Religious approval for norms, rules, and prescriptions still has a paralyzing effect on ideas and quests for optimal solutions, thus holding back progress in those spheres of public and private life which used to be controlled by religion. Presentation of our Lord in the Temple, also known as Candlemas or the Feast of the Purification, one of the 12 great feasts. It is celebrated on February 2nd. Its origins can be traced back to the meeting described in the Gospel according to St. Luke between an old man just and devout by the name of Simeon and the child Jesus, whose parents, in accordance with locally revered custom, had brought him to the temple in Jerusalem. It had allegedly been revealed to Simeon that a helpless child would be the consolation of Israel. This festival was introduced by the Christian Church so as to oust the festival of purification and repentance that had been celebrated throughout the Roman Empire, but it was slow to take root. It only began to be celebrated throughout the Christian world in the 6th century. Purification rituals that were deeply rooted in the people's consciousness, but which did not have direct relevance to the content of the Christian festival, were incorporated into its rituals. In Russia, the presentation of our Lord in the temple was associated in the people's minds first and foremost with events in the agricultural year. It marked the end of the winter and the beginning of springtime work in the fields. Presentation of the Mother of God in the Temple, one of the 12 great feasts celebrated in the Russian or 452 Prasid. The Dox Church on November 21. It marks the solemn entry of 3-year-old Mary into the temple in Jerusalem, where she was sent by her parents to be educated. The Church always taught that Mary's parents were an example to all the faithful, who ought to impart the Christian faith to their children from earliest childhood, bring them to church and acquaint them with church rituals and traditions. This accounts for the special attention paid by the clergy to this feast day in our TIIEs, when questions regarding the replenishment of the ranks of the religious community are of primary importance to the Church. Pricht, the Russian word for the clergy of a parish. In a Russian Orthodox parish these would include the senior priest, the priest, a deacon, a sexton, a psalm reader and some other junior church officials. Priest, member of the priesthood. Also the official ecclesiastical term in the Christian Church, which in English came to replace the terms presbyter and the Latin word sacerdos. In the Christian CHES in general and in the Orthodox Church in particular, priests are entitled to conduct services independently and to minister all the sacraments. Priesthood, a social group performing mediatory functions between ordinary men and women and supernatural forces, and also conducting religious rites, such as the offering of sacrifices, recitation of prayers and various forms of magical manipulations. In primitive society the priesthood did not exist as a separate social group. Acts of worship were celebrated by tribal elders or heads of families. Later these functions came to be carried out by specific individuals, diviners, witch doctors, sorcerers, priests, and priestesses, shamans. When primitive communities became a thing of the past and more clearly defined division of labor and social differentiation was the order of the day, then the priesthood emerged as an independent social group, an established part of the ruling class. When buildings for purposes of worship began to be erected, then the priesthood became institutionalized and obtained an economic base for its existence. Corporations of priests were set up in conjunction with the new centers of worship, and they began to play an important part in the economic and political life of their country. The priests in the temples of ancient Egypt and the countries of the Middle East owned large numbers of spheres and grew rich thanks to the offerings of the faithful. To a large extent the priesthood was able to monopolize cultural and intellectual life. Priests kept chronicles, committed to paper works of folklore, and recorded astronomical and other observable phenomena. In the Judea of ancient times, after the temple had been built in Jerusalem, the priests began to keep records which provided the basis for several books of the Old Testament. In the countries of the ancient world the priesthood often assumed what were clearly Theism 453. Political functions, and in some cases theocracies emerged. Priestley, Joseph. English natural scientist and materialist philosopher. In his main philosophical work Disquisitions on Matter and Spirit he defended the idea to the effect that consciousness was material by nature and dependent upon the nervous system and the brain. He opposed religious conceptions of the non-material and immortal soul. Being an advocate of deism, Priestley made certain concessions to religious ideology. His other works dealing with religious matters include The History of the Corruptions of Christianity and The History of Early Opinions Concerning Jesus Christ. Priestly source. See Pentateuch. Primary cause or first cause, a concept in religious and idealist philosophy, which expresses the creative and above all cosmological function of God. It is introduced on the basis of the cosmological evidence for the existence of God. The causally conditioned nature of all finite processes is extended to include the world as a whole. In European philosophy the concept of the primary cause was formulated by Aristotle, who understood it as an impersonal prime mover. Under the impact of Christianism this concept changes in the wake of more consistent presentation of the analogy between the creation of the world by God and man's practical activity. God the Creator, as the motive cause, creates the world on the basis of the whole range of ideas in the divine mind, channeled towards the final cause, and brings his influence to bear on the world in his capacity as PR01.1 idents. Elaborated on the basis of a fusing of Aristotelianism and Platonism, the teaching concerning the primary cause constitutes at the present time an important clement of 17th-Zomism. In the context of 17-18th century deism the role of the primary cause is reduced to the creation of the world and the transmission to the latter of the initial impetus, after which the world developed according to its own laws. The inconsistency of the teaching regarding the primary cause is clearly obvious in the light of the principle of the self-propulsion of matter, which has been comprehensively substantiated by contemporary materialist philosophers. Primate, in the Roman Catholic and Anglican churches the title given to the head of the church. The title is usually that of the chief bishop of a state or people. Primitive atheism, uncoordinate atheist conceptions that emerge in the course of man's cognition of the world and in the course of his socio-historical experience, which taken together constitute a rejection of the supernatural and interpret religion as a human institution. Often primitive atheism is linked with a critical and mocking attitude to religious institutions and to priests. It is vividly reflected in anti-religious and anti-clerical folklore. The basis for primitive atheism is the spontaneous materialist pour. 454 Pri Mil 1 Ve 111 EISM. Ception of the world, which takes it as it finds it. Primitive atheism is constantly reproducing itself as a result of man's material and non-material activity, but it is neither profound nor stable. Primitive theism, a compromise variant of the theory of primitive monotheism. After the failure of the latter, primitive theism emerged as its revised form, put forward by the Vienna School of Ethnology. Proceeding from the legacy of its founder, Father Wilhelm Schmidt, the adherents of the Vienna School made an attempt to salvage the idea of primitive monotheism, admittedly in the form of faith in a supreme being, God, or gods, represented in various forms and substances. Primitivism was directed against evolutionism and atheism. Prior, the monk in charge of a small Roman Catholic monastery or the one who ranked second to the abbot and deputized for him, the superior of a house or group of houses of any of various religious communities. Process theology, a variety of modern Protestant philosophical theophagy to be found on a wide scale chiefly in the United States and Britain. 1. It is based on the neorealism of Alfred Whitehead and Charles Hartshorne, who proceed from the assumption that to be real is to be in process, i.e. to continually respond to the environment and to have a temporal dimension, that reality consists of a plurality of interrelated self-creating entities, and that God is the chief exemplification, and not an exception to the ultimate metaphysical principles. Advocates of this theory also hold that insofar as mythological assertions about God have lost their meaning, it is essential to establish God within the context of the modern secular consciousness, i.e. on a basis of speculative philosophy. The ontological essence of God is interpreted as a cosmic process of creativity, of movement forward. God is constantly embodying himself in his unending creation of the world. Fundamental Christian concepts are reviewed on this basis. Process theology was elaborated with particular intensity in the 1960s and 1970s as a secular variation on Christianity, and more orthodox theologians see in it a danger that God might be reduced to a mere philosophical abstraction. Procession, solemn ritual in the Orthodox Amrish when banners, icons, and other holy objects are carried along in an orderly, ceremonial way. A procession moves round the church during the Easter service and another procession takes place during the celebrations for Epiphany when water is blessed. Processions also take place to honor local sacred objects and shrines. Sometimes they are held to mark an excitation of exceptional importance. Progress, a special type of development, which involves not only change, but also improvement, a transition from a lower to a higher stage. Progress is not a universal form of development. In particular, it is not to be found in many processes of development in non-organic nature. The concept of progress cannot either be applied to the Prokopovich 455 universe as a whole. Recognition of one-directional progressive development of the universe leads to the religioneous idealist conclusion concerning the beginning and end of the world. Progress is relative in character and it is intrinsic to individual forms of movement of matter, particularly to the biological and social variety. The criteria of progress are specific in each of these forms. Social progress implies development of society forward and upwards from lower stages of development to higher ones. Social progress should not be interpreted as a goal of historical development that is laid down in advance. The progress of society is determined by the objective laws of its development and in particular by the law of the correspondence between the relations of production and the nature of the productive forces involved. Lenin considered that the development of productive forces was the most important criterion of social progress. A more progressive system of production relations, providing greater scope for the development of production and promoting fuller and more profound knowledge of the world surrounding men and their utilization of that knowledge in their practical activity, corresponds to a higher level of development in productive forces. From this point of view, primitive communal, slave-owning, feudal, capitalist and communist formations constitute the main stages of social progress. The progress of society does not rule out periods of regression, movement backwards in certain spheres of life. Some Western historians and sociologists counter the idea of social progress with the idea of cyclical development, a spiral of civilization. Others paint pictures of the demise of civilization as the inevitable result of scientific and technical progress. These ideas are used by contemporary theologians, who with reference to them try to substantiate eschatological conclusions with regard to the end of the world. Prokhanov, Ivan, religious and political figure, leader of the All-Russian Union of Evangelical Christians. In March 1917 he founded the Christian Democratic Party known as Resurrection. His attitude to the October Revolution was hostile. Later, under pressure from rank-and-file believers, he adopted a more loyal stance in relation to the government. In 1928, however, he emigrated from the USSR. Prokopovich Fefan, Russian statesman and church leader, writer and associate of Peter the Great, he became a bishop in 1718, vice president of the Holy Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church in 1721, and between 1724 and his death he was Archbishop of Novgorod. And the spiritual regulation which he drew up, in his political treatise The Truth Concerning the Monarch's Will and other writings, Prokopovich justified the abolition of the Patriarchate and the inauguration of the Holy Synod, gave his support to Peter's reforms and elaborated ideas of enlightened absolutism. He was one of the most learned 456 Prometheus men of his day and was involved in the setting up of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Prometheus, in the mythology of ancient Greece, a titan and men's defender in face of the arbitrary rule of the gods and the patron of the human race. In order to benefit mankind, Prometheus seized fire from Olympus, and carried it secretly down to earth. For this he was sentenced to eternal torment. The figure of Prometheus became a symbol for the mighty unswerving champion of men's interests. Promised land, the name given in the Bible to the land of the Canaan, flowing with milk and honey, that was promised by God to Abraham. Proofs of the existence of God. See evidence for the existence of God. Prophecy, religious, the prediction of the future found in many religious teachings and which is based allegedly on the fact that prophets glean their information from supernatural sources. Religion is prophecy occupies an important place in the Bible. Faith in religion is prophecy is to be found in many religions. It plays a particularly large part in Islam, since Muhammad, the founder of this religion, is its main and most outstanding prophet. Proselyte, a person who has adopted a new faith, an ardent recent convert. Proselytism, the urge to convert to one's own faith, adherence of another, ardent devotion to a recently embraced faith. Proserpina. See Persephone. Protagoras, philosopher of ancient Greece, founder of the Sophist school. He regarded man as the measure of all things, of whether or not things exist. Starting out from this, he maintained that it was impossible to know whether or not gods exist, or what do they look like, and that a great deal stands between us and the definite answer to that question. Protagoras regarded society as the result of the gifts of fire and art made to men by Prometheus, after he had stolen them from the gods, and of the gifts of shame and truth made to men by Zeus. He was banished from Athens, and his book about the gods was burnt. Protecting veil of the Mother of God, one of the major festivals of the Orthodox Church. Although it is not one of the TWLE great feasts, it is still known as a great feast. It is celebrated on October 1st. It derives from the legend to the effect that in the year 910 the Mother of God appeared to the God's fool Andrew and his disciple Epiphany in Constantinople and spread over them as they prayed a white veil and sent aloft a prayer for the world to be saved from disasters and suffering. In view of the fact that the Mother of God was regarded as the patron of peasants, many components of the ancient Slavonic festivities were retained in the ritual of this festival, a procession carrying a Protestant 457 sheaf of corn, a special bazaar to mark the festival and so on. Protestant philosophy. The Reformation reaffirmed religion as faith as man's personal link with God. Martin Luther advocated truly religious knowledge of God as a counterweight to secular reason, including scholastic speculation. In this way reason was taken outside the bounds of religious faith and bereft even of the role which the scholastics had attributed to it, when they had described philosophy as the handmaiden of theology. It was on that basis that the anti-philosophical Protestant tradition grew up, represented in the 20th century by the neo-orthodoxy of Karl Barth. Yet Protestantism itself could not avoid philosophical interpretation of a number of important theological concepts to substantiate its dogma. This led to the appearance of Protestant neo-scholasticism, the foundations of which had been laid by Luther's right-hand man Philip P. Melanchthon. It existed up until the 18th century when it was ousted by the Leibniz-Wolff school. Kant's teaching on religion and his criticism of scholastic metaphysics and the existing church, his acceptance of God as the postulate of practical reason and guarantor of morality, were utilized by Protestant theologians and proffered as Protestant philosophy of religion. The views of Friedrich Schleiermacher also played an important role in the development of Protestantism. H. had formulated fundamentals of liberal theology which maintained that the source of faith lay in religion as experience, latent in man himself, in other words, in a particular state of the individual as the subject of faith. Karl Barth's dialectical theology, which appeared in the 1920s, dismissed liberal Protestantism as laicization of faith. It used the method for the resolution of philosophical problems that had been elaborated in the existentialist teaching of Kierkegaard, whose apologetics of the Christian faith was based on the idea of the world's paradoxicality, absurdness, and man's desertion within it. Despite the obvious link between dialectical theology and existentialist philosophy, Barth's supporters continued to maintain that God cannot be the object of philosophical cognition, and that he does not need emotions or reason to become the object of man's religion as faith. The negative approach by Barthian neo-orthodoxy to philosophy gave voice to the way in which it has retreated to the advocation of blind faith. This is why the other major figure in modern Protestant theology, Paul Tillich, set himself the task of reconstituting the lost synthesis of Christianity and modern consciousness, including, among other things, philosophy. He suggests that Christian dogma should be reinterpreted with the help of existentialist philosophy. The program and methods used for the demythologization of Christianity proposed by the Protestant theologian Rudolf Bultmann were expounded on the basis of the existentialist philosophy of Heidegger. A highly typical feature of contemporary Protestant thought is its philosophical eclecticism. Protestantism, one of the three main movements within Christianity, alongside Roman Catholicism and the Orthodox Church. It embraces a large number of separate and independent churches and 458 Protestant anti-SM sects linked by the fact that they originated in connection with the Reformation, the broad anti-Catholic movement in 16th century Europe. In 1526 the Diet of Speyer, on instructions from the Lutheran Princes of Germany, adopted a resolution to the effect that every German prince had the right to choose for himself and his subjects the religion he thought fit. However, the Second Diet of Speyer in 1529 reversed this decision, and in response to this a protest was made by 5 princes and a number of cities, hence the origin of the term Protestant. The bourgeoisie, which opposed the Roman Catholic Church that approved of feudalism, aimed not at abolishing it, but at amending it, i.e. reforming and adapting it to suit its own class interests. Protestants share the concepts of the existence of God, his triune nature, the immortality of the soul, heaven and hell, divine revelation and so on, that are common to all Christians. At the same time they put forward three new principles: salvation through personal faith, the universal priesthood of all believers, and the exclusive authority of the Bible as the only source of revealed truth. According to Protestant teaching, original sin had perverted the nature of man, robbed him of his capacity for good, and therefore he could only achieve salvation owing to personal faith in Christ's redemptive sacrifice, rather than through good works, sacraments and asceticism. Every Christian, having been chosen and baptized, receives initiation into supernatural communion with God and the right to preach and conduct services without mediators. This means that in Protestantism the dogmatic distinction between the priest and the layman is done away with, and likewise the church hierarchy. Ministers or pastors in Protestant churches do not have the right, for example, to hear confessions or to give absolution from sins, and they are answerable to their congregation. In the Protestant churches there is no obligation to celibacy of the clergy. Various changes were also introduced in patterns of worship. Protestantism did away with many of the sacraments, leaving intact only baptism and Holy Communion, and it also rejected the conception of grace. Prayers for the dead were also rejected, as were veneration of the saints and many festivals honoring the saints, worship of relics and icons. Protestant prayer houses contain no rich decoration, altars, icons, statues, and have no bells. While enhancing the role of the laity in their church, Protestants reject monasteries and monasticism. Protestant services are extremely simple and consist of little more than a sermon, prayers, and singing of the psalms, all in the vernacular. The Bible was proclaimed by them to be the only source of dogma, while the apostolic tradition was rejected. The Bible was translated into the languages of the peoples which had adopted Protestantism, and the study and interpretation of the Bible ceased to be considered a sin, as was the case in the Roman Catholic Church, but is rather regarded as a primary obligation of every believer. The principle of universal priesthood laid the foundations for the democratic organization of the Protestant communities. The first forms of Protestantism were Lutheranism, Zwinglianism, and Calvinism, Unitarianism and Socinianism, Anabaptism, the Mennonite Church, and the Anglican Church. Later a number of movements grew up that came to be known as late Protestantism: Baptists, Methodists, Quakers, Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, or Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Salvation Army, Christian Science, Pentecostals, etc. Most of these movements took shape under the banner of the religious revival, a return to the ideals of early Christianity and the Reformation. At the present time Protestantism is widespread in the Scandinavian countries, the USA, West Germany, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Canada, and Switzerland. The world center for Protestantism is the United States, where there have been established the headquarters of the Baptists, Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, etc. A characteristic feature of present-day Protestantism is the drive for integration, which found an outlet in the World Council of Churches, set up in 1948. The theology of Protestantism, an offshoot of mainstream Christian ideology, went through a number of stages in its development. These were Orthodox Protestant theology of the 16th century, Neo-Protestant or liberal theology of the 18th and 19th centuries, Christology or dialectical theology which appeared after the First World War, radical or new theology, which became widespread after the Second World War. Protopope, proto-presbyter, the first in rank of the priests of a cathedral in the Orthodox Church. This is also often a title of honor given to non-monastic priests who have achieved personal distinction through their individual contribution and services to the Church. Providence, according to the ideas held by believers and according to religious teachings, this is God's activity which determines the whole course of events in the world. In its extreme form this belief can lead to fatalism. Providentialism, theological conception of history as determined by God, according to which any social event AD history as a whole are set in motion by the supernatural and testify to the presence of God in the world. They provide manifestations of His will and embody the aims already set by God Himself previously. Providentialism is closely bound up with teleology. In Christianity, the ideas of providentialism were elaborated by many apologists and later by the fathers of the Church. They were expounded systematically by Saint Augustine of Po, who in his work The City of God depicted world history as the accomplishment of a divine plan aimed at enabling men to attain the kingdom of God in the life after death. During the Middle Ages, the ideas of providentialism dominated historical and philosophical thought in EU. 460 Prigons. Rope. At the present time, attempts are being made to revise and modernize these ideas by the adherents of Christian philosophy of history. The ideas of providentialism coincide in large measure with the teaching of Islam on the subject of predestination and provide an adequate base on which to explain its fatalism. These theories virtually justify social inequality and oppression inherent in society, which they present as the eternal, preordained natural order, in which man is the passive tool of God's will. Prigons, also known as spiritual Christians or Maximists, one of the ecstatic and eschatological trends in the Molokanese movement. The emergence of this sect, which took place in the 1840s, was linked with the name of the peasant, Maxim Rudomyatgiri. The distinctive feature of this trend's prayer meetings was a high degree of exaltation. The believers leapt about assiduously, trying to secure the descent of the Holy Spirit. In the period from 1901 to 1911, over 3,500 Prigons emigrated to California. Small groups are still to be found within the borders of the USSR. Psalms, sacred songs which constitute the Book of Psalms in the Old Testament, Judaic lyric poems which date approximately from the 6th century BC and which have established a place for themselves in Christian worship. They can be divided into different genres: songs of praise to the Lord, prayers, laments and curses. In the world of poetry, numerous arrangements of psalms or passages from them are to be found. Psalter, 1, another name for the Book of Psalms, especially the version found in the English Book of Common Prayer, a translation, musical or metrical version of the Psalms. Psyche, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the personification of the human soul. Psyche was represented as a beautiful girl with butterfly wings. She was loved by Eros. Psychoanalysis. Cf. Freudianism. Psychology of believers, specific features of the state of mind of religious people, which stem from their faith in the supernatural. Unlike idealist and theological conceptions which attempt to find some divine or religious essence in men's mental state, Marxism starts out from the fact that the laws underlying man's mental activity are one and the same for believers and non-believers alike. The mental state of believers differs from that of non-believer only insofar as many of the mental processes of believers come to focus on the objects of religious faith. In this way, the specific features of the psychology of believers are neither physiological nor general psychological in character, but tend rather to be of the socio-psychological variety. They are shaped by the way in which an Ptolemy 461 individual comes to assimilate a particular faith and concepts from the social environment in which he finds himself. Depending upon the depth or intensity of religious faith, this can have a greater or a lesser influence not only on the individual's mind, but also on his behavior. Cases are also to be found in which religious faith almost totally molds both the content of an individual's views and his behavior in society. Psychology of religion, one of the fields of scientific research dealing with religion. It involves the study of psychological patterns to be discerned in the emergence, development, operation, and dying away of religious phenomena in social, group and individual consciousness, the content, structure, and orientation of those phenomena, their place and role in religion itself and their influence on spheres of activity outside religion for society, the group, and individuals. The main content of the psychology of religion is the socio-psychological explanation for religious phenomena. Marxist psychology of religion avails itself of the dialectical materialist method and also of the methods used in general psychological and socio-psychological research. In the West, psychology of religion developed at the turn of the century thanks to the works of such scientists as Wilhelm Wundt, William James, and James Loewe. Within this field, both secular and church-oriented trends emerged. The philosophical basis for secular psychology of religion is provided by various idealist philosophical trends, e.g. positivism, pragmatism, phenomenology. Christian psychology of religion is rooted in theology Roman Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, and it frequently uses idealist philosophy in its defense and justification of Christianity. Various psychological theories are used to explain religious phenomena: behaviorism, Gestalt psychology, the field theory and psychoanalysis, and so on. Psychology of religion, when aimed towards the defense of a particular religion, has to find effective means to educate the younger generation and to consolidate their piety. In the context of psychology of religion as pursued by specific denominations, pastoral psychology has been singled out as a means for helping priests to learn to use psychological data in their work. Ptah, in the mythology of ancient Egypt, the initial creator god and god of the dead who was worshipped at Memphis. Later he assumed within the all-Egyptian pantheon the role of creator of all that exists. He was depicted in the form of a mummy, with a bare head and a rod, standing astride the hieroglyph that represented truth. Ptah was said to possess the capacity for opening the mouths of the dead in order to restore life to them. Ptolemy, Claudius Ptolemaeus, Greek astronomer and geographer, who devised the geocentric system of the world. His major work, known by its Arabic title the Almagest, was a complete textbook of astronomy based on that system. The geocentric system placed the Earth at the center of a finite universe, which was in keeping with the Christian interpretation of the world, and throughout the 462 public prayer MEI 1 NG. Middle Ages the system was utilized and supported by the Church. It was finally refuted by Copernicus' heliocentric system. Public prayer meeting, public service held to offer thanks to the Lord or to petition Him, as distinct from private prayer. Purgatory, according to Roman Catholic teaching, the place or state between heaven and hell, where souls of sinners whose sins were not forgiven during their earthly life, but who are not weighed down by mortal sins, burn in purifying fire, before being admitted to heaven. Roman Catholic theologians interpret this time of ordeal in different ways. Some regard the fire of purgatory as a symbol and see in it the pain of conscience and repentance, while others recognize the reality of this fire. The fate of the soul in purgatory can be alleviated and the time spent there can be reduced on the strength of good works in memory of the dead person, by his or her relatives and close friends remaining behind on earth. The phrase good works is held to imply saying prayers, going to Mass and making material donations for the good of the whole family. Concepts of purgatory had begun to take shape as early as the 1st century AO. Roman Catholic teaching was elaborated by St. Thomas Aquinas. The dogma concerning purgatory was accepted by the Council of Florence and ratified in 1562 by the Council of Trent. The Orthodox and Protestant churches reject the teaching concerning purgatory. Purim, Jewish festival celebrating the deliverance of the Jews from the massacre planned for them by the wicked Haman during the reign of the Persian king Artaxerxes, which is recounted in the Old Testament book of Esther. Puritans, English Calvinists who supported the single-minded implementation of the ideas of the Reformation in England in the 16th and 17th centuries and the transformation of the Anglican Church in the spirit of consistent Protestantism. The Puritans demanded the abolition of the church hierarchy and the introduction of the universal priesthood of all believers, the separation of church and state, and simpler ritual. These demands reflected, in religious form, the socio-political and moral principles of the emergent bourgeoisie. The Puritans played a conspicuous role in the preparation for and the carrying through of the English bourgeois revolution of the 17th century. +1 YN or Hermitage, a remote monastic community in the Russian Orthodox Church. This word later came to be used to refer to large monasteries as well. Pythagoreanism, a religious and philosophical teaching and a socio-political movement in ancient Greece in the 6th to 4th centuries BC. It was named after Pythagoras of Samos. The teaching was based on recognition of number as the primary principle underlying all that exists and recognition of math. Pitya 463. Mathematical laws as the basis of the world's structure. Their mathematical preoccupations led Pythagoreans to evolve a magic of numbers, attributing to the first 10 divine properties. According to Philolaus, the decade performs all functions and is the underlying principle of divine, celestial and human life. The Pythagoreans also propagated the idea of the transmigration of souls. In the 4th century BC, Pythagoreanism almost became fused with Platonism, but came into its own again in the 1st century BC in the form of Neo-Pythagoreanism. The latter views numbers as the prototypes of all things which are created by God. Pythia, a priestess and soothsayer at the temple of Apollo in Delphi in ancient Greece. Pythia pronounced the will of the god sitting on a golden tripod and while in an ecstatic state, which she achieved by breathing in the poisonous vapors from the cleft in the rock. The mutterings of the prophetess were interpreted and set down in verse by priests connected with the shrine of Apollo. Q. Qadarites, followers of a Muslim theological teaching, which appeared at the end of the 7th century and which acted as a counterbalance to the teaching of the Jabarites, who insist on absolute predestination. It recognized that man possessed free will and therefore also the ability to take responsibility for his own actions. For the ruling elite of Muslim society both these teachings proved useful. The teaching concerning predestination gave it the possibility to maintain that the power in the hands of the authorities was the result of divine predestination, while the teaching concerning man's free will allowed it to demand from the individual that he be responsible for his actions before the law. Qadi or Qadi, the judge in Islam. He examines civil and criminal cases and makes decisions on the basis of the Sharia, the representative of the religious directorate for Muslims in Soviet Central Asia and Kazakhstan, who affects the administration of the mosques functioning within the territory of a particular republic. Karmatians, a Muslim sect, the most radical branch of the Ismailis. This movement came into being at the end of the 9th century in southern Iraq and later spread to Syria and Yemen. It was anti-feudal in character, and its social basis was provided by the peasantry, Bedouin nomads, artisans, who were fighting for a return to communal land tenure and for equality for freemen, while retaining slavery. They led a number of uprisings in the Baghdad Caliphate and in 899 they set up a state in Bahrain, which existed till the end of the 11th century. In the Karmatian state money lending was forbidden, the laws of the Sharia were not recognized, there were no mosques and the free peasants and artisans did not pay any truces. The cruelty of the Karmatians towards those who did not accept their teachings repelled large sections of the masses and by the beginning of the 12th century the sect had virtually ceased to exist. Quadridecimo Anno. See Sociale Encyclicals of the Papacy. Quakers or the Sissy-1y of Friends, a Protestant sect which appeared in England in the 17th century. The founder of the sect was a weaver, George Fox. A special feature of Quaker teaching is the assertion that the true faith does not manifest itself in one or other church teaching but in the act of illumination by the Holy Spirit through the inner light which testifies to the eternal presence of Christ in each believer and which points the way to moral perfection. The Holy Scriptures are regarded as the only and indisputable source of faith. The recognition by the Qumran community 465. Curs of the act of illumination as the supreme manifestation of faith led them to reject external ritual. In the meeting houses where they pray there are d.c. religious attributes such as altars or images. Quakers deny the need for priests and regard pre-aching as the free expression of the illumination of any member of society. The Quakers declare all members of their society to be equal. Faith in the possibility of the constant improvement and advance of man's spiritual nature has left its mark upon the moral principles of the THIRD. These include demands for unconditional honesty in relations between members of each community, that members should work without fail, marriage ties should be strictly observed, and that men honor their elders, etc. There is an ascetic flavor about the Quakers' moral teachings. The ideas they preach are of a strongly pacifist nature. Charitable works are widely practiced. The social teachings of the Quakers often correspond with the ideas of social reformism, and in practice they can be summarized as ideas to the effect that social conflicts can be peacefully resolved with the help of the eternal truths of the gospel. At the present time there are communities of Quakers in Britain, the United States, Canada, and the countries of East Africa. The society has about 200,000 followers. Cuba. C.M. Azar. Quietism, a religious teaching and movement that appeared in the Roman Catholic Church in the 17th century, its fundamental idea being complete passivity and annihilation of will. Quietism carried the Christian demand for man's meek submission 30:1018 to the will of God to the point of fatalistic indifference even to his own salvation. Quietism was condemned by the church leaders. In its figurative meaning it can be equated with passivity and contemplation. Qumran Commune 11y, an ascetic religious community which existed from the 2nd century BC to the 1st century AD in the vicinity of Khirbet Qumran on the shores of the Dead Sea. Its members were followers of Judaism, but they did not recognize the power of the high priests. They referred to their commune as the New Covenant, and to themselves as the sons of light, the indigent, the simple men. They believed that there would come a decisive battle between the sons of light and the sons of darkness, and that then evil would be defeated. While waiting for this triumph, this self-contained community went about its life. The Bears introduced communal property, shared work, and they were opposed to slavery. In order to become a member of the community, a candidate had to undergo various tests. Within the community strict discipline was observed. It was headed by priests. Junior members were subordinate to senior Bears. The founder of the sect was regarded as some kind of teacher of righteousness, who died while being persecuted by an impious priest. Members of the community believed that he would return to earth. This community, which was part of the Essene movement, was destroyed during the Jewish war against the Romans. The 466 Qurban Bayram ideology of the Qumran community had a marked influence on the development of early Christianity. Qurban Bayram, Eid al-Adha, one of the main religious festivals celebrated each year by the Muslims. On the 10th day of the month of Dhul-Hijjah. Islam demands of its faithful on that day that they should sacrifice an animal, cut the throat of a sheep, an ox, a cow, or a camel. This festival was adopted by the Muslims from the Arabs of ancient times, who sacrificed animals to the gods, so that they might send men prosperity, increased herds, plentiful harvests, etc. Rabbi, a religious minister in Judaism who arbitrates in questions of religious and family differences within the Jewish community. The rabbinate, or the rabbis as a body, interpret the prescriptions found in the Talmud, adapting them so that they may be compatible with the obtaining social conditions. It also seeks to give leadership in all matters concerning the spiritual and political life of the masses, particularly in present-day Israel, where for all intents and purposes it is carrying out a number of state functions. Rabelais, French humanist writer, who took a skeptical view of religious doctrines and who opposed religious fanaticism. Rabelais' novels Pantagruel and Gargantua were banned on account of the freethinking implicit in them. The main idea in these novels was the rejection of asceticism, glorification of the comprehensive, spiritual and physical satisfaction of the individual's needs, and his limitless development. The embodiment of Rabelais' dream of the happy life was to be found in the utopia of the Abbey of the Lee, a fantastic project for the organization of a monastery in which men and women would lead a free life and where there would be no oppression neither from feudal lords nor from the church. 30*. Radcliffe Brown, Alfred Reginald, English ethnographer and sociologist, one of the founders of the functionalist trend in ethnography. He elaborated the idea of social anthropology research into the general laws of social and cultural development via study of the modern state of people still living at the stage of primitive society. Radinayi. See ecstatic ritual or Radinayi. Radishchev, Alexander, founder of the Russian revolutionary tradition, writer and materialist philosopher. His main philosophical treatise is Oki Lovk, Yego Smrtnosti I Besesmrti. He deliberately contrasted in that work conclusions drawn by materialists on the one hand and idealists on the other with regard to the question of the mortality and immortality of the soul. Although Radishchev leaves it up to the reader to make his choice himself, the undeniable weakness of the idealist arguments cannot help but stand out. Radishchev rejects the conclusion to the effect that the soul be immortal. At the same time he demonstrates that a number of facts connected with the activity of men's minds are incompatible with the tenets from which metaphysical materialists start out, whom he himself supported. His most famous work is a novel entitled Puchist. 468 Radunitsa. Vi is Peterburg v Moskva, in which he condemned autocracy and serfdom in Russia. Radunitsa or Radonitsa, the day of commemoration of the dead among the Eastern Slavs. According to ancient traditions, during Radunitsa special meals were arranged at the graves of parents and close relatives. The Orthodox Church included Radunitsa in its pattern of worship and moved it to coincide with the first week after Easter. On that day services are held and the tradition of going to the cemetery to visit relatives' graves still lives on as well. Regione, a journal which is the mouthpiece of Italy's Giordano Bruno National Association of Free Tribuners. It has been published since 1854 and at the present time it is issued every 2 months. It prints material on problems of Italy's domestic politics and international political issues as well. It provides information on the work of freethinkers organizations in various countries of the world and prints articles on religious history and the history of freethink and atheism. It opposes imperialism, colonialism, and fascism and champions peace, democracy and social progress. Rama, the ancient Indian epic Ramayana, and in the Mahabharata he is the son of King Dasarata, a legendary hero, who led a campaign from northern India to the island of Lanka in order to set free his wife Sita, abducted by the demon king Ravana. Rama is venerated in Hinduism as one of the earthly incarnations of the god Vishnu. Ramadan, the 9th month in the Muslim lunar calendar. During Ramadan Muslims, according to the Quran, have to serve the fast known as Som. Ramankrishna, reformer of Hinduism. He developed the ideas of the Visistadvaita, accepting the reality of this world and regarding it a part of the Absolute, Brahman. With reference to the idealist teaching of the Vedanta school with regard to the immortality of the soul, he advocated equality among men. He defended the ideas on the improvement of the world through the liquidation of religious differences. He also viewed social activity as universal concern for spiritual self-improvement. Although the ideas disseminated by Ramankrishna bore the stamp of passive protest, they did serve as a rallying call for national unity. Ramanuj, Indian religious philosopher, the founder of the Visistadvaita, and one of the most influential thinkers of the Vaishnava Vedanta, which provides the philosophical substantiation of Hinduism. In his commentaries to the Bhagavad Gita and the Brahma Sutras and in other works, Ramanuj declares existing matter and souls to be something eternal and real, since he considers them to be parts of God, the whole. Ramanuj's ideas provided the basis for many trends in Bhakti. Rationalism 469. Ramayana, epic poem of ancient India. It was written at the same time as the Mahabharata or even earlier, and it is attributed to the legendary poet Valmiki. It tells of the exploits of the popular hero Rama, who fought against evil and defended good. In the Middle Ages Ramayana became one of the sacred books of Vishnuism, and Rama came to be venerated as one of the incarnations of Vishnu. Ram Mohan Roy. Indian public figure and religious reformer, founder of Neo-Hinduism. Ram Mohan Roy criticized orthodox Hinduism for its polytheism, its idol worship, caste division sati, and so on. He developed the idea of equality between men before a single God, whom he envisaged as an impersonal universal being. Ram Mohan Roy elaborated a religious and philosophical system, in which he incorporated elements of Hinduism, Islam and Christianity. Ranovich, Abram. Soviet historian and the author of various works on the history of Judaism and Christianity. Ranovich translated into Russian a number of original sources pertaining to the history of religion and atheism, providing commentaries to them at the same time. His main works include Pravoskostanie Christianskih Tainstv, O Kirk Istory Iran Christianskoit Cirkvi. Rasputin. Grigory, an adventurer who exploited mysticism and the superstition of the Russian royal family and aristocracy in order to serve his own ambitious and mercenary ends, trafuged to convince them that he possessed the gift of prophecy and could work miracles. He exerted an extremely powerful influence over Tsar Nicholas II and his Tsarina by claiming miraculous powers to heal the heir to the throne who suffered from hemophilia. He was involved in financial machinations, bribery, and corruption and even blatant debauchery, which was to secure him wide notoriety. Rasputin was murdered by a group of nobles. Rationalism, in philosophy, a trend in the theory of knowledge, according to which reason is the source and criterion of true knowledge. Major representatives of this trend were Descartes, Spinoza and Leibniz. Rationalism regards thought as something separate from perception via the senses, while in reality sensual and social experience are man's source of knowledge, and thought reworks the data gleaned from sensual experience, enabling man to reach a more profound understanding of objective reality reflected in his senses. In theology, rationalism is a trend, according to which only those doctrines of belief are acceptable which are compatible with logic and arguments based on reason. Groups of theologians from a variety of religions have at various times declared that it is possible to attain so-called divinely revealed truth with the help of reason, despite the irrationalism and mysticism, which used to hold sway in official religious doctrines. In the Christian scholasticism of the Middle Ages. 470 Raynal. The theologian, whose theological system claimed to be rational, was Saint Thomas Aquinas. His teaching was officially accepted by the Roman Catholic Church. One of the results of the Reformation was the inclusion of an element of rationalism in the dogma of Protestantism, and in the 18th and 19th centuries rationalist theological conceptions became particularly widespread in the Protestant churches. Under the impact of the achievements of modern science, the majority of theologians have by now been compelled to accept that religious doctrines are incompatible with the demands of reason. They are veering away from rationalism towards mysticism. Raynal, Guillaume Thomas, representative of the French Enlightenment, historian and sociologist. He was a contributor to Diderot's Encyclopédie. He was subjected to persecution on account of his anti-feudal convictions and his criticism of the Roman Catholic Church and colonialist practices. His main work was Histoire philosophique et politique des établissements et du commerce des Européens dans les deux lodes. In the religion of ancient Egypt, the sun god. The cult of Re emerged apparently at the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC. Later Re was regarded as synonymous with Ammon, god of Thebes. Realists, a trend within medieval scholasticism, which continued the line adopted by Plato in connection with the correlation between the idea and the objective world, between the general and the particular, and which constituted the philosophical foundation of Roman Catholicism. Between the 10th and 14th centuries, controversy continued on the subject of universals. Did they actually exist at all, and did they precede the appearance of individual things? Advocates of so-called extreme realism maintain that universals exist as ideas, before things. Advocates of moderate realism considered that universals exist within things. Adherents of nominalism advocated a point of view diametrically opposed to that of the medieval realists, namely, that universals exist after things and are simply words. Really 1y. In Marxist philosophy, a concept denoting the totality of all that exists as opposed to all that does not exist. A distinction is drawn between objective reality or the material world in all its forms and manifestations, and subjective reality, which represents the totality of images and states of consciousness. Objective reality exists independently of man's consciousness. Subjective images and states of consciousness, although in the final analysis these stem from the impact of the material world on man's sense organs and brain and reflect the material world, constitute the inner manifestation of the activity of man's consciousness. In conditions, when social relations, the level of social experience and the knowledge accumulated by society do not make possible control of the process of reflection of certain factors of object. REDSFOCKISFS 471. TIV reality important for man, there emerge in his consciousness images that provide a distorted reflection of those factors, and moreover the images which emerge sometimes lose their resemblance to the things they reflect. Into this category come religious images, which take shape as illusory, fantastic reflections of natural and social forces, holding sway over men and women and their everyday lives. Reason, cult of, ceremonies held during the period of the French Revolution in Paris and in the provinces on the initiative of representatives of extreme sans-culotism. The cult of reason was an offshoot of the movement for de-Christianization and in support of revolutionary patriotism. The cult of reason was not religious in character. It can only be referred to as a cult because it involved a number of rituals and symbolic ceremonies, reminiscent of religious cults. Church buildings were renamed temples of reason, statues of saints were replaced by busts of revolutionary heroes. Robespierre forbade the holding of festivals of reason and tried to advocate a cult of the supreme being as a counterweight to both Christianity and the cult of reason. Redemption, the offering of a sacrifice to the gods in order to atone for offense or injury caused them. The concept of redemption or expiation originally took shape in primitive society, from anthropomorphic conceptions of the gods, who, like people, are held to be inclined to take offense, seek revenge, and forgive. In Christianity, Buddhism and Lainism, the concept of expiation or redemption is one of the most important dogmas. According to biblical legend, the first men on earth, Adam and Eve, fell from grace, and it is in the wake of their fall that stem all disasters which befall man. That original sin was so great that no sacrifice from men alone is sufficient to satisfy God. For this reason God, in his mercy towards man, condemned to death his own Son Jesus Christ. According to Christian teaching, this sacrifice reconciled God with men who had come to believe in Christ, and through the sacrament of baptism it revealed to them the path to salvation. The idea of redemption helps the Church to convince men that only in the bosom of Christ's Church can man hope for God's mercy, for his protection. The anti-humanism inherent in the dogma of redemption was revealed by critics of Christianity in the classical past, by medieval freethinkers and bourgeois atheists in the 18th century, and by Feuerbach. A critical analysis of the essence of this dogma is an important aspect of atheist propaganda. Redemptive sacrifice, religion is ritual for bringing gifts to supernatural forces, spirits or gods, with the purpose of expiating sinful actions. The idea of Jesus Christ's redemptive sacrifice occupies an important place in Christian teaching, for Christ is deemed to have accepted the suffering of death on the cross in order to redeem the sins of mankind. Redemptive sacrifice of Jesus Christ. See redemption. Red Stockists, a group of believers who adhered to the movement. 472 Reformation. Of the evangelical Christians in Russia, which took shape in 1874 in the aristocratic society of St. Petersburg, and which later came to be known as the Pashkovtsy. The group had formed under the influence of the English evangelical missionary, Lord Grenville Redstock. He disseminated ideas, traditionally accepted in Protestantism, to the effect that man could achieve salvation not through good works but exclusively on the strength of his personal faith in the redemptive sacrifice of Jesus Christ. Reformation, a socio-political movement in 16th century Europe directed against feudalism and its main bastion of Support, the Roman Catholic Church. The Reformation, to use Engels' words, was the first act of bourgeois revolution in Europe. The distinctive feature of the movement lay in the fact that it assumed a religious form. The Reformation gave birth to a new form of Christianity, Protestantism. The beginning of the Reformation was marked by a speech made by Martin Luther in Germany in 1517, when he condemned the abuses of the Roman Catholic Church. Soon the Reformation movement spread to many countries in Europe. There were three main trends to be discerned within the movement: the conservative Catholic trend, the bourgeois reforming trend, and the plebeian revolutionary trend. Supporters of the latter put forward the demand that private property should be eliminated and that serfdom and class privileges should be abolished. The break with the Roman Catholic Church took place in various countries in different ways and not always at the same point in time, in some in the course of a civil war or war of national liberation, and in others relatively peacefully. In Germany the Reformation was of a moderate civic character. In England it was effected on the initiative of the ruling monarch in a still more moderate way, and only in Switzerland were the demands of the bourgeoisie implemented in a more consistent and resolute way. The Roman Catholic Church responded to the Reformation with the Counter-Reformation, and this led to the grim religious wars of the 16th and 17th centuries. Reformed churches, Calvinist churches in mainland Europe. The doctrine of these churches is based on the Bible, the works of Calvin, in particular Institutes of the Christian Religion, and on various Calvinist confessions, in particular the Belgic Confession and the Heidelberg Catechism. Services in the Reformed churches were restricted to a sermon, Bible readings, and singing of psalms. Individual congregations from the Reformed churches elect priests and presbyters to minister for a specific period, during which they are accountable to the congregation. Ministers from a number of local congregations constitute a presbytery, and presbyteries send representatives to provincial and national synods. The church of any of the countries concerned is headed by a superintendent, and his is an elected office. Reformed churches are to be found in Scotland, Switzerland, West Germany, France, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, the USA, and certain other relics 473 countries. The Alliance of Reformed and Presbyterian Churches was merged in 1970 with the International Congregational Council to form the World Alliance of Reformed Churches. Reincarnation. Transmigration of souls. Rejection of resistance to evil by violence, a moral principle and a teaching based on the interpretation of violence as wrong without reservations. This teaching provides the socio-moral core of various petty bourgeois ideologies, and it is a reflection of the oppression to which man is exposed by those social forces that rob citizens of political and economic rights, thus indicating their passive attitudes and despair. The idea of non-violent resistance is inherent in many religions and religious-philosophical systems. Insofar as any use of force is an anti-spiritual act drawing people apart in the eyes of the adherents of non-violence, they outwardly deny the possibility of achieving a just end with recourse to violence, even if the violence is direct against terrible forms of cruelty. Strict adherence to the principle of nonviolent resistance inevitably leads to passivity, to quietism, and to acceptance of any patterns of life. Thus the activity of many progressive figures such as Leo Tolstoy or Mahatma Gandhi, who actively protested against social oppression and cruelty and who actually involved themselves in civil disobedience and nonviolent resistance regarding the authorities, goes in many respects beyond the confines of ethical principles aimed at a rejection of resistance to evil. Relics, material remains of dead saints or objects associated with them, which over a long period do not decay, which fact allegedly testifies to their holiness. According to the Christian teaching, it is the remains of persons particularly pleasing to God which are imperishable. In actual fact, however, there is nothing supernatural about the imperishability of such material remains. It has been scientifically established that in specific conditions, in which putrefactive bacteria do not multiply, corpses can remain intact without decomposing. By declaring such phenomena to be miraculous, the Church made use of the worship of relics in order to strengthen the belief of the faithful in the saints and thereby to consolidate its own influence over the believers. The worship of relics is widespread in Roman Catholicism. Almost every ecclesial church and all monasteries and convents possess imperishable remains of saints, widely believed to possess healing and protective powers. Some churches and monasteries also preserve as objects of veneration material things allegedly associated with the life of Christ, the Mother of God, and the saints, for example, pieces of Christ's raiment, splinters of wood from the cross on which he was crucified, nails with which he was nailed to the cross. Possession of such relics enabled churches and monasteries to attract many pilgrims, and thus these relics served as a source of enormous revenue for the clergy. In its pursuit of profit, the clergy would 474 religion often resort to blatant deception of believers, demonstrating as a relic milk of the Virgin, drops of Christ's sweat and so on. Although such deception was often exposed in the past, it takes place even today. Protestants reject the veneration of relics. Religion, one of the forms of social consciousness, a reflection of reality in illusory, fantastic images, conceptions and concepts. Engels was to write that essentially all religion is nothing but the fantastic reflection in men's minds of those external forces which control their daily life, a reflection in which the terrestrial forces assume the form of supernatural forces. Marxist interpretation of the essence of religion is countered by subjective idealist, biological, anthropological, phenomenological and sociological conceptions, all of which, from various positions, uphold the eternal nature of religion and its indispensability for the individual and society. The main feature of religion is faith in the actual existence of the supernatural. Religion incorporates the religious world outlook, a range of practice of worship and also religious feelings. The social nature of religion also determines the functions which it performs in society. Typical forms of religion in a primitive or clan-based social order were fetishism, magic, totemism and animism. In the period of the transition to class-based society there emerged polytheism and ethnic religions. The rise of the world religions, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, was linked with the emergence of the feudal order. The religions of class-based society as a rule involve a specific ideology, which, along with a carefully formulated system of dogma, includes a range of socio-political, socio-economic, moral, ethical, aesthetic, legal, and other ideas and theories that are specified within the framework of theology and express the interests of the dominant classes and social groups. Religion has often been used as a banner by socio-political opposition groups, that utilize certain religious ideas in order to justify revolutionary democratic demands. At the present time religion is going through a profound crisis, which manifests itself in its secularization and the growth of religious indifferentism, its falling prestige and social importance. In connection with these developments, new theological and religious philosophical trends and movements are emerging, which aim to achieve religious renewal and to adapt religion to suit new socio-historical conditions and the attitude of the people of today, to restore the doctrine of the early Christian Church and to review all aspects of religion with a view to making them more relevant to modern life. Religion of ancient China, religious beliefs and cults of the Peoples inhabiting the basin of the Huanghe and Yangtze rivers in the 2nd and 1st millennia BC. Characteristic of the religion of ancient China was the animistic cult of nature spirits and ancestor worship. The spirits of nature were envisaged by the people of ancient China in the form of people. They were to be found throughout nature and they led the heavenly bodies, the phenomena of nature, the worlds of animals and plants and so on. When class society began to emerge, concepts of a hierarchy of spirits began to take shape, a hierarchy led by the spirit of the sky, Shangti, who becomes the father of men, cares for their well-being, rewarding some and punishing others. The people of ancient China also venerated earth spirits, in particular, spirits of mountains and rivers. The mightiest of all the earth spirits, Hutu, was acknowledged to be master of the whole land. The belief in animated nature was closely bound up with ancestor worship, which was based on recognition of the influence of the spirit of a dead ancestor on the life and destiny of his descendants. In the religion of ancient China there were no priests, nor were there any special places of worship. Religious ceremonies were conducted in the open air. Sacrifices were offered to ancestors and spirits of nature, accompanied by prayers. In the religion of ancient China 3 kinds of objects of worship could be identified: the souls of dead relatives which were venerated within the family circle, the souls of mythological heroes of the ancient past, including that of the first man, Panku, the tamer of rivers Yi, and also the souls of dead emperors, famous state dignitaries, and sages respected throughout the land, the spirits of nature who were important for the country as a whole. Some of these were, however, venerated only in certain parts of the country. In ancient China certain types of magic and sorcery were widespread, and in addition there were soothsayers and exorcists. Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism that were to be widely taken up in China absorb the concepts to be found in the religion of ancient China regarding the spirits of nature and spirits of ancestors. Religion of ancient Egypt, the collection of polytheistic beliefs held by the tribes and peoples of the Nile Valley during the age of primitive communal and early slave-owning societies. Veneration of nature played a very large part in the beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. Zoomorphism and totemism / are characteristic features of religion in ancient Egypt, and this could be accounted for with reference to the important role played by animal breeding and hunting in the economy of the country. The Nile, on the flooding of whose banks the prosperity of the country depended, was embodied in the figure of the god Hapi, the sun I, and the image of the god Ra. The goddess Sekhmet was depicted in the form of a cow. Anubis, the god of embalming the dead and cemeteries, was depicted with the head of a jackal. Animals of a special breed were declared to be the embodiment of a deity. They lived in temples and were the object of worship. The cult of the dead had an important impact on the religion of the ancient Egyptians. It was believed that only he whose body was well preserved would know bliss in the world beyond the grave. The ancient Egyptians believed that every human being had a soul and ka, the personality double born with an individual and after his death residing in the statue of the deceased in the tomb. As the slave-owning state was 476 religion of TIE ancient Germanic peoples. Taking shape, the gods of the local communities began to be grouped together in families and a number of pantheons. In Memphis 3 gods were worshipped: Sekhmet and Nefertum, in Thebes Ammon, Mut, and their son Khonsu. In the 2nd millennium BC, Ammon-Ra, god of Thebes, came to be worshipped as the supreme god. The idea of a supreme god began to take shape in Egypt in accordance with the model provided by earthly sovereigns, the pharaohs, who were considered to be the sons of a god and living gods on earth. The temples within ancient Egypt began to constitute a mighty economic and political force. The role of the priesthood was growing ever more influential, and it began to constitute a threat to the pharaohs. In the 15th century BC this led to attempts at a reform of religion. Amenhotep W tried to substitute the cult of the sun disk Aten for the worship of Ammon-Ra and other gods, to undermine the power of the priests by introducing monotheism. After the death of Amenhotep IV, however, worship of the earlier gods was reintroduced. In the 11th century BC, Theban priests seized the throne for a period and established a theocracy. The religion of ancient Egypt played an important role in the formation of Christianity. The Egyptian myth concerning the god Osiris who died and was brought back to life exerted a considerable influence on the creation of the figure of Jesus Christ. Religion of the ancient Germanic peoples, the beliefs and worship of Germanic tribes during the period of primitive communal society, mainly the worship of tribal gods, patrons, and shrines. A pan-German pantheon came into being in connection with the formation of tribal alliances. Myths reflect the intertribal feuds and wars with other peoples and tell of the struggle of the beneficent gods against the giants and monsters embodying evil elemental forces and also against gods of other tribes. The god who stands out as the supreme god is known as Wotan or Odin. He was the ruler of heaven and earth, the terrible god of storms and war, and also the god of poetry and wisdom, the custodian of the holy literature. Into his hall Valhalla the warrior maidens of heaven, or Valkyrie, lead the souls of fallen heroes. Many gods of the Germanic peoples are linked with agricultural cults and embody the forces of nature: Thor, the god of thunder and lightning; Tyr or Tiu, the god of the shining sky, judgment, and war; Balder, god of spring, verdure, and fertility; Loki, god of fire and also of mischief and destruction. The Germans venerated stones, trees, and springs, animals dedicated to the gods. They based divinations on the flight of birds, the neighing of sacred horses, and on the arrangement of sticks with magical characters. They imagined nature to be dwelt in by a whole host of both good and evil fantastic beings, living on the earth, in the mountains, in the water and under the earth. As primitive communal society was breaking down, the power of the priests grew. In the Middle Ages the religion of the ancient Germanic peoples was religion of Ancient India 477. Ousted by Christianity, although many traces of it are still to be found in popular beliefs and legends. Religion of ancient Greece. The religion and mythology of ancient Greece developed over a long period. In the earliest times it was the figure of Mother Earth who enjoyed particular veneration. This reflected both the influence of matriarchate and the importance of agriculture, the main branch of the economy of ancient Greece. The goddess of the earth, Gaia, was held to be the mother of all that is living. In the religion of ancient Greece elements of fetishism, totemism, and animism can often be traced. Ancestor worship was also important in the religion of ancient Greece, and closely linked with this was the hero worship, with heroes being regarded as half men, half gods. At a later stage there emerged the idea concerning the life of the souls of the righteous in the Elysian fields Elysium. The high point of the religion and mythology of ancient Greece was around 2000 BC, when minor local gods were ousted and there finally took shape the pantheon of gods who were alleged to live on Mount Olympus. The gods such as Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, Athena, Aphrodite, Apollo, Artemis, Hephaestus, Ares, and Hermes were regarded by the ancient Greeks as a family of gods headed by Zeus, father of men and of gods, who embodied in religious form traits of a patriarchal ruler. The hierarchy of the gods reflected the hierarchy of the emergent class society of that era. After the appearance in Greece of city-states and the development of slave-owning society, the character of the religion of ancient Greece changed as well. Cults of gods, who were the patrons of craftsmanship and trading, began to become widespread. In the 8th to 7th centuries BC the first temples in honor of the gods began to be built. In ancient Greece there existed so-called secret religious societies and cults. These were above all mysteries in honor of Demeter and in honor of Dionysus. The religion and mythology of ancient Greece were to exert an enormous influence on the development of world culture. Religion of ancient Iran. Zoroastrianism, Mazdaism. Religion of ancient India, the religious ideas of the ancient Indians which developed from the primitive beliefs of the pre-Aryan age to the veneration of numerous deities, embodying the forces of Nature, in the period of the Vedas. In the pre-Aryan cities archaeologists often discover small statues of the Great Mother Goddess, figures of a goddess linked with fertility, the tilling of the land, and plant life. The invasion of India by the Aryans led to the emergence of new and more complex religious ideas. In the religion of that period various cults fused, the traditional deification of natural phenomena, ancestor worship, ritual magic, the offering of sacrifices. In the Vedic religion there were approximately 3,000 gods. Spiritual veneration was reserved for Varuna, Dios Pitar, god of the sky, Prithvi mother goddess of the earth, Indra, Mithras, Agni, Utti, the embodiment of the female principle. Varuna was held to be the supreme god, and in the ancient in 478 religion of ancient Rome. Dion myths he was often identified with the sky, and the role of custodian of order and justice was also attributed to him. Yet no common pantheon of gods took shape in that period. Anthropomorphic gods are in conflict with demons, whose leader was Vritra, the embodiment of drought. By the end of the Vedic period, as a result of the transition to settled animal husbandry and land cultivation, religion also underwent major changes, and attempts were made to systematize the diverse religious concepts and establish a single pantheon. Gods, which used to personify natural phenomena, became reflections of conflicting social forces. Indra, the god of weather and storms, came to be venerated as the god of war. He was placed at the head of the pantheon and was surrounded by Maruts, gods of storms and wind. The former patron of hunters and forests, Rudra, reappeared as the patron of cattle breeding, while the tillers of the land began to venerate the god Pushun. The god Brahma assumed a jadist place in the pantheon of the Vedic religion. He only watched over the offering of sacrifices to ensure that all rites were performed correctly. At the very end of the second millennium and beginning of the first millennium BC, when early forms of das relations were emerging in Indian society, the religion of ancient India was transformed as Brahmanism. Its gods were absorbed into the pantheon of the new religion, but they occupied a place that was second to that of Brahma, the god who created the world and was the embodiment of the universe. Religion of ancient Rome, polytheistic beliefs held in the time of ancient Rome slave-owning society. Typical of that society's religion was belief in spirits, protectors of nature, rural life, and pursuits. They include Sylvanus, Faunus, Saturn, Mars, Jupiter. Among the plebs it was Ceres, who was worshipped with particular devotion together with Liber and Libera. Within the patriarchal community the gods and demons of the family hearth were duly venerated as well. In the religion of ancient Rome elements of fetishism and totemism are clearly to be found. Ancient Roman myths were greatly influenced by mythological stories of some other peoples, particularly those of ancient Greeks. As social classes and a state began to take shape, the Roman pantheon assumed its FML shape. The gods worshipped in ancient Rome became official state deities. Worship of Jupiter, Juno and Menon, to whom the temple on the Capitoline Hill was dedicated, assumed particular importance. Jupiter was acknowledged as the supreme god, or father of the gods, who embodied the might of Rome. The Greek influence on the religion of ancient Rome found particularly vivid expression in the cult of Apollo and for Artemis Diana. When the Roman state became a Mediterranean power, Oriental deities ap. Religious activffy 479. Appeared in Rome as well. The cult of the mother goddess Cybele reached Rome from Asia Minor. In the 2nd and 3rd centuries the cult of the Iranian sun god Mithras became popular. Characteristic of the religion of ancient Rome in the 8th period is syncretism. The crisis that overcame the slave-owning order and which gave rise to profound social and ideological changes in the life of Roman society became the main reason for the adoption by the wide masses of the people of monotheistic Christianity in place of the polytheistic Greco-Roman religion. Religion of ancient Slavs, complex syncretic phenomenon which embraced advanced family and clan-based ancestor worship, dramatic forms of nature worship and communal agricultural cults. All these forms of religion fitted in with the patriarchal clan-based order of the Slavonic tribes. The religion of the ancient Slavs was polytheistic. The god of thunder Perun was the supreme god of the ancient Slavs. Also widespread was the worship of the sky god Svarog and his sons, Dashbog, and Strybog. Other gods worshipped on a wide scale were Vele, god of cattle and wealth, and the goddess Mokosh, protector of spinners and weavers and women's work in general. Bjelbog, god of success and happiness, was venerated by the Western Slavs. Other names of tribal Slav deities are also famous, such as that of Svyatavit and Rugvit, Radgost, Triglav, the goddess Shiva. In addition, Anthropomar Fic incarnations such as Semek, Rilo and Kupalo are also known, connected with agricultural calendar and with the periods of the summer and winter solstice. Yarilo, in the opinion of many scholars, was a deity of plants, agriculture, and fertility. Other deities have yet to be studied fully, although in their images there are clear signs that they represent the deities associated with the cycle of death and resurrection in the world of nature. As in all polytheistic religions, so too in the pantheon of the ancient Slavs many spirits are to be found which embody phenomena of nature. Religious ACTM1Y, manifestation of activity of religious individuals, groups, communities, institutions, and organizations, dictated by their religious convictions and feelings, sense of religious duty, practices of worship, and religious missions needing to be carried out by one or other religious organization. Two main types of religious activity can be distinguished, that which is not directly connected with worship, and that which is part of worship. The first type of activity can be found in both the spiritual and practical spheres of life. The spiritual or intellectual aspect of religious activity embraces the formulation of religious ideas, the systematization and interpretation of doctrines, the composition of theological and religious philosophical works and so on. Practical varieties of religious activity include missionary work, participation in the work of religious councils, the teaching of theological disciplines, administrative work within the network of religious organizations and institutions, propaganda of religious views through the press, radio, tele. 480 religious associations in TIIEUSSR. Vision, religious education within the family etc. Activity within the context of worship is the most important type of religious activity. However, not all activity of religious individuals, groups, institutions, and organizations should be regarded as religious. They also engage in commercial, political, educational, and other types of activity, which although they may have religious packaging, are not, strictly speaking, religious. Religious associations in ME-USSR, associations of citizens of 18 or over who are adherents of one or other religion, denomination, movement or persuasion. Religious associations are set up for the joint satisfaction of the religious needs of the believers concerned. The associations are voluntary, self-governed organizations, independent in the material sense of their religious center or any priests. In order to administer their affairs and carry out their various functions connected with the utilization of the property required for purposes of worship and financial resources, and in order to represent their members elsewhere, religious associations elect an executive body. Religious associations are registered as religious societies or as groups of believers, depending upon the number of members that they have. Religious crimes, infringements against the foundations of religion, the interests of the priesthood connected with property or other matters, the person or privileges of priests, deviations from religious doctrines and rituals, various violations of religious prohibitions and unbelief. Such crimes were severely punished under the criminal code of slave-owning society. The list of religious crimes in the medieval Europe was extended. Under the influence of canon law, secular law treated as the most dangerous crimes heresy, sorcery, irreverence, and blasphemy. Repression directed against religious crimes assumed a mass scale and was distinguished by its excessive cruelty. Up until the 19th century, the bourgeois criminal code viewed religious crimes as crimes against God and as infringements of his prescriptions. In a number of countries, blasphemy or irreverence are still crimes for which people are called to account before the law. Religious crimes also include obstructing the performance of religious rites and ceremonies, insulting religion and its ministers. Protecting as it does religion and the work of religious organizations, bourgeois law does not call anyone to account for activity directed against the materialist world outlook, statements offensive to atheist sensibilities and discrimination against atheists. Religious cruelty, actions carried out during the performance of religious rituals which are harmful for man's health. An example of such cruelty is the praying involving extreme pain, or that which can work the faithful up into a state of excitement that is bad for their mental health, into hallucinations, stasi, hysteria, or physical and nervous exhaustion. In the USSR such extreme practices are forbidden and those who organize or take an active part in such rites are held criminally responsible. Religious doctrines, the main tenets of dogma, acknowledged as indisputably true, eternal. Religious experience 481. And immutable divine statutes, obligatory for all believers. Every advanced religion of the present day has its own set of doctrines, which has been elaborated in the course of long debates and struggles within the Church. In Christianity, doctrines were laid down at the first two ecumenical councils and came to be referred to as the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed, which incorporates the 12 main doctrines of faith, the triunity of God, the incarnation of God, redemption, ascension, baptism, the immortality of the soul, etc. Subsequent ecumenical councils supplemented the creed with doctrines about the divine and human nature of Christ, the existence of two wills in Christ, divine and human, and two spheres for ascension, and concerning the obligatory nature of icon worship. After the split between the Christian churches, each denomination included in its dogma doctrines not acknowledged by other Christian churches. The Roman Catholic Church assert the doctrine of purgatory, to the effect that the Holy Spirit emanate not merely from God the Father, but from God the Son as well, the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin Mary, and her assumption in body and soul into heaven, the infallibility of the Pope in matters of faith and morality. The Protestant churches rejected the previously accepted doctrines with regard to the priesthood, extreme unction etc. and recognized a new religious doctrine of justification through faith and the universal priesthood of all believers. In the struggle against heresies, free thinking and atheism, Christian theology elaborated a complex system for justifying doctrines. Without totally re-31-0101s. Rejecting the traditional interpretation of the content of the various religioneous doctrines, all denominations to some extent or other endeavored to interpret them in accordance with the spirit of the times and the changing views of the believers. The process of the renewal of religion could not but affect conceptions of religioneous doctrines as well, that had been seen previously as absolutely immutable truths. At the present time, the majority of Christian, Muslim, and Judaist theologians reject the former rigidly literal interpretations of doctrines and elaborate new formulations of religious doctors. Religious experience, term in theology and religious mystical philosophy used to denote the direct communication, meeting, or communion between man and God. According to theologians, religious experience, which finds expression in emotional illumination or various types of visions, is spiritual in character, involving all the individual's capacities, his thoughts, emotions, and will. The most important thing, however, thanks to which the individual during this experience recognizes the higher being and is convinced of its existence, is so-called mystical intuition. For some theologians, philosophers, and mystics, faith in God is the prerequisite without which religious experience is impossible, while for others experience of this kind provides an evidence of the existence of God. In actual fact, religious experience has no objective power to demonstrate any such thing. What are referred to as religious experiences are experiences of a special kind, which believers have under the influence of specific social conditions and which can be 482 religious extremism. Rationally explained with reference to the essential nature of the conditions in question. Religious extremism, the ideology and behavior of extreme, fanatical elements in religious organizations. In the socio-political sphere, religious extremism is to be found in certain sects and movements. Within major religious denominations, for example, the Protestant ultras in Ulster or the Muslim Brothers in the countries of the Middle East. In the Soviet Union, the concept of religioneous extremism is used above all in relation to the ideology and actions of those fanatical elements in religioneous organizations, which have embarked upon a path of antisocial, illegal activity that violates Soviet legislation regarding religious worship. However, Advocates of religious extremism constitute a tiny minority of the total number of believers in the Soviet Union. Religious faith, the conviction that supernatural beings, faculties, and relations really exist, which is not founded on logical deductions or scientific data. Religious faith is the main component of religious consciousness and an essential ingredient of religious worship and is intrinsic to the experience and behavior of the faithful. In theology, religious faith is viewed either as an essential capacity of the human soul, or as grace bestowed by God, i.e. as a phenomenon of a transcendental nature. In actual fact, the capacity to believe in God is determined by man's social nature, and the transformation of this capacity into religious faith is the result of social conditions which give rise to the masses' need for religion. Religious faith as an element in the mental makeup of believers is a complex phenomenon, involving the individual's intellect, emotions, and will. The intellectual element in religious faith is the totality of religious concepts and images to be found in the consciousness of the faithful. Insofar as these concepts do not admit of scientific proof and substantiation, and at the same time they are considered by the faithful to be vitally important, the emotional element in religious faith is accorded a major role. Theologians, in an effort to enhance the significance of religious faith, pronounce it to be the supreme manifestation of human consciousness, the supreme moral virtue, and a form of cognition that is superior to reason, conclusions which contradict the evidence of science and practical experience. Religious feasts, days important from the religious point of view, that are celebrated by believers in memory of certain holy events or events from church history, or to commemorate religious figures, they are marked by special services and rituals. As a rule, at the root of religious feasts there lie domestic celebrations that evolved in ancient times, and that coincided with landmarks in the astronomical calendar or with important landmarks in the agricultural year. The Church gave these festivals a religious focus, linked them with religious dogma, doctrines, and myths. Feasts constitute an important element in religious ideology. 483. Worship, and are used in all religions as a means of consolidating religious influence over believers. Religious feelings, emotional attitudes and responses on the part of believers to sacred beings, things, persons, and places that are the objects of veneration or are connected with the performance of religious rites, also their emotional attitudes and responses to each other, to themselves and also to phenomena of nature and to the world as a whole, as interpreted from the religionist point of view. Not all the emotional experiences in this domain can be considered religious feelings, only those which are bound up with religious conceptions, ideas, and legends and have acquired a specific slant and significance for the individual. Religious feelings stem from religious needs, and, in their turn, they become a need in themselves, a need for the experience of such feelings and for satiation with religious emotions. They are an essential element of religious consciousness. Religious feelings are a social product, which also applies to religion as a whole. Theologians, however, hold that man is a vessel of religious emotion, which stems from a supernatural source. In reality, religious emotions are born of specific social conditions, and as far as their physiological basis and psychological characteristics are concerned, they are not distinguished by anything out of the ordinary. Various human emotions, such as fear, love, rapture, reverence, joy, hope or anticipation can blend with religious conceptions and thus acquire a religious flavor and significance. Then the individual comes to experience what he refers to as love of God, a sense of sin. Fullness, humility and meekness, joy in communing with God, hope of reward in heaven, etc. In their scale of values, emotions link with the supernatural assume supreme importance, while emotional attitudes and responses to real people, to society, and to nature are reduced to a level of secondary importance, are pushed into the background. Some emotions are condemned by the Church as hostile to the religious world outlook and religious morality. Religious feelings may lead the more fanatically inclined of believers to indulge in ascesis or to turn their backs on the world. Religious groups. See religious associations in the USSR. Religious ideology, a more or less clearly ordered set of ideas about God, the world as a whole, nature, society, and man, deliberately promoted by theologians and religious philosophers. Religious ideology emerges as a clearly defined set of attitudes with claims to comprehensible sequences and consistency, although in reality there are contradictions inherent in it. Such ideology took shape at the time when class-based society was emergencying, and also the division of labor into the categories of manual work involving material objects, and brain work. In modern religions, religious ideology incorporates theology, theological conceptions of economics, politics, law, art, etc., religious philosophy. Religious ideology is elaborated mainly by members of the ruling classes, and its reflection of the real world stems from the positions which these classes adopt. Yet of necessity ideas 484 religious illusion and spiritual preoccupations, that were the result of analysis of the living conditions of the oppressed classes, also penetrated the sphere. It is not surprising, therefore, that in certain periods in history religious ideology has also been used to provide expression for the aspirations of the popular masses, expression of an illusory kind, however. Religious illusion, false conception bound up with the firm belief in the actual existence of fictitious beings, properties, connections that goes hand in hand with faith in man's ability to communicate with the latter. Religion is an illusory expression or manifestation of the essence of a particular kind of social system. Religious illusions are born of helplessness, depression, men's dependence on outside forces that dominate their day-to-day lives. In situations where men feel weak and dependent, a whole range of attitudes and emotions develops, from fear and despair to expectations of something better, hope for relief from oppression from hostile forces. Sometimes the impossibility of a genuine release leads man to search for spiritual release, mental comfort, and gives rise to the need for illusions, including those of the religious variety, which in a highly specific way appear to make up for misfortunes or empty lives. Religious illusions can be overcome when man begins to engage in practical tasks aimed at changing society and removing those social conditions that constitute the roots of religion. Religious indifferentism, one of the forms of free thinking with regard to religion. The term religious indifferentism is used with various, albeit related, meanings. It often is taken as implying indifference to religion in the sense that religion is ignored when practical or philosophical problems are being resolved, and it does not rule out the acceptance of positive non-religious spiritual values. In pre-socialist societies, religious indifferentism provided the prerequisites for a critical interpretation and analysis of religion. It can be defined as indifference on the part of the individual to specific tenets of religion, despite retention of a religious world outlook. However, it can also indicate the non-religious content of certain works of art and literature from the period of the spiritual dictatorship of the Church, when works free of religious conformism expressed protest against religion and paved the way for the ousting of religious consciousness by a realistic approach to the world and man. In the 18th century, French materialists promoted the idea to the effect that it was essential to ignore religion when resolving social, scientific, or moral problems. An actively atheist outlook underlies their suggestion that men should foster within themselves complete indifference towards religion. In the 19th and 20th centuries, the struggle to establish a culture free of religion constituted an important element in bourgeois free thinking. As can be seen from the above, it is important to approach the concept of religious indifferentism from a concrete historical standpoint. Religious morally 1y, morality promoted and sanctified by a particular religion. There is a contradiction inherent in the concept of religious morality. Morality presupposes religious picture of the world 48.5. Freedom and voluntary choice, while religion demands submission, leaving no room for freedom. Theology deduces morality from dogma, from religious teaching, whereas in actual fact moral norms, including those referred to as religious ones, are the product of social relations and were ascribed to God to lend them ideological weight. The religious sanctification of norms for shared living, that have existed in society since time immemorial, represented the first ideological form for justifying the latter, even before the emergence of such concepts as good and evil and moral consciousness. An example of such sanctification is provided by the notion of the taboo. The essential content of religion in class-based society gives the answer to the question as to the causes of social evil and also to that of ways in which to combat that evil, which provided the impetus behind the creation of religious communities. Later morality came to occupy an increasingly large place in religion and to a large extent determined its evolution and the forms it took. Christianity has made a god of morality, wrote Lenin in his day. Some modern theologians deduce religion from morality, rather than the other way round, following in the footsteps of Kant, who defined religion as a acceptance of the moral imperative as God's command. Religious ideologists maintain that religious morality is profoundly humane, that it alleviates and ennobles men's customs and manners. Yet history bears witness to an influence of a very different kind. There are many pages of history which tell of the cruel acts of religious fanatics, of the persecutions to which the Church subjected those who did not accept its creed, which clearly indicates that a beneficial influence of religious morality is rather exaggerated. Even in conditions where religion reigns supreme, inconsistencies in its fight against human frailties have come to light. Good deeds of believers and non-believers are called forth in the main by man's conscience and sense of duty, something that is intrinsic to all people and whose origins are quite independent of religion. Religious orders, of knights. See military monastic orders. Religious, picture of the world, the complete range of the most general religious conceptions of the world, its origin, its structure, and its future, which constitutes an important element in the religious world outlook. The religious picture of the world is, in a specific form, inherent in all religions, and has been elaborated in detail in all the advanced systems of religion. The main feature of the religious picture of the world is the separation of the world into a supernatural and natural world, with the former completely dominating the latter. Characteristic of the religious pictures of the world to be found in Judaism, Christianity, Islam and a number of other religions are a three-tier world and the contrasting of a heavenly world and an earthly one. Also intrinsic to them is geocentrism and anthropocentrism. Further important elements in the religious picture of the world are creationism and eschatology. The religious picture of the world is expounded in the sacred 486 religious scholarship books. The Christian picture of the world took shape thanks to a synthesis of the biblical ideas of creation and divine providence, cosmological elements of Greek philosophy and a number of scientific conceptions expounded in the ancient world, that were incorporated into Ptolemy's geocentric system. The traditional religious picture of the world was shattered by the scientific picture of the world created on the basis of knowledge gleaned through the natural science. Religious scholarship, the whole range of disciplines concerned with the study of religion. Bourgeois religious scholarship came into being in the second half of the 19th century. It started out from the actual materials already gathered by historians, archaeologists, ethnographers, and linguists. Some of the scholars concerning themselves with religion, attempted to counter theological dogmas with an explanation for religion with reference to natural, earthly causes. In their day such theories played a progressive role. In the 20th century, fideist and irrationalist tendencies in bourgeois religion scholarship came to the fore and it now closely resembles theology. Bourgeois religious scholarship today incorporates a number of disciplines, the history, philosophy, phenomenology, sociology, and psychology of religion. Marxist religion scholarship involves the application of the dialectical materialist method of the study of religion. Religion is regarded by Marxists as the fantastic reflection in men's minds of external forces that dominate them in their everyday life. AC. Natural and social forces, which hold sway over men as the result of the limitations inherent in men's relationship to nature and to each other, are transformed in their minds into forces not of this earth and supernatural properties are ascribed to them. In the work of Marxist scholars of religion it is possible to pick out writings concerned on the one hand with matters of history and on the other with questions of theory. Religious scholarship concerned with theory can be subdivided into the philosophy, sociology and psychology of religion. Scholars of religion concerned with history study the history of each religion complete with all its specific features and adopt a chronological approach, while those concerned with matters of theory single out the overall patterns discernible in the development of religion, paying less attention to random details. The underlying preoccupation of religion-ist scholarship undertaken by Marxists is to study the dialectics of the social and epistemological roots of religion. The religious scholarship is an important field and an essential component of Marxist atheism. Religiousy 1y, association, community, or corporation of adherents of a particular religion, the primary unit in the network of religious institutions of a parish type. The relations between the members of such societies are regulated by a special system of control, by a church charter and church law, the opinions of the faithful, administrative organs and also by norms of religious morality. All religious societies in capitalist countries are usually registered in organs affiliated to the state authorities. Bourgeois. Religious Wars 487. Legislation specifies that citizens' religious convictions and any denominational affiliations they may have do not exempt them from the obligation to comply with and obey the laws. Religious societies in the USSR, as is stipulated in Soviet legislation regarding religious worship, are local associations of religiously inclined citizens, who are over 18, share the same habits of worship, creed, the same movement or persuasion, number at least 20 and who have come together for joint satisfaction of their religious needs. The society can engage in its religious activity only after it has been registered by the Council for Religious Affairs under the USSR Council of Ministers. State bodies do not intervene in the internal affairs of the religious societies, the state only establishes the legal position of the religious societies, and it provides material guarantees to implement freedom of conscience. In order to satisfy their religious needs, the believers who make up the religious society are supplied free of charge with special houses of worship in accordance with the decision of the Council for Religious Affairs and in accordance with the conditions laid down in the agreement drawn up between the religious society in question and the representative of the local authorities duly empowered to act in this capacity. Religious societies have the right to acquire equipment necessary for the performance of religious rites, means of transport, and to lease, build, or purchase buildings for their needs in accordance with rules duly laid down for this purpose. It goes without saying that the utilization of these rights and freedoms cannot be viewed separately from every citizen's performance of his obligations as stipulated in the Constitution of the USSR and Soviet legislation. Religious wars, armed conflicts, of which the main aims were reflected in religious demands such as the propagation of a creed, the conversion of the infidels, securing of religious freedom, the reinstatement of the purity of a religion's basic principles, the affirmation of a new creed's truths, the championing of an old faith, the rescue of fellow believers, the liberation of holy places of a given religion, the defense or, on the contrary, the destruction of specific church institutions and so on. Religious wars were waged between states, ethnic groups, social estates, or classes. Although religious conflict would be among the causes of such wars, the reasons for them could also be traced back to deeper social issues, and in the FML analysis these reasons could usually be seen to stem from clashes of economic and political interests of the belligerent states or groups. Any such religious conflict would be sanctioned by religious institutions and declared to be a holy war. Religious wars used to take the form of unjust wars of plunder, serving as an extension of the politics of the exploiting classes, or that of just wars directed against exploitation, social and national oppression. Religious wars were a familiar feature of slave-owning and feudal societies. Under capitalism, the process of secularization made itself felt in the sphere of military ideology as well. The presentation of military aims and claims began to lose its religious coloring, although religious organizations often gave their bless. 488 Religious worship. ing to wars of aggression, imperialist and colonial wars, etc. Religious worship, a form of religious activity, a practical cum spiritual way of knowing the world. The object of this worship is provided by forces holding sway over men and their everyday life, that are perceived via religious images. Religious worship acquires content, importance, and meaning from its accompanying beliefs, dogmas, ideas and myths. Two main varieties of religious worship are differentiated, that concerned with magic and propitiation. Magic, which originated in primitive society, later provided a component for all religions in class-based society. Propitiation cults were directed towards a spirit or god. The activity of religious worship can be carried out either by a religious group or an individual believer. The religious groups performing acts of worship can vary significantly. They can consist of individuals whose role is one of leadership for a particular community, shamans, priests, pastors, rabbis, mullahs, preachers, etc., and also of large groups of people performing acts of worship under the leadership of representatives of the first group. Acts of worship can involve buildings such as churches or meeting houses, religious art, and various pieces of equipment such as crosses, candles and other church utensils, vestments, etc. On the basis of specific sets of religious attitudes, certain norms and patterns of worship take shape, i.e., prescriptions for what should be done and how. The objects and practices involved in religious worship possess symbolic significance. Basic actions carried out in the course of worship include bowing, kneeling, prostration, bowing the head, folding hands, making the sign of the cross, etc. More complex acts of worship involve the offering of sacrifices, rites, sermons, prayers, services, religious feasts, and so on. The activity of worship satisfies believers' religious needs. In the course of religious worship, aesthetic needs can also be satisfied through religious art. Religious worship interacts with other elements of religion. Remonstrance. See Annineans or Remonstrants. Renaissance, a period of intense development in the thought and culture of Western and Central Europe, which marked the transition from the Middle Ages to the modern era. This radical transformation in all spheres of culture and learning also had a considerable influence on the evolution of religious consciousness, on the development of free thinking and atheism. The humanistic outlook typical of the Renaissance, in contrast to the theocentrism of the Middle Ages, placed the relationship between men and the world around them at the center of attention. The humanism of the Renaissance focused first and foremost on man's destiny on earth, no longer making that subordinate to the goal of salvation beyond the grave, but devoting pride of place to the harmonious development of the individual, the doctrines of original sin and redemption, even if they were not openly rejected. Renan 489. Were no longer accorded much attention. Man was considered to be the crowning of God's creation, and his activity to be the continuation of that creation on earth. The thinkers of the Renaissance saw man's merit to lie in his creative activity, channeled towards the development and advance of human civilization, and in his innate freedom, interpreted as freedom of moral choice, bringing in its wake the individual's personal moral responsibility for the consequences of that choice. Unlike the religious view of man, the humanist thinkers of the Renaissance regard man as capable of aspiring to moral perfection without the help of divine grace. Humanist criticism of the Church as an institution and of the morals of the Roman Catholic clergy, going beyond the framework of medieval anti-clericalism, were bound up with the controversy over the human ideal. The Renaissance gave birth to a new picture of the world, in which God and nature came to be viewed as almost one and the same thing, and in which nature and man himself were almost deified. In the works of the most radical among the thinkers of the late Renaissance, naturalist pantheism seemed very close to materialism and atheism. Humanists of the Renaissance period elaborated a new interpretation of Christianity as a religion that was initially one common to all mankind and inborn, in which differences relating to rituals and creeds played a secondary role. Christianity was approached above all as a code of ethics, a set of moral prescriptions, a tool helping mankind to advance towards moral perfection. In the age of the Renaissance, attempts were made to draw up codes of ethics free from any idea of retribution or reward after death, codes which rejected the doctrine of the immortal soul as either something that could be proved, or as something that was useful in terms of promoting morality. Humanist writers subjected the texts in the Holy Scriptures to rational scientific criticism, thus laying the foundation for biblical criticism. The thinkers of the Renaissance came out against faith in miracles and the machinations of the devil, demanding scientific determinist explanations for hitherto incomprehensible natural phenomena. The most radical among them regarded religion as a phenomenon devised by man that had no true foundation but which was useful for consolidating political domination and taming the common people, although superfluous for the enlightened elite guided in its behavior by the dictates of morality. These ideas reflect the social limitations intrinsic to the criticism of religion found in the culture of the Renaissance. The freethinking of the Renaissance aroused fierce attacks from adherents of Orthodox Roman Catholicism and played a considerable part in paving the way for the more radical freethinking and atheism of the Age of the Enlightenment. Renaud, Joseph Ernest, French writer, historian, and Orientalist. In his works Histoire des origines du christianisme and Histoire du peuple d'Israël he criticized the Bible from the position of the Tubingen school, and he put forward the suggestion that Christ was a historical figure in his Vie de Jesus. 490 Renovationisfs. Renovationists, opposition movement within the Russian Orthodox Church stemming from the discontent of believers and certain secessions of the clergy with the counter-revolutionary policies of Patriarch Tikhon. The beginning of the movement can be seen as May 1922, and it ended soon after the Great Patriotic War of 1941 to 1945, when the Renovationist clergy, together with their parishes, rejoined the Russian Orthodox Church. From the very outset it was not a homogeneous movement, since within it there operated the living Church, the Church Renewal, the union of the communities of the ancient Apostolic Church and some other smaller groups. At the high point of this movement's development it enjoyed the support of almost half the Russian Orthodox parishes and half of the ruling archpriests. After condemning the counter-revolutionary activities of Tikhon and his followers, the Renovationists declared their political support for the new socialist order, introduced a number of changes in church administration, and demanded a review of doctrine, ethics, the liturgy and other aspects of religious life. The political orientation of this movement reflected the demands of the times and was greeted with approval by the faithful and that section of the clergy, particularly the parish priests, who welcomed the socialist revolution. In many respects it was this movement which for the first time formulated those principles for the functioning of religion and the church under socialism, which were later further elaborated and put into practice by the Russian Orthodox Church. Requiem, a Mass for the Dead in the Roman Catholic Church, a multi-part musical setting for chorus and soloist. For the text of this Mass. The requiems written by Mozart, Berlioz, Verdi, and certain other composers have a significance which extends beyond religion and they are often performed in concert halls as well as religious buildings. Rerum Novarum. See Social Encyclicals of the Papacy. Research Center for RELI. Jun and Human Rights in Closed Societies, Religious Propaganda Center in the USA. It was founded and is headed by Blahoslav S. Hruby. The center puts out a periodical entitled Religion in Communist-Dominated Areas which is distributed in many countries and which contains slanderous fabrications about violations of FREEDOMOF worship in the socialist and developing countries. It is one of the links in the chain of clerical anti-communist organizations. Responsible 11Y, a concept denoting the system of values imposing obligations on man as a member of society, demanding from society and from the individual assessment of how well those obligations have been fulfilled. Responsibility is an important principle for the regulation of man's behavior, and also for man's moral awareness for the apportioning of guilt and punishment. The RFRBUTION or RUARD 491. Religious interpretation of responsibility is incorporated into the theocentric system of morality and is misleading with its mention of a spontaneous process of social development that is not subject to social control. The highest authorities, in relation to which man has to be aware of his responsibility, are, in religious morality, supernatural forces, such as fate or a god. In religious teachings, man is essentially relieved of personal responsibility for concrete social evils, and the real social sources of those evils are concealed from him. The real authorities before which the believer in antagonistic class society is responsible or called to account are the institutions of that society, including the religious organization giving voice to the interests of the ruling class, which assumes the right to apportion guilt or set man free from responsibility. The socialist conception of responsibility linked the latter first and foremost with duty, regarding it as something determined by social relations that have taken shape in the course of that society's development, rather than by illusory, supernatural forces. The dialectical materialist teaching on the social nature of responsibility, duty, and guilt is diametrically opposed not only to religious providentialism, but also to voluntarism and moral nihilism. Retribution or reward, according to the beliefs of the faithful, retribution is punishment for violation of religious prohibitions, while rewards are granted in respect of proper observation of religious precepts and the righteous life by supernatural powers, socio-ethical religious concepts based on these beliefs. In early forms of religion, the idea of retribution is to be found most clearly manifested in the concept of the taboo, when punishment for the violation of religious prohibitions is bound to follow during man's life on earth, according to the beliefs of primitive men. In more advanced religions, teachings with regard to reward and retribution are closely linked with the moral concepts of good and evil. Retribution and reward are seen as ordained by God, and particular emphasis is laid on reward or retribution after death. Men and women are divided into two categories: the righteous who in the course of their earthly lives have accumulated good deeds and who have been following the behests of their God, the divine law, the Dana, the Sharia, and so on, for which a life of bliss awaits them beyond the grave, and the sinners who violate these laws and codes and who will be punished accordingly in the life to come. In Christianity and Islam, whole teachings have been elaborated on the subject of paradise for the righteous and hell for sinners. In Judaism, concepts of heaven and hell are extremely vague. The idea of reward from heaven is linked with the coming of Messiah, the resurrection of the dead and the establishment of the millennium of his reign on earth and a life of grace for all the righteous during that reign. In Buddhism, the principle of retributive justice is known as kanna, according to which a man's incarnation in a future life depends upon his behavior in his present incarnation. Every deviation from the Dharma, or ideal truth, leads to a lowering of his 492 Revelation. Tour social status. In more advanced religions, however, the idea of reward or retribution during life on earth has been retained, and divine retribution is interpreted as being made manifest in the form of all possible disasters befalling the individual, a whole people, a country, or the whole human race. Divine retribution is also seen as taking the form of punishment decreed by the church, synagogue, or community, to which the individual believer belongs, on account of his violation of the rules of behavior laid down by his religion in eases of heresy, free thinking, etc. Revelation. According to religious conceptions, this is the transmission to men on earth by supernatural means of truths, which allegedly come from God and are an expression of his will. Revelation is regarded in the majority of religions as a most important source of knowledge, providing guiding principles for relationships between men themselves and between men and God. In the various religions there exist the most diverse conceptions of channels for revelation. Sometimes revelation is a direct phenomenon, a mere statement by God of his will, the handing on of various divine truths with the help of various signs, the acceptance of various pieces of evidence testifying to God's existence by people endowed with special trust, who in a state of religio-1js ecstasy or mystical illumination are alleged to understand the will of God. In the Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, the Holy Scriptures and Apostolic tradition are viewed as spiritual varieties of revelation. In religious idealist phil. Osophy, revelation is the supersensory direct attainment of truth, accessible only to the chosen few at a moment of mystical illumination. Revelation of St. John me. Dmne, me Apocalypse, one of the books of the New Testament traditionally attributed to St. John the Divine, author of the fourth Gospel and 3 epistles that are part of the anti-canon and which date, according to that tradition, from the year 95 AD. The book of Revelation contains a series of visions and prophecies concerning the end of the world, the struggle between Christ and the Antichrist, the day of judgment, the millennium of the kingdom of heaven. The book of Revelation is an important link in the chain of works of eschatological literature and the first book of the NT as far as the date it was written is concerned. Basing what he said on the research of Franz Beneri, Engels demonstrated that the book of Revelation had been written in the second half of the year 68 or early in 69. Clarification of the literal meaning of the number of the beast, 666, when it emerged that the dragon Antichrist was Emperor Nero, also helped to substantiate his idea. It is not out of the question that some parts of the book of Revelation date from a later period than the bulk of the text, and in particular from the 90s of the 1st century, since Jesus Christ figures in those instead of the Lamb. The book of Revelation represents the very earliest stage in the history of Christianity, when the main doctrines of that religion had not yet taken definitive shape. Wright, CMC 493. Revealism, religious movement in Protestantism for spiritual rebirth by means of enhanced piousness, a specific phenomenon in the religious life of the Protestant churches and sects starting in the 18th century, particularly in North America and also in several countries of Europe. It was typical for Presbyterians, Congregationalists, and above all Baptists and Methodists. Religion is ethics, emotions, and charisma come to the fore in revivalism. Some sectarian groupings are attempting to regenerate these traditions in the USSR. Revolutionary Bible, Christian Bible with new commentaries and illustrations, published with the permission of the local church authorities in Santiago in 1972 by a group of priests who were advocates of liberation theology. It differs from traditional editions in its commentaries, illustrations, and also the quotations from the resolutions of the second and third meetings of the General Conference of the Latin American Episcopate. In the commentaries to the text of the Book of Genesis, the creation of the world is interpreted in the spirit of Darwin's theory of evolution. Many miracles contained in the Old and New Testament are presented as metaphorical, fantastic, or edifying tales. History is presented as the result of the activity of the popular masses, who however are duly led by God. The illustrations are secular in character. They include photographs of poor people, workers, portraits of Martin Luther King, and the rebel Brazilian bishop, Helder Camara, and so on. The Revolutionary Bible is banned in the countries of Latin America, which are dominated by ultra-right dictatorships. Ruard. See retribution or reward. Ribat. Ctekke. Righteous man, in the Orthodox Church a holy man, who has won renown through exploits and a holy life in ordinary conditions and not in a monastery. Rites, civic, collective symbolic actions which embody non-religious, secular ideas and concepts, and which call forth appropriate responses. Civic rights have existed throughout the whole history of class-based society. In ancient Greece and Rome, for example, there existed military rights, sporting rights, and official state writ 16. In Western Europe during the Middle Ages various mass spectaculars provided a counterweight to official church rights, celebrations of a carnival variety, various satirical pageants and so on. The number of civic rights increased considerably during the capitalist era. State, political, vocational and family rights appeared on the scene, which were of a secular, non-religious character, although they incorporated certain religious components. From its outset, the workers' revolutionary movement gave birth to certain civic rights. In socialist society, a range of civic rights has been gradually taking shape, among them both socio-political and personal or family rights. 494 rights, religious. Under socialism, these rights perform important social functions. They exert an ideological or educative influence insofar as they provide an important tool to help the individual assimilate socialist ideas, norms, and values. They perform a normative function, for they are closely associated with and provide a solemn framework for important normative acts. They also have an emotional psychological function, since they provide stereotyped and socially meaningful forms for the realization of collective experiences and satisfy men's needs for emotional outlets. In the USSR, considerable experience has been gleaned in the development of civic socialist rituals. Rites, religious, symbolic collective acts embodying religious concept ions and ideas, which have a supernatural illusory focal point. Religious rites constitute a most important component of religious worship. FAIU. In the supernatural, that underlies any kind of piety, also presupposes faith in the existence of a two-way relationship between man and supernatural objects of his worship. Religious rites provide means for the realization of this relationship, a means through which man can bring religious influence to bear on the supernatural. The most ancient form of religious rites is evidently magic, which provides an illusory means through which primitive men and women hope to exert an influence over their environment. In the modern world, religions' religious rites make up a complex system of ritual actions, central to which is the service, i.e. the collective religious rite, performed by the faithful in a church or other place of worship. Religious rites provide an important means for exerting intellectual, psychological, and emotional influence on the faithful, by molding both the system of familiar religious images and concussions in the minds of the faithful and their habits of worship that constitute one of their behavior patterns. Many churches at the present time are faced with the task of adapting religious rites of archaic origin to the modern world. Ritschl, Albrecht. German Protestant theologian. Ritschl started out from the idea that religion can only be a matter of faith, not one of knowledge. From the point of view of Christian dogma, God exists only as love, and therefore questions of a metaphysical character should be excluded from theology, while metaphysics itself is only possible on a basis of Christian ethics. Ritschl's writings exercised an immense influence on the theology of Germany in the late 19th century. Ritual mask, facial representation of any zoomorphic or anthropomorphic creature, donned by a human being for ritual purposes. The use of ritual masks is linked with ancestor worship, the worship of spirits or animals or totemist concepts, etc. The person wearing a ritual mask has, as it were, turned himself into the creature depicted by the mask. The range of purposes for which ritual masks are used is extremely wide. They are worn by members of secret societies for men in Oceania and Africa. Shaman ritual masks are used by the peoples of Siberia. They also are made wide use of in the religious mysteries and in Robinson 495. Burial rituals of peoples from many parts of the world. Ritual trials, legal trials concerning false accusations of murder, that has allegedly been committed in order to make a human sacrifice or to use blood in religious rituals. The best known of such trials were those instituted against the Jews, specially arranged by the ruling classes and Christian churchmen in order to fan hostility between different ethnic groups and to distract the attention of the masses from acute social problems. Robertson, Archibald, British Marxist, historian, and public figure. He defended the principle of the historical approach to the analysis of religion, and he investigated the questions of the origin of Christianity and the historical one-tie of religion. In his work Socialism and Religion, he explained the need for cooperation between communists and believers in the fight for social progress. Robertson, John Mackinnon, Scottish scholar, historian of early Christianity. In his books such as Christianity and Mythology, Pagan Christs, Studies in Comparative Hierology, he defended the position of the mythological school. He considered the pre-Christian cult of Joshua to be the source of the Christ legend. According to Robertson, the Gospels were a collection of myths, which had come into being as a result of a false understanding of the phenomena of nature. The main methodological weakness in Robertson's views was the lack of any concrete historical analysis of the causes behind the emergence of Christianity. Robertson Smith, William, English historian and Orientalist. He devoted much attention to criticism of the Bible. In his work Pre-Christian Jesus he examines pre-Christian cults. The initial stage of the development of religion was, in his opinion, magic. Robertson Smith's idea concerning the priority of ritual over against myth provided the foundation for the conception of the ritual origin of culture, elaborated by James Fraser and the latter's followers. Ethnological research in the 20th century has not borne out his theory. Robinet, Jean-Baptiste René, French philosopher, inconsistent materialist, advocate of hylozoism and deism. On the one hand he developed the materialist viewpoint to the effect that the world has no beginning and will not have an end, neither in space nor in time, and that matter has an inner source of development. On the other, he maintained that God is the first cause of everything. Robinet stressed the fact that his God was outside the world and of an impersonal nature, essentially defining him in purely negative terms and turning him into no more than an empty philosophical abstraction. Robinson, John, Anglican bishop, representative of modern radical theology. In his work Honest to God he declared the need to elaborate a new conception of God. He places socio-ethical teaching at the center of Christianity, by maintaining that true Christianity 496 Ragazaskoy Chemiri must be based on the believer's active participation in lay life. Ragazaskoy Cemetery, a cemetery which was established in Moscow for the burial of the victims of an epidemic of the plague and which later, in 1771, was turned into the center for one of the old Beliver communities in Moscow. In 1853, the spiritual center for the old Beliver Archbishopric of Moscow and all Russia was set up in the cemetery and is still there today. Roman Catholic Church. See Roman Catholicism. Roman Catholic Philosa. OPHY, a trend in religious philosophy that unites various schools which have as their goal the substantiation of Roman Catholic doctrine, the refutation of atheist teachings and in particular the scientifically materialist world outlook /. In the late Middle Ages this philosophy made a transition from Augustinian Platonism to Christian Aristotelianism, in which were embodied the aspirations of Roman Catholic philosophers to create a universal religious and philosophical system corresponding to the ideological requirements of the Roman Catholic Church. In the period of the Renaissance and the modern era there grew up within Roman Catholic philosophy various trends, whose representatives attempted to broaden its foundations and to incorporate into it new philosophical ideas. At the present time the official philosophical doctrine of the Roman Catholic Church is Neo-Thomism. At th1 same time there exist trends within Roman Catholic philosophy that deviate from Neo-Thomism. These include Augustinianism, the teachings of Francisco de Suarez, spiritualism, and Christian existentialism. Supporters of these trends attempt to make use of certain fashionable idealist trends in order to consolidate Roman Catholic philosophy. Roman Catholicism, one of the main branches of Christianity. Western or Roman Catholicism finally took shape as a dogma and church after the Great Schism of the Churches in 1054. There are a number of features peculiar to the dogma, worship, and structure of religious administration of the Roman Catholic Church which reflect the path of development of West European feudalism. The Roman Catholic Church is strictly centralized and it has a single world center, the Vatican, and a single head, the Pope, the pinnacle of a multi-tier hierarchy of its authoritarian organization. Within the Roman Catholic Church the Pope is considered as the representative of Jesus Christ on earth, infallible in matters of faith and morality, and his power is considered as superior to that of the ecumenical councils. As the source of their dogma, Roman Catholics take not only the Holy Scriptures but also the Apostolic tradition, which for the Roman Catholics includes both the resolutions of the ecumenical councils of the Roman Catholic Church and Roman Ca 1 Holicism 497. The decrees of the Pope. Roman Catholic priests take a vow of celibacy. Another special feature of the Roman Catholic Church is the emotional worship of the Virgin Mary, recognition of the doctrine concerning the Immaculate Conception and her Assumption into heaven, the addition of the Filioque to the Creed, and the doctrine regarding purgatory. Intrinsic to Roman Catholicism are lavish, theatrical worship, widespread veneration of all manner of relics, worship of martyrs, saints and the blessed. For centuries services in the Roman Catholic Church were conducted in Latin, and it was only the Second Vatican Council which finally granted permission for services to be held in the local languages of the countries where Roman Catholic worship was practiced. The official philosophical doctrine of the Roman Catholic Church is the teaching of St. Thomas Aquinas that has by now been adapted to suit modern conditions. The Roman Catholic Church of today possesses an enormous army of priests subject to a strict code of discipline, numerous monastic orders, missionary, charitable and other religious organizations and institutions. It is also supported by secular organizations with a mass following, political parties, trade unions, youth, women, and other associations. In order to spread religious ideology and socio-political ideas, the Roman Catholic Church makes wide use of the press, radio, cinema, television, publishing houses, Catholic educational establishments and so on. The Roman Catholic Church and its various or 32-0101s. Organizations stand out, and in particular nowadays, on the strength of their ability to adapt to a changing world. Under pressure of demands from the faithful, the papacy introduces new points to its social programming. Within the Roman Catholic Church there is a never-ending struggle between the modernists and traditionalists. The Vatican has been obliged to make a transition from open anti-communism to a search for new approaches, to a dialogue with the world. Various left trends within the Roman Catholic Church are beginning to play an ever greater role. These adopt an anti-imperialist stance in regard to international relations, come out in defense of the rights of the working people and condemn reactionary, particularly fascist regimes. Roman Catholic working people are now involving themselves on a far wider scale in class-based and democratic organizations, and they are supporting united accession by all democratic forces against the anti-popular policies of the monopolies and are calling for peace on earth. According to church statistics, there were approximately 800 million Roman Catholics in the world at the beginning of the 1980s. Roman Catholicism is the predominant faith in Italy, Spain, Portugal, France, Belgium, Austria, and the Latin American countries. In the socialist countries, Roman Catholics count for the majority of believers in the population in Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Cuba. In the USSR, Roman Catholics are to be found in the Baltic republics and in West 498 Romani Orthodox Church. Parts of Belarusia and the Ukraine. Romanian Orthodox Church, the second largest of the Orthodox churches as regards numbers of its adherents. It became autocephalous in 1865 and from 1925 has been headed by a patriarch. In 1948 the Romanian Orthodox Church merged with the Greek Catholic Uniate Church. The Romanian Orthodox Church is administered by the Synod and the National Church Council. Within the Church there are 5 metropolitan sees, 12 eparchies, and 8,600 parishes. A diocese in America and church districts in Jerusalem, Sofia, Vienna, London, and Baden-Baden also come under the jurisdiction of the Synod in Romania. The Romanian Orthodox Church has 2 theological institutes and a number of seminaries and approximately 100 monasteries. It is a member of the WORLD Council of Churches. Roots of religion, the entire range of factors which make possible the appearance and growth of our religion. Distinctions can be drawn between social, epistemological, and psychological roots of religion. The social roots of religion are those social relations, which hold sway over people in their everyday life, with material conditions playing the decisive role. With regard to social roots, historical associations are also important, since religion is the fruit of the development of society as a whole, of its individual components, and also the result of its own internal development, i.e. religion also has history. Roots. Epistemological roots of religion are elements of cognitive activity that make possible the emergence of religious notions, concepts, myths, and ideas, providing a false reflection of reality. The epistemological roots of religion and idealism are rectilinearity and one-sidedness, woodenness and petrification, subjectivism and subjective blindness. Human cognition is the dialectical process of the transition from non-knowledge to knowledge, but cognition does not proceed in a straight line. The metaphysical or the subjective nature of certain facets of the cognitive process or its absolutization lead to a distorted perception of reality. Even sensual contemplation or the imagination can provide the breeding ground for the appearance of religious images. The possibility of consciousness drifting away from reality is present even at the level of rational cognition. If in a subjective, metaphysical way the general separates itself from the particular, the single, if the dialectics of the formation of a general concept is ignored, then there emerges the tendency to find a vehicle for a general definition, to turn the general into an independent entity. The epistemological possibilities for the emergence of religion are realized only if social roots for the emergence of religion are there. Psychological roots of religion are states, processes and mechanisms of social, group or individual thinking, which create favorable psychological soil in which piety can flourish and take root. Distinctions are drawn between psychological roots of religion as they apply, on the one hand, to individuals and, on the other, to society. The first category includes Rousseau 499. Personal suffering and distress, fear of death and the experience of loneliness and so on. Socio-psychological roots of religion are phenomena to be observed in the psychology of social groups or a society as a whole, such as the need for social intercourse, public opinion, collective and mass fears and sufferings, patterns of negativism and contagion of ideas, communication, persuasion, imitation, traditions, customs, etc. The unconscious processes through human mentality may also give rise to religious feelings. While the unconscious process is a hidden one, its result emerges as something preordained and ready-made. In the context of antagonistic social formations, the psychological roots of religion are mainly those tense states of the masses or individuals which are called forth by the spontaneous nature of the social process, exploitation, low social status and so on. Under socialism, not only the social but also the psychological roots of religion are being gradually eliminated. Rosary, in the Roman Catholic Church, a form of devotion to the Virgin Mary that consists of the recitation of 5 or 15 decades of Ave Marias, each decade preceded by the Paternoster and followed by the Gloria, round beads threaded on a string or hooked together, which are made of glass, bone, wood, amber and other materials. Orthodox and Roman Catholic believers often attach a small cross to their rosaries as well. They are used to count out prayers and reverences. According to 3:2*. Church tradition, rosaries were introduced in the 4th century by the founder of one of the first Christian monasteries, Saint Pachomius, for illiterate monks who had to recite a specific number of prayers and exect a specific number of reverences in the course of each day. Rosaries are also widely used by Buddhists and Muslims. Rasselinus, French theologian and nominalist philosopher. He interpreted the Trinity as 3 divine persons, thus rejecting the existence of a unity of substance, which, according to Christian dogma, unites God the Father, God the Son and God the Holy Spirit. The Church declared his teaching to be heretical. Rosh Hashanah, Jewish New Year. In the Bible it is referred to as the day when the shofar is blown. It was probably associated with the festival of the moon, which was celebrated by blowing the shofar, as if to drive away evil spirits. After the Babylonian captivity and under the influence of Babylonian culture, Rosh Hashanah developed as a festival of the divine judgment, when Yahweh pronounces his verdict for all living things. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques, writer and philosopher of the French Enlightenment, supporter of deism. He criticized religious dogma and the policies pursued by the clergy, rejecting the teaching of the Church on the creation of the natural world by God and the divine nature of the monarchy and feudal privileges, stressing at the same time the inhumane character of Christianity. At the same time Rousseau, 500 Rezanov, recognized the existence of God as a being, who sets in motion the universe and orders the world. Rousseau put forward the hypothesis that Christianity might be replaced by deism as the dominant religion. This thought was virtually implemented by Robespierre when he declared the cult of the supreme being as the state religion. Rezanov, Vasily, prominent Russian author and religionist philosopher. At the beginning of the 20th century he was one of representatives of the God-Seekers movement. Christianity, in his opinion, expresses a perception of the world that is permeated with a sense of hopelessness and an awareness of death. He criticizes Christianity in the name of another, living religion, in the name of another church, for there is no people without a church and a God. He attempted to base his philosophy of life on a deification of the erotic, sex, family and clan. Hence his interest in phallic cults. His works include Okolo Stentsirkovnik, Tiomny like, Metaphysica Christianstva, Opavshi Listaya, Izvostoknik Motivov. Rublev, Andrei, St., Russian painter, founder of the Moscow School of Icon Painting. His work was rooted in the artistic tradition of Muscovite Russia. Rublev was well versed in the Byzantine art and the art of the southern Slavs, and this was reflected in his works. Within the confines of medieval iconography, Rublev was able to depict man's high spiritual and moral qualities. Icons from his brush and his frescoes are profoundly poetic and philosophical in content. In some of Rublev's works, a clear departure from church canon can be discerned. Rublev's work is one of the high points of Russian and world culture. In 1947 the Andrei Rublev Museum of Medieval Russian Art was opened on the territory of the Faulkner Our Savior and Andronikos Monastery in Moscow, in which Rublev had lived for several years and died. Rudra, one of the ancient Vedic deities of India. He was held to be the god of lightning and thunder, master of storms and winds. He was also venerated as the healer, master of medicinal herbs, that could prolong men's lives. After passing through various transformations and fusing with Shiva, Rudra became one of the principal gods of Hinduism. Rulyi Karl, Russian biologist and upholder of the theory of evolution, a professor at Moscow University. He developed Darwin's teaching concerning the way in which the evolution of living nature is C01, one by changes in the environment, but he did not go so far as to elaborate a concept of natural selection. Rulyi rejected the ideas holding sway in his time, to the effect that species are something unalterable, and he criticized the theological nature of the teaching disseminated by Georges Cuvier. He also strove to make scientific knowledge more readily available. Russian Orthodox Church 501. Rural Dean, administrative official in the Orthodox and other Christian churches, who assists his bishop by inspecting the work of the churches and clergy in part of a diocese. A rural dean is usually responsible for between 10 and 30 churches. In Russia this office was introduced under Peter the Great. In accordance with his ecclesiastical regulations, the duties of a rural dean included that of informing the bishop as to the state of affairs pertaining in the parishes and as to the behavior of the clergy. Later the office of senior rural dean was introduced in the Russian Orthodox Church, and he was called upon to supervise the work of the rural deans. In addition, there are rural deans who are responsible for monasteries and inspect fathers superior and monks. Rosalin, ancient Slavonic pagan festivities linked with veneration of spirits of fertility, vegetation, and rain. In ancient Rus these festivals survived as traces of pre-Christian beliefs. Russell, Bertrand. English positivist philosopher, logician, public figure. His work was a continuation of the traditions of atheism and rationalism. His idealist views served to explain the inconsistency of his criticism of religion. He failed to understand the epistemological roots of religion and the difference between the diametrically opposed religious and scientific world outlooks. Russell rejected the basic doctrines of Christianity, evidence for the exist of God and religious morality. He saw fear as the basis of religion and science as a means through which the individual can assert himself. Russian Church outside Russia. See Karlov Sifishin. Russian Orthodox Church, the largest of the autocephalous Orthodox churches. It emerged after the conversion of ancient Rus to Christianity in 988, and for a long period it came under the jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Constantinople. It was only in the mid-15th century that it achieved real independence. In 1589, a patriarchate was instituted in Russia which existed until 1721, when a synod, headed by a chief procurator, was set up to take charge of the church. Being the state church of the Russian Empire, the Russian Orthodox Church throughout the whole of its history, up until 1917, defended the interests of the ruling classes and Tsarist autocracy. After the collapse of the autocratic order, the Patriarchate was reinstituted at the local council of 1917. Tikhon came to head the church, which pronounced an anathema upon the new Soviet government. The Russian Orthodox Church adopted an openly hostile stance with regard to the revolution. Only at the end of the 1920s did it change its orientation, declaring that it was loyal to the Soviet order. At the present time, the Russian Orthodox Church is the largest religious association within the USSR, with regard to the number of its adherents. There are 76 eparchies and 4 exarchates within its jurisdiction. The parishes of the Russian Orthodox Church in the USA and Canada together form a separate division. The Russian Orthodox Church is administered by the Holy Synod, which is headed by the Patriarch. It provides training for deacons and priests at 5 seminaries and 2 academies and engages in publishing activity, putting out service books, and also the Journal the Moscow Patriarchate. The Bible, annual calendars and theological works are also put out. Under the jurisdiction of the Russian Orthodox Church there are 30 monasteries. Its revenue comes from voluntary donations, payments for occasional religious rites, and sums obtained through the sale of candles and other articles required for purposes of worship. The Russian Orthodox Church enjoys the same rights as other religious associations. Constitutional guarantees of freedom of conscience provide the Church with every opportunity for satisfying the religious needs of the faithful. Russicum or Russian Semin. Ari, College of St. Teresa, a special educational establishment led and run by the Jesuit order, which comes under the jurisdiction of the Roman Curia. It was set up by Pope Pius XI in 1929. The seminary prepares propaganda experts for subversive activity in the territory of the USSR and other socialist countries. Numerous among the graduates of this establishment have been descendants of white Russian émigrés, who had adopted Roman Catholicism. Rustaveli, Shota 12th century. Georgian humanist poet and thinker, author of the poem Night in a Tiger's Skin, a masterpiece of world literature. Rustaveli supported the pantheist views of Dionysius the Pseudo-Areopagite and Joan Petrizzi, and as a result he was subjected to persecution on the part of the clergy. Sabaoth, epithet used in Judaism to refer to Yahweh as the Lord of Hosts. In Christianity the word is identified with the first person of the Trinity, God the Father. Sabbatarians, one of the religious sects that spread among peasants in the late 17th and early 18th century in central Russia. The setting up of this sect was a specific form of social protest by the peasants against serfdom and the Orthodox Church. The Subotniki rejected the Orthodox Church and Christian dogma. The Old Testament provided their holy scripture. They did not recognize the Trinity and believed in a single God, regarding Christ as one of the prophets. Like the Jews, they celebrated the Sabbath, not Sunday, rejected veneration of icons, adhered to several abstentions with regard to food, gave their children Hebrew names and performed the rite of circumcision. Their confession of Judaism, complete with its dogma, complex rituals, and rites, promoted the inward-looking nature of their communities. In the 19th century there were several tens of thousands of Sabbatarians in Russia. At the present time isolated pockets of Sabbatarians are to be found in Voronezh region of Russia, in Azerbaijan and Armenia. Seventh-day Adventists, who regard the Sabbath as a day of celebration, are often referred to as Sabbatarians. Sabbath, day of rest and a religious festival in Judaism and in some Christian sects. According to the Bible, the festival of the Sabbath was established by God. After creating the earth in 6 days, God rested on the seventh day, blessed the seventh day and sanctified it. In actual fact, the festival of the Sabbath was linked with moon worship that was widespread among the ancient peoples of the East. It would appear that the prototype for the Jewish Sabbath was the Shabbat of the ancient Babylonians, the day of rest to celebrate the full moon. The Babylonians desist from work on the 7th, 14th, 21st, and 28th days of 2 months, considering as they did that those were unlucky days. The Babylonians had adopted their day of rest from the Sumerians, then the Canaanites from the Babylonians, and the Jews from the Canaanites. In Judaism, the days marking the 4 phases of the moon were regarded as days of rest and thanksgiving to Yahweh. In 2 tractates of the Talmud 39 types of work are listed which may not be undertaken on the Sabbath. Sacral, adjective applied to all things, persons, actions, texts, verbal formulas, buildings, and so on that are related to religious worship. Asacral is the opposite of secular, or 504 sacralization. That which has no connection with the sphere of religion. Sacralization, the investing of material objects, persons, actions, verbal formulas, patterns of behavior etc. with magical properties, and the elevation of the latter to the rank of the sacral, the sacred, the holy. Sacralization could take place spontaneously, or as part of a tradition. In a number of denominations special rites of sanctification were elaborated. Sanctified objects, persons, actions, texts, expressions, and so on can also be the subject of desacralization. Protestantism, for example, removed from practices of worship the apostolic tradition, icons, saints, relics, some sacraments etc. Sacraments, ritual acts in Christianity, in which allegedly the invisible grace of God is imparted in visible form to the faithful. In the Orthodox, Roman Catholic and Anglican churches 7 sacraments are recognized: baptism, chrismation, the Eucharist, the ordering of priests, penance, holy matrimony, and the anointing of the sick. In the majority of Protestant movements only baptism and the Eucharist are administered, and these are regarded simply as symbolic rituals, no different from any others. According to the teaching of the Chun, sacraments were instituted by Jesus Christ. In actual fact they were introduced into Christian worship over a long period. Initially only baptism and the Eucharist were introduced, then followed the ordination of priests, and the rest established themselves in Christian worship in the 4th to 5th centuries. The source of the sacraments should be sought in ancient beliefs, in the acts of magic of our distant ancestors, who were convinced that it was possible to communicate directly with supernatural forces and bring influence to bear on them. When instituting the sacraments, the Christian Church also drew upon numerous elements from the mysterious rites of Eastern religions, in particular Mithraism. The Church attributed great importance to the correct ministering of the sacraments, thereby implying that it was essential for a legitimate member of the clergy to be involved and for the sacrament to be ministered in accordance with officially established practice. In this the Church underlined its role as mediator between God and men, without whom the sacraments are considered invalid. This condition is not recognized by the Protestant churches, who reject the idea of the Church's mediation in man's communion with God. Sacred. See sacral. Sacrifices, offering of, religious ritual designed to propitiate or give thanks to a deity or deities. It is to be found in almost all religions. Various types of sacrifices are practiced. Human life or parts of an individual's body can be sacrificed. Virginity, live animals may be blessed or sacrificial animals may be offered as a sacrifice. Produce from hunting, gathering, animal husbandry, or land cultivation may be offered to the gods. The burning of fragrant herbs, fires, the hanging of pieces of kernel, ard material by holy springs in Salvation 505. Mountain passes, or in places inhabited by spirits. Sacri Iy, name of a room in a Christian church, in which are kept objects required for purposes of worship used during services, vestments, sacred vessels etc. Sadducees, a religious political group in Judea, which consisted of the priestly aristocracy. The Sadducees defended the position of the slave-owning elite, with which its own interests were closely allied. They acknowledged the Torah and denied the messianic and eschatological ideas that were emerging at that time, and also bodily resurrection. Saints, worship of, religious veneration of persons, called saints by the Church, whom God allegedly endowed with miraculous powers and made mediators between himself and men on account of their righteous life, steadfast profession of their faith and pious exploits. The worship of saints occupies an important place in Judaism, Islam, Christianity. Such worship emerges at the time of the transition from polytheism to monotheism, when the main gods are set apart from the rest. The remainder are demoted to saints. The worship of saints can be traced back to primitive ancestor worship. In Christianity it developed on the basis of the veneration of heroes that had existed in the society of ancient Greece. The complete Christian calendar eludes thousands of saints, both those mentioned by name and nameless saints. Among them there are both fictitious figures, such as Elijah the prophet and Saint George, and real historical personages. Prominent hierarchs, founders of monasteries and secular rulers were among those canonized by the Church. Prophets, righteous men, canonized monks, apostles, and martyrs number among the saints. Festivals are instituted in their honor, during which the saints' righteous life is glorified in every possible way. Lives of the saints compiled by church writers provide colorful descriptions of their exploits filled out with fantastic inventions. Salad. See him as Salii, priests of the god Mars in ancient Rome and of his Sabina equivalent, the god Quirinus, who made up 2 collegii, each consisting of 12 persons, the Salii Palatini and the Salii Colini, both of which were named after districts of Rome. Salii were chosen from among the patricians and in charge of them was a magister. During annual celebrations dedicated to Mars, the Salii sang magic hymns and performed sacred dances, beating sacred shields with spears. According to tradition, one of the Ancilia had fallen from heaven. Apart from the Roman Salii there also existed collegii of Salii in certain other Italian cities. Salvation, according to Religionious conceptions, this represents Su. 506 Salvation Army. Prime bliss, which is granted to man by God when he satisfies a number of conditions and demands that are placed before him in God's name. Various religions specify different paths to salvation. The Christian Church, for example, starts out from the fact that man is allegedly sinful from birth, and it therefore teaches that the path to salvation requires the individual to overcome sin through renewal and restoration, and thus reconcile him with God. Among the indispensable conditions that need to be fulfilled before the Christian can achieve salvation are the observation of the biblical commandments, repentance, and the celebration of the rites prescribed by the Church. In the Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches, salvation is declared only to be possible with the help of the Church. In Protestantism, the Church's role as mediator is rejected and the principle of justification by faith alone is put forward. In Buddhism, man is called upon to follow the eightfold path of salvation, only then can he achieve the supreme level of bliss nirvana, and after death put an end to his reincarnations. In Islam, the man who aspires to salvation is obliged to carry out unswervingly a range of prescriptions including obligatory prayers, fasting and pilgrimage to holy shrines. In reward for a righteous life the faithful are promised an eternal, serene life in paradise. The religious teaching concerning salvation has over many centuries hindered the working people from understanding the true cause of their hard life and from appreciating the real paths towards liberation from all kind of oppression. Salvation Army, international religious philanthropic organization founded in 1865 and reorganized along military lines in 1878 for the propagation of religious ideas among the poorest strata of society in London. The Salvation Army soon spread its work to other countries, in particular the USA and Canada, and it is now active in many capitalist countries. Its work is supported by the bourgeoisie, especially that of Britain and the United States. It uses its funds to maintain DOS houses, canteens, and hospitals. Those who are given material assistance are required to take part in a number of religious functions. Samsara. In Hinduism and Buddhism, this is a concept concerning the fluidity and impermanence of all that is living, a single chain of transitions from one corporeal form to another, a cycle of births and deaths, transmigration, metempsychlosis. A soul can dwell within the body of a man, animal, or in a plant, and its migration takes place in accordance with the law of Kaina. The aim of human salvation is the liberation from reincarnations and the attainment of moksha and nirvana. Escape from the cycle of reincarnations can be secured through dana, i.e. fulfillment by man of religious duties. Only dharma can secure a better incarnation or salvation. Sanhedrin. In the 1st century B.C. this was the Supreme Council in Judea, which had legal and political functions. It met in the temple in Jerusalem and was presided over by Satyrs 507. The high priest. Representatives of the secular aristocracy also sat on this council together with priests. The final authority was in the hands of the Roman procurators. Sankhya, one of the orthodox schools of ancient Indian philosophy. The teaching was expounded in the Sankhya Karika and the Sankhya Sutras. In this philosophy it is held that the world has two primary causes, primordial matter, which has three intrinsic qualities or gunas, i.e. sattva, tamas, and rajas, and the spiritual principle, purusha. The interaction of prakriti and purusha sets in motion the development of the universe and the individual. Sartre, Jean-Paul. French writer, dramatist, existentialist philosopher and ideologist of so-called atheist existentialism. His main philosophical works are L'être l'enient and Critique de la raison dialectique. Sartre rejected theology and considered all evidence for the existence of God as inconsistent. He stressed the inner contradictions inherent in the very concept God. He maintained that there is no God and man is condemned to freedom. Satan, the devil, in many religions, the evil spirit or head of the evil spirits, the cause of evil in the world, the ruler of hell inciting people to commit sin. Historical sources for belief in Satan are rooted in the conceptions of good and evil spirits that evolved in primitive society. As class-based society began to take shape, so there developed ideas concerning the hierarchy of leading and less important spirits, who in the course of the development of monotheistic religions were transformed into devils or Satan. Other names also used to denote the devil include Beelzebub, Lucifer, Mephistopheles. Saturn, in the mythology of ancient Rome, the god of sowing, patron of farming. The cult of Saturn was one of the most widespread in ancient Italy. Saturn was depicted as a man with a large beard and usually holding a sickle. In the late 3rd and early 2nd century the cult of Saturn merged with that of the Greek god Cronus. He gave his name to a day of the week, Saturday. Saturnalia, in ancient Rome, the annual celebration in honor of Saturn, which fell at the time of the winter solstice and lasted for several days. In memory of the universal equality that had allegedly existed during Saturn's reign, slaves during the days of the Saturnalia festivities enjoyed the same rights as their masters, and frequently masters waited on their slaves. When Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire, the Saturnalia celebrations were forbidden. Sayr, in ancient Greek mythology, lesser deities or demigods, who appear originally to have been sylvan or mountain spirits and who embodied the powers of nature. They 508 Psalm were depicted as men with goat's horns, ears, and legs. Psalm 30-day Muslim fast during the month of Ramadan, which is interrupted each day between sunset and sunrise. Its origins can be traced back to ancient Arab cults. It coincided with the hottest time of the year, when stocks of food were almost used up and a large part of agricultural work was carried out at a cooler time of day than usual, i.e. during the evening or night. The link between the psalm and the conditions of everyday life which led to the emergence of this practice became less obvious when the new lunar calendar was introduced in the Caliphate, the Hijra, whose months and thus the Ramadan fast begin each year 1 days earlier than AC according to the solar calendar. Islamic tradition links Ramadan with the time when the Quran was sent down to earth. Believers who observe the psalm should, while devoting their thoughts to God, refrain from eating, drinking, gambling, entertainment, and bathing from dawn till the onset of darkness. Savonarola, Girolamo, Italian religious and political reformer, preacher, and Dominican monk. Calling upon the faithful to return to the apostolic ideal, he condemned luxury, entertainment, and the vanity of secular art. After the fall of the tyrannical Medicis in 1494 and the reinstitution of a republic in Florence, he implemented a number of democratic reforms. Savonarola's attempt to combine a republic with a theocracy robbed him of the support of the masses. The Pope and the Medicis exploited the situation and had Savonarola brought to trial, accused of heresy and then executed. Savvatii Solovetsky, St. He was a monk at the Kirilo-Belozersky monastery and later lived as a recluse on the island of Valam. Subsequently he moved to Solovetsky Islands and, together with Saint Zosima, founded a monastic community there, commonly known as the Solovetsky Monastery. Sayyid or said, an honorary title for Muslims, who can trace their origin back to Muhammad. As a sign of distinction they wear a green turban. In the Middle Ages the title Sayyid was used also for tribal leaders and representatives of the nobility. Skeeler, Max, Ger man philosopher, representative of phenomenology and philosophical anthropology. In 1916 he became a Roman Catholic. Skeeler tried to create a system of absolute values. Skeeler's interpretation of the phenomenological method was close to existentialism. Shair is considered one of the founders of the phenomenology of religion, which was designed for the study of the essence of the divine, the forms in which the divine is revealed to man and also the actual fact of faith, with the help of which man can grasp the significance of divine revelations. Thus Skeeler's whole phenomenology of religion can be seen to be based on theological premises. His main work was Vom im Mens Chen. Scholasticism 509. Schelling, Friedrich Wilhelm. Joseph von, German philosopher. He elaborated ideas of nature philosophy and Identitätsphilosophie of being and thought, which made him one of the leading representatives of classical German idealism. Later he adopted positivist ideas, which he set off against the negative philosophy of Aristotle and we, according to Schelling, combined philosophy of mythology and philosophy of revelation. From that point of view mythology, seen as the product of consciousness that has come under the influence of divine, cosmic power, paves the way to a religion of revelation, i.e. to Christianity. Schelling's view of the development of youths is of an academic interest. Schema, in the Orthodox Church, a special degree of monasticism, regarded as the highest, which lays down that a monk should live in a solitary cell and observe a particularly strict rule. Schism. This word is used to denote any divisions or feuds within a church. Later the word was used to describe those divisions which were not accompanied by a rejection of church doctrines. This is what distinguishes a schism from a heresy. The Roman Catholic Church considered the Great Schism to be a sixolation of church unity, and it called schismatics adherents of the Orthodox Church. Schleiermacher, Friedrich. Daniel Ernst, German theologian, philosopher, and public figure. He acknowledged the existence of some kind of universal unity or God, in which all opposites are reconciled and which is revealed only via direct knowledge. He criticized both the Old and the New Testament, but from the point of view of a religious world outlook. Schleiermacher deduced religion from the inner experiences and feelings of the individual, and the variety of forms which these feelings assume in different individuals and nations accounts for the diversity of religions, of which Christianity is the highest, but not the only true one. His teachings were to exert a significant influence on the development of Protestant theology in the 19th century. Schmidt, Wilhelm. Austrian ethnographer and linguist, a Roman Catholic priest. He used his extensive ethnographic knowledge to substantiate the theological theory of primitive divine revelation and the theory of unmonotheismus, that was based on the former. His main work was Der Ursprung der Gotteside. Scholasticism, medieval philosophy in Europe in the 11th to 14th centuries, which sought to provide a theoretical basis for the religious world outlook. The main idea in Orthodox scholasticism was the rational substantiation of religioneous doctrines by applying logical methods of proof. Reflecting the domination of religion and the church in medieval feudal society, scholasticism started out by acknowledging that philosophy was the 510 Schopenhauer handmaiden of theology. Scholasticism was characterized by authoritarian thought drawn from the immutable truths of revelation, and it ascribed prime importance to the authority of the Holy Scriptures and also to that of the writings attributed to the Fathers of the Church and of the decisions adopted at the ecumenica or general councils. Scholastic thinkers were responsible for a systematization of Christian dogma and drew up codes of Roman Catholic theology, using the philosophical legacy of Aristotle and the Neoplatonic tradition reworked for Christian purposes. Two philosophical trends emerged within the framework of this method, which were fiercely opposed to each other, the idealist trend and the varieties of philosophy that were opposed to the former, which reflected the materialist leanings in the development of medieval philosophical thought. As early as the 15th century it emerged that the scholastic method was incompatible with any further advance in the natural sciences, and scholasticism began to go into deep decline. Schopenhauer, Arthur, German philosopher, advocate of iationalism and libertarianism. Schopenhauer assumed that the essence of the world is only revealed via intuitive knowledge as will, at various levels of its objectification. Being a pessimist, Schopenhauer believed that suffering was inherent in life, the only path to salvation was via the destruction of the will to live, a complete absence of desires and asceticism. Man is alone and left to his own devices, despite the fact that he creates for himself a world of demons, gods, and saints, a world of religion and superstitions. In his interpretation of human suffering and the ways of overcoming it, he comes close to the Buddhist conception of nirvana, contrasting the ideas of Brahmanism and Buddhism on the one hand, and Islam and Christianity and, in particular, of Judaism, on the other. His main work Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung appeared in 1819. Schulz, Johann Heinrich, German educator, and from 1765 a Lutheran pastor. In his works Philosophische Betrachtungen über Theologie und Religion überhaupt and der Weiste Himmelwetten Unterschieds der Moral von der Religion he came out against religion. According to Schulz, the idea of God constitutes a transfer of the features of human activity to some supreme being. Religion he saw as the result of fear and ignorance and as something that was a transient phenomenon when viewed historically. He rejected the accusations put forward against atheists to the effect that their ideas were immoral. According to Schulz, religion and morality were impossible to combine. Religious prescriptions he saw as ill-founded and useless, while natural morality, based on reason, constitutes man's spiritual wealth. Religion is morality he saw as a distortion of natural morality. For his criticism of religion, Schultz was brought to Science and Religion 511. Trial in 1791 and obliged to leave holy orders. Schweitzer, Albert. Franco-German humanist philosopher and Protestant theologian, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, progressive public figure. For many years he worked as a medical doctor in French Equatorial Africa. The basis of Schweitzer's philosophy was reverence for life, which Schweitzer saw as holding out prospects for the moral improvement of mankind. According to Schweitzer, it would not be social change but the efforts of individuals aimed at improving human nature which would make it possible to put humanist ideals into practice. Schweitzer's optimism was religious in tone and went hand in hand with an ethical interpretation of the figure of Christ. His philosophical values were somewhat eclectic in character. His main works were Kulturphilosophie and Kultur und Ethik. Sciaca, Michel Federico, Italian idealist philosopher, representative of Christian spiritualism. The central point of the philosophy of wholeness elaborated by Sciaca is the idea to the effect that the individual in his objective inner experience grasps the idea of absolute being, who is transcendent and at the same time present within the individual consciousness. He opposed trends within the Roman Catholic Church of today pressing for renewal, in particular dialogue with representatives of other faiths and philosophies, including dialogue with Marxists. Science and religion, forms of social consciousness which are diametrically opposed to each other in their essence and social role. Science, which embraces a system of knowledge relating to the laws of nature, society, and thought and also activity directed towards the achievement of such knowledge, emerges and develops hand in hand with social progress and the advance of man's cognitive needs. Religion, which is an expression of men's weakness before natural and social forces as yet unknown and beyond men's control, used to foist on them illusory conceptions concerning mighty supernatural spiritual beings and concerning men's and nature's complete dependence on the latter, thus restricting man's independence, activity, and initiative and holding back the advance of his cognitive activity. The first foundations for such sciences as astronomy, mathematics, mechanics, and logic appeared in ancient times in Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, and India, and they then developed further in ancient Greece and Rome. Scientific knowledge, even in those early days, often came into conflict with the dominant religious philosophy of the day. In the 15th and 16th centuries, natural science, a system of sciences concerned with the natural world, began to develop under the influence of the needs stemming from the emergent capitalist production of the time. Achievements in this field, starting with Copernicus' heliocentric system, were, over the next 300 years, to undermine the religious conceptions of the world and man to be found in the Bible, the 512 scientific and technological revol and religion, Quran, and other holy books. Religion is thinkers, exploiting as they did so the Church's authority, tried to subordinate knowledge from the sphere of the natural sciences to religious doctrines. While scientific theories, which contradicted the Holy Scriptures and their proponents, were subjected to persecution. In the second half of the 19th century, natural sciences broke free from the shackles of religion after demonstrating the inconsistency of religious conceptions of nature. Historical materialism expounded by Marx and Engels dealt a decisive blow at the religious interpretation of man, society, and history. The rapid advance of science in the 20th century made clearer than ever the anti-scientific essence of the religionist world outlook. Successes in the realm of science and the dissemination of knowledge facilitated the liberation of the broad masses of the working people from religious attitudes. It is precisely for this reason that theologians have been trying to create the impression that a reconciliation between modern science and the religious world outlook is possible. To this end they have had to modernize religion and also to resort to other devices, e.g. to draw a clear dividing line between the spheres of science and religion, when it comes to the pursuit of knowledge, and to utilize as yet unsolved scientific problems to substantiate the need for religious supervision of scientific activities. Scientific and Technologic. Cal Revolution and RELI. Jun. The scientific and technological revolution marked a qualitatively new stage in the struggle between science and religion, which had been going on for centuries. It contributed towards the formation of the scientific materialist world outlook, serving to consolidate a new picture of the world based on a philosophical foundation of dialectical materialism. When interpreted by theologians, the scientific and technological revolution is viewed in the abstract, outside its concrete socio-historical context. While recognizing and giving the scientific and technological revolution a positive evaluation as an extension by man of divine creation, theologians are only dealing in new forms of fideism, and they continue in their efforts to discredit science from both the epistemological and social angle and to belittle the role of human reason, so as to leave room for faith. To try and substantiate their conclusion regarding the impossibility of understanding the fundamental truth by methods accessible to science and technology, they exaggerate the relative nature of scientific knowledge. Theologians place undue emphasis on the contradictions and difficulties encountered in the scientific and technological revolution, linking these to the sinfulness of human nature and to the disruption of the harmonious balance of the modern world. Theological interpretation of the revolution in science and technology bars the way to real understanding of the complexities and problems inherent in it, to the search for new paths toward solution of those problems, while presenting as an alternative to the pernicious consequences of original sin that allegedly come to light in the negative consequences of technological advance, the utopia of Chris' Second Coming 513. Tien Humanism, the moral perfection of the individual on the path to communion with God. Marxism-Leninism examines the scientific and technological revolution within the framework of the socio-economic factors which shape it, and combats both the technocratic and also the anthropological irrationalist, religious interpretations of that revolution. Scotism, trend in late scholasticism linked with the work of the Scottish philosopher Johannes Duns Scotus. He countered the Thomist teaching presenting philosophy as the handmaiden of theology that provides rational explanation for the doctrines of faith, and he elaborated a teaching to the effect that there was a rigid dividing line between reason and faith, and the fields of philosophy and theology. Philosophy based on reason reaches an understanding of nature, while the tenets of faith do not require to be founded on reason, because faith is not speculative but practical, an act of will. Theology is viewed by him as instruction for man in the principles of Christian morality. To counteract intellectualized interpretations of God, the adherents of Scotism made the volitional principle in God preeminent. From the doctrine of divine omnipotence, the conclusion was drawn to the effect that God imparted to matter the capacity to think. Scotists defended the principle of man's free will, which to them constituted the essence of the human soul. Sichanov, Ivan. Russian materialist scholar, founder of scientific physiology and modern psychology. While examining man's 33-01018 mental activity from the standpoint of materialist monism, Sichanov demonstrated for the first time by way of experiments that all forms of man's mental and emotional life are, with regard to their origin, reflexes. He substantiated his ideas regarding the brain as the material substratum of emotional and mental phenomena and the way in which mental and emotional phenomena are determined by the external world. These ideas, expounded in the book Reflexigolovnogo Mozga, dealt a crushing blow at religious conceptions of the soul as a special mystical essence independent of the body, that was both immortal and beyond the scope of human knowledge. Sichanow's ideas made a major contribution to the scientific substantiation of atheism. Second Coming, the idea formulated in the Christian Creed concerning the future coming of Christ on earth for the day of judgment over the living and the dead. It is based on the predictions to be found in the Gospels and is one of the main elements of the Christian dogma. Yet in the Gospels definite reference is made to the fact that the second coming will take place within the space of one generation. This generation will by no means pass away, till all these things are fulfilled. This meant that the Christian Church was obliged to introduce amendments to the timing of the Second Coming as laid down in the Bible and renounce any literal interpretation of the Bible text, deferring the Second Coming to an undefined future date. Attempts on the part of the Seventh-day Adventists, for example, to discern in the 514c Crayariat for non-believers biblical texts hidden clues to the timing of the Second Coming ended in failure. At the present time most Christian movements refrain from such attempts. Theologians and preachers prefer to declare that no one knows the time and hour of the Second Coming. Secretariat for Non-Believers, an organization within the Roman Curia set up in 1965. It is one of the leading Roman Catholic centers dealing with problems connected with the fight against Marxist atheism. It has branches functioning in many countries. It has held a number of regional symposia in Western Europe, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. The Secretariat for Non-Believers coordinates its activity, aimed at intensifying the ideological struggle against atheism and its growing influence in the modern world, with other Roman Catholic organizations concerned with anti-atheist propaganda, in particular the Order of the Jesuits. The Secretariat puts out a bulletin entitled Ateismo e Dialogo, which is sent out to all dioceses. Sect, religious, a type of religious association, which comes into being as a trend in opposition to a particular religious movement. Sects can provide an expression of social protest by groups that are dissatisfied with their position in antagonistic society. A characteristic claim made by religion sects is that their role, doctrine, principles, and aims are of a universal character. This stems from their sense of being chosen for a particular mission, and often from a tendency to indulge in isolationism. The urge to attain spiritual rebirth comes clearly to the fore in the beliefs and practices of the adherents of many sects, and this goes hand in hand with strict observance of a specific moral code and prescriptions with regard to worship. This situation often results in fanaticism. Religious sects usually reject priesthood, since they view charisma as an important aspect of leadership, and they are ready to recognize as leaders those whom they hold to have received the gift of God's grace in the form of special talents for leadership. The equality of all members in the sect is stressed, as is the voluntary nature of affiliation to the association. Great emphasis is laid upon conversion, that precedes membership. The above-mentioned features taken individually can be found in religious associations of many types. It is the combination of these features which is typical for religious sects. The overall features assume slightly different forms in the various sectarian trends. The historical destiny of religious sects had varied widely. Some of them ceased to exist after a certain interval of time. Others in the course of time develop into churches or denominations. Whether sects develop along the one or the other path is determined by the social and historical context within which they operate. Secular Christianity 1y, a theological conception of Christianity that was developed mainly by Protestant theologians in the 20th century. The German Protestant theologian Dietrich Bonhoeffer announced that a secular interpretation of the Secularization 515 faith was essential. Bonhoeffer regarded religion as an historical phenomenon, bound to disappear in the 20th century. For him, the end of religion meant the end of traditional religious Christianity and indeed of the religious interpretation of both life and history. According to Bonhoeffer, being a Christian did not mean being religious, but it meant being a true human being. Secular meology, movement in modem Protestant theology, the starting point of which was provided by Dietrich Bonhoeffer's idea of the creation of non-religious or solar Christianity. Supporters of the moderate wing of secular theology state that the lack of any adequate match between modern man's concepts of God and God himself constitutes the death of God, and they strive to revive biblical faith in a living God. Supporters of the radical wing in secular theology advocate the conception of Christian atheism. Their theology of the death of God involves acceptance of the death of the very conception of theism, i.e. of the death of the God in the biblical Christian sense. In their search for a new form via which to express the supernatural, these theologians turn to various schools of secular philosophy and to various mystical teachings. What the supporters of secular theology have in common is their appreciation of the fact that the traditional church-bound form of Christianity has lost its meaning for modern man, who has become non-religious and has entered into the post-Christian era of history. Christianity has either to perish, or to assume a new form that corresponds to the secular world. 33*. Secularization, the emancipation of various spheres of society, social groups, the individual's consciousness, men's activity and behavior, social relations and institutions from the influence of religion. The wane in the influence of religion finds expression in its changing place in society, the narrowing of the range of functions religion now performs, in the transfer of church property to the state, the removal of legal proceedings and education from church jurisdiction and supervision, and the advance of secular art and morality. The process of secularization has not involved all these spheres at all its stages. In the Middle Ages it was slowed down by the spiritual dictatorship of the Church, however it gradually covered an ever wider range of spheres as capitalist social relations became more firmly established. The fall in the influence of the Church came particularly clearly to the fore during the age of the Renaissance, in the period of the Reformation and in the years leading up to bourgeois revolutions. The bourgeois revolution in France not only served to accelerate the transfer of the landed property in the hands of the Church and the monasteries to the state, but also to some extent helped the principles of freedom of conscience take root, held to signify freedom to opt for a particular creed, separation of church and state and a partial removal of education from the jurisdiction of the Church. In modern conditions the middle class employs religion in order to consolidate the existing order. Bourgeois clerical parties are set up, which attempt to sanctify men's consciousness and various spheres of public. 516 Life. Idealist and religious cum philosophical trends are becoming widespread and principles of freedom of conscience are being flouted. In socialist society the process of secularization is distinguished by its depth and its broad comprehensive sweep. Sekhmet, Egyptian goddess of war, who helped the pharaoh in battle. She was also a goddess of healing and patroness of physicians. She was represented as a woman with a lion's head. Selene, goddess of the moon in ancient Greek mythology, the sister of Helios and Eos. She is depicted in the form of a woman with a sickle moon on her head, and sometimes with a torch in her hand and a trail of stars behind her. Selene was sometimes identified with Artemis or with Hecate, patron of magic and sorcery. Self-improvement, conscious and deliberate activity of the individual aimed at developing within himself a specific kind of moral awareness and moral qualities corresponding to conceptions of the moral ideal. The endeavor to achieve self-improvement is a logical consequence of the development of man's self-awareness and his moral standards, as he becomes conscious of himself as an individual. Karl Marx noted that, unlike animals, man makes his life activity itself the object of his will and of his consciousness. Personal self-improvement is the most important element in various advanced religious ethical systems. Yet, as they separate the individual from society and direct his attention towards the achievement of a supernatural ideal, these systems only serve to render the process of moral self-improvement vague and mysterious. In Buddhism, for instance, self-improvement is linked with the attainment of nirvana, as a result of which merging with the Absolute is allegedly achieved, together with an end to the process of reincarnations and deliverance from suffering. Christian teaching with regard to self-improvement incorporated a good deal of the philosophical views of the representatives of late Stoicism. It presupposes belief in God, who allegedly sets man on the path of spiritual perfection and helps him master the flesh and save his immortal soul. Christian self-improvement demands strict observation of Christianity's moral code. In Roman Catholicism, self-improvement is seen as an understanding of the eternal and immutable Christian virtues with the help of the Church and then their emulation in practice. Man, despite his fall from grace, possesses sufficient strength to make self-improvement possible. Protestantism, on the other hand, underlines man's inability to improve by relying merely on his own efforts. Only God can enable him to do this. Marxist ethics presents self-improvement as self-education of the individual aimed at satisfying his needs for higher moral standards. Semek, ancient Slav festival marking the end of spring and the beginning of the summer, linked with a number of ritual actions that can be. Separation of Church and Sfate 517. Traced back to ancient beliefs in plant spirits. Hence the cult of plants, in particular, in the case of the Russians, that of the birch tree, which served as the basis for the rituals of Semek. The other name for this festival, Green Christmastide, is most revealing. The name Semek for this festival took root after Christianity had been adopted by Russia, since it fell on a Thursday in the 7th week after Easter. Semek later merged with the festival of Uhitsan, but the ritual actions which could be traced back to the distant past remained intact, although they have nothing to do with the Christian festival of Whitsun. Seminary, in the Roman Catholic and Anglican churches, colleges for the training of priests, in the Orthodox Church an institution providing elementary training for priests as opposed to the theological academies providing more advanced training. In the Soviet Union the Russian Orthodox Church has 4 seminaries. The Georgian Orthodox Church, the Armenian Apostolic Church and the Roman Catholic Church also have their own seminaries, as do some Protestant churches. Semler, Johann Salomo, German theological historian, leader of the rationalist school in Lutheranism. Semler demonstrated the historical inauthenticity of events reported in the Bible, and recognized these as important only insofar as they were morally edifying. He denied that the Bible was the fruit of divine revelation, and he interpreted the miracles recounted in the Bible from a rationalist point of view. According to Semler, the history of Christian dogma is a history of mistakes, weaknesses, and superstitions. Semler insisted that man had the right to interpret dogma freely and that theology should be independent of the official church. Seneca, Lucius Annius, called the younger, Roman philosopher and writer, one of the main representatives of Stoicism. Seneca held that man's most important possession was his range of spiritual and moral qualities, impassibility, patience, compassion, the ability to surmount fear of death and scorn for external prosperity. The coming together of divine nature and the human soul Seneca presented as the condition for man's achievement of the highest good. While tolerating spiritual equality, Seneca recognized a natural difference in men's social position, which indicated that he was reconciled to existing practices. Seneca's ideas exerted a significant influence on the way in which Christianity evolved. Engels was to write that if Philo of Alexandria could be considered the doctrinal father of Christianity, Seneca was her uncle. Whole passages in the New Testament seem almost literally copied from his works. His main works were De Vita Beata and Epistola ad Lucilium. Separation of church and state is implemented by the state on the basis of non-intervention in internal church affairs, removal of acts concerning civic status from the control of the church, abolition of the office of army chaplain, ban on the teaching of religious dogmas in school and desistance on the part of the state from obliging citizens to profess a particular religion. The legal position of the church varies from state to state. A typical fiature of bourgeois states is the close link between the administration and religion, hence the limited, one-sided nature of bourgeois constitutions. The democratic principle of the separation of church and state is only implemented properly in socialist society. In the USSR it was first made official legislation in the decree on the separation of church and state, and church and school that was later to become one of the principles incorporated in the Constitution. Citizens of the USSR are guaranteed freedom of conscience, that is, the right to profess or not to profess any religion, and to conduct religious worship or atheistic propaganda. Incitement of hostility or hatred on religious grounds is prohibited. In the USSR, the church is separated from the state, and school from the church. Article 52. Separation of school and Church, one of the guarantees of freedom of conscience. In bourgeois society, the interests of state and church in the sphere of education coincide, so that this separation has not been conclusively implemented in a single capitalist country. Releasing education from religious fetters is not advantageous for the bourgeoisie, since it undermines the influence of religion on the younger generation. Bourgeois law makes provision for the church to set up primary and secondary schools, in which religious ideology holds sway unchallenged. In a number of countries, the legal system makes secular educational establishments subject to church supervision. The Soviet state guaranteed genuine separation of school and church in the government decree of January 23, 1918. Education is made separate from the church. The teaching of religious dogmas is banned in all state and public educational establishments, where subjects constituting general education are taught. Article 4 in the Fundamentals of Legislation of the USSR and the Union Republics on Education stipulates the secular character of education, which rules out all influence of religion. Septuagint, the translation of the Old Testament into Greek, carried out according to legend by 72 translators who had traveled from Jerusalem to Alexandria at the invitation of the Egyptian king Ptolemy Philadelphus in the middle of the 3rd century BC. Historical research has not confirmed this legend. The translation of the Old Testament was carried out gradually, over a period of no less than 2 centuries to supply the needs of the Egyptian Jews, who at that time used Greek as they went about their daily lives. It contains some 10 books of the Old Testament and certain other texts, which later for a number of reasons disappeared from the Hebrew text and are not part of the modern Jewish canon. These texts are not regarded Sergius of Radin s. 519 as canonical in the Christian Church either, yet they are still included in Roman Catholic and Orthodox versions of the Bible that were translated from the Septuagint. Seraph or seraphim, in Judaism and Christianity, an angel who stands at the highest level of the celestial hierarchy, nearest to the throne of God. Seraphs are depicted as men with 6 wings and are instantly engaged in glorifying the Lord. Seraphim of Sarav, St., one of the most venerated saints in the Russian Orthodox Church. At the age of 17 he went out to the Sarav hermitage, where after taking his monastic vows he spent more than 50 years, toiling in prayer, receiving large numbers of pilgrims and giving them guidance for life. When the life of Saint Seraphim of Sarav was held up by the Church as an example for the faithful, special emphasis was laid on the value of his exhortations concerning he need to bring down the Holy Spirit, that was declared to be the main goal for the Christian. His canonization took place in 1903 on the personal instructions of the Tsar. Serapis, Hellenistic god, whose cult was introduced in Alexandria by Ptolemy Soter in order to bring the Greek and Egyptian communities closer together on a religious basis. The Egyptians identified Serapis with Osiris and sometimes Apis, while the Greeks regarded Serapis as a fertility god and identified him with Zeus and Apollo. Serbian Orthodox Church, the largest religious association in Yugoslavia. It has been autocephalous since 1219. It incorporates 28 eparchies, about 24,000 parishes, mainly in Serbia, Montenegro, and Macedonia, 180 monasteries and convents. Priests and theologians for the Serbian Orthodox Church are trained at the Theology Faculty of Belgrade University and in 4 seminaries and a monastic school. The Serbian Orthodox Church publishes 7 newspapers and journals. Sergius, Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia. He took his monastic vows in 1890 and he was consecrated bishop in 1901. In 1925 Ser Jins was appointed as the vice locum tenens of the patriarchal throne, and then the locum tenens, i.e. was the virtual head of the Russian Orthodox Church. In 1927 the Holy Synod, at his prompting, addressed the clergy and the laity to an open letter in which it called upon the Church to show its loyalty to the Soviet state. During the Great Patriotic War he adopted a patriotic stance. At the local council of 1943 Sergius was elected patriarch. Sergius of Radanaz, St., prominent figure in the Russian Church and Russian politics. He was the founder and father superior of the Monastery of the Holy Trinity, situated some 50 miles. 520 Sermon. From Moscow. The work of Saint Sergius, who supported the Muscovite princes in their struggle to unite the lands of medieval Russia, was unmistakably progressive. After canonizing Sergius in 1422, the Russian Orthodox Church launched a campaign encouraging the worship of the saint, which to a considerable extent enhanced the authority of the monastery he had founded, turning it into the largest religious center of pre-revolutionary Russia, that came to possess great wealth. Sermon, propaganda of religious ideology in the form of a public speech, imparting the most important tenets of dogma and calling for appropriate behavior. Sermons have become particularly widespread in the world religions. The following types of sermon became generally accepted in the Orthodox and Roman Catholic Church as far back as the Middle Ages: hymnological, political, and panegyrical. In Protestantism the sermon became the central focus of services. A good deal of attention in sermons is now devoted to social and ethical problems and apologetics. Sermon on the Mount, moral exhortations, with which, according to 2 of the Gospels, Christ addressed himself to the people. It begins with a list of commandments that define the figure of an ideal man in the Christian understanding of the term, by listing moral qualities: blessed are the poor in spirit, they that mourn, the meek, they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, the merciful, the pure in heart, the peacemakers, they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake. Condemnation is meted out to the rich and you that are full. After this there follow exhortations, which without any logical sequence express the essence of Christian ethics. Man is told not to be angry, to agree with his adversary, not to look on a woman to lust after her, to love his enemy and to him that smites him on the one cheek to offer the other, to give alms in such a way as not be seen by others, to pray alone, not to lay up treasures on earth, not to take thought for the morrow or what he shall eat and drink, but rather to seek above all the kingdom of God. Such is the path to salvation, to the solution of all men's problems that is proffered in the Sermon on the Mount. Christ's attitude to the laws expounded in the Old Testament are expressed in a regular, repeated formula: ye have heard that it hath been said. But I say unto you, love your enemies. The uncompromising rigor of the demands made in the Sermon on the Mount had already been watered down to be more in touch with real life in the epistles of St. Paul. In church practice these demands were often obviated, or interpreted for as allegories, but judgments, oaths, vows, divorces and participation in wars were regularly blessed in the name of that very same Christ who had preached the original sermon. Servetus, Michael, Spanish religious thinker, scholar, and physician, who subjected Chris. Service Books 521. Tien. Dogma to harsh criticism, in particular that concerning the Trinity and the divinity of Christ. In his main work Christianismi Restitutio Servetus called for the purging of Christianity from distortions by both Roman Catholics and Protestants. In the course of his medical work he discovered pulmonary circulation, thus anticipating subsequent discoveries in that field. He was subjected to constant persecution from the Inquisition, and he was obliged, as a result, to be constantly on the move. Servetus was finally arrested in Geneva on the instructions of Calvin and was burned at the stake. Service, a collection of specific actions, rituals, and ceremonies directly linked with a set of religious views and designed to reproduce in emotional or symbolic form one or other aspect of a dogma. The main purpose of a service is its consolidation of fundamental dogmatic principles in the minds of the faithful, as it draws them into religious life and helps to form their religious world outlook. As a component part of religious worship, services are conducted according to strictly prescribed rules. Despite the large variety of practices used for the conduct of services in the different religions, shaped by the conditions in which their adherents live, national characteristics, levels of social development, traditions, and so on. What is common to them all without exception is the magical element, i.e. the possibility of bringing influence to bear upon supernatural forces. Such ingredients of services as prayers, songs, bearing of the head, bows, the cajacing of holy objects, the sprinkling of water, the burning of candles, the reading of holy scriptures create the illusion that man is communing with God, that he is being drawn into life in the world beyond, a life of happiness and well-being promised by his particular religion to its adherents. Services in any religion provide the main means for exerting ideological pressure on the faithful. They serve to strengthen the religious demands for compulsory participation by the individual in religious worship, and they serve to integrate him in the community of his particular church and to separate that community off from non-believers or those who adhere to other faiths. At the same time they reinforce the influence of the priests on those present in places of worship. As a rule, every form of service is closely bound up with national, social and family traditions and customs, and this serves to promote the illusion that religious and national phenomena come to overlap, and that the greatest achievements of a people in the realm of culture and art find expression in their practice of religious worship. Service book for priests in the Orthodox Church containing the texts for church services for every day, and instructions for conducting them. Service books, religious publi. Catechins expounding the detailed process of acts of worship, and the order of church services. The number of service books used in the Orthodox Church is particularly great. In the Roman Catholic Church there is also a considerable number. They include lectionaries, instructions for conducting the Mass, etc. The annual calendar for the Evangelical Christians Baptists published in the USSR contains biblical readings for use in church services each day of the year. Adherents of other religions also have their own special service books. Seth, in the religion of ancient Egypt, a god who was the son of Keb and Nut. He personified the desert and was the brother and slayer of Osiris, and the main enemy of the souls of the dead during their wanderings in life beyond the grave. In the Old Testament, the third son of Adam and Eve, born after the death of Abel. Sexton, a man employed to act as caretaker of a church, its contents, and the surrounding graveyard, and sometimes also to ring the bells and dig graves. In the Orthodox Church he would also be called upon to sing in the choir and to assist the priest during services. Most of the duties formerly performed by sextons are now usually carried out on a part-time basis or by volunteers, and the post no longer exists in the original sense of the term. Shavuot or Shavuot, Jewish festival, initially an agricultural one, feast of harvest. Later it was interpreted as a festival to commemorate God's gift of the Torah to Moses on Mount Sinai. The date of its celebration is not specified in the Bible. However, Judaic theologians hold that Shavuot is celebrated on the 50th day after the first day of the Passover. Shaftesbury, Anthony Ashley. Cooper, 3rd Earl of. English moralist writer, aesthetician, representative of freethinking, and a deist philosopher. Shaftesbury carried further the classical idea of beauty and goodness constituting a single whole. The main value in life as he saw it, was the beauty of the human soul. Morality he viewed as an innate human quality that did not depend on man's belief in God or on external influences. Shaftesbury held that man's contribution to the common good was the criterion by which his virtue should be judged, and he spoke out against religious fanaticism and the teaching concerning retribution or reward beyond the grave. He exerted a marked influence over some leading figures of the Enlightenment. His writings were published in a collection entitled Characteristics of Men, Manners, Opinions, Times. Sheikh or sheikh, head or leader of a clan, tribe or union of tribes among Arab nomads. This word was also used to denote leaders of Islamic communities, prominent theologians, or experts in the law. Sheikh al-Islam, from the 11th century this was the honorary title for prominent Muslim theologians. In Turkey, the chief among Muslim religious leaders, the chief mufti appointed by the Sultan, Iran, during the reign of the Safavid dynasty, one of the main Islamic judges appointed by the Shah. Shambhala 523. Leader in charge of religious affairs for the Muslims of Transcaucasia. Shaitan or Shaitan. CLB/is. Shakers, another name given to the Pentecostals. Shakti, female creative energy principle in Hinduism, Tantrism, including the Buddhist variety. Veneration of Shakti Bhichu most widespread of all in Shivaism, in which Shakti is personified in one of the hypostases of Shiva's consort. All Shakti's names are linked with the mother goddess. Mahashakti Devi. The most ardent adherents of the Shakti cult make up the Shakti sect. Shakyamuni or Sakyamuni, the most widely used name for the legendary founder of Buddhism as applied to that period of his life when he had already attained enlightenment, i.e. had already become Buddha. Shaman. See Shamanism. Shamanism, broad range of animist beliefs and cults typical of the period when primitive communal patterns of society were breaking up. A specific feature of shamanism was the belief that certain special people could mediate between man and the spirits. The ability to predict the future and to find out what was happening in faraway places, to heal men's sicknesses, effect change in the natural world and to accompany the dead to the underworld and so on was also a tribute to shamans. He who prepared to become a shaman had to bear the mark of the shaman's sickness, which manifested itself in, among other things, disturbances of the mind. The shaman's gift was viewed as something hereditary. His communing with the spirits took place against a background of religious ecstasy, when specific rituals are performed to the accompaniment of the shaking of a tambourine, rattle or some other musical instrument, which was endowed with mystical properties and was closely bound up with the life of the shaman. Experienced shamans were usually skilled hypnotists, ventriloquists, conjurers, and also singers, poets and storytellers. Marked differences are to be observed between the shamanistic ceremonies, costumes, ritual acts, and conceptions of spirits among the various peoples of the world. Sham degree as H, in the mythology of Babylon and Assyria, the god of the sun and justice, son of the moon god Sin. Shambhala, the name of the legendary land that is the custodian of Buddhism. The teaching regarding Shambhala occupies an important place in Tantric Buddhism and it is closely linked with the trend in that variety of Buddhism known as Kalachakra or the Wheel of Time. The prophecies concerning the Shambhala war, which one of the kings of Shambhala will wage against heretics, are an essential part of the eschatology of Lamaism. 524 Shangti. Shangti, the Lord on high, the principal deity of the popular polytheistic religion in ancient China. The idea of this god took shape during the 2nd millennium BC. In the words Ti, and later Shang as well, there merged concepts of a deity and of ancestor patrons of the ruling house. In the 1st millennium B.C. the cult of Shangti merged with the cult of the sky and the concepts of Shangti, Tian, and Tianti came to be used synonymously. Sacrifices were made to the deity Shangti, including human ones, in order to ensure his assistance in all enterprises and the success of the latter. After Christianity had appeared in China, the term Shangti was used to denote the concept of God. Shankara, Indian religious thinker. He wrote a large number of treatises upholding the eternal and infallible nature of the Vedas, which he held to be the only source of knowledge. Shankara's teaching was consistent idealist monism, which only recognized as real the impersonal deity Brahman. The whole world of Phenomena Shankara dismissed as unreal and he denied the existence of matter. According to his teaching, reason could only figure as an ally of the sacred writings, since it was totally subordinate to the testimony of the Vedas. Only the higher castes had the right to study the Vedas and therefore the attainment of truth was only accessible to them and only they could achieve liberation. Sharia, a code of rules of Islamic law and morality, religious prescriptions and rituals designed to embrace the whole of Muslim life from the cradle to the grave. The Sharia is based on the Quran and the Sunnah. Its compilation was completed in the 11th to 12th centuries, during the period of advanced feudalism in the Near and Middle East. The Sharia acknowledges private property as an immutable principle established by Allah. The spread of capitalist social relations in the East led to a decrease in the influence of the legal rules of the Sharia and their eventual replacement by bourgeois law. In the 1970s, Muslim theologians and legal experts stepped up their appeals for the reintroduction of the legal rules of the Sharia as the official norm in those countries, where Islam was the state religion, presenting this as a way to ensure social justice and prosperity for the people. In the USSR, the prescriptions of the Sharia are followed with regard to matters of ritual and practicality in the daily lives of Muslims. Scheinman, Mikhail, Soviet historian, expert in the history of religion. He specialized in the history of Roman Catholicism and in analysis of Christian socialism. His main works were Vatican I Katolicism 19 I Nakola XX Vikov, Christiansky Socialism and Ot Pia du Pavla VI. Shelley, Percy Bysshe, English poet and thinker. In his poetical works, particularly in the philosophical poem Queen Mab and his commentaries on it, and also in his philosophical, Polity. Shlism 525. Cal and atheist works. Shelley voiced a fierce attack on the establishment of his times, propagated the ideas of socialism, free thinking and atheism, and opposed all forms of religious prejudice. The Shepherd, a work of early Christian literature written in the 2nd or possibly 1st century. Its author refers to himself as Hermes. The work belongs to the genre of revelation and received its name in accordance with the visions described in it, communicated by an angel in the guise of a shepherd. The book consists of Section S. entitled Visions, Mandates and Similitudes. It is imbued with sympathy for the poor, and calls for charity. Hermes defines the main Christian virtues, such as faith, abstinence, patience, and truthfulness, and he calls for unity of the Church. The Shepherd gave expression to the ideas upheld by the democratic current within the Christian Church at that time. It was included in the ancient list of books of the New Testament known as the Codex Sinaiticus, but later on the Church ceased to recognize the Shepherd as a sacred book. Shestov, Lev, Russian religious philosopher and writer on religious affairs. In 1920 he emigrated. Shestov criticizes rationalism in philosophy, ethics, and even theology. Science and reason, though useful in everyday life, examine, in his opinion, only what is of general significance, what is of least value of all to man in his capacity as a unique individual. Reason cannot solve the riddle of human existence or explain man's tragic situation in the world and his sufferings. Only faith in the God of the Bible can reveal the path to salvation and the truth. This faith, which stands higher than reason and ethics, constitutes, according to Shestov, freedom in which for those who believe in God, who took upon himself the sins of men, nothing is impossible. Shestov acknowledges that here thought reaches the summit of nonsense, but that is how it should be, for existential philosophy, among whose representatives he numbers himself, is based on the absurd. Shestov's teaching is one of the forms used for justifying religion. His main works are Apophias bespoke Vanasti, Navasyklova and Divini I Crusalim. Shlism, the second largest movement in Islam. Shiites acknowledge the Quran as divinely inspired, yet they believe that in the version completed during the Caliphate of Uthman, those ayats have been omitted which relate to A2. In the Sunnah the Shiites only recognize those hadiths, which can be traced back to Ali. In addition they have their own sacred tradition, that of the Akbars, collections of which, together with the Quran, make up the source of the Sharia. Shiites believe that the right to inherit the mission of Muhammad could only pass to his direct descendants, i.e. to the children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren etc. of Ali and Fatima. In the wake 526 SHINFOISM of quarrels over the number of imams, Shiism went into decline in the 7th to 9th centuries and broke up into a number of offshoots. The Kaisanite sect disappeared in the 11th century. Adherents of one of the leading sects, the Imamites, believe that there were 11 direct descendants of Muhammad or imams starting with Ali, while the 12th, known as Muhammad Ahmad al-Mahdi, hid at the end of the 9th century, but is bound to return, and then the era of justice and prosperity will dawn. The hidden Imam is regarded as the leader of the Shiites. According to Shiism, the Imams are infallible, and the Ijtihad is still the preserve of the Mujtahids of the hidden Imam. The rituals of Shiism differ little from those of the Sunni. In addition to Hajj, the Shiites go on pilgrimages to Mashhad and Karbala and Najaf, places that are associated with the names of the Shiite Imams. Like the Sunni, the Shiites celebrate the day of Muhammad's birth, and in addition they celebrate the birthday of Fatima and also the days on which all the Shiite Imams were born and died. Mourning for the death of Imam al-Husayn is celebrated in a particularly lavish style, and the culmination of the ceremony is an Ashura. At the present time, adherents of Shiism live in Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, India, Pakistan, the Yemen Arab Republic, the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, the Lebanon, and a number of other Arab countries. Muslims professing Shiism are to be found in the Soviet Union, in Central Asia and Transcaucasia. Shintoism, the indigenous religion of the Japanese. It took shape in the early feudal era on the basis of tribal animist cults and shamanism. This process coincided with the spread of Buddhism in Japan, and after a period of rivalry between the priests of both religions, they learned to coexist, and Ryobu Shinto developed, according to which the Shinto gods were acknowledged as avatars of various religious figures venerated in Buddhism. At the present time, more than half the population of Japan officially professes both religions, celebrating the rites of the life cycle in Shintoist temples, and bulletin real and funeral rites in Buddhist temples. In the 19th and 20th centuries, a number of neo-Shintoist sects appeared, which reject Buddhism and perform all religious rites in accordance with Shintoist tradition. After the Meiji Revolution and up until the defeat of Japan in World War II in 1945, Shintoism was the state religion. It consists of the following categories: dynastic Shinto, a cult practiced within the network of the imperial family, which allegedly was descended from the sun goddess Amaterasu; Tennoism, involving deification of the emperor; shrine Shinto, involving the worship of various local and national gods; popular, or vulgar, Shinto, involving the worship of local deities and spirits, who were not part of the state pantheon and were celebrated near various topography. Shu 527. Cal features, with which the mysterious forces of nature are associated. Since 1946 the Shinto religion has been separate from the state. There is no longer any central organization for Shrine Shinto, which has been split up between separate temples and their associations of believers. Shiv, one of the gods of the Tri-Murli, the Hindu triad, the supreme god for the adherents of Shivaism, according to which there is nothing permanent in the universe apart from Shiva, who destroys and restores to life everything that exists. At the beginning of the cosmic cycle, Shiva creates the universe and later destroys it. Shrine, small religious building without an altar. It might be set up above the entrance to a vault or crypt and serve as a monument over a grave. Shrines were also erected in the memory of various events in the life of the church or the state, in connection with public disasters, or at so-called holy places such as springs, lakes, trees that are the object of veneration, and, in the Orthodox Church, places at which miracle-working icons have appeared. Shroud of Turin, one of the Christian relics, a piece of material with a dimly visible outline of a human body imprinted upon it, which the Church declared to be the shroud of Jesus Christ that had retained traces of his blood and body on it. The earliest references to the Shroud of Turin date back to the first half of the 14th century, but where it first originated from is not clear. Since 1578 the shroud has been kept in Turin, in the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist, and from time to time it has been on view to the general public. The main arguments against the authenticity of the shroud were put forward first of all by the Church itself: the fact that it did not match with the data provided in the Bible with regard to the details of the attire in which the dead were laid out for burial by the Jews of old, The fact that no one knew the whereabouts of the shroud in the course of 13 centuries and the appearance of several dozen similar shrouds in Europe after the Crusades. In 1988 the Church finally agreed to the shroud being analyzed with the help of radiocarbon dating, and it was established that it only dated back to the 14th century. Shrovetide or Carnival, a festival formerly celebrated by many peoples of Europe, including the ancient Slavs, to bid farewell to winter and to welcome the spring. In the festivities of the ancient Slavs there were strong echoes of ancestor worship, as also of agrarian and tribal cults. Magical acts linked with the expectation of the harvest to come were yet another part of these festivities. Elements of sacral eroticism bound up with fertility magic were also encountered up until the 20th century. Slavonic customs associated with the last day of Shrovetide also have echoes of ancestor worship, when pancakes are eaten, since these were an essential part of wakes for the Eastern Slavs. Shu, in the mythology of ancient Egypt, the god of air, who while leaning on Keb, the earth god, 528 Shulhan Aruk, supports Nut, the sky goddess, thus separating earth and sky. He was depicted in the form of a man with a feather on his head. Shulhan Aruk, a code of religious prescriptions of medieval Talmudic Judaism, complied by Rabbi Joseph Caro in 1550–1559. It consists of 4 parts. The first 2 contain rules for the conduct of Jewish services, festivals, and rituals connected with food, etc. The last 2 interpret the norms of family and civic law. At the present time in Judaism there is a trend to be observed which advocates that the Shulchan Aruch should adapt to contemporary conditions of life. Sibylinth books, a col lection of predictions, sayings and prophecies compiled by Greek priests in the 6th century BC. After they had made their way to Rome, these books were kept in the Roman temple of Capitoline Jupiter. They played a considerable part in the public and religious life of Rome. Usually the sayings from the Sibylline books were interpreted as suggestions to introduce new rites, so as to propitiate a deity. Sibyls, legendary prophetesses in ancient Greece, who allegedly informed men of the will of the gods. According to legend, one of the Sibyls predicted the Trojan War. One of the most widely venerated of them was the Sibyl of Cumae, who allegedly lived for 1,000 years. It is to her that the authorship of 9 of the Sibylline books is attributed. Siddhartha Gautama. C. Buddha. Sai Chapel, a separate altar within a Christian church facing east like the main altar. It is usually situated on the north or south side of a church. Side chapels are set up so that on a particular day several liturgies or masses can be celebrated simultaneously. Siger of Brabant, French philosopher who supported the teaching of the two/old troth and regarded the world as co-eternal with God. He acknowledged the eternal nature of matter and determinism, expressed doubts with regard to divine providence and rejected miracles. According to Siger of Brabant, the soul was mortal, there was no retribution or reward beyond the grave and prayers were unnecessary. He was condemned by the Church for his free thinking. Sign of the Cross, in Christianity the action of making the sign of the cross with the hand. In the Orthodox Church the sign is made with 3 fingers held together, the thumb and the index and middle fingers, while in the Roman Catholic Church the whole hand is used. Sikhism, a religion which came into being in the 16th century in northwest India, reflecting the protest of petty traders and craftsmen against the caste system and feudal oppression. The founder of the movement was Guru Nanak. In the 17th century the influx of peasants into the community of Sikhs in Simony 529 increased and it assumed the features of a military democratic organization. It was a community of equals, which turned its back on caste and tribal loyalties. The ideology of Sikhism became openly anti-feudal, waving the banner of the people's struggle against the empire of the great Mughals. And the ultimate result of this was the setting up of a Sikh state that in the course of time turned into a typical feudal state which existed right up until the time when it was conquered by the British in 1849. The Sikhs recognize a single, impersonal God. All phenomena in the world that surrounds man are only manifestations of the supreme might of the Creator. The Sikhs reject orthodox Hinduism, acknowledging instead that all men are equal before God. The teaching of Sikhism is expounded in the book Granth Sahib, which contains exhortations and descriptions of the life of the Guru and is the source of Sikh teaching that is used during religious worship. Sikhism has a wide following not only in northwest India but also in émigré communities in other countries. Ceylon, French Roman Catholic organization founded in 1894. It was led by one of the ideologists of Christian democracy, Marc Sangner. Anxious to keep the working people under the church's influence, Sangner and his supporters condemned capitalism, supported the fight of the workers to raise living standards and attacked the church's efforts to control voice in secular affairs. In 1910 Pope Pius X accused the Ceylonists of modernist heresy and of departing from the 34-01018 Church's social teaching, and he forbade their activity, granting his approval only for the existence of those groups of Ceylonists who were working under the supervision of their local bishops. Sylvanus, in the mythology of ancient Rome, a god, akin to Faunus, who was the protector of forests, gardens, flocks and property. Sylvanus was represented as an old man with a wreath made of pine twigs on his head, holding a sickle in his hand. The Greeks identified him with Pan. Simmel, George, Ger Man, idealist philosopher, sociologist, and representative of the philosophy of life school. Simmel held that knowledge of the world should be sought not so much in external facts but in religion and psychology. Only with the help of religious intuition was it possible to grasp the world as an integrated whole. All link between man and the world have religious overtones, since they allegedly give rise to a specific state of mind, which in its turn develops into religion as it projects itself in specific images. Simmel's position inevitably leads to the adoption of a subjective idealist approach to the interpretation of history. And his views are of a pro-bourgeois character. Simony, the buying or selling of church benefits, for example, pardons, preferments, that was widespread in the Middle Ages. Simony was an important source of revenue for the Pope and kings. Abolition of simony was one of the demands of the Reformation. 530 Sin. Sin, according to religious conceptions, this is a violation of divine prescriptions perpetrated or contemplated by man in ill will or under the influence of external evil forces, which bars his path to salvation in the world beyond the grave. In the Ori, sins were just failures to observe specific rules of an individual's religion and church, laid down by each denomination in accordance with its interests, but presented as ordained from on high. In practice, however, religious leaders in all faiths have extended the concept of sin to non-religious spheres of life as well, using the term to cover any act which goes against the interests of the ruling classes in exploitative society. According to the dogma of the Russian Orthodox Church, for example, doubting the Tsar's divine right to power was considered a sin, as were refusal to acknowledge the Tsars as the anointed ones, encroachments on private property, condemnations of the exploitation of man by man, propaganda of the idea of social equality, etc. This extended interpretation of sin made it possible for the clergy to condemn as sin everything which conflicted with the predominant class-based morality officially approved by the Church. By referring to everything which did not suit it as sin, the Church was able to manipulate the thoughts and actions of the faithful in such a way as to further its own interests, encouraging them to be hostile towards everything which the clergy saw as reprehensible. Sin, in the Babylonian religion, the god of the moon, light, and wisdom, son of the supreme god Enlil, father of the sun god Shamash and the fertility goddess Ishtar. His cult was centered in the towns of Ur and Haran. Sira or Sira, special genre in Muslim religious historical literature, which contains biographical information about Muhammad. One of the first surahs, which has been handed down to us in part, dates back to the 8th century. Siren, in the mythology of ancient Greece, bird women, who allegedly lived on an island off the shores of southern Italy. Through their bewitching singing they lured seafarers to their island, where they would be lulled to sleep and devoured. Sisyphus, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the founder and king of Corinth. The best-known legend about him is that concerning Sisyphus' deception of Death, whom he put into fetters and held prisoner. Ares set Death free, and Death carried off Sisyphus with him. Sisyphus succeeded, however, in returning to earth from the underworld. For this act, Sisyphus, who was duly taken back to Hades by Aeschines, was sentenced by the gods to eternal punishment, which consist in rolling an enormous boulder up a hill till it reached the top, when it would fall back down again. The expression "the labors of Sisyphus" has since become a byword for exhausting fruitless work. Skazhkin, Sergei, prominent Soviet historian, member of the USSR Academy of Sciences. He was the author of fundamental research work into the history of medieval Western Europe and in particular the history of heretical move. Si.Ivonic Greek L.8 in Academy 531. Mentz in France. In his numerous writings he provided a scientific analysis of the role and influence of the Church in the Middle Ages. Skazhkin was one of the authors for the History of the World, and History of France published in the Soviet Union. He also edited the publication Nastanayanaga Atheista, translated into a number of languages. Skid, old B #evers communities of a monastic type, these would usually be situated in remote areas. Particularly famous were the Kurzhenets communities. In the Russian Orthodox Church, the word usually implied an assemblage of cells situated at some distance from a monastery. Skoptsy, one of the fanatical old Russian religious sects which split away from the Kris. It was held that it would be precisely members of the sect who would constitute the 144,000 chosen ones, angel-like people, who would survive the day of judgment. In the case of the 34 Skoptsy, just as for the Christovery, prayer gatherings took the form of ecstatic rituals. Their secret unspiratorial communities were referred to as vessels. Before the October Revolution there were over 5,000 Skoptsy in Russia. In the USSR the sect is banned. Skovoroda, Grigory, Ukrainian educationist, philosopher, and poet. He concentrated his attention on classical philosophy, mainly Stoicism, and free thinking in the popular tradition. Skovoroda adopted an objective idealist stand, close to pantheism, regarding God as a fundamental principle, the cause of all that exists. Starting out from this position he rejected literal interpretations of biblical miracles as something that belittled the wisdom of God, who predetermines everything. Skvortsov-Spanov, Ivan, Soviet party leader and statesman, scholar, and political journalist. He was a theoretician and disseminator of Marxist atheism. His works on atheism include Religia I Obshchestveni I Stroy, Pioiskostania Nashigo Boga, Mislio Religii. Slavonic Greek Latin. Academy, the first higher educational establishment to be founded in Moscow, which provided a general education. It was opened in 1687 to FRN priests and civil servants. It also had the function of combating freethink, was called upon to try heretics and to censor books on spiritual subjects. In 1814, 532 SL.Avofilism. It was reorganized as the Moscow Theological Academy and transferred to the TRI-90 and St. Sergius Lavra. Slavofilism, religious idealist trend in Russian social thought of the 19th century, which affirmed the need for a special path of development for Russia, different from that of Western Europe. The Slavophiles started out first and foremost from a romanticized conception of the peasant commune as the fundamental, immutable element in the Russian popular way of life. The Slavophiles ascribed a special place in their conception of the socio-historical process to religion, which, since it allegedly determines the nature of man's thinking, also shapes man's social life. The historical path of those peoples who profess the true religion and, consequently, follow true patterns of thought, had to be the true one. According to the Slavophiles, only among the Slavonic peoples, professing the Orthodox faith, was living wholeness to be found, which was the very opposite of the reasoned thinking of Roman Catholicism. Likewise, the true principles of social life were rooted in the Slav social life. Although there were some positive aspects to Slavophilism, overall it constituted a conservative trend. The Slavophiles opposed the camp of the revolution. Ary Democrats and the foundation of their world outlook, namely, materialist philosophy. Sotik, Egyptian god of water and the Nile's flooding, bringer of abundance and fertility. The high point of the cult of Sobek was in the 18th and 19th centuries BC. He was represented in the form of a crocodile or that of a man with the head of a crocodile. Later he came to be identified with Re and Ammon. Sobornost, term from Orthodox theology and Russian religious philosophy denoting that in the Church there takes place voluntary unity or assembly of individuals on a basis of love of God and love for each other. The specific features of this unity were described in detail by the Slavophiles. From their point of view, Roman Catholics exaggerate the importance of what is general and of the authority and power of the Church hierarchy, ignoring the personal religious creativity of the faithful, while Protestants concentrate attention on what is individual and fail to appreciate the real meaning of religious life as a whole. Unity in freedom is allegedly intrinsic only to the Orthodox Church, for it harmoniously brings together the specifically individual needs of each believer and those of the Church as a whole. Outside free religious ties, and outside Christian love, it is impossible to gain knowledge of truth or the essence of man. This idea was to influence Russian religious philosophy and Orthodox social encyclicals of TIIE Papacy 533. Teaching regarding the Church, according to which the doctrines concerning the Trinity or the nature of Christ as God made man give expression to the all-embracing nature of the Divine Spirit. Social encyclicals of the Papacy, documents issued by the Pope in which are expounded the basic principles of the social doctrine of the Roman Catholic Church and in which is formulated its position regarding property, classes, the class struggle, revolution, and the state. The first social encyclical was that issued by Pope Leo XIII and entitled Rerum Novarum, on May 15, 1891, which is considered to be one of the fundamental documents of Roman Catholicism on social questions. It condemns socialism, gives its seal of approval to private property, class inequality, the bourgeois state as a divinely ordained institution, and propagates class reconciliation. It opposes revolutionary struggle and recommends that workers' organizations be set up operating under the control of the Church. The whole content of the encyclical was aimed against Marxism. To mark the 40th anniversary of the encyclical Rerum Novarum on May 15, 1931, Pope Pius XI issued another encyclical entitled Quadragesimo Anno, which reiterated the principles of Rerum Novarum concerning private property, classes, and the Das struggle, and which proved the idea of the corporations that the fascist government of Italy had tried to introduce. In this document Pius XI anathematized socialism and communism. In connection with the 70th anniversary of Rerum Novarum on May 15, 1%1, yet an other encyclical was published entitled Mater et Magistra, in which alongside the traditional tenets found in the social documents of the papacy, there were some new elements to be observed, which testified to the changes that had taken place in the social policy of the Vatican. A description has been drawn up of the changes that have taken place over the last 70 years, following the publication of the encyclical Rerum Novarum. In science and technology, reference is made to the opening stage in the conquest of space, the growing role of the state in the administration of the economy and in the resolution of the social problems of the present day. Some recommendations are made to the effect that the working people should be represented in the administration of large and middle-sized enterprises, that the proportion of state property should be enlarged, but not in such a way as to reduce the amount of private property on the inarchate. A description of the desperate plight of the peasants is also included, yet no reference is made to its causes. John XXIII proposed several measures aimed at improving the lot of the peasants, yet these did not extend beyond a capitalist framework. In 1963 an encyclical was issued by John XXIII entitled Pacem Inter Ris, devoted to the problems of peace and disarmament. It contains an unqualified condemnation of the arms race and supports the demand that nuclear weapons should be banned. The encyclical demands that disputes between states should be settled through negotiations. On March 26, 1967, Paul VI published an encyclical entitled Popularum Progressio 534 Social Gospel, devoted mainly to the problems of the developing countries. In it are to be found side by side with the traditional conceptions familiar from earlier social encyclicals, a number of new ideas, indicating the departure of the Vatican from its old course in certain social questions, for example, the question of private property. The traditional Roman Catholic approach is reviewed here, and then it is stated that the possession of private property is not an unquestionable and absolute right. Alienation of private property is accepted as admissible when it is in the interests of the general welfare. While condemning revolutionary uprisings, the Pope at the same time admits that they are a legitimate step against blatant and enduring tyranny. The Pope called upon Roman Catholics to cooperate with all people of goodwill without any exception, and at the same time he condemned materialist philosophy and atheism. In 1981, John Paul II issued an encyclical entitled Laborem Exercens, in which global problems of the present day are reviewed. In particular, reference is made to inflation, unemployment, international corporations and trade unions. Problems of ecology are mentioned and certain social evils of capitalism are criticized. In the course of 90 years the Roman Catholic Church has been taking into account the changes at work in the world, and in the wake of this has been introducing appropriate amendments in its social doctrine. Social gospel, a version of social Christianity which came into being in American Protestantism in the second half of the 20th century as an attempt to resolve social contradictions through conciliation and Christianization. Christianity is viewed as the only force capable of implementing in social life the principles of true morality and of bringing about the kingdom of God on earth, in which relations between men will be based not on social antagonism but on mutual love and respect. The social gospel was condemned by conservatives as being incompatible with the free enterprise they advocated, and also because it narrowed down the concept of sin to concrete and therefore surmountable social and moral evil, and, when it came to theology, because it was permeated by a spirit of pantheism. Social roots of religion. See Roots of Religion. Social weeks, public seminars organized every now and then by the Roman Catholic Church in France, Italy, Belgium, Canada, and other countries, at which topical problems are discussed in the light of the social doctrine of the Vatican. These seminars are usually held once a year and last a week. They were first organized in France in 1903 and were held annually, each time in a different town. Their aim was to propagate the social doctrine of Roman Catholicism. Each seminar was devoted to one particular subject, for instance, the crisis of production and Catholic thought or social problems in the colonies. At the present time these social weeks are not being held on a regular basis. Socinians, Socinians followers who founded in Poland a. Sakagakai 535. Rationalist trend in Protestantism, which was noted for its religious radicalism. As regards the socio-political content of the teaching they propagated, the Socinians' ideas could be seen as representing a conservative wing of the Polish Brethren. The Socinians were anti-Trinitarians, regarding Christ not as God but as a human being, who showed men the path to salvation and acquired divine qualities after his residential erection. They recognized the Holy Scriptures as the only source of dogma, but only when they did not contradict reason. They also held that there was no such thing as original sin and that therefore redemption was not necessary, and they rejected the Calvinist doctrine of predestination. The philosophical views of some Socinians constituted what was essentially latentism. When the Socinians were driven out of Poland in 1658 to 1660, they settled in Holland, Germany, and England, where they were gradually absorbed into other Protestant movements. Sociology of religion, one of the branches of the study of religion. Marxist sociology of religion is a branch of atheism concerned with the study of religion as a socially determined phenomenon, the patterns discernible in its emergence and development, the way it functions and fades away, the nature of its constituent elements and structure, and the place and role of religion in society. The underlying principles in Marxist sociology of religion were formulated in the works of Marx and Engels and later carried further by Lenin. The general methodology used by Marxists for the investigation of social phenomena, including religion, is historical materialism. Bourgeois sociology of religion took shape as a scientific discipline at the turn of the century. Max W. Eber and Émile Durkheim were regarded as its founders, although some of the principles had already been elaborated in the works of Auguste Comte I and H. E. Robert S. P. Inser. Two different trends can be distinguished in the one sociology of religion in the West, the SE_Uller and confessionary trends, whose philosophical basis is idealism in its various forms. Soglasiyi, a group of the faithful within the Russian Old Believers movement, which adhere to one or other of the types of ancient Orthodox practice with regard to ritual. It constitutes a structural unit that forms part of a larger formation, persuasion. Sakagakai, a neo-Buddhist organization in Japan that was founded in 1931. It propagates the humanist and moral values of Buddhism, attempting as it does so to make these compatible with the achievements of modern culture. In the political arena, Sakagakai advocates the middle path, calling for pacifism and class peace. It has its own party Komeito that was set up in 1964 and which draws its support from non-organized workers and small businessmen. Sakagakai also has its own organizations for sport and amateur artistic activities and brings out its own publications. 536 Solar Theory of TIIE Origin of Religion. Solar Theory of the Origin of Religion. CNA. Touristic Theory. Salmon, ruler of the Kingdom of Israel and Judea in the period 965 to 928 BC, son of David. King Solomon succeeded in centralizing religious worship and he built the temple to Yahweh in Jerusalem. It is however also stated in the Bible that Solomon built temples to other gods, for example, Moloch and Astarte. Biblical tradition, which presents Solomon as the epitome of wisdom, ascribes to him the authorship of Ecclesiastes, Proverbs, and the Songof songs. Scientific research into the Bible however has demonstrated that these works were compiled at a later stage, in the 8th, 3rd, and 2nd centuries BC. Sovetsky Monastery. Russian Orthodox monastery founded in the first half of the 15th century on Solovetsky Island in the White Sea. It was the center for the Christianization of the north of Russia. It served as a frontier fortress as well and played an important economic role in the life of the north, thanks to the salt mines it possessed and its hunting, fishing, and trading activities. Persons inacceptable to the Tsarist regime and the church were sent into exile there. The prison in the monastery set up in the 17th century was known for the very harsh conditions in which prisoners were kept. This prison was in existence till 1903. At the present time the Solovetsky Monastery is a historical and architectural monument, the walls of the fortress complete with towers date from the 16th century, as do the refectory and the cathedrals of the Assumption and the Transfiguration. The Church of the Annunciation dates from the late 16th and 17th centuries. The first of the canals within the territory belonging to the monastery, which linked the 52 lakes in the area, were dug in the 16th century. Solovetsky Uprising. Russian religious mystical philosopher, who in his works such as Kritika Vlekianik Nakal, Chtinya o Bogashelov Chestva, Opravdaniyi Dobra attempt underscored to create an all-embracing philosophical cum theological teaching, that he referred to as the metaphysics of universal unity. The initial premise for this teaching was the idea of unified being, the concept of the Creator and His creation as one. Unity was the indissoluble integrity of truth, goodness and beauty, which, according to Solovyev, could only be achieved through integral knowledge, which was a synthesis of empirical, rational, and mystical knowledge. In society, this unity could be achieved within the framework of a free theocracy, which had to be founded on a basis of a merging of the Roman Catholic and Orthodox CLMRCHES within the framework of a theocratic monarchist state. In his ethical principles, Solovyev proceeded from the affirmation of universal moral values compatible with absolute good brought to earth by Christ. Solovyev's ideas were to exert a great influence on Russian idealist philosophers at the end of the 19th and early 20th century. Soma, intoxicating drink, made from the sacred soma plant, and used in sacrifices to the gods in ancient India, one of the gods in the Vedic pantheon who was the personification of the soma plant and the mediator between celestial beings and men on earth, he was the god of sacrificial drinks and sacrifice. In general, Song of Songs, erotic love poem included in the Old Testament. Theologians attribute it to King Solomon and interpret it as an express ion of reciprocated love between God and His chosen people, or between Christ and His Church. In actual fact, the Song of Songs is a secular work written in the 3rd century BC. Scholars investigating the Old Testament assume that the Song of Songs is a collection of lyrical folk songs that were performed at weddings. Their author extols love and the beauty of the female body. The cult of physical beauty stemming from ancient Greece tradition was important for the author of the Song of Songs in connection with his view of the world, and it was aimed against religious asceticism. Clearly indicative of the non-religious character of the poem is the fact that the name of God is not 538 S001 Sayer mentioned even once in its 116 verses. Soomsayer, general term denoting those who predict the future, sorcerers, oracles, diviners, and fortune-tellers, astrologers, interpreters of dreams and omens, clairvoyants, and so on, who allegedly are the recipients of reliable information about the future by supernatural means, through signs from above, mystical intuition, illumination or revelation. To soothsayers were attributed special capacities for foresight, which other people did not possess. They existed and exist in all times and in all religions. Soothsaying. See divination. Sophia, a concept or mythologem recurring in classical or medieval philosophy associated with the conception of things that are filled with meaning and harmoniously arranged. It was reflected in the Orthodox and mystical literature of Judaism and Christianity and finds expression in Orthodox services, church architecture, and icon painting. In the Western Church, German mystics turned to the symbol of Sophia in the 14th-17th centuries. In Russia at the turn of the century, the idea of Sophia was fundamental to the teachings of Vladimir Solovyev, Pavel Florensky, Sergei Bulgakov and others. The idea of Sophia, which admits of an endless range of symbolic interpretations, was one of the factors contributing to the appearance of Russian symbolism. Sophiology or Sophianism, in fluential movement in Russian religion is philosophy and theological thought in the late 19th century, the first third of the 20th century. Its main representatives were Vladimir Solovyev, Pavel Florensky, and Sergei Bulgakov. The central concept of Sophiology was Sophia wisdom, which was used by these thinkers to mean very different things. It could mean the inner essence of God and one of its hypostases. It could be the dividing line between God and the world and one of the two diametrically opposed aspects of the universal soul. Sophia in its earthly aspect was interpreted as the organizing principle of unity sobomost, i.e. the unity of all mankind, the real embodiment and concentration of which is provided by the Christian Church. Sophia is either presented as the complete world or as the irreproachable human being, or yet again as the ideal faultless organization. The Sophiologists believed that a church, reformed in keeping with their ideals, would become a crystallized historical memory, the custodian of national and worldwide culture. Russian sophiology, which developed when European civilization was in a state of crisis, represents a kind of refined Christian apologetics. The utopian aim of Soul 539, which was to create an integrated culture for the whole of mankind stemming from the authority of a revitalized church. Sorcerer. A person who engages in sorcery and works charms. Professional sorcerers appeared in early clan-based society. To them were attributed the supernatural ability with the help of spells and invocations and other magic practices to influence the forces of nature, the will of men, the harvest, and to call forth cattle plague and natural disasters. Sorcery, harmful witchcraft enacted to the accompaniment of harmful magic rituals and based on belief in the evil eye. Ethnographers note that the social basis of sorcery is alienation between different tribes. The practice of attributing all sorts of diseases and deaths to sorcery carried out by a member of another tribe is a phenomenon widespread in all primitive societies. Sorcery was clearly one of the ways of fostering primitive animistic concepts, in particular, a belief in evil spirits. See also magic, sorcerer. Sorokin, Pidirim. American sociologist of Russian extraction. He emigrated in 1922 and in 1931 became a professor at Harvard University. He elaborated an idealist conception of social development and he attached primary importance for this development to a system of values, whose repositories were deemed to be certain individuals and social institutions. According to Sorokin, social reality was a complex hierarchy of various social and cultural systems and subsystems. As a basis for his typology of social values, Sorokin took various philosophical postulates, in accordance with which he singled out three types of culture: sensual culture, in which man's immediate sensory perceptions predominate; ideational culture, in which rational thought predominates; idealist culture, in which intuitive methods predominate. The whole historical process constitutes, from Sorokin's point of view, numerous variations of the above-said basic types of culture. The modern crisis of capitalism he links with the crisis in scientific knowledge and materialism, and he places his hopes in a triumph of religious idealist culture. His works include Sociology of Revolution, Crisis of Our Age, Altruistic Love; Soteriology, Teaching Concerning Salvation, which is to be found in many religions, or the branch of theology concerned with the question of salvation; Soul, from the religious viewpoint the spiritual essence of man, a special entity, the opposite of the physical, which shapes man's life, abilities, and personality. Belief in a soul can be traced back to a primitive animistic interpretation of such natural phenomena as breathing, dreaming, shadows, death, etc. The myth concerning man's soul grew up out of naive conceptions of the soul as a smaller, more delicate copy or shadow of man, and evolved later into the abstract conception of the soul as 540 Sawarni Rn Arabia, religion of something exclusively non-material, incorporeal and autonomous. The main psychological source of belief in the soul is fear of death. In later religions the idea of the soul is linked with the teaching concerning God's gift to man of a soul at birth and its separation from man's body after death. Immortality is an attribute of the soul, i.e. eternal existence in the world beyond the grave, or, as in Hinduism, for example, the endless transmigration of souls into other bodies after death. The doctrine of the immortal soul provides the basis for the system of religious dogma, ideology, and worship. It permeates religious psychology, which gleans from belief in a soul some illusory consolation, hope for overcoming death and attaining bliss beyond the grave. The religious teaching concerning the soul is of a marked reactionary social nature, since it facilitates the spiritual enslavement of the faithful, shifting their attention and will away from the struggle for liberation from social oppression in this world to the salvation of the soul in the kingdom of heaven. The myth of the soul also provides the basis for all religious morality, since it relates all moral norms to the salvation of the soul from sin and death. Modern science concerning man's mind and emotions firmly rejects the idea of the soul as an independent spiritual essence and confirms the thesis, that is part of the scientific materialist world outlook, to the effect that consciousness is an attribute of highly organized matter. Southern Arabia, religion. Of, term used to denote for easy reference the beliefs and cults of those peoples who inhabited southern Arabia during the first millennium BC, at the stage when slave-owning societies were taking shape there. The religion of this area had many features in common with the Babylonian and Phoenician religions. Astral cults predominated in it, and the god of the moon was venerated as the supreme deity, who among certain Peoples of southern Arabia was given the same name as that used by the Babylonians, namely, Sin. Athar was venerated as god of the morning star and Shamash as the goddess of the sun. The priests of this religion, who owned large tracts of land and who collected tithes from the people, exerted their influence over all aspects of life in that society. Soviet legislation regarding freedom of worship, norms of Soviet law which define the concept and content of freedom of worship and the guarantee of that freedom, ensure citizens the right to profess any faith and to take part in its rituals of worship. They also guarantee the freedom to hold atheist convictions and to propagate atheism. These norms regulate the social relations which emerge in connection with the exercise of the freedom of worship. The basis of Soviet legislation regarding freedom of worship are the norms laid down in the Constitution. The main principles and tenets of this legislation were formulated in the decree of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic's Council of People's Commissars of January 23, 1918 on the separation of church and state and school and church. Sazanai, Fausto Paulo, prominent figure in the Re/or. Spencer 541. Mashin in Italy and Poland, founder of the religious movement known as the Socinians. He used his influence among T.He anti-Tritarians, speaking out against the Christian doctrine of the Trinity. He was persecuted by the Inquisition. Sazanai's struggle against Roman Catholicism promoted the advance of rationalism and freethink. Spa's persuasion, a trend in the Bispopovci branch of the Old Believer, which came into being at the end of the 17th century. Its social basis was provided by the peasantry. Starting out from the general principles of the Bispopovci councils concerning the dawning of the kingdom of the Antichrist on earth, which would allegedly destroy all sacraments, the adherents of this trend maintained that it was impossible to achieve salvation of the soul by whatever actions devoid of the grace of God. The path to salvation was only known to the Savior, Jesus Christ, and therefore it was essential to put one's trust in His mercy and pray. As a result of their rejection of the Russian Orthodox clergy, sacraments, churches, vespers, and so on, the adherents of this persuasion also came to be known as the Nietovci. As the Spa's persuasion developed, it split into a number of smaller groups, among which were moderate groups very close to the Popovci, and extreme groups that rejected any sort of ritual. Spasy, a term used in the Russian Orthodox Church for the three festivals which are associated with the Savior, Jesusch Rist. The first, or Honey Spas, is celebrated on August 1 and is officially described as the commemoration of the procession with the Holy Life-Giving Tree. The source of this festival can be traced back to the custom of carrying the cross through the streets of Constantinople to ward off disease. Particular importance is attached to this festival, Bec Mse, according to tradition. It was precisely on this day that Prince Vladimir had been baptized in 988. The second, or Apple Spas, is the name given to the festival of the Transfiguration, and the third, or Spas on a sheet, is the festival when the image of the Lord Jesus Christ not fashioned by hand was carried from Edessa to Constantinople. This is a reference to a miraculous towel on which the face of Jesus allegedly left its imprint. Spell, incantation, verbal formula which to he superstitious ap. Pairs endowed with the miraculous property of being able to influence the natural course of events. Spells were an intrinsic part of ancient religions and magic cults. They were regarded as a means of averting disasters or bringing them down on others, of healing sickness, ensuring prosperity, and so on. In the religions of today they are preserved in the form of curses and certain prayers, although officially they are not recognized any longer by the Church. Spencer, Herbert. English positivist. Philosopher and advocate of evolutionary theory. In his theory of knowledge he came out in favor of agnosticism. He held that science, religion, and positivist philosophy come together in their acknowledgement of the fact that 542 Spengler. The primary cause underlying all phenomena under examination is beyond man's grasp, is unknowable. Yet insofar as Spencer's mechanistic evolutionism admitted of materialist interpretation, his conception was severely criticized by religious philosophers and theologians. Spengler, Oswald. German idealist philosopher. His most famous work is Der Untergang des Abendlands. Spengler came very much under the influence of Friedrich Nietzsche. His philosophy is distinguished by irrationalism and historical pessimism. In The Decline of the West, Spengler criticized the idea of social progress and contrasted it with his philosophy of culture, according to which the culture of each people is clearly distinct from all other cultural systems. Each is based on a primal phenomenon of culture which Spengler described from his own irrationalist angle and philosophy of life. Sphinx, mythical creature with a lion's body and a human head, found first in ancient Egypt and then adopted in ancient Greece. The Greek myth tells of a sphinx as a female monster who dwelt on a rock outside Thebes, asked travelers a riddle and killed those who failed to find the answer. After Oedipus had answered the riddle, the sphinx then killed herself. Spice bearers. According to St. Mark's Gospel, 3 women: Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James and Salome, brought sweet spices to the tomb of Jesus on the 3rd day after the crucifixion in order to anoint his body, but they found the tomb empty, and inside the sepulchre sat a young man in a long white robe who said to them, "Ye seek Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is risen. He is not here." This meant that these 3 women were the first to learn of Christ's resurrection. Despite the fact that the other Gospels list contradictory evidence concerning the spice bearers, it is the tradition in the Church to focus attention on the version in the Gospel according to St. Mark. The Orthodox Church sets aside a whole week for celebration of these Gospel figures. Spinoza, Baruch. Dutch Jewish materialist philosopher. According to Spinoza's teaching, nature, which he identifies with God, is a single, eternal, and infinite substance, possessed of the capacity of extension and thought. Nature is presented as its own cause which does not need to be created. In nature, according to Spinoza, everything is causally determined. Man, as part of nature, is also drawn into the chain of the world's determinism, which rules out chance and restricts man's free will. Spinoza's materialism was presented in pantheistic form, and it was essentially atheist. In his works entitled Tractatus Theologico-Politicus and Ethicus, Spinoza rejected the idea of a personalized God as found in the monotheistic religions, the doctrine of the immortality of the human soul and the concept of the miracle. He also laid the foundations for scientific criticism of the Bible. All existing religions he declared to be superstition, based on ignorance and prejudice. For his atheist convictions, Spinoza was excommunicated by the leaders of the Jewish religious community in Amsterdam. Spirit, Give me the earth, nature, or the cosmos, and had created all of these out of nothing. The modern era brought forth theories of the spirit, that reflected the then emergent trends towards bourgeois individualism. In modern bourgeois theories, the concept of spirit is construed as something quite separate from material reality. Dialectical materialism rejects the concept of the spiritual as something existing independently of matter. The spiritual is seen as the function of highly organized matter, the fruit of men's socio-historical experience. Philosophical concept denoting the spiritual Christians, general non-substantial principle, as op name embracing several movements posed to the material, natural prin within Old Russian sectarianism dat simple, a religious concept denoting a back to before the reforms of supernatural being, one of the main 1861. The movements in question objects of religious faith. In idealist grew up as an expression of the teaching spirit was the first prince socio-political protest of the peasant people of the world. Belief in the masses against a society-dominated spirit emerged in primitive society, by feudal landowners with the bless when men, confronted by the powering of the Russian Orthodox Church of nature, perceived natural phe by the end of the 1760s spiritual nomina as living and animate forces. Christians split into the Doukhobors spirit was identified with things or seen as separate from the of the spiritual Christians was an ex-latter. Distinctions were prescient of opposition to the Rus drawn between spirits of trees, Xi'an Orthodox Church, first and springs, rivers, woods, mountains, foremost on the part of state-owned birth and death, human health, and peasants and smallholders, known illness, spirits protecting the calm for their economic independence moon or clan, spirits of the sun and unless tied down by patriarchal moon etc. During the epoch of traditions, the social significance of slave-owning society attempts were the term spiritual Christians and made to formulate various laws of the system of values that they advo nature and society in a more or less cate go far beyond the confines of abstract form. In the philosophy of religious sectarianism, the spiritual ancient Greece the categories of Christians gave voice to their anti-pneuma, nous feudal protest in religious concepts, and logos were elaborated. In the eternal, divine spiritual truth, Middle Ages the spirit was repro which they sought to cleanse from scented as something that had existed the deadening belief in rituals. 544 Spiritualism. They called upon their co-religionists to trust not in external laws but in the internal law embodied in the spirit and true reason and conscience of man. While rejecting any veneration of idols, they demanded that man be respected insofar as he was the vessel for the divine spirit. They not only rejected the social order in Tsarist Russia, but also supported a new set of humanist values. This was the result, first and foremost, of their assessment of the importance of human reason and man's activity, the assertion of the individual's worth, man's free will, his sense and awareness of his own dignity, man's right to his own individual beliefs, and of the emphasis on the important role that moral principles play in men's lives etc. In the spiritual Christians' teaching concerning man as the living temple, as the miraculous and wondrous divine creation, as the possessor of spiritual reason, and in the ideas of man's inner power, the might of his soul and of future equality and freedom, the seeds of a profound humanism are to be found, that can be accounted for by the fact that the spiritual Christians' movement was rooted in peasant democratic beliefs. The ideals of the spiritual Christians reflected the social utopia of the peasant masses, albeit in religious guise, and their dreams of a classless society. Spiritualism, a term used to denote objective idealist conceptions, according to which the spirit is seen as the underlying principle of the world, as a substance that is independent of matter. In modern era, Theonalist movement's special emphasis is laid on the integrated nature of the spiritual principle, which cannot be reduced to either reason or a moral sense etc. All religions are spiritualist by definition, belief in the life after death. Of spirits of the departed and the possibility of direct contact with them through individuals known as mediums. Spiritualist concepts can be traced back to very ancient faiths. In the 19th century in the USA there came into being a mass-scale mystical movement known as spiritualism, which later was to gain wide popularity in Europe. It founded its own societies and associations, put out its own publications, flooding the market with its own brand of specialized literature. The holding of spiritualist seances also became popular. These involved table turning, fortune-telling using tea leaves or coffee grounds, the summoning forth of the spirits of the dead etc. Spiritualist ideas were the subject of bitter criticism from natural scientists and materialist philosophers. St. Peter and St. Paul, Christian festival celebrated on June 29 in the Roman Catholic Church and on July 12 in the Orthodox Church. This festival is linked with the names of the two most important apostles, who are held to be the first propagators of Christian teaching. The lives of SS Peter and Paul have been compiled in such a way as to ensure that their selfless devotion should serve as an example for the faithful. It was instituted initially in Rome, whose bishops had the state, religion, and the church 545 dared themselves to be the heirs of St. Peter, and it quickly spread further afield. Its popularity was ensured by the fact that it coincided with specific landmarks in the agricultural year. In Russia this was the beginning of the haymaking. In Finland, Iceland, and Karelia sowing used to take place 10 weeks before this festival. Saint Peter was also regarded as the patron saint of fishermen. Starches 1vo or spiritual direction, Russian monastic movement based on the spiritual direction by austerities of a novice in ascetic practices. This tradition first emerged in the early 4th century among the Christian monks in Egypt. The spiritual direction presupposed the novice's voluntary obedience and subordination of his own will to that of the starets, the elimination of his own will. It was imperative upon the novice not to argue, not to contradict the starets, and to voice all his own thoughts to him. Other monks living in the same monastery and faithful from the surrounding area would revere the starets as a spiritual father. The practice of starchestvo assured the continuation of the monastic frame of mind and the religious world outlook and a whole range of traditions. It consolidated the religious, social and political influence of the Church over the faithful. Starchestvo appeared in the 14th century in the hermitages to the east of the Volga River. The movement had taken firm root by the late 18th and early 19th century, its main promoter being Schema Archimandrite 35-01018. Paisley, who in 1793 published his translation of Philokalia, a collection of ascetical and mystical writings dating from the 4th to the 5th centuries. The most important center of this move meant in 19th century Russia was the Optina Hermitage. State, religion, and the Church. The state is the main tool of political power. In our times the state machine uses a whole system of social views and ideas, including religion. Religion is one of the elements of the social structure. It has the capacity to adapt to changing patterns of reality, to socio-historical changes and to various types of state, ranging from the absolutist monarchy, through the constitutional monarchy and the bourgeois republic to the totalitarian fascist regime. Yet religion is not only an ideology but also an organization. The Church finds itself in a specific relationship to the state. From the point of view of their legal position in society there are three different categories of modern capitalist states: states in which there is an official state or dominant religion or church, states which content themselves with recognition of a formal equality between religions and churches, without separation of church and state, states in which the church is officially separate from the state. Relations b. 546 SFATES of TIIE Church. Between modern states and the church are rather complicated. They are not always confined to open and unquestioning obedience of the latter to the former. Many churches in recent years have modified their social doctrines in an attempt to demonstrate their independence of state power. Indeed, modern capitalist states vary in their attitudes to religious organizations, declaring themselves sometimes to be emancipated from the church. The church of today, one though it has lost many of its privileges and special rights, still performs important political, legal, and ideological functions. In the USSR church and state are separate, and schools are separate from the church. The church only carries out religious functions in keeping with its dogma, the prerequisites of its canons and traditions, bearing in mind as it does so the requirements of Soviet legislation regarding religious worship. States of the Church. C. Papal States or States of the Church. Sternberg, Lev. Russian ethnographer and historian of religion. I.e. was exiled to the island of Sakhalin on account of his membership of the Narodnaya Volya organization. While there Sternberg engaged in the study of the languages, family and domestic relationships and religious beliefs of the indigenous peoples, in particular, the Nivkid. After the 1917 October Revolution he became one of the leading figures in Soviet ethnography, making an enormous contribution to the study of the peoples of the North. His main work was entitled Prvobitnaya religia Svit etnographia. Stickerion or surplus. C. V. Estimates. Stickiron, psalm, or canticle consisting of many lines of the same length. Originally these were poetic writings from the Old Testament, later taken as a model for Christian canticles. The first author of a sticheron was Patriarch Anatolius of Constantinople in the 5th century. Stigmas or stigmata, a reddening of the skin, bruising or sore which appears involuntarily on the body of certain devout believers in those places where, according to biblical legend, Christ was wounded by the crown of thorns and the nails with which he was crucified. The appearance of stigmata was viewed by the Church as a miracle and used by it to whip up religious fanaticism. Cases in which there have been changes in the integument under the influence of suggestion and autosuggestion are known to medicine and can be explained by the fact that every part of the body is linked by neural conductors via the spinal cord and subcortex to the cerebral cortex. In specific conditions, changes in the nervous system can give rise to metabolic disorders in tissues, which in their turn can cause reddening or swelling of the skin and other abnormalities. This mechanism underlies the phenomenon of stigmata. Stimmiter Orthodoxy, monthly journal published in German in East. Strigalniks 547. Berlin. It is the mouthpiece of the Middle European Exarchate of the Moscow Patriarchate. It publishes materials on the main aspects of activities of the Russian Orthodox Church and its exarchates, and also sermons and articles on theological subjects. Space is also devoted to ecumenical questions. Stoicism, one of the schools of Hellenistic and Roman philosophy. Classical Stoicism represents a revival of Heraclitus' teaching about fire as the cosmic principle, interpreting it, however, in the spirit of theology, providentialism, and fatalism as simultaneously matter, universal reason, fate and God. In the system of Stoicism, which represents a mixture of physics, logics, and ethics, it is the latter which occupies the predominant position. The ethical principle of Stoicism that man should live in accordance with the laws of nature and therefore also in accordance with reason, which penetrates the whole of nature, determines the ideal of the wise man: submission to fate, impassivity, abstinence, strict performance of duty. There were also two further periods of Stoicism, known as the Middle or Transitional Period and the Late Period. Stoicism gradually came to embrace within its teaching elements of Platonism and, as a result, its religious ethical element came gradually to the fore and its general pantheistic thrust came to be replaced more and more by monotheism. Stoicism influenced the 35 development of Christianity, as is borne out, for instance, by the adoption of Clinty's formula concerning God: in him we live, and move, and have our being. Frederick Engels even referred to Seneca as the uncle of Christianity. Strauss, David Friedrich, German young Hegelian philosopher, a historian of Christianity. He belonged to the Tübingen school, but was more consistent than other of its representatives in his critique of teaching concerning Christ and the Neue Testament. His Das Leben Jesu and der Alte und der Neue Glaube proved very influential in their day. Strauss came to the conclusion that the majority of information contained in the Gospels was not historically authentic and was rather mythological in character. In the last years of his life, the anti-Christian thrust of his works was somewhat gentler, and he attempted to synthesize religion and pantheistic philosophy. Stribog, the god of the air, wind, and storms in the mythology of the ancient Slavs. Strigalniks, heresy widespread in Novgorod and Pskov in the 14th and 15th centuries. The social composition of this movement, Gunyer priests and townspeople, shaped its popular character. The movement was led by deacons Karp and Nikita, who were executed as heretics in 1375. The adherents of this movement questioned the divine origin, 548 SIUNDISFS. And nature of the sacrament known as the ordering of priests, and on this basis they rejected the church hierarchy and also the sacraments of the Eucharist, penance, and baptism. The movement called for the right to preach to be granted to laymen. Thus the program of this movement can be seen as providing parallels with the urban heresies of Western Europe, since it demanded a cheap church, the abolition of the clergy as a special corporation and the transfer of its functions to the laity, thus anticipating the demands of the Reformation. Stundists, name used by the Tsarist administration in Russia and by the Russian Orthodox Church for sectarian trends, that appeared in Russia in 1860s, as a result of the activities of Protestant pre-acres in the German settlements in certain parts of the country. For Ukrainian and Russian farm laborers they organized religious discussions and classes for Bible study. Stundism became fairly widespread among peasants and artisans. The Stundists rejected the Russian Orthodox Church, its hierarchy, the sacraments, and so on. At the end of the 19th century, the most radical elements broke with the Stundists. Moderate groups came to predominate in the Stundistm membership, which in the end gradually merged with the Baptists. Stupa, in Buddhism, this was a type of building whose origins can be traced back to burial mounds. In early Buddhism the stupa was used as a place to store sacred objects such as the first 8 stupas, which, according to legend, were erected over the ashes of Buddha. In later Buddhism the more typical kind of stupa was a memorial edifice in honor of certain events in the history of Buddhism. The architectural features of the stupa were determined in each country by local traditions, however an obligatory element was the inclusion of a circle or square in the plan. In Buddhist symbolism the stupa was held to represent the universe and it was usually domed. Swanelites or pillar hermits, zealots who practiced a specific kind of Christian asceticism, which involved voluntarily condemning themselves to a solitary life over a long period on an open platform erected on top of pillar. The founder of this ascetic practice, according to church tradition, was Saint Simeon Stylite from Syria. Many other Christian ascetics followed his example, in the period between the 5th and 10th centuries. Styx, in the mythology of ancient Greece, a river which flowed round the underworld kingdom Hades, and across which Charon ferried the souls of the dead. It was held that an oath by the water of the river Styx was sacred for both the gods and for men and could not be broken. Suffering, cult of, religious theological ideas affirming not only that suffering in the lives of men cannot be surmounted but also that suffering is something necessary and salutary that facilitates salvation. The cult of suffering is an extreme expression of the powerlessness of the oppressed classes in the struggle first and foremost against social oppression and at the same time SPE. Sukkot 549. Civic illusory form for the surmounting of sufferings, which does not touch upon their social causes. According to religious teaching, the causes of suffering lie not in the real conditions of men's lives but in man himself, in man's desires or sinfulness. At the same time suffering is seen as a means of freeing man from sin, a means of achieving moral self-improvement and salvation. The cult of suffering came into its own particularly vividly and was given its most detailed exposition in the Christian faith, the central figure of which is the suffering, crucified God-made man, Jesus Christ. Christianity idealizes suffering, lending it mystique in its interpretation. The ideas found in cult of suffering were embodied in asceticism. The cult of suffering persuaded people that it could enhance their chances of salvation, if they meekly endured injustice, culti vating attitudes of passivity and doubt in their own powers. Sufism, mystical movement in Islam. The name of the movement is derived from the Arabic Sufi meaning woolen. Initially the Sufis, i.e. those clad in a woolen garment, propagated the idea of complete renunciation of individual will. Then there grew up a teaching concerning mystical love, using the symbols of Persian poetry. Later Sufism acquired a more speculative and pantheistic character, while retaining its quietism and piety. Important for the evolution of Sufis were its components that stemmed from sources outside Muslim teaching. Christianity with its hermits and non-orthodox sects exerted a powerful influence on Sufism. The impact of Buddhism on it was also powerful. 4 stages of Sufism are usually identified: the Sharia, strict observance of all the laws of the Muslim religion; the Tariqa, a period of novitiate in the role of a murid under the guidance of an authoritative Sufi elder; the endeavor through prayer and intense meditation, and also ecstatic rites to wipe out personal will; the Mari. Attainment of knowledge, not via the mind but via the heart, of the oneness of the universe in God; acceptance of the equality of all religions, the relative nature of good and evil; the Haqiqat, complete identification of the man with knowledge and the deity. Sufism was to exert an influence on all spheres of spiritual life in the Muslim East: religious dogma, philosophy, ethics, and literature. Suggestion, a process of bringing psychological influence to bear on one or more individuals so that they may absorb uncritically the information being imparted to them. Suggestion plays an important part in religion. The most effective form of suggestion is that which is achieved during collective religious activity, during services. Susceptibility to suggestion is increased through the reproduction and imitation of emotional states during worship. Sukkot, or Feast of Tabor. Nakhals, a traditional agricultural festival of the Jews, which falls in the autumn. In Judaism it was linked with the legend of the exodus of the Jews from Egypt. The last day of this 550 Sumerian Babylonian religion festival is called Sinchat Torah. On that day solemn processions of worshippers bearing aloft the scrolls of the Torah are held in synagogues. Laudatory psalms in the honor of Yahweh are also sung on this day. The rabbis instituted this festival to mark the end of the annual cycle of public readings of the Torah in the synagogues. The reading of Deuteronomy, the last book of the Torah, is completed, and that of Genesis, the first book in the cycle, commenced. Sumerian Babylonian Reli. Jun. See Babylonian religion. Sun worship, veneration of the sun, which numbers among the most ancient forms of religion. At an early stage man linked the idea of the awakening to life of corn seeds with the beneficial warmth of the sun. Accordingly, sacralization of the sun was linked first and foremost with the development of agriculture. This was reflected most vividly of all in the festivals celebrating the rebirth of nature. Such celebrations include the Saturnalia of ancient Rome, European carnivals, and Shrovetide, the midsummer festival known in Russia as Ivan Kupalo, carol singing in December, or the Nowruz festival celebrated by the peoples of the Near and Middle East. They are all centered round 4 points in the calendar: the autumn and spring equinoxes and the winter and summer solstices. At the festivals bonfires were lit and wheels were burnt, symbolizing man's close link with the sun and its warmth. Omelets were cooked, since eggs were seen as symbols of the sun and nature. Pancakes and flat cakes were cooked, and so on. Adherents of Mitraism celebrated the festival of the Invincible Sun on December 25, which in the 4th century the Christian Church turned into its own festival of the Nativity of Christ. Many different versions of sun worship are to be found in the mythology and religious practices of American Indians. In folklore and popular applied art, symbolic representations of the sun are often to be encountered to the present day: sun wheels, rings, wreaths, round goblets, gold decoration, firebirds, round wedding loaves, etc. Sunday, the first and most important day of the Christian week, on which is commemorated the legend of Jesus Christ's resurrection from the dead. The origins of the 7-day week can be traced back to Chaldean Babylonian astronomical calculations. It was later adopted by the Jews of ancient times, who chose as their day of rest the Sabbath, or seventh day, to mark the completion of God's creation of the world. Initially Christians also used the Sabbath as their day of rest. Later, in order to dissociate themselves from Judaism, Christians began to take as their holy day the first day of the week, the day on which Jesus Christ is alleged to have risen from the dead. Sunnah, the sacred tradition of Islam, expounded in the hadith concerning the deeds and sayings of the Prophet Muhammad. In Islam, the Sunnah is seen as the source which elucidated and supplemented the Quran and constituted the SEC and fundamental body of Islamic law. The Compila. Superciton 551. Shin of the Sunnah can be traced back to the second half of the 7th and early 8th centuries. 6 collections of the hadith, the most important of which were compiled by al-Bukhari and Muslim, are regarded as canonical. Aside from the predominantly legendary material, the Sunnah also contains historical data which shed light upon the evolution of Islam and the position of the various social strata in the first 2 centuries of the Caliphate. Interpretations of the Sunnah provided by Muslim theologians lend it a more modern flavor than that of the writings themselves. Sunni, the See Sunnism. Sunnism, the largest of the 2 main branches of Islam. Those who acknowledge the authority of the Sunnah, the Sunni, live mainly in Asia and Africa, also in the USSR, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Albania, Cyprus, and in the United States. The followers of the Sunnah came together as a movement in the second half of the 7th century in Arabia, and between the 8th and the 12th centuries, in the course of religious politic struggle in the Caliphate, this movement emerged as the predominant branch of Islam. The Sunni recognize as Holy Scripture the Surma, in addition to the Quran, and together with the Prophet Muhammad and Caliph Ali they venerate a number of other caliphs, rejected by the Shiites. As a religious movement, the Sunni have no central organization. Between the end of the 8th and beginning of the 9th century, mystical trends began to emerge within the movement, such as Sufism, and in the 18th and 19th centuries puritanical religious political movements developed, and in the 19th and 20th centuries reformist and modernist movements appeared. Supernatural, according to the religious world outlook, the reality beyond the senses, the opposite of the real, perceptible world. Religion transforms fantastical creatures, properties and associations into objects of veneration and declares them to be supernatural. The concept of the supernatural embraces gods, spirits, angels, souls, miracles, providence, etc. Religion imparts to men the belief that objects and people who actually exist, can, as a result of a gift from above, be endowed with supernatural properties. The natural world is seen as being derived from the supernatural one. Starting out from the principle of the material unity of the world, Marxist atheism sheds light on the true nature of man's conceptions of the supernatural. Religious images take shape according to a logical pattern, and conceptions of the unnatural and the supernatural provide an erroneous reflection of the way elemental natural and social processes dominate the lives of men. Superstition, mistaken belief in accordance with which many things occurring in life are manifestations of supernatural forces and omens. 552 Surah. Those who officiate in various religions often use this term to embrace all the beliefs that they do not acknowledge and which in their eyes have no foundation. Religion and so-called everyday superstitions have one and the same origin. Religious conceptions and superstitions came into being in primitive society and were born of the helplessness experienced by our distant ancestors in their fight against the forces of nature. Surah. See Quran. Sutra, Sanskrit word meaning thread, string of rules, short exposition of ancient Indian religious philosophical teaching in the form of laconic sayings, a distinctive type of religious philosophical literature. In Brahmanism, sutras provide practical guidance based on the Vedas, regarding matters of worship and the way men should behave in life. They are allegedly divinely inspired. In Buddhism, sutras are part of sacred canonical collections such as Sutta Pitaka. Syoshanipata, part of the Sutta Pitaka, consisting of works in verse devoted to an exposition of early Buddhist morality. Syoshya Pitaka. Ctri Pitaka. Svarog, Svarazish, ancient Slav deity, protector of the heavenly flame. The age of the cult of Svarog coincides with the end of the Bronze Age and the beginning of the Iron Age. According to legend, Svarog threw down or dropped from heaven his blacksmith's tongs and men began to forge weapons. Another fundamental change in the social life of the ancient Slavs is also associated with the cult of Svarog, namely, the establishment of monogamous marriage. Svyatki. See Christmastide or the 12 Days of Christmas. Svyatavit, Svetavit, god of war according to the religious beliefs of the Western Slavs. Swedenborg, Emanuel, Swedish natural scientist and mystical philosopher. He wrote a number of works on mathematics, astronomy, mechanics, and mining. In his philosophy he initially adhered to mechanistic, rationalist views, but later adopted a stance close to that of Neoplatonism. In the 1840s he took up mysticism, declared himself to be a clairvoyant and began to propagate theosophical teaching with regard to the precise correspondence between earthly phenomena and those of the other world. Swift, Jonathan. Anglo-Irish satirical writer and well-known political figure. In his pamphlet Tale of a Tub he made fun of the religious feud between the Roman Catholic, Anglican, and Calvinist Puritan CHES. His main work Gulliver's Travels is a harsh satire of the policies of the ruling classes and the morals of the society of his times. In Gulliver's Travels Swift presents a satirical picture of the Synagogue 553. Anglican Church and condemns religious intolerance and fanaticism. Syllabus Aurorum, appendix to the encyclical issued by Pope Pius IX on December 8, 1964, in which are enumerated and condemned socio-political and religious movements, and scientific principles that undermine the teaching of the Roman Catholic Church and the authority of the papacy. An anathema is pronounced in particular upon socialism and communism, atheism and the demand for freedom of conscience, and rationalism. In 1907, under Pius X, another such syllabus was issued, aimed against progressive social movements, free thinking, the achievements of science and modernism in theology. Symbolism, religious, range of symbols typical for advanced religious systems, with the help of which various abstract concepts and ideas are expressed. Various material objects, as well as verbal and depictive signs, may be used as religious symbols. These are of a ritual character and provide equivalents or substitutes for sacred texts, deities, ethic commandments etc. In early forms of religion the dividing line between objects of veneration and their substitutes was virtually non-existent. Any object of unusual shape could be regarded both as a spirit and the receptacle for a spirit, and as its symbol at one and the same time. Metal pendants in the shape of birds or animals on the costume of a shaman constitute symbols of his spirit helpers and at the same time are those spirits themselves. As human society develops and religion systems become more refined, so too does religious symbolism become more sophisticated. With its help a specific aim is achieved, the sacral significance of a particular teaching is being hidden from the uninitiated. Examples of religion symbolism are endless. In Christianity, a lamb is the symbol of Jesus Christ, and a dove the symbol of the Holy Spirit. In Buddhism, the Triratna symbolizes the triad of the Buddha, the Dana, and the Sangha or community. In Lamaism, central to the imagery forming part of the wheel of life is the cock symbol of lust, the snake, symbol of evil, and the pig symbol of ignorance. The rich nature of religious symbolism is a distinctive feature of religious art. In particular, icons in Christianity and Buddhism contain many layers of sacral meaning and information that can be deciphered with the help of symbols. Sacred texts from a variety of religions are full of religious symbolism. Some symbols have come to be virtual bandhas of the particular religion with which they are associated. This applies to the cross, symbol of Christianity, the chakra, symbol of Buddhism, the vajra the symbol of Vajrayana and Lamaism, the crescent moon, symbol of Islam. Synagogue, in Judaism a house of prayer and community of believers. Synagogues AP 554 Syncretism, religious. Appeared in Palestine in the 4th century BC and after the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem by the Romans they began to be built in the diaspora, where, along with their religious functions, they also carried out the administration of the Jewish communities. Services are held in synagogues and passages from the Torah are read and comment upon. Typical features of synagogue buildings are a rectangular shape, with a portico at the entrance, behind which is situated the actual synagogue, divided by rows of pillars into several naves. By the east wall stands the Ark of the Covenant complete with the scrolls of the Torah, and in front of this is a raised platform from which the scrolls are read. The part of the synagogue set aside for women is usually separated from the remainder by a grill. Synagogues may have religious schools attached to them, in which the teaching is usually confined to training children to learn texts from the Holy Scriptures by heart. Syncretism, religious, merging, combination of heterogeneous doctrinal principles and practices of worship, resulting from the influence which various religions exert on each other in the course of their historical development. A striking example of this is provided by Shintoism. Synod of Bishops of the Roman Catholic Church, a consultative organ attached to the papacy, set up by Paul VI in response to recommendations made by the Second Vatican Council. It is convened by the Pope once in 3 years. This synod discusses matters of significance for the Church, that have become burning issues of the day. Synod decisions are passed when voting produces a 2/3 majority and they begin to operate after the Pope has ratified them. Some of the members of the Synod are elected by national conferences of bishops, while others are appointed by the Pope. Tabernacle, in the Orthodox and Roman Catholic Church is a special box, in which are kept pieces of consecrated bread. The so-called blessed gifts, for all the faithful, who were unable to be present at the Eucharist. Tabernacle, also called tent of meat _ing, portable temple or shrine of the Jews of old. According to the Bible story, the tabernacle was built in accordance with the model described by God to Moses on Mount Sinai. The tabernacle was divided into 2 parts. The later part was the sanctuary and the smaller was the Holy of Holies, in which was kept the Ark of the Covenant. The tabernacle provided the prototype for Christian church buildings. Taboo, religion is magical prohibition in pre-class society, violations of which would be followed without fail by punishment, sent down by a supernatural force, i.e. spirits or gods. The most highly developed system of taboos was that to be found in Polynesia. Specific objects, words, actions, animals, or people might be the subject of taboos, but most frequently of all they involved various material objects. As society and its class stratification became more advanced, taboos also came to be applied to rules of social inequality, that began to be regarded as sacrosanct. Some taboos were later codified as norms of an ordinary legal system, while others, constituting a greater proportion, were incorporated in religion as prohibitions, whose violation was associated with the concept of sin. Taboos, religious, norms of ordinary law, reinforced by tradition, that are interpreted as religious taboos, whose violation is punished by gods, spirits, or some sort of supernatural force. The majority of religious taboos have a biological or social basis, although as a rule they are presented with pseudo-religious trappings. Taboites, radical democratic wing of the Hussites. The Taborite community, so called because it had its stronghold in the town of Tabor in southern Bohemia, drew its social support from wide strata of the peasantry, the urban poor, craftsmen, junior clergy and some sections of the lesser nobility. The most revolutionary sections of the Taborite movement were the Picards, led by, among others, Martin H. Scott. Their political platform included demands for the liquidation of social estates, the abolition of feudal and church property, the elimination of sinners and opponents of God's law, i.e. feudal lords, nobles and knights. In accordance with chiliastic principles, the Taborites interpret the thousand-year kingdom. 556 Tafsir of God on earth as a kingdom of universal equality. They rejected the sacraments of the Church and Roman Catholic patterns of worship. Some Taborites even went as far as to reject all Christian shrines and rites. The Picards attempted to put their ideas on equality into practice, and this led to differences between them and the more moderate sections of the Taborite movement, consisting of prosperous peasants, junior priests, and well-to-do burghers. The Taborites, however, were united in their fight against German domination, both foreign and Bohemian nobles, the Roman Catholic Church and the papacy. The differences dividing the Taborites and the Utraquists, the camp of burghers and knights within the Hussite movement, led to open war between them, in which the Taborites were rooted. The Taborite movement and its ideology were to have a considerable influence upon events leading up to the Reformation. Tafsir, scholastic interpretation of the Quran, based on the Sunnah. Taqlid, the principle of unquestioning observation of all directives from authoritative theologians and lawyers, that rules out any possibility of independent judgments on questions of theology, morality and law. The domination of this principle throughout the Muslim East over many centuries has impeded development in the socio-cultural sphere. Even at the present time its influence is still strong in countries where Islam is widespread. Tai Chen, Chinese materialist philosopher. He led one of the groups within the philosophical movement known as Han Shui, which called for a return to the study of the Confucian classic texts in the edition dating from the Han period and opposed the Neo-Confucianism of the Sung period. Tai Chen rejected the idealist Neo-Confucian interpretation of the law as the highest principle sent down from heaven and preceding all things. He maintained that Chi particles constitute the material basis of the world and that their movement and changes in them give rise to the perpetual emergence of life. Talisman, an object which is superstitiously perceived to possess the magic capacity of bringing its owner happiness, success, etc. Belief in talismans is linked with primitive magic and fetishism. Talmud, a collection of religious treatises, consolidating the ideological and religious legal conceptions of Judaism of the feudal period, and also those regarding practices of worship. The written text of the Talmud was compiled in the 3rd to 5th centuries AD, in the oral form it came into being much earlier. The Talmud represents a whole range of eschatological ideas, that had not been found in the religious consciousness of the Talmudism 557. Jews dating from earlier periods. The authors of the Talmud elaborated a cumbersome system of Judaic rituals consisting of 248 instructions and 365 prohibitions. In the conditions of life of the diaspora, prescriptions for rituals laid down in the Talmud consolidated Judaism and promoted the transformation of medieval Jewish communities into closed religious corporations headed by rabbis. Similar aims were pursued when norms for religious legislation were drawn up for the criminal, civic, and family law as laid down in the Talmud. The Talmud is linked with the activity of the Sephirim, who headed the synagogues that first emerged in Egypt and later in other countries. The Sephirim laid the foundations for the interpretation of the Torah, which already was no longer appropriate in the conditions of the diaspora. In the year 210 AD, the head of the school of the Ta, Rabbi Judah Hanasi, gathered together the material consisting of interpretations already collected, that were later to be known as the Mishnah. Later the Mishnah itself was made the subject of interpretation. These interpretations made up the Gemara, which together with the Mishnah, formed the Talmud. This provided a most unsystematic picture of the feudal period in the history of the Jews, of the religious influences of various eras and peoples, and of the diametrically opposed ideas of various religious schools and certain theologians within Judaism itself. There are in existence two different texts of the Talmud, compiled in Babylon and in Palestine. Jewish tradition attributes greater importance to the Babylonian Talmud. Talmud Torah, a religious school for Jewish boys, orphans and children of the poor who study the Torah and the Talmud. Those who had completed the course at such schools could then enter a yeshiva. The Talmud Torah schools first appeared in the 16th century and were used by the rabbis as a means of ensuring that young people had a religious education. Jewish leaders in the West attempt now to revive the Talmud Torah schools in a somewhat modernized form, presenting their provision of Jewish education as an indispensable part of Judaism's survival today. The traditions embodied in these schools, permeated with the nationalist ideas of Zionism, are strong in Israel, where 36% of elementary schools are religious ones. Talmudism, term denoting the tradition of casuistic interpretation of the Bible in Judaism. Scholastic deliberations of the Talmudists made it possible to obviate the prescriptions of the Torah, retaining at the same time its divinely revealed character. In the enormous range of methods used in Talmudic casuistry, the most widely used techniques are those of gematria and notarikon. Tammuz, god of water and fertility in the religion of the peoples of ancient Mesopotamia, personification of the agricultural circle. The cult of Tammuz later became widespread through the whole of Asia Minor. Tanit, goddess of the moon, fertility and love in the religion of the Carthaginians. Tanit was considered to be the founder and patroness of the town of Carthage. She was a variant of the Phoenician goddess Astarte. The Greeks identified her with Artemis. Tanaim, Jewish religious teachers from the school in the city of Yavne on the Mediterranean coast, who interpreted the Torah. These commentaries were born of the need to adapt liturgical literature to the needs of the Jews of the diaspora. The commentaries of the scribes, the Pharisees and the Tanaim made up the Mishnah. Tantra, sacred texts of the Shaktist sects in Hinduism. Other movements within Tantrism had their own sacred texts. For the Shivaist sects these are the Agamas, for the Vishnuite sects these are the Puranas. Often the term Tantra is used as a general name that embraces all these texts. Tantrism, general name for the various schools and movements in Hinduism and in Buddhism. Hindu sects grew up among the members of the lower castes as a counterweight to Brahmanism. A characteristic feature of adherence to Tantrism is veneration of some natural energy, sexual power principle, more often than not a female one, less often a male one. Man is regarded as a microcosmos, his body is viewed as being constructed in a similar way to the cosmos and from the same material. From the Tantrist point of view, the generosity of nature is called forth or intensified by imitation of an act of impregnation. Tantrist rituals are linked with yogic practice, with the help of which man's dormant potential is believed to be set free. Taoism, philosophical teaching in China in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, on the basis of which there grew up in the 2nd century AD a religion which went by the same name. The principles of Taoist philosophy were expounded in the book Tao Te Ching, the authorship of which is ascribed to the semi-legendary author Lao Tzu. The main concept in this teaching, Tao, is declared to be the essence and first cause of the world, the source of its diversity, mother of all things. This is some sort of natural path, which the world and all men must take. In the philosophy of Taoism, elements of materialism and spontaneous dialectics are to be discerned. In the Taoist religion, natural processes are given a mystical interpretation and a pantheon of gods takes shape, led by the trinity of Shangti, Laozi and Taoist Shev 559. The creator of the world, Panku. The organizational structure of the Taoist religion is based on the hierarchical principle. Priests and monks play an important part in it. At the beginning of the 5th century, the doctrine and rituals of Taoism took shape and it became a state religion. Under the umbrella of Taoism, however, there have merged a large number of sects, distinguished by their independent interpretations of theological problems, dogma, rituals, and various views with regard to the obligations of the faithful. Characteristic of the Taoist religion is a rather eclectic combination of elements taken from Buddhism and Confucianism, everyday superstitions, and other mystical ideas. Taoist priests, when preaching ideas concerning the individual's search for perfection, suggest to the faithful specific methods for attaining longevity, including diets and series of physical exercises. At the same time, they engage in the driving out of evil spirits, divination, etc. Taoism has long since lost its former influence on other religions which became widespread in China. At the present time the number of its adherents is comparatively small. Terry, Maxim. Russian Orthodox theologian and philosopher. Unlike scholars specializing three patristics and representatives of scholasticism, he did not regard dogmatic and ascetic the oneology as sufficient substantiation for Christianity. Terayev saw the core of theology to be Christian anthropology, the main purpose of which was to substantiate biblical conceptions of man as the image and likeness of God, and also to recognize faith as the primordial attribute of man. Tarika, moral psychological methods of self-improvement in Sufism. They involve renunciation of logicat, rational cognition of the world, mortification of the will and the flesh on the part of a pupil murid in keeping with the behests of a mentor. THIRD-WORLDISM, the nether regions, TLL.E lower part of the underworld in TE mythology of the ancient Greeks. Tartarus was the same distance from the earth as the earth from the heavens, and it was separated from the rest of the earth by a triple layer of gloom and a bronze fence with iron gates around which whirlwinds raged eternally. Tathagata, an enlightened one who has attained perfection. Constant epithet applied to Buddha Shakyamuni. Tatian, Christian writer, one of the Christian apologists. In his work Oratio ad Graecos he rejected classical science and culture. While slighting Greek philosophy he extols the wisdom of the barbarians, and he strives to prove their superiority to the Hellenes both as regards intellect and moral qualities. Tatian developed the teaching on Logos as the mediator between God and the world. He also upheld the idea of the day of judgment and retribution or reward after death. Tatishev, Vasily. Russian scholar, historian, philosopher, and statesman. Tatishev. 560 Taksil. Maintained that not everything in history was the work of God, and that man's contribution should not go unnoticed. Tatishev had a high opinion of the social reforms that had been introduced by Peter the Great. His writings are permeated with religious skepticism, and he was critical of the Church, although not entirely consistent in his criticism. His main work was entitled Istoria Rossiyskaya s Samik Drevnishik Vremian. Taksil, Leo. French writer and public figure, anti-clerical. In the 1870s he published a number of pamphlets aimed against the Roman Catholic Church. In 1885 he declared that he regretted his former anti-clerical and anti-religious activity and that he was prepared to serve the Church by exposing Freemasonry as the synagogue of Satan. He put out a number of books on the monstrous crimes allegedly committed by the Masons in league with the devil. His exposures were rapturously received by the Church. However, in 1897 he exposed his own former activities, declaring that he had spent 12 years indulging in mystification aimed at discrediting the Church. He continued subsequently to publish anti-religious works, among which the following are deserving attention: La Bible amusante, and Les Pomographes Sacres. Teilhard de Chardin, Pierre, French paleontologist, philosopher, and theologian. He was admitted to the order of Jesuits in 1899. He saw one of the main purposes of his work to be to provide confirmation for the evolutionary theory and to formulate scientific phenomenology, aimed at resolving the contradiction between science and religion. He held that the stuff of the universe lay at the foundation of all that exists and that it possessed both material and spiritual aspects described as tangential and radial energies, and it is precisely radial energy that leads man along the path of evolution. The driving force behind the development of the universe, and the sum of that development, is the divine spirit, personified as the omega point. The universe, according to Teilhard de Chardin, in the course of its movement towards God, i.e. to the omega point, passes through the following stages: the advent of life, thought and superlife. He saw the key to resolving the problems of the development of the universe to lie in man as the privileged vehicle of evolution, who is indissolubly linked with God. He regarded the life of society as a kind of variation of a biological process. The Roman Catholic Church condemned Teilhard de Chardin's teaching as modernist, yet his ideas won wide popularity in the West. His chief work, Le Phénomène Humain, was published posthumously in 1955. Tek, refuge or cell of a hermit, dwelling of a Sufi dervish. They were built as a rule near well-known tombs, large mosques, or caravanserais. The men living in them usually sustained themselves thanks to waqf, funds bequeathed by a benefactor. Ibn Brs 561. And also thanks to donations from the faithful. Usually Sufi sheikhs with their pupils murids lived in a tek. Teleology, a religious idealist view of the domination in the world of expediency and goals which have always been preordained and for the sake of whose attainment everything in the world around man exists and develops. Teleology finds expression in the anthropomorphization of natural objects and processes, and in the linking of the latter with the operation of the principles that are dependent on immanent ends. In asserting that the world was created by God in the interests of man, teleology comes close to anthropocentrism. The idea that everything that exists is expedient in every way, which presupposes the presence of a superintelligent creator, underlies the teleological evidence for the existence of God and serves to substantiate creationism. Teleology is also organically linked with theodicy and predestination. Modern fideism presents a more up-to-date form of teleology, using idealist conceptions such as holism and neofinalism. Science and practical experience explain development in nature and society with reference to natural causes and refuted teleology. Darwinism revealed the natural character of expediency, and modern natural science has substantiated that conception. Telesio, Bernardino. Italian philosopher and natural scientist. His main work was De 36-01018. Rerum Natura I Uxta Propria Principia. Telesio founded an academy in Naples for the experimental investigation of the phenomena of the natural world. He regarded matter as something indestructible, and the heat inherent in nature and combating cold was what he saw as the driving principle underlying natural evolution. He designated the primary cause of life and the consciousness of animals and man as the life spirit. Although he upheld the idea of the unity of living matter, Telesio acknowledged the existence of a supreme soul created by God, when explaining the social nature of man. Templars or Knights Tem. PLAR, military. Monastic order founded by French knights in 1119 in Jerusalem, soon after the First Crusade, and which received its name on account of the site of the original headquarters near the spot where, according to legend, Solomon's temple had stood. This order, founded to defend pilgrims and the states that had been won from the Muslims by the Crusaders, succeeded in becoming, thanks to donations from the faithful and gifts of land and also to its involvement in trade and money lending, the most powerful feudal landowner and banker of the Middle East and Western Europe. In the 13th century the number of the Templars had reached 15,000. On more than one occasion the papacy used the order in its fight against heresies and popular uprisings. After the failure of the Crusades, the Templars set trade in Europe, mainly in France. 562 Temptation. Fearing the growing power of the Templars and in an attempt to gain possession of the order's wealth, the French king, Philip the Fair, succeeded in obtaining the arrest of the Templars in 1307 and having them summoned for trial by the Inquisition. The knights together with the head of their order were accused of sodomy, blasphemy, as well as manichaeism, and burnt at the stake in 1310. The property of the order was transferred to the French treasury. In 1312 Pope Clement V suppressed the order of the Templars at the Council of Vienne. Temptation, a religious and mythological motif encountered in many religions and linked with the effort by mythological heroes to overcome all possible enticements placed in their way by dark and evil supernatural forces. In societies based on exploitation, tales of overcoming temptation, and aspirations towards voluntary asceticism served to reconcile the working people to their difficult social position. 10 Commandments. C. Commandments or Decalogue. Tenrikyo, religious movement which appeared in Japan in 1838. Its founder was Miki Nakayama 1798-1887, a female shaman, who preached in the name of a creator deity, declaring herself to be his living temple. This teaching consists of a mixture of elements taken from Shintoism, Buddhism, and Christianity. Acknowledging as they do that all that exists is given us by God on loan, the followers of Tenrikyo hold it to be their duty to work selflessly for the good of their sect or organization and for the propagation of its teaching. In the holy city of Tenri, a university, schools, and medical establishments have been set up. There are also a publishing house, a radio station and a film studio to boost the propaganda effort. Tefillin. CPH electories or Te-Fillin. Terra. This type of his temple was usually built on elevated ground, mountains, or hills. In order to disseminate Buddhism in Japan, decrees were issued ca. 11ing for the building of Buddhist turnpies in every province, often close lo Shinto sanctuaries. The central temple, or group of temples, which enjoyed authority over all the provincial temples, was situated in the capital. In the late Middle Ages, work began on building combined Shinto-Buddhist temples, in the wake of a bringing together of Shintoism and Buddhism in Japan. Tertiaries, lay brotherhoods that were affiliated to certain Roman Catholic monastic orders. One of the first such brotherhoods was instituted in 1221 by Street Francisco Assisi after he had set up Franciscan monasteries and convents, i.e. it was the third kind of Franciscan organization to be established. Hence the name tertiaries, which was later also used by other similar organizations. The tertiaries provided active support for the Church in all its undertakings. Tertullian, Quintus Septimus. Florens, Christian apologist, the author of many works. Nieisms 63. On questions of philosophy, the logi, the organization of the Church, practical ethics and law. He defended Christian principles relating to the world outlook, dogma, and practical ethics. In his polemical works he criticized the Gnostics, condemned the philosophers of the ancient world as corruptors and heretics, and he advocated the conception of pure faith, which did not require any rational evidence. Tertullian opposed allegorical interpretations of the Holy Scriptures. He formulated the principle of the triunity of the Christian God and introduced the concept of the persons, or hypostases, of the triune God. Tesbub, a god from the Hurrian pantheon, whose cult later became widespread during the Hittite king Dom. He was worshipped as the god of storms and depicted in the form of a bull. Teutonic Order, a military monastic order founded by the German Crusaders at the end of the 12th century and originally based at the St. Mary's Hospital for German Crusaders. It was approved by the Pope in 1198. At the beginning of the 13th century the order established itself in northeastern Europe and was thus able to implement the policy of feudal and Roman Catholic expansion in the Baltic territories and the princedoms of northwestern Russia. In the lands they seized the 36 Teutonic Knights pursued a policy of coercive Germanization and forced conversion of the local population to Roman Catholicism. The aggressive tactics of the Teutonic Knights gave rise to determined resistance on the part of the population of Poland and Lithuania, which was supported by Russian and other Slavonic peoples. In 1410 Polish-Lithuanian Russian troops inflicted a crushing defeat on the Teutonic Knights at the Battle of Tannenberg. In the 16th century, when the Reformation had gripped the whole of Prussia, the lands of the Teutonic Knights were secularized. Together with this wealth the order lost much of its military might and political influence. The Teutonic Order exists to this day as a very small church organization in West Germany, and its members are for the most part representatives of the aristocracy. Thales of Miletus, philosopher of ancient Greece, founder of the Milesian school. In his attempts to explain the diversity of the world around him, he viewed water as the fundamental substance from which all things proceed. Despite the fact that his teaching remained no more than a religious mythological conception in view of objective historical conditions, traces of a primitive materialist approach to the world are clearly to be seen in it, as in his endeavor to see the divine first and foremost in material things and to provide an explanation of the universe on naturalistic principles. This gives grounds for regarding Thales as the forefather of materialist philosophy. MEISM, religious teaching. 564 Tyamus. That reckons the existence of a personal, transcendental God, who created the world and governs it in accordance with his will. The term was introduced by the English philosopher Ralph Cudworth. From the theist point of view, the course of events in world history is predetermined by divine providence. Unlike pantheism, theism views God as a personal being, a supernatural eternal principle existing outside the world. Udeism, theism acknowledges the constant and direct dependence of all natural and social processes on God. Theist conceptions are more advanced in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Modem theology brings theism up to date, using the methodological devices of idealist philosophy and at the same time distorting data from the natural and social sciences. Memis, the goddess of justice in the mythology of ancient Greece. She was depicted with a bandage over her eyes, that served as a symbol of her impartiality. Meocentrism, a theological conception according to which God, interpreted as absolute, perfect being and the supreme good, provides the source of all being and all good. Imitation and emulation of God is then viewed as the supreme goal and main purpose of human life, while veneration and service of God is seen as the basis of morality. Theocentrism is closely linked with theism and also with such of its fundamental principles as creationism and providentialism. Meocracy, a form of government, under which power in the state is in the hands of the head of the church and the clergy. It was characteristic of slave-owning and feudal societies. A theocracy held sway in the 5th to 1st centuries BC. In Judea, where power was in the hands of the chief priest. Other theocratic states were caliphates of the Umayyad and the Abbasid dynasties and the papal states, in which the pope wielded both political and spiritual power. The present-day Vatican is also a theocratic state. Its head, the Pope, enjoys unlimited power. Theodicy, religious philosophical teaching, the purpose of which was to prove that the existence of evil in the world does not rule out religious conceptions of God as absolute good. The concept of theodicy is first encountered in the writings of Leibniz, who regarded the world as the perfect creation, and who viewed evil as a blessing for mankind that was indissolubly linked with good. In a number of philosophical systems, evil appears as something sent down by God as a test for men on earth, with the help of which their spirit and their faith in God are strengthened. A considerable amount of attention was devoted to theodicy by Vladimir Solovyev, who used the term agathodiki, gustification of good, for it. Modern theodicy is closely linked with anthropodicy, gustification of man, and sometimes combined with demodicy, i.e. justification of a given people or ethnic group and its non-material culture. Teleologically symbolic numbers S6s. Theodorus of Cyrene, Greek philosopher. He was driven out of Athens for his views and later he was subjected to persecution. Theodorus was the author of a work, that has not survived, entitled On the Gods, in which he rejected the existence of any deities. Theodosius Koswa, representative of the Russian peasant plebeian heresy in the mid-16th century, a fugitive peasant who took his monastic vows. In 1551 he began to preach the so-called New Teaching, in which he rejected the basic doctrines of Christianity, the Holy Trinity, the divine nature of Jesus Christ, the resurrection of the dead, etc. He appealed for universal equality, religious toleration, the elimination of wars and exploitation. In 1553, in connection with the M8 Bashkin case, Theodosius Koswa was condemned to death but succeeded in escaping to Lithuania, where he helped shape the newly emerging Polish-Lithuanian anti-Trinitarian movement. Information on the views of Theodosius the Squint-eyed can be gleaned from the polemical works of Zinowietensky and the 17th-century Polish writer Andrzej Wejierski. Theodosius of Pechory, St., Father Superior of the Kiev-Pechory Monastery, and one of its founders. He introduced a strict monastic rule on the Greek model, and he is regarded as the father of monasticism in medieval Russia. Theogony, myths concerning the origin of gods personifying the elemental forces of nature. The picture of the cosmos based on animistic conceptions is presented in terms of a chain of divine births and deaths. The first attempt to describe and systematize the origin and descent of gods, as well as the links between certain deities, was made by the ancient Greek poet Hesiod. Gaia with the help of Eros brought forth Uranus. Then, marrying Uranus, she bore a whole pleiad of gods, who personified the forces of nature, fighting against each other. Theological Academy. Church institution providing higher education for the training of theologians, teachers of theological disciplines and specialists for pastoral work in the Church. At the present time, the Russian Orthodox Church has two such academies in the USSR, the Moscow Theological Academy, situated in the town of Zagorsk in the Moscow region, and the Leningrad Theological Academy. Both provide a 4-year course. The Armenian Church has a Theological Academy providing a 3-year course in Echmiadzin near Yerevan. The Roman Catholic and some Protestant churches also have theological academies. Higher theological education is also provided in a number of countries by theological colleges and by the theological faculties of various secular universities. Theologically symbolic numbers, natural numbers, to which are attributed supernatural origin and significance. Belief in numbers as symbolic can be traced back to the difficulty primitive man as 66-1 Heology faced when trying to go beyond last numbers of ancient number systems, to mythological explanations for numerical correlations in nature, to the inability to understand laws of numbers and operations with them, and to the numerical significance of letters in ancient arithmetic. Theologically significant numbers figure in one way or another in all religions and mystical teachings. A sacred significance is attributed to the number bears 3, 7, 9, 12, 40, and others. These are contrasted with so-called diabolical numbers, the unlucky number 13, the number of the beast, or the number of the Antichrist 666. Theologically symbolic number bears provided the basis for numerical mysticism. MEOLOGY, system for the substantiation and defense of religious teachings about God, His qualities, characteristics, and properties, the range of proofs for the true nature of dogma, religious morality, rules, and norms of day-to-day life for the faithful and the clergy, laid down by this or that religion. Theology incorporates proofs for the supernatural origin of the Holy Scriptures, the divine revelation of holy legends, the divine essence of the Church, and also a number of practical disciplines linked with the conduct of services. All theological systems are based on the recognition of a personal God, who created the world and rules it according to laws outside man's knowledge. The basic philosophical foundation for official theology in the Christian Church is provided by the teaching of Plato, Aristotle, and Neoplatonism. Christian theology was never a homogeneous doctrine. There exist Orthodox, Protestant, and Roman Catholic theologies, to name but three. Each has its own specific features that distinguish one system from others. Nevertheless, they have a good deal in common. A theological system is understood to embrace a selection of various theological disciplines, each of which expounds various aspects of the dogma and cult concerned. Orthodox theology, for instance, consists of fundamental theology or apologetics, which expounds and justifies in apologetical argument with non-believers and members of other faiths a certain number of basic beliefs. Dogmatic theology demonstrates that the basic doctrines adopted by the first two ecumenical councils are true and divinely ordained. Moral or practical theology teaches how the Christian should behave in his life on earth, in order that life might become a means for his attainment of eternal bliss. Denunciatory or comparative theology demonstrates how orthodoxy is superior to other Christian confessions. Then there are also exegetics and pastoral theology, shedding light on the practical questions concerned with the work of priests. Closely connected with the latter are liturgics, homiletics, canon law. At the present time, theology is going through a crisis that finds expression in a rejection of certain traditional concepts. Theology of Hope 567. And in the appearance of an enormous quantity of the most contracted dic. Tory theological concepts, such as crisis theogy, death of God theology logi, and the theology of revolution. MEOWGY of culture, a movement in modern Protestant theology, its leading exponent being Paul Tillich. In his works Systematic Theology and Theology of Culture, he substantiated the need for dialogue between the Christian Church on the one hand and science and art on the other, by saying that the autonomy of culture and the loss of its religion.ea substance was tantamount to its loss of meaning. The Church should endeavor not to regenerate its cultural rudiments, but to open up within the patterns of the culture existing independently of its widest possible dimensions, its ultimate meaning, and relationship to the unconditional. A theonomous culture of this sort, that surmounts the contradiction of life through communion with the foundation of being, is presented in the theology of culture as a foretaste of the kingdom of God. MEOWGY of development, progress theology, one of the modem Christian conceptions, which in the wake of the documents issued by the Second Vatican Council and the encyclical drawn up by Paul VI entitled Popularum Progressio defines development as a process that simultaneously touches upon the technical, economic, socio-political, and moral ideological spheres. Man is the focus of this global process. Called upon to change the world and dominate it, progress finds expression in the humanization of the world, which involves the liberation of the individual within society. Thus the history of human progress is a fragment of the history of man's salvation, and therefore believers must play an active part in the historical process. The theology of development represents an attempt to justify from the standpoint of Christian teaching the involvement of Christians in the struggle for social progress. MEOWGY of hope, one of the conceptions in modernist Christian socialism, in which Christianity is interpreted as the great social hope, or social liberation, that represents the triumph of Christian moral ideals and will also be men's salvation. Christian hope, according to the theology of hope, involves not only passive waiting for the future, but also action aimed at radical renewal of life and contributing towards the implementation of the gospel ideals of love, justice, and human brotherhood, ideals which were contradicted by capitalist practices. For this reason Christians are seen to need to work together with socialists in the struggle to overthrow the capitalist system and to bring about the socialist ideal which corresponds to that of the Gospels. Thus it follows that the implementation of the socialist ideal will signify the implementation of the kingdom of God on earth. Advocates of the theology of hope maintain that this fusing of Christianity and socialism is a historical necessity, insofar as Christianity will be able to have a new lease of life only after it has become the religion of the popular. 568 Theology of Polcs. Masses, and, conversely, the latter will only be able to implement their social aspirations, when their faith in the coming of the kingdom of God is revived. The theology of hope attempts to draw into the orbit of Christian eschatology the involvement of the popular masses in the struggle for fundamental social change, for socialism. Theology of politics. C. Political theology. MEOWGY of revolution, one of the movements within the sphere of social theology, whose exponents endeavor from the point of view of Christian dogma to justify believers' involvement in the revolutionary struggle on the side of the left forces. Jürgen Moltmann, a theologian from West Germany, defines theology of revolution as theology of Christians who are suffering yet fighting. The Christian moral ideal is used by the supporters of the theology of revolution as the basis for their critique of the capitalist social order, which contradicts the ideas of justice, equality, and brotherhood to be found in the Gospels. According to these theologians, the ideals of socialism are identical with Christian values. Socialism, they maintain, does not contain any metaphysics and provides no answer to the question as to the meaning of human life, and therefore it does not contradict religion. Christians are therefore encouraged to take part in activities aimed at implementing the socialist ideal, for in this way they are putting into practice Christian values and helping to fulfill the divine plan for salvation. The theology of revolution won support on a considerable scale in the countries of Latin America in the 1960s. The Colombian priest Camilo Tunes wrote that revolutionary struggle is an obligation for a Christian and a priest, insofar as that is the only way, in the conditions obtained today, for man to put love for his neighbor into practice. Theology of revolution comes out in favor of socialism as a moral ideal and social revolution as an eschatological event. Theomachism, a negative attitude of the individual towards supernatural forces, recognized by him as extant. Theomachism is rooted in a refusal to accept the perverse world, which appears to the theomachist to be incompatible with the idea of good. God is seen to be the cause of evil in the world. Theomachism discredited the Christian idea of man's sinfulness as the cause of the imperfections in social relations. Man's guilt, allegedly stemming from original sin, is transferred by the theomachists to God. They also deny certain aspects of the religious and ethical ideal, such as humility and unquestioning acceptance of suffering. It is no coincidence that theomachist ideas often paved the way to protests from the working poor against the ruling classes. As the secularization of society gained ground, the ideas of theomachism were used in the context of general culture as well. The figure of the theomachist became a symbol for aspirations to freedom. Sometimes theomachism appears as a means of asserting the individual's right to self-will. THIRD-WORLDISM 569. Theophanes the Greek, a Byzantine painter who worked in the medieval Russian state. Together with Russian craftsmen he decorated many churches in various towns in Russia, and also painted icons and miniatures. Typical of Theophanes' icons and miniatures are the inspired images and dramatic tension. They are distinguished by the originality of the style and the clarity of the drawing. The painting workshop Theophanes set up in Moscow promoted the development of Russian fine art. Theophany, a springtime festival in ancient Greece in honor of the birth of Apollo, an appearance of God in visible form, a brief personal manifestation of a deity to an individual. Theory of knowledge. C. Epistemology or the theory of knowledge. Theosophy, religion is philosophical teaching regarding the possibility of direct experience of the divine with the help of mystical intuition and revelation, within the reach of a select circle of the initiated. Representatives of this movement usually try to provide logical justification for their subjective mystical experience of knowing God. The theoretical basis for theosophy is provided by the pantheistic conception of the single, impersonal, all-embracing absolute, constituting the divine essence of all things. The practical essence of theosophy finds expression in mystical illuminations and magic. Acceptance of the possibility of direct contacts with the supernatural forces from the other world gives theosophy something in common with spiritualism and occultism. The origins of theosophy can be traced back to the dim and distant past. Elements of theosophy are to be found in Brahmanism, Buddhism, and Kabbalah. Theosophical ideas permeated Neoplatonism and Gnosticism in the ancient world, and in the Middle Ages they influenced the sect of the Cathars, the Order of the Rosy Cross, and the Alchemists' Guild. In the 16th to 18th centuries the ideas of theosophy were elaborated in more detail by Paracelsus, Jacob Boehme, Emanuel Swedenborg et al. Elements of theosophy are also to be found in the work of Vladimir Solovyev, who considered theosophy to be the supreme synthesis of rational and empirical knowledge with mysticism. Theosophical ideas were intensively propagated by the Theosophical Society founded in 1875 on the initiative of Helena Blavatsky. Based in Ishali in New York and later in Madras, the society developed its activities in many countries of the world. Theosophists recognize the transmigration of souls and they propagate ideas of universal brotherhood, tolerance towards all religions, since in each of them there allegedly lies hidden a common divine essence, and they aspire to the goal of developing man's supersensory forces. The Arapati, an ascetic religious community, which was either a group of Essenes or a sect closely related to the latter. It came into being in the 1st century AD among the Jews of Alexandria. The Therapeutae regarded themselves as healers. 570 11 Ioces on Feuerbach. In the service of Pod, hence the name with which they chose to designate themselves. They did not acknowledge slavery, renounced property, despised all forms of sensual pleasure and preached pacifism. The main virtue from their point of view was abstinence, and in view of the celibacy was strictly observed within the community. Theses on Feuerbach, 11 theses written by Karl May in 1845 and published after his death by Friedrich Engels in 1888. According to Engels, they were the first document in which is deposited the brilliant germ of the New World outlook. The theses provide a concise formulation of the basic tenets of Marxist philosophy, the materialist interpretation of history and social experience, and a fundamentally new view of man. They identify the dependence of ideological phenomena on the conditions of material life in society. The theses contain a critique of Feuerbachi's historical idealism and of utopian socialism, and they shed light on the main shortcoming of all preceding materialist theories, namely, their contemplative character. Substantiation is provided for the essence and objectives of dialectical materialist philosophy and its significance for the revolutionary transformation of society. The theses laid the foundation for the consistently atheist interpretation of the material, terrestrial basis for religion. When criticizing Feuerbach's anthropological philosophy, Marx wrote, "The essence of man is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality it is the ensemble of social relations." This meant that the true sources of religious conceptions can be revealed only when the social relations that give rise to them are investigated. The central principle of the new revolutionary world outlook was formulated in the final thesis: the philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point is to change it. Thetis, in the mythology of ancient Greece, one of the Nereids, wife of the mortal Peleus and mother of the hero Achilles. At the wedding of Thetis and Peleus, the goddess Eris allegedly threw down the apple of discord which led to the Trojan War. Tillich, Helmut. German Protestant theologian, he is known above all for his works in the field of Christian ethics. The main subject of his ethical writings is the relationship between the individual and the state. Tillich does not represent any movement or school of Protestant theology, he assumed the role of popularizer and preacher. He is a supporter of secular Christianity, the aim of which is to help believers find their bearings in the modern world. His ethics are not so much theological as political in character. Thomas A. Kempis, German religious writer and mystic, Augustinian monk. The most famous of his works is his De Imitatione Christi, in which asceticism and humility are advocated in view of the sinfulness of the world. According to Thomas A. THIRD 571. Kempis, only imitation of the life of Christ can save man and bring him to eternal bliss. This book, whose message coincided with the ideological and socio-political objectives of the Church, was widely publicized by the clergy of many different Christian denominations. Momas Aquinas, St., Roman Catholic theologian, follower of Saint Albertus Magnus. He was canonized by the Roman Catholic Church in 1323. He attempted to provide philosophical substantiation for Christian doctrines, to which end he systematized the main ideas of Aristotle's philosophy and wrote commentaries on them from the Christian standpoint. The writings of St. Thomas Aquinas show clear traces of the influence of Neoplatonism. The synthesis of Aristotelianism and Christianity arrived at by him involved emasculation of the materialist elements of Aristotle's philosophy and exaggeration of the idealist tenets. The core of St. Thomas Aquinas' philosophy was the principle of the harmonious balance between faith and reason and acknowledgement of the fact that reason is capable of substantiating the existence of God and of repudiating the philosophical arguments against the truths of faith. In the encyclical issued by Leo XIII entitled Idemi Patris, St. Thomas Aquinas' philosophical system was referred to as the only true philosophy of Roman Catholicism. His main works were S. Umma Theologicae and S. Umma contra Gentiles. Momism, the dominant trend in Roman Catholic philosophy. It was founded by Saint Thomas Aquinas, from whom it took its name. Roman Catholicism used Thomist ideas in its fight against the science of the modern era. The Reformation and the bourgeois revolutions gave rise to a crisis in Roman Catholic ideology as a whole and to the decline of Thomism. In the second half of the 19th century a revival of Thomism began, which took the form of Neo-Scholasticism and Neo-Thomism. More, in Scandinavian mythology, the god 9F thunder, storms and fertility, son of Odin and Horth, one of the main Aesir. He was depicted as a red-bearded man armed with a thunder hammer Mjolnir, with a belt of strength and iron gloves. Thor was the main defender of the gods and men from giants and monsters. Thor's counterpart among the Germanic peoples of continental Europe was Donner and Thunor among the Anglo-Saxons. Mom or Didi, in the mythology of ancient Egypt, the god of the moon, the scribe of the gods, hence the creator of the sacred books and the protector of libraries and archives, also measurer of time and inventor of numbers and the god of wisdom and magic. In the judgment hall of Osiris at the divine tribunal it was Thoth who recorded the final verdict after the deeds of the deceased had been assessed, and accompanied him into the underworld. Thoth was depicted as a man with the head of an ibis. The center for his cult was Hermopolis. Thursdayable or censer, metal vessel suspended on 3 or 4 chains that is filled with smoldering. 572 tiamat. Coals and incense or other aromatic substances. It is used during services in Christian churches. Tiamat, in the mythology of Babylonia and Assyria, a female being who personified primordial chaos or the great ocean. She was depicted in the form of a monstrous dragon. She was the primogenitrix of gods, with whom she subsequently engaged in battle. In her battle with Marduk Tiamat was eventually slain and from her body were then formed heaven and earth. TIAR triple crown of the Pope. Its basic shape is that of an episcopal mitre, on top of which are attached 3 crowns, which perhaps were designed to symbolize the 3 roles of the Pope as a judge, lawgiver, and priest, although they are sometimes seen to symbolize also the Pope's power over heaven, earth, and hell. The crowns are made of precious metals and decorated with precious stones. The tiara is topped with a cross. It has existed in this form since the 14th century. Pope Paul VI donated his tiara to help the poor and needy, and subsequent popes John Paul I and John Paul II renounced the act of coronation completely. Tidings of Zion. See Alliancy. Tikhon, Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia, who was elected at the local council of the Russian Orthodox Church in November 1917. He called upon the faithful to overthrow Soviet power, pronounced an anathema upon it, and spoke out against the decree on the separation of church and state. However, on the eve of his death, in April 1925, Tikhon signed an address to Bolivar, in which he called upon the clergy and the faithful to give their loyal support to the Soviet state. Tillich, Paul, Ger man, American Protestant theologian, one of the founders of the theology of culture. The task of theology, according to Tillich, was to re-establish the lost synthesis of Christianity and modern consciousness or culture, to provide an answer to the fundamental questions of human existence. God should be sought not in the other world, but in the depths of being of both the world and man. Man as he saw him was alienated from God, from the world and from himself. The goal of history was to surmount that alienation. The bringer of new being that surmounts the alienation is Jesus Christ, not God made man, but man as he ought to be, and in this sense the divine image embodied in man. Tillich saw religion as the substance of culture and culture as the form of expression for religion. Timur Yazef, Climate, Russian Darwinian biologist and public figure. His work followed in the tradition of progressive natural science in his country and abroad. He propagated and popularized Darwin's teachings and the materialist approach to natural sciences. He made important contributions to Darwinism in his works Исторический метод v biologii and Factory organiczej evolucji. He defended the materialist stance and opposed idealism in science and attempts to use scientific data to TIIE Rural Poor 573. Strengthen religious faith. He was one of the first Russian men of learning to come out in support of the new Soviet state. In a number of his works Timur Yazef spoke out against attempts to reconcile science and religion, demonstrating the reactionary role of clericalism in the resolution of socio-political questions. Tyndall, Matthew, representative of English deism. According to Tyndall, positive Christian revelation does not add anything to natural religion, that was originally revealed to men by God through reason alone. From the deist point of view, Tyndall subjected the Bible to harsh criticism, particularly the Old Testament. His main work, Christianity as Old as the Creation, was regarded as the Bible of rationalist deism and had a definite influence on the writings of V. Older and H. Olbach. Titans, second generation of gods in the mythology of ancient Greece, the children and sometimes the grandchildren of Uranus and Gaia. They all personified elements and the forces of nature. The general outline of the myths linked with the Titans is as follows. The Titans led by Cronus overthrew their father Uranus. In his turn, Cronus was overthrown by his son Zeus, and there then began a war of the Titans against the new generation of gods, the Olympians. The Olympians eventually conquered the Titans, who were then sent down to Tartarus. The myths concerning the war between the Titans and the Olympians reflect the period of the consolidation of an Olympian religion throughout the whole of Greece. Tithe, a tax levied for the support of the church, clergy, or some charitable purpose, consisting of a tenth part of all income of the faithful. The practice of paying tithes was found among many peoples in ancient times. It is mentioned in the Bible, and this fact was exploited as a pretext for Christian priests to demand that observance of this custom be regarded as essential. It was retained in feudal Europe and Russia, until it was replaced with other forms of levying money for the upkeep of churches and the support of the clergy. At the present time, payment of tithes is only compulsory for members of the Adventist sects, for whose income it constitutes the central component. To the rural poor. An explanation for the peasants of what the Social Democrats want, a work by Lenin, written in 1903. In this work, alongside the economic and political tasks, Lenin formulated the demands the Social Democratic Party was making with regard to freedom of worship. The Social Democrats, he wrote, demand that everybody shall have the full and unrestricted right to profess any religion he pleases. There should be no established religion or church. All religions and all churches should have equal status in law. The clergy of the various religions should be paid salaries by those who belong to their religions, but the state should not use state money to 574 Toland. Support any religion whatever. These ideas of Lenin's were later reflected in the program documents of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Toland, John, Irish materialist philosopher. He developed a teaching concerning movement as an essential property of matter, as one of its attributes, and the indissoluble link between space and time and matter and movement. In his work Christianity Not Mysterious and Others, he criticized from a deist standpoint both religion and the church, and endeavored to reveal the human origin of the gods, the earthbound roots of the conceptions of the immortality of the soul, life beyond the grave, and so on. In his Pantheisticon he propagated the ideas of naturalist pantheism and defended the principle that the world is material and the universe is infinite and eternal. Toleration, acknowledgement of the right to confess any religion, a tolerant respectful attitude to the representatives of all faiths. Campaigns for toleration arose in conditions where a specific religious movement predominated and adherents of any other religions were subjected to persecution. These campaigns were of a progressive character and contribute to the humanization of society. Unlike bourgeois constitutions which reduce freedom of worship to no more than toleration, The Constitution of the USSR guarantees Soviet citizens both freedom of worship and the right to be atheists and to conduct atheist propaganda. Tolstoy, Lev, Russian writer, whose writings had an enormous influence on world literature and reflected the contradictions characterizing a whole era in the life of Russian society. Tolstoy is the author of the novels War and Peace, Anna Karenina and Resurrection, a large number of novellas, plays and short stories. At the same time he was a religious utopian thinker, who strove to transform society through moral religious self-improvement. Tolstoy also wrote a number of philosophical religious and religious ethical works. Tolstoy's religious ethical teaching was profoundly contradictory, reflecting both the strong and the weak sides of the social attitudes of the peasantry after the abolition of serfdom in 1886. On the one hand, Tolstoy came out with profound criticism of the Russian Orthodox Church as a hypocritical instrument through which certain groups of people seek to hold sway over others, and demonstrated the groveling of the Church before the power of Tsarism, and, on the other, he preached universal love, rejection of resistance to evil by violence, and asceticism. Despite the utopian nature of his moral religious teaching, Tolstoy's criticism of the Orthodox Church and Tsarism was so harsh that he was subjected to persecution by the authorities and the Church. In 1901 the Holy Synod decided to excommunicate Tolstoy from the Russian Orthodox Church. Tolstoyism, religious utopian social movement in Russia. It came into being in the late 1890s on the basis of the religious ethical teachings of Lev Tolstoy. When evaluating the social roots of Tolstoy's teaching. Tosef 01H515. Lenin pointed out that it reflected the views of millions of peasants, that Tolstoy introduced into his teaching their naivete, their alienation from political life, their mysticism, their desire to keep aloof from the world, non-resistance to evil, their impotent imprecations against capitalism and the power of money. Tolstoy self-resolutely opposed the use of his teaching as a new sectarian doctrine. The social composition of the following Tolstoyism enjoyed was most varied. Apart from members of the intelligentsia, there were also peasants, clerks, workers who had arrived from the country. The Tolstoyans took as their creed the weakest aspects of the writers. Religious ethical teaching, i.e. the ideas of social passivity, and nonviolent resistance, asceticism, quietism, the idealization of patriarchal patterns of social and family life, propagation of universal love and forgivingness. Typical features of the Tolstoyan movement were refusal to pay taxes and to do military service, the organization of agricultural communes. Based on evangelical principles, work in education and publishing aimed at spreading books among the people. At a time when the revolutionary movement in Russia was on the rise, Tolstoyism constituted a utopian activity. Tonsure, the shaving of the head or the crown of the head as a sign that a man belongs to a monastic order or the priesthood in the Roman Catholic Church and certain others. It can be traced back to the ancient custom of shaving the heads of slaves, so as to set them apart from free men, the part of the head left bare by shaving, which serves to single out those persons who have voluntarily taken a vow to devote themselves to the service of God. Torah, Hebrew name for the Pentateuch. For purposes of worship only texts written by hand on parchment scrolls are used. Torquemada, Tomashta, Dominican monk, who headed the Inquisition in Spain. He was the author of the Inquisition Code of Practice and the procedural directions for the Inquisition tribunals. He introduced the practice of auto de fe and was also famous for his persecution of Muslims and Jews. Torres, Camilo, a Colombian priest, one of the first representatives of the so-called rebel church in Latin America. He condemned in harsh terms the alliance between the church, the oligarchy and imperialism, and he supported cooperation with the communists in the fight for social change. He joined partisans and was killed in a clash with the punitive detachment. The Camilo Torres movement brought together in the 1960s the most active of the rebel priests. Tosapphom or Tosefta, in Hebrew religious literature, a collection of commentaries on the Law of Moses, similar to the Mishnah. It contains chiefly resolutions relating to religious rules and laws and materials that have not 576 THIRD-WORLDISM been included in the Mishnah. It provides the material for biblical aegetics. Totemism, one of the early forms of religion, the essential feature of which was belief in a supernatural relationship between groups of human beings, clans, tribes, or families, and the animal and plant world. A totem is a plant or animal perceived to be a real ancestor, on which the life and well-being of the clan or family as a whole and each of its members separately was supernaturally dependent in every way. In Australia, the spirits of totem ancestors are thought to live within chingas which are being kept in holy places. The traditional range of concepts linked with totemism is as follows: belief in the possibility of recurring immaculate_embodiment of the totem in newborn members of the family, i.e. in living descendants, belief that it is possible to influence the totem and call forth an abundance of animals and plants and stones etc. within the territory of the family or tribe in question and thus ensure its well-being, belief that the destruction or loss of an object which symbolizes the totem may lead to the loss or destruction of its living double. The most detailed studies who rejected deism and anti-clericalism. At the Second Vatican Council, advocates of traditionalism opposed a certain level of democratization of worship and changes in the social teaching of the Roman Catholic Church. Traditionism, a movement in Christian theology with regard to the soul. In contrast to creationism, which asserts that the soul is created by God from nothing and is granted immortality each time a man is born, advocates of traditionism assume transfiguration (SN). That the soul was created by God when the first man Adam was created and is then transmitted from parents to children at conception. Adherents of traditionism include Tertullian and Luther. Trance, religious. The term denotes a state of impaired consciousness and also one of aloofness, ecstasy, clairvoyance. Reference is made to religious trances as the result of hypnosis or self-hypnosis in various denominations and various worship situations, meditation in Buddhism, the state of the oracles at the moment they pronounce their predictions, the state of mediums in necromancy and occultism, or that of prophets in Christianity or Islam. Transcendence, in scholasticism, the transition from the sphere of being in this world to the sphere of the next world, lying above this one. Another interpretation of transcendence proved to be more important in the philosophy that followed, movement beyond the confines of possible experience, exceeding the possible scope of human cognition. Kant held that God, the soul, and immortality were all transcendent. The concept was used in modern philosophy by existentialists. In its meaning in general use, transcendence sine eve as a state that is supersensory, beyond this world, supernatural. Transfiguration, one of the 12 great feasts of the Orthodox Church that is also celebrated by Roman Catholics and some Protestants on August 6. It was instituted to celebrate the allegedly real event of the Transfiguration of Jesus Christ, which is described in the Gospel according to St. Luke. In accordance with the Gospel story, one day when Jesus was praying on a mountain with his disciples, his face was transfigured, his robe turned white and glistening, and God's voice came out of the cloud saying, "This is my beloved Son. Hear him." In this way, according to Christian tradition, Jesus performed one of his greatest miracles, revealing his divine essence. The Gospel story was designed to elevate Jesus in the eyes of believers, to have him referred to as the Son of God, in the Lord's own words. The Feast of the Transfiguration was instituted in the 4th century. In Russia it appeared at the same time as Christianity itself, and it was timed to coincide with an ancient agricultural festival, which marked the beginning of the apple harvest in the orchards, hence the other name for this festive, which occur not in popular tradition, Saviour of the apples. The Church lent its blessing to the previously established custom of not eating apples until they were ripe, linking the reaping of this bar. 578 1 Transmigration of souls, reincarnation. Vest with the date of the Feast of the Transfiguration. This was how the date of the church feast entered the popular calendar. Transmigration of souls. Reincarnation or metam. Psychosis, conception of the reincarnation of the soul, when it leaves one body and enters another, typical of a number of philosophical systems in the ancient world and many early and advanced forms of religions. Fundamental to the concept of transmigration of souls is primitive animism, which would endow with the soul all objects and phenomena of the world around us. In the philosophical religious tradition of India, the idea of the transmigration of souls took particularly firm root, in Brahmanism, Hinduism, and Buddhism, in which it was closely interwoven with the concepts of Dana and Kanna. In Brahmanism and Hinduism, the concept of the soul is not fundamentally different from its interpretations as found in most other religions. It is a part of the supreme deity Brahma, and after many reincarnations it can fuse with Brahma, and therein lies its salvation from sufferings in samsara. The approach to this question in Buddhism is somewhat different. Here the spiritual essence consists of a multitude of tiny, indivisible particles, dharmas, which disintegrate at the moment of a living creature's death and then come together in a new combination, which again creates the illusion of the world of sufferings. Yet this interpretation does not alter the essence of the situation, the specific form of a new combination and all that is experienced by the new combination also depends upon karma, the sum of all virtues and sins of all previous reincarnations. In Buddhism only incarnation in human form is seen as positive. The final stage in the chain of reincarnations in Buddhism is Nirvana. Common to all teachings concerning the transmigration of souls is the premise that the fate of each specific living creature depends only on the creature itself, on its deeds in its previous reincarnations. Transvestism, man's changing of his role by resorting to disguise via the change of his clothes or the adoption of patterns of the behavior of representatives of the opposite sex. Distinctions are drawn between the following types of transvestism: theatrical, ritual, sexual. The best known examples of ritual transvestism are shamans assuming the role of the sex opposite to their own among the peoples of Northeast Asia, i.e. shamans who lend themselves female appearance, explaining this with reference to the fact that it is the demand of the shaman spirit of the male sex who had selected them to this end. Ritual assumption of female roles by men and less often the assumption of male roles by women was recorded in the initiation ceremonies of Australian Aborigines and of certain African tribes and peoples, in the orgiastic cults of the religions of the Middle East and the classical world, and in the Carnival mysteries of the Middle Ages. Transvolga hermits. C. Non-possessors. Trent, Council of. See Ecumenical or General Councils. Tri-Nity and Saint Sergius Lavra 579. Tribal gods, worship of, a form of religion found in the period of early class-based society and the emergence of the state. Such worship was rooted in early religious mythical concepts, totemism, features of which some of the gods of ancient Egypt retained, e.g. Hams, who was worshipped in the form of a falcon at Edfu, the goddess Hathor, worshipped in the form of a cow in the nome of Dendera, and so on. Concepts concerning the founders of tribal initiation ceremonies or the mythological images of a hero or demiurge likened to them, the personifications of celestial or atmospheric phenomena, worship of ancestors and forefathers. The worship of tribal gods comes to constitute the point of departure for advanced polytheism on the one hand, and monotheism on the other. Trimurti in Hinduism and Buddhism, three hypostases of the single and impersonal cosmic principle Brahman, expressing his three main functions: Brahma, the creator of the universe; Vishnu, the sustainer and preserver of all worlds; and Shiva, their destroyer and regenerator. Trinitarians, bears of the Roman Catholic monastic order of the Most Holy Trinity founded at the end of the 12th century. In 1609 the Trinitarians were numbered among the mendicant orders. The main task of the Trinitarians was to ransom those Christians who had been captured by Muslims. Apart from observing the general 37 monastic vows, the Trinitarians did not eat meat and renounced property in all its forms. They were distinguished by their extreme intolerance with regard to adherents of other creeds. With the approval of Pope Innocent III, they actively supported existing feudal practices. During the Reformation there was a marked decline in the influence of the Trinitarians, and by the end of the 18th century the order had virtually ceased to exist. At the present time there are only a few Trinitarian monasteries still functioning. Trini 1y, according to Christian conceptions, the three persons in whom God exists, God the Father, God the Son and God the Holy Spirit. Belief in the fact that God exists in three persons, or hypostases, and one substance was laid down as a dogma at the Council of Constantinople IRI 381. When propagating this belief to its adherents, the Christian Church stresses the ineffable nature of this dogma for human reason, which allegedly testifies to its supernatural character. In actual fact, the conceptions of a divine Trinity had existed since time immemorial in religions such as those of ancient Egypt, ancient India, and Babylon. According to a number of scholars, these trinities emerged as the connecting link between polytheism and monotheism during the period of transition from the former to the latter. Trini 1y and Saint Sergius. Lavra, the largest Russian monastery, situated in the town of Zagorsk. It was founded in 581 Ryodian, the 14th century by Saint Sergius of Radenez. The title of Lavra was granted to the monastery in 1744. Between the _14th and the 18th centuries the Trinity and St. Sergius Monastery played an important role in the political life of Russia and owned large feudal estates. At the present time the residence of the Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia, a theological academy and a seminary are to be found in the grounds of the monastery. Triodion, a liturgical book used in the Orthodox Church. It consists of two books, the Lenten Triodion containing canticles and prayers for Lent, and the Festal Triodion, containing various prayers and lections for use between Easter and the Sunday after Pentecost. Tripitaka, the earliest and most complete collection of Buddhist canonical literature alleged to be the revelations of Buddha as expounded by his Discus Please. Over the centuries these revelations were passed on by word of mouth and they were first written down, according to legend, in the 1st century BC. The Tripitaka consists of three parts. The first is Sixnayapitaka, which comprises 5 books devoted to the principles of organization for Buddhist monastic communities, Mise of admission to the Ratter and he demands made on monks. The 6th Lilayapitaka provides detailed Mise for every aspect of the lives of monks and for their relations with the laity. The Suttapitaka is the second section of this collection, comprising 5 parts and expounding the teaching of Buddha in the form of parables and conversations, which he allegedly had with his closest Discus Please, and also collections of legends, aphorisms, poems, commentaries, and so on. The Abhidhamapitaka comprises 7 books containing theological interpretations of the basic principles of Buddhist dogma. The changes that have taken place in the course of time in the various editions of the text of the Tripitaka make it possible to study the way in which Buddhism has developed at various periods and in various countries. Tri-Ch. Initially this word was used for a folding icon consisting of 3 parts. At the present time it is used for any work of art consisting of 3 parts, linked by a common idea or a subject. Triton, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the son of Poseidon and Amphitrite, who lived with them in a gold palace on the seabed. He was depicted as a man with a dolphin's tail. Troeltsch, Ernst. German theologian and philosopher. He sought to consolidate the position of Christianity and to substantiate its integrating function in the life of society, adapting it with this end in mind to changed social conditions. Troeltsch regarded Christianity as the high point in the development of Western culture, seeing its task to be the humanization of social practices. He saw Christian ethics and social teaching to be the means for overcoming social antagonisms. Troeltsch's ideas. True Orthodox Church 581. Are made wide use of at the present time, particularly in West Germany. Troarian, a short hymn in rhythmic prose sung or chanted liturgically in the Orthodox Church, which reveals the essence of the Church. Festival or event being celebrated or which lists the exploits of the saint being honored. Trubetskoy, Sergei. Russian religious philosopher and follower of Vladimir Solovyev. His main works are devoted to substantiation of Christian dogma, including the idea of immortality. He devoted his attention first and foremost to the elaboration of the law of universal correlativity, proceeding from the assertion that knowledge acquires logical consistency only when it is the consequence of universal reason, or the second hypostasis of the divine Trinity. Trubetskoy, Yevgeny, Russian religious philosopher, follower of Vladimir Solovyev, who expounded his own philosophical system in works entitled Metaphysicheski predpoloženia Yapoznania, and Smyslzhizni. According to his teaching, the meaning of life is determined not by man and society, but by absolute consciousness, or the all-embracing mind, i.e. by God. Only God constitutes the beginning and end of evolution, its basis and purpose. Absolute consciousness enables knowledge of truth to bear fruit, and makes consciousness active. From an orthodox standpoint, Trubetskoy defended biblical creationism and explained the presence of evil in the world with reference to man's free will. He also maintained that the life of society is shaped by divine providence. True Orthodox Christians, an Orthodox sect with monarchist sympathies, which came into being in the 1930s, after the decline of a number of sectarian groupings owe an openly anti-Soviet character. After declaring the Russian Orthodox Church, which had adopted a stance of loyalty to the Soviet state, to be the handmaiden of the Antichrist, the leaders of the sect proclaimed they would follow instead of the official church's line the behests of Patriarch Tikhon, who had been in opposition to Soviet government. They advocated self-isolation of the faithful, i.e. that they should refuse to work in the collect-tiv farms and in state organizations, and announced that the end of the world was at hand and that the Lord would punish those who deviated from the true faith or who cooperated with the regime of the Antichrist. They campaigned for the restoration of the monarchy in Russia. During the Second World War, some of them collaborated with the fascist army of occupation, associating with those forces their hopes for the residential duration of a capitalist society. In the post-war years, the demise of the TOC communities accelerated. At the present time there only exist small local groups of this sect's followers. True Orthodox Church, a group set up by a section of the Orthodox clergy for the fight. 582 True Orthodox Wandering Christians against Soviet power under the screen of religion. After condemning categorically the shift of the Russian Orthodox Church to a stance of loyalty to the Soviet state, the anti-Soviet section of the clergy rallied round the Leningrad Metropolitan Joseph and declared its irreconcilable opposition to the power of the Antichrist. In 1928 an attempt was made to set up a center to supervise TOC communities. While advocating the idea that the monarchy should be restored in Russia, the leaders of the TOC demanded that the faithful refuse to cooperate in any way with the Soviet order. They attempted to organize anti-Soviet demonstrations by their followers and to perpetrate terrorist acts against active supporters of Soviet power. Yet as the socialist order grew stronger, the TOC leaders gradually lost their influence over the faithful and the TOC communities disintegrated. True Orthodox Wandering Christians, a branch of the Old Believers movement which came into being in the second half of the 18th century, as an offshoot of the Bispopovцы. The Toch preaches that the end of the world is at hand and demands from the faithful that they turn their backs on society, in which allegedly the Antichrist holds sway. It is also demanded of the faithful that they should not carry out their obligations towards the state or their civic duties such as paying taxes, military service, or accepting official documents which they dismiss as clear signs of the Antichrist. The sect considers that it is possible for its members to carry out these demands if they live aloof from the rest of society and lead a wandering life. Members of the sect are extremely intolerant with regard to all other religious persuasions. From an organizational point of view, the sect consists of active members and benefactors. The first lead an underground existence and the second register in a sea court ants with the legal requirements and keep secret meeting houses, cells, and stores of food. Tsagan Sarakural or Tsa Lalgan, one of the most meticulously observed festivals of Lamaism. It is celebrated at the beginning of the new year of the lunar calendar. It involves a series of shamanic rites devoted to the 12 deeds of the Buddha. Adapted to meet the requirements of Lamaism, these rites, aimed at combating evil spirits, are supposed, according to the Lamas, to destroy the enemies of Buddhism. Tsayun Pei as incompatible with the republican form of administration and Freedom of conscience. He called for a replacement of religious cults with the cult of the beautiful and for moral education of the people in a spirit of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Tsongkhapa Losang Drag. Pa. Tibetan Religious. 1 12 Great Feasts 583. Leader, founder of the Tibet Buddhist sect known as the Yellow Hoods, it constituted a movement within Buddhism that became known as Lamaism. Tsongkhapa combined the teachings of the sutras and tantras and founded the graded path to enlightenment, depending upon the intellectual level of those whom he was teaching. In 1409 Tsongkhapa founded a Lamaist monastery of Ganden, in which he established a complex religious hierarchy and introduced lavish services, and which was to become one of the 3 principal seats of the Gelug tradition. Tsalankural, service in the practice of Lamaism held in honor of Tsongkhapa Losang Dragpa, the founder of that branch of Buddhism. By the light of lamps and candles in the temples the faithful repent of the bad treatment they have meted out to their domestic animals, which is a serious sin that allegedly results in subsequent inauspicious incarnations. The Tsalankural is linked with the conception that relatives of the believer might have been reincarnated in their domestic animals. To Bingen School, a group of liberal Protestant theologians in the late 19th century, whose most prominent representative was Ferdinand Bauer. In the early stages soon after the group took shape it was supported by David Strauss. Sometimes it is also referred to as the Neue Tübinger Schule, to set it apart from the group of Tübingen theologians in the 18th century. The Tübingen school made a significant contribution to biblical criticism and to research into the history of early Christianity. Bauer and his followers demonstrated that the Neutestament reflects the struggle between the various trends and movements within the Christian Church, and they shed light on the contradictions to be found in the Gospels. Turban, man's headdress worn by Muslims, Hindus, and Sikhs, a length of cloth wound round a cap-like base. In the USSR it is for the main part only members of the Muslim ministry who wear turbans. Turba, edifice built over a grave or a mausoleum in the countries of the Middle East. Ewain, Mark, American writer. In his vivid satirical works he came out with strong criticism of our religious doctrines, exposed the inconsistencies in the Holy Scriptures and the sanctimonious hypocrisy of religious morality. Some works by Mark Twain, atheist in their implications, could not be published during his lifetime. Even now a significant proportion of his literary legacy still lies unpublished in archives, including some anti-religious stories, pamphlets and sketches. 12 Great Feasts, the 12 most important festivals of the Orthodox Church. These are, the Nativity of Christ, the Baptism of Christ in the Jordan, the Presentation of our Lord in the Temple, the Annunciation of the Mother of God, the Entry of our Lord into Jerusalem. 584 One Wofold Trutai, Theory of the Ascension of our Lord Jesus Christ, Whitsun, the Transfiguration of our Savior Jesus Christ, the Nativity of the Mother of God, the Exaltation of the Honorable and Life-Giving Cross, the Presentation of the Mother of God in the Temple, and the Assumption of the Mother of God. Throughout its whole history the Church has used these festivals to propagate its doctrine and to achieve ideological and emotionally psychological influence over the faithful. I wofold truth, theory of a teaching which emerged in the 12th to 14th centuries to the effect that philosophy and theology constitute separate paths for the attainment of truth and communion with God. Advocates of this theory of Rose, Sigurd O. F. Brabant and William O. F. Occam held that philosophy leads man to truth by way of his understanding of the world around him acquired through reason, while theology formulates that truth proceeding from faith in revelation. Philosophy should not be subordinate to theology. Ibn Rushd and Sigurd of Brabant maintained that the conclusions to be drawn from Aristotle's philosophy, to the effect that the world was not created, that God and the world are eternal, and that the individual soul is mortal, while the impersonal reason of the human species is immortal, were higher truths than theological assertions to the effect that the world had been created and that the human individual was immortal. William of Occam suggested that philosophy as a whole should not concern itself with knowledge of God, since philosophy is natural rationalist knowledge, knowledge of the world, and God is irrational and inaccessible to the philosopher, because knowledge of God is acquired through faith. Yet not even theology should impede philosophy from examining the object of its investigations. The progressive aspect of the twofold truth theory was that it served to promote rationalism and provided the basis for the right of philosophy and science to draw conclusions that contradicted theological constructions. This theory retained its progressive significance in the age of the Renaissance and at the beginning of the modern era. Muslim and Christian religious leaders opposed the twofold truth theory. The Roman Catholic Church saw this theory as the opposite to the teaching of Thomas Aquinas with regard to the harmony of reason and faith. At the present time, theologians exploit the twofold truth tenet regarding the independence of each other of theology and the philosophy of scientific cognition, so as to reconcile religion and science that are allegedly mutually complementary spheres of man's intellectual life. Ehler, Edward Burnett, English ethnologist and religionist historian. Together with H. E. Robert S. P. Inser, Tyler founded the Evolutionist school, which explained the development of human culture as an unending quantitative process. Tyler applied his ideas on development to his analysis of the origin of religion. Starting out from the concept of animism, Tyler elaborated a conception which analyzed all stages in the development of religion with reference to man's mental and emotional activity, linked with his attempts to explain facts and Phe. Zodic 585. Nomina that were not yet understood. His chief works are Primitive Culture 1871, and Anthropology. Types of religion, groups of religions that are singled out, for purposes of classification, on the basis of features they have in common. Typological grouping is used for the comparative historical study of significant characteristics or functions of certain religions and the links that may exist between them. It provides not a formal, but a meaningful classification and brings out not only the similarities between religions in a particular group and the features that set them apart from religions in other groups in certain respects, but also sheds light on the links existing between religions of different types. Non-Marxist typological patterns start out from a religious idealist or metaphysical interpretation of religion. On the basis of these preconditions, appropriate arguments for the division of religions into various groups are elaborated. They are classified as pagan and revealed, natural and spiritual, natural and ethical, monotheist and so on. Marxism approaches religion as a social phenomenon and therefore bases its classification of religions on social criteria. In this classification, the following types of religion are singled out: clan-based and tribal religions, ethnic religions, and world religions. A typology of religions is of necessity an approximation, but at the same time it helps identify some general socio-historical trends in the history of religion. Types of religious and non-religious individuals reflect the specific character of piousness or an absence of piousness, common for a certain number of people. They serve as a basis for identifying various classification groups. Intrinsic to types are not merely qualitative but also quantitative characteristics. In Soviet social science, it is customary to single out the following types of religious and non-religious individuals: believers whose religious orientation is subordinated to other factors, individuals vacillating between belief and non-belief, whose religious orientation is not stable, individuals who are indifferent to both religion and atheism, spontaneous atheists, convinced atheists. 1 year or 1 YRR. See Religion of the Ancient Genealic Peoples. Zadok, in Hasidism, the head of the flock, a righteous intercessor before God, to whom is revealed the future. He would be regarded as a miracle worker and clairvoyant. Zadoks first came to the fore in the 18th century and are still to be found in the United States and Israel. Ulama, the name given in the Middle Ages to theologians and lawyers skilled in the art of casuistry, virtually all the Muslim religious leaders in charge of religious establishments, legal bodies, and educational institutions. The term is also used to refer to those who have made the pilgrimage to Mecca, shares, and people seen to have deserved the respect of others. Ultramontanists. Unction, one of the 7 Christian sacraments recognized in both the Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches. Through this sacrament divine grace is allegedly bestowed on man. The ritual of unction consists in anointing the forehead, eyes, ears, and other parts of the face and body of the believer with fragrant oil or chrism. Unction represents a survival of ancient notions and ceremonies associated with witchcraft and based on superstition to the effect that anointing a man's body with oil would frighten off evil spirits. Hence the use of unction when a priest is admitted to holy orders or when a sovereign is enthroned. Christianity took over this ritual, lending it new meaning and linking it with the principles of the new faith. UNIATE churches, a church movement based on the union of various Christian church organizations with the Roman Catholic Church, subject to the other churches' acknowledgement of the POPE as Hod of the Church and adherence to Roman Catholic dogma, while retaining traditional patterns of worship and the use of the local language for services. Uniatcha Ches of the Greek, Armenian, Coptic, Maronite and other rites exist. In the Ukraine there existed a Greek Catholic Church over the period. Unitarius 587. 1596 to 1946, which had come into being as a result of the Union of Brest-Litovsk. Uniats, adherents of Uniat religious movements. Union of Brest-Litovsk. Union of Orthodox churches in the Ukraine and Belarus with the Roman Catholic Church, officially set up in 1596 at a council in the town of Brest. According to the conditions laid down in this union, these Orthodox churches submitted to the POPE and accepted Roman Catholic doctrine while preserving Orthodox ritual. The religious motive behind the Vatican's action was to promote its expansion into the Orthodox East, while the socio-political motive was to enable the Polish landowners to consolidate their domination of the Ukraine and Belarus and to disrupt by means of this union the traditional links between the Ukrainian and Belarusian peoples, on the one hand, and the Russian people, on the other. The working masses of the Ukraine and Belarus put up residential Olyat resistance to the Union of Brest-Litovsk. All anti-feudal uprisings of the 17th and 18th centuries were aimed not only against Polish landowners, but also against those in favor of the Union. Up until the October Revolution the leaders of the Uniat Church campaigned for the Ukraine to break away from the Soviet Union, trying to fan bourgeois nationalist sentiments there. During the Second World War those church leaders collaborated closely with the Nazis. In March 1946 the Council of the Uniat clergy that had assembled in Lvov adopted a decis to annul the Union of Brest-Litovsk and to bring all former Uniat parishes into the Russian Orthodox Church. Union of churches, an amalgamation of 2 or more churches on the basis that one will take precedence, while the other will retain its specific rights, language, and canon law. Unitarians admit free interpretation of the Holy Scriptures and they speak out in favor of religious toleration. In the 16th to 18th centuries the Unitarians were persecuted by the Roman Catholic Church and Orthodox Protestants. In the 19th century the center of the Unitarian movement was transferred from Europe to the USA. In the broad sense of the word, The term Unitarian is used to denote all Christian movements which do not acknowledge the doctrine of the Trinity. 588 United Methodism Church of TIIE USA. United Methodist Church of the USA, major Methodist organization. It exerts a powerful influence on the political life in the U.S., having adherents both in the Republican and Democratic parties. Branches of this church are to be found in 27 countries. In 21 of them so-called autonomous churches have been set up, which are supervised by the United Methodist Church of the USA. The church is administered by its General Conference, which is convened every 4 years and which forms administrative bodies, directing the work of the church between conferences. This church has a number of educational establishments and Sunday schools. Its Methodist publishing house puts out every year about 1,500,000 copies of religious books and over 100 million copies of various periodicals. The official mouthpiece of the United Methodist Church of the USA is the newspaper Daily Christian Advocate. Universal harmony, a concept of the world as a single whole, whose various parts are arranged in such a way as to balance and accord with each other. Concepts of universal harmony played an important role in the cosmology of the classical philosophers. The Pythagoreans, for instance, saw harmony as the fundamental property of the spherical universe and held, moreover, that its essence lay in the mathematical relations of proportion and number. According to Heraclitus, the foundation of universal harmony is constituted not by numbers, but by the connection between material things and their properties, which arise out of a single primordial substance and i.e. in a constant flux. According to Plato, whose outlook was close to that of the Pythagoreans, the universal soul, while animating the world, is itself subordinated to numerical relationships, to a harmonious order. Aristotle, on the other hand, while inclining towards teleology, developed, following in Heraclitus' footsteps as he did so, a realistic view of universal harmony born out of chaos, assuming that its source lay not in a universal soul but in the very nature of things. Medieval thought, absorbed as it was with the dualism of the terrestrial and celestial, looked upon universal harmony as a reflection of God's perfection. Leibniz elaborated the idea of predetermined harmony, according to which the activity of autonomous spiritual monads forming the world is harmonized and accorded with the help of God and divine predetermination. Rational thoughts on the subject of universal harmony were voiced by representatives of classical German philosophy. Dialectical materialists reject the religious idealist interpretation of universal harmony. They see the harmonious nature of the world as a property of objective existence stemming from its fundamental laws and characteristics such as contradiction, symmetry, rhythm, integrity, system, and structure. Universal soul, the term used by idealist philosophers and theologians to denote some sort of a single, active principle or being, and he had allegedly animates and enlivens the universe and possesses the capacity to feel and to understand. Plato, for instance, held that the universal soul had been created by the demiurge as the connecting universal will. 589. Link between the world of pure ideas and perceptible material objects. Its life, according to Plato, was subordinate to mathematical relationships and harmony, which are also intrinsic to cosmic phenomena and the soul of man. In one or other form, the idea of the universal soul is to be found in many philosophical teachings. In Stoicism, the universal soul is identified with nature. In the philosophical system of the Vedanta, the soul of the world constitutes divine reality. Sometimes it is reduced to one of the divine hypostases. For Giordano Bruno, the universal soul was a principle lending shape and life to all material things. Schelling saw in the universal soul a tool of God, with which he brought his influence to bear on nature, the world of the spirits and artistic wisdom inherent in the world as a whole. The concept of the universal soul plays an important role in sophiology. Two trends need to be singled out in teaching about the universal soul. Representatives of the one try with the help of this concept to explain the notion of consciousness and the movement of matter. Supporters of the other trend, the predominant one, by introducing the concept of the universal soul as a mediator between God and the world, strive to avoid pantheism and divest God of responsibility for the evil that reigns in the world. This is one of the ways in which the religious world outlook is promoted. Universal Uni-IY, central idea of the religious and philosophical teachings of Vladimir Solovyev and his followers. From the ontological point of view, this concept represents the indissoluble unity of the Creator and man's immortal soul. In its epistemological aspect, the concept emerges as integral knowledge constituting the inseparable link between empirical, rationalistic and mystical knowledge, to be achieved not through cognitive activity, but through faith, through intuition. In the axiology of universal unity, pride of place is a secord to the absolute value of truth, goodness, and beauty, which correspond to the three hypostases of the divine Trinity. The world as a complete system is determined by universal unity, i.e. by God. The main objective behind the formulation of this concept was to establish more firmly the Christian understanding of the world on the basis of a renewal of religion. Universal will, a term which idealist philosophers use to denote the will which allegedly exists independently of man and the human race and which constitutes the essence of reality. And the writings of Jacob Boehme, who is sometimes regarded as the founder of metaphysical voluntarism, God, who contemplates himself and creates he world, is identified with an undefinable single will. Teaching with regard to he world as will is elaborated in detail in the works of Schopenhauer. For him the will is a thing in self, unconcise reality that exists outside space and time. All the diversity of the inorganic and organic world is / 590 universe, cosmos. Nothing other than its embodiments. The concept of universal will is to be encountered also in the writings of modern philosophers. In the religion-ious existentialism of Nikolai Berdyaev, for instance, fundamental reality, that manifests itself in nature and history, is seen as creative will. Universe, cosmos, the material world as a whole, the whole inexhaustible diversity of types of moving matter. Unleavened bread or matzo, flat biscuits made from unleavened dough. In Judaism it is stipulated that they be eaten in place of bread during the religious festival of the Passover. The custom of baking unleavened bread during the agricultural religious festival known as matzot, can be traced back to totemism and magic. At a time when the Jews of old were adapting to a settled existence after they had conquered Palestine, this custom gradually replaced the more ancient religious rite of nomadic herdsmen, who used to sacrifice the first lamb to the spirits of the desert. Later, after the cult of Yahweh had taken root, priests linked the ancient custom of baking unleavened bread with the exodus of the Jews led out of Egypt by Moses, allegedly in response to a command from God. Upanishads, religious philosophique commentaries on the Vedas. The first were compiled in the period from the 7th to the 3rd centuries BC, and they were completed by the 14th-15th centuries AD. They can be divided into the early and late Upanishads. Their main purpose was to justify Brahmanism and a number of ideas fundamental to Buddhism. In the Upanishads the conception is found to the effect that man's very life is a sacrifice. The teaching concerning the fusion of the Atman with the Brahman underlies the conception of moksha, liberation from the chain of the individual's reincarnations. Hermenotheismus, a clerical theory of the origin of religion elaborated by the Vienna school of Father Wilhelm Schmidt at the beginning of the 20th century. It was aimed against the animistic theory. According to Schmidt, mythological figures of demiurges, forefathers, heroes from the cultural past, celestial beings, who figured in the legends and the religions of primitive peoples, represent fragments of original conceptions of a single God creator. After juggling with the relevant ethnographic material, advocates of primitive monotheism went out of their way to demonstrate that the initial form of religion was monotheistic. In their quest for ethnographic data to substantiate this theory, missionaries embarked on numerous expeditions, particularly to Oceania and Africa, to the least advanced peoples they could find. The Utrecht, Church of 591. Theories of the clerical school of primitive monotheism has been rejected by many scholars. Ursulines, the oldest teaching order of women in the Roman Catholic Church, which was founded in Italy in 1535 and was named after Saint Ursula. The sisters devoted their work to girls' education and carry out religious propaganda work in hospitals. The order has convents and various institutions in many countries of Western Europe and in America. At the end of the 18th century, during the period of the French Revolution, the order was disbanded in France, but later reintroduced by Napoleon I. Utrecht, Church of, a church organization of a Roman Catholic type with its center in the town of Utrecht. At the beginning of the 18th century it supported Jansenism in the struggle against the Jesuits and the papacy. For this its leader Bishop Petrus Kdaw was replaced by Pope Innocent XI. The Utrecht chapter did not accept that decision. In 1723 the Church of Utrecht broke with the Vatican and became an independent church headed by an archbishop. The Church of Utrecht recognizes the Pope as head of the Roman Catholic Church, but it rejects the doctrines of papal infallibility and of the Immaculate Conception and corporal Assumption of the Virgin Mary. After the First Vatican Council there followed a drawing together and eventual unification of the Church of Utrecht with the Old Catholics who had also not recognized those doctrines. V. Valentinus. C. Gnostics. Velikanov, Shokin, Kazakh Democrat, an educationist, scholar and public figure. His views took shape under the influence of progressive Russian culture. When seeking an explanation for natural phenomena Velikanov adopted a materialist and atheist stand. His main work was entitled Traces of Shamanism Among the Kyrgyz. Valkyries or Valkyries, in ancient Norse and Germanic mythology, female battle spirits, maiden priestesses of Odin, who hovered over the battlefield, choosing those destined to perish, before they ride away the souls of the fallen heroes, on magical flying horses, to Odin's heavenly hall of the slain Valhalla. Valla, Lorenzo, Italy and humanist living in the age of the Renaissance. He campaigned against dogmatism and authoritarianism in the Christian Church. He called into question the divine origin of the Bible, the truth of various religious doctrines, including the belief in the immortality of the soul. In his dialogue entitled De Voluptate, with reference to the concept of Epicureanism, interpreted by him in keeping with the spirit of the Renaissance, he outlined a secular view of the Christian ideal, claiming that man's aim is pleasure on earth, which does not bar the way to eternal bliss. He criticized monasticism and the papacy and demonstrated the spuriousness of the so-called donation of Constantine, thereby corroborating the secular nature of the state. Vampire, figure from the mythology and legends of a number of European peoples, a corpse who rises up from his grave at night, sucks blood from sleeping mortals and sends down nightmares, cf. Werewolf. Vianini, Lucilio, Italian pantheist philosopher, who came out with strong attacks against the Roman Catholic Church. He rejected belief in the immortality of the soul, religious legends, and he gave voice to materialist views. He was eventually accused of atheism and burnt at the stake in Toulouse. His main works were Amphitheatrum Aeterni Prov Identia Divino Magicum and De Admirandis Naturae Regini Deic Mortalium Arcanus. Vanir, in Scandinavian mythology, a group of gods associated with fertility, moisture, and seafaring. The most important of the gods belonging to the category are Njord. Vatican 593. And his children Freyr and Freyja possessed of the magical gift of prophecy. There is reason to assume that the worship of the Vanir came to Scandinavia from Germany and was originally resisted by adherents of the local cult of the Aesir. Hence the legend of the war between the Aesir and Vanir, which ended with their joining forces. Varna, social or Das group in the society of ancient India. The Brahmans constituted the highest of the four Varnas. They had allegedly come forth from the lips, i.e. the purest part of the body of the Brahma. After them came the Kshatriya, the warrior elite and the tribal leaders. They were invested with temporal power, were in charge of the economy and constituted society's military strength. Farmers, craftsmen, and merchants, i.e. the bulk of the freemen in the community, made up the Vaishya. They formed the social estate that provided the majority of the taxpayers and the foot soldiers in the army. The Shudra were obliged to wait on the higher Varnas and carry out all the most menial and arduous tasks. The Shudras, unlike the three higher or twice-born Varnas, were even denied the right of carrying out the behests found in the Vedas and did not possess the property necessary for fusion with Brahma. Varuna, in the Vedic religion the supreme god, on a par with Indra. In the Vedas he is represented as the creator and the custodian of the world, the formidable divine judge, punishing sinners and rewarding the righteous. In the post-Vedic period Varuna lost his 38-0 LLJI. Dominant role in the pantheon and came to be worshipped as the deity of the water's arid rain giver. Vatican, the name of one of the 7 hills on which Rome is built, a complex of buildings, including St. Peter's Basilica, the Vatican Palace with the Sistine Chapel, in which the popes have been elected since the 15th century, the official residence of the Pope since 1870, when the papacy was deprived of all temporal sovereignty and Pius IX declared himself to be the captive of the Vatican, the territory of the Vatican City-State, which covers 44 hectares as Lot ID down in 1929 after the Lateran TRED had been concluded. The head of the Vatican is the Pope, who enjoys the unlimited power of a monarch. The administrative affairs are executed by a cardinal's commission and the governor, who is, as a rule, a civilian layman, appointed to this post by the Pope. Ecclesiastical and political affairs are the province of the Curia, the papal court and government. The Cardinal State Secretary is regarded as the head of the Curia and he is also the Minister for Foreign Affairs, who is in charge of the work of the national churches beyond the borders of Italy. In accordance with the resolution passed by the Second Vatican Council, ASY convenes to work alongside the Pope periodically, enjoying consultative voting rights. The patriarchs and metropolitans of the Eastern Roman Catholic Churches also form part of the Synod, as do the representatives from national conferences of bishops, monastic orders, and individuals personally appointed by the 594 Vatican Councils of Pope. The Vatican enjoys diplomatic relations with more than 100 countries, whose representatives form the diplomatic corps attached to the Vatican. The Vatican is represented in the United Nations and in many other international organizations. It has at its disposal a powerful propaganda machine, including radio stations transmitting programs in a wide range of languages and the daily newspaper, El Osservatore Romano, which in its turn is published in a number of languages. It has a printing works, a network of universities, academies, colleges, and seminaries, in which representatives of the clergy from many different countries are trained. The Vatican has its own flag, national anthem, currency, stamps, museums, libraries, archives, fleet of cars, railway station, prison, gendarmerie, tribunals, and its own intricately ramified intelligence network. An office staff of nearly 3,000 is employed by the Vatican and most of them are Italian priests. The Vatican numbers about 1,000 subjects. Outsiders are admitted into the territory of the Vatican on presentation of special passes. Vatican, Councils of c. Ecumenical or General Councils. Vedanta, the most widespread school of Indian religious philosophy. In the broad sense the Vedanta is taken to include the Vedanta itself, the Purvami Amsa, certain teachings of Vishnuism and Shivaism and also of Neo-Hinduism. The Vedanta itself is one of the 6 orthodox salvation philosophies, or Darshnas, which recognize the authority of the Vedas. According to the teachings in the Vedanta, ultimate reality and the immanent cause of all that exists is the Universal Brahman, a divine spirit which is without beginning or end and is not subject to decay. The aim of existence is presented by the Vedanta as release, that is, the realization of the initial equation of the individual soul with Brahman. Vedas, the oldest works of Indian religious literature, which came into being in the course of many centuries. They consist of 4 collections of sacred writings. The Rig Veda, a collection of hymns that are mythological and cosmological in content, the Sama Veda, a collection of hymns with texts similar to those found in the Rig Veda and supplemented with instructions relating to rituals and ceremonies, the Yajur Veda, a description of Vedic rituals and rules for the performance of sacrificial action, the Atharva Veda, a collection of magical chants and formulae. The Vedas gave rise to a wealth of Secondary literature aimed at interpreting them and providing commentaries for them, the Brahmanas, the Aranyakas, the Upanishads. The Vedic religious tradition grew up on the basis of the Vedas, and the numerous images and philosophical conceptions of that tradition were later incorporated into such religions and philosophies as those of Brahman. Vairaginites 595. Ism, Hinduism, Jainism and Buddhism. Vedic religion, the religious beliefs and rites of a considerable part of the population of India in the first millennium BC, which was recorded in written form in 4 lections, or samhitas, consisting of ancient hymns, prayers, formulae for offering sacrifices and incantations which make up the Vedas, the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda and Atharva Veda. The gods of the early Vedic religion were the anthropomorphic embodiment of the forces of nature and natural phenomena. Agni was the god of fire, Indra, the god governing weather and dispensing rain, Surya, the god of the sun, Varuna, the sky god, Soma, Tihi god of the moon and an intoxicating drink, Vritra, the god of drought etc. Later social functions came to be attributed to the gods such as military leadership, the meting out of justice and the government of human affairs. The basis of this religion was the offering of sacrifices. Later the Vedic religion was to evolve directly into Brahmanism. Veles or Velos, a pagan god of the ancient Slavs, protector of flocks. He was possibly also regarded as patron of the arts. After the Slavs adopted Christianity, the role of protector of flocks was transferred to Saint Blasius. Venus, the goddess of spring and gardens in the mythology of ancient Rome. This Latin deity was absorbed by the cult of the Greek goddess Aphrodite after ancient Greek cults began to spread through the Roman Empire. As a result, Venus 38** later came to be worshipped as the goddess of love and beauty. Vera, Nadezhda, Lyubov and Sophia, SS. The day on which the memory of these saints is celebrated in the Russian Orthodox Church is September 17, and the basis for this festival is the legend of the cruel treatment meted out by the Emperor Hadrian to the Roman woman Sophia and her 3 daughters who had adopted the Christian faith. As a result of their refusal to renounce their new faith, they were subjected to the most terrible tortures which led to their death. In its veneration of these Christian martyrs numbered among the saints, the Church presents them to the faithful as a model to be emulated with regard to the defense of religious convictions. Yet in everyday practice, however, this day is commemorated as the name day of those who bear the names of these saints. Hence the happy nature of this day, which clearly does not correspond to the significance which the Church sought to lend it. Vairagi, shackles, chains, fetters, and other heavy metal objects worn by religious fanatics to curb the flesh. The Church regarded wearing these as an ascetic act. Vairaginites, a group within the Russian Doukhobor movement led by Peter Vairagin, who called upon his followers not to obey the authorities and to refuse to carry out their military service. Persecuted by the Tsarist government, the Vairaginites emigrated at the end of the 19th century to Cyprus, and later to Canada, where they still have a community today. 5% Vesalius. Vesalius, Andreas, a natural scientist of the Renaissance, the founder of scientific anatomy. He held that in scientific investigations it was imperative to base findings first and foremost on experience. Vesalius rejected unconditional references to accepted authorities, including those Recognized by the Church. While teaching anatomy he dissected corpses, which was forbidden by the Church. That was to be one of the reasons why Vesalius came to be persecuted by the Inquisition, which decreed that he had to make a pilgrimage to Palestine in order to atone for his sins. He perished during that pilgrimage. Vesta, in Roman mythology, the goddess of the hearth. The entrance into each house was dedicated to her, hence the word vestibule. Vesta was also the object of a QOFFICHAL state cult. Her priestess SVS Tal virgins, kept alight within the temple of Vesta a perpetual flame as the symbol of the state's enduring stability. When the flame went out, this was interpreted as a bad omen. A festival in Vesta's honor was annually held in Rome on July 9. Vestal virgins, priestesses of the goddess Vesta in Rome, who kept alight a perpetual flame in her temple. They were chosen by the chief priest from among the noble families of ancient Rome. They lived all the time in the temple and enjoyed considerable privileges and respect. Vestments, the garments worn by members of the priesthood during services, which possess special, spiritual significance. In the Orthodox Church, these include the charion or swiplis, a long straight garment with wide sleeves, a chasuble or phalonion, a long sleeveless garment with a hole for the head, sakos, a shortened surplice with short sleeves, which is only worn by a bishop during the liturgy. In the Orthodox Church, deacons wear over their left shoulder a long narrow stole, an orarion, while priests and bishops wear a wide stole round their neck known as an epitrachelion. Much importance is also attached to the headgear. Those who conduct Orthodox services may wear a calyptrion, a round skull cap in velvet, or a kamelovkion, a high cylindrical hat also made of velvet. Bishops, and also some priests in the Orthodox Church, are given the right, in recognition of special services to the Church, to wear a mitre. Further vestments include the epigonation, a rectangular or rhombic piece of material, worn on the right hip. In addition to these garments, bishops also wear the omophorion, a long wide scarf worn round the shoulders and falling loose towards the ground. Priests in almost all religions wear special vestments, in accordance with the specific features of the creed concerned. Vestry, room in Christian churches and monasteries, where vestments for the priests, sacred vessels and other requisites for divine worship are kept. It can both be within the church, at one side of a church, or, in monasteries, it might be situated in a separate building. Yetka. See Popovci. Vicar, a priest deputizing for a church official, in the Roman. Vishnu 597. Catholic Church. Vicar of Christ was a title given to the Pope, and a vicar apostolic is a titular bishop in countries where the normal hierarchy is not established. In the Church of England, a clergyman appointed a parish priest. In the Orthodox Church there are vicars in dioceses, eparchies, large parishes, and monasteries. Victoria, in Roman mythology, the goddess of victory, whose Greek counterpart was Nike. Vienne, Council of. See ecumenical or general councils. Vihara, originally a hut, refuge, dwelling place place of recreation. In early Buddhism it was a place where mendicant monks would meet during Vasa, the rainy season. Later the word came to denote in India and Sri Lanka a monastery, built by Buddhist communities that had become prosperous for monks to live in on a permanent basis. 6 Lagos MG, Hungarian philosophical monthly journal that has been published in Budapest since 1960 in Hungarian. It prints scientific articles criticizing religious ideology and promotes a scientific materialist outlook among the masses. Vinaya Pitaka. CTRI Pitaka. Vipper, Robert, Russian and Soviet historian. He devoted a good deal of attention to the history of religion, in particular that of early Christianity. His main works are Vojnanoviny yi Christianstvo, Vojnanoviny yi Christianskoy Literatury and Rim Irani Christianstvo. Virgin Mary. See Our Lady. Mother of God. Virtue, a trait of character, deserving of moral approval. It presupposes the concentration of the individual's mind and will on a moral form of action. Virtue is the opposite of vice. In classical philosophy, the main virtue was held to be wisdom or judiciousness. Plato considered four main or cardinal virtues to be prudence, fortitude, justice, and temperance. Virtue and happiness were held to be synonymous concepts, since they both implied a life that would be both prudent and natural. Christianity played down the role of wisdom and instead of the four cardinal virtues stressed the three theological virtues of faith, hope and charity. Virtue in its religious interpretation is a means of pleasing God and provides a path towards personal salvation. Yet, even religious people, when they perform any ascesion, do so not to please God, but for some earthly reasons, endeavoring to make life better, and man more perfect. From the standpoint of Marxist atheism, virtue, although it does not guarantee happiness, nevertheless is its essential prerequisite. Vishnu, one of the chief gods in the Hindu pantheon, alongside Brahma and Shiva, that form the divine triad or Trimurti. Vishnu personifies creative cosmic energy. He has a range of different avatars, the 598 vitalism, most celebrated of which are Rama, Krishna, and Buddha. Vitalism, an anti-scientific trend in biology, which explains the essence of if E as the action of supernatural, non-material, and unknowable factors, allegedly to be found within all that is living. Vitalism borders on religion and idealism. Its basic principle is the absolute importance attributed to qualities of a specifically organic nature, the contrast drawn between these and all that is inorganic, rejection of the possibility that life might emerge from any non-living matter. Modern proponents of vitalism falsify complex biological questions. Conceptions found in vitalism are made broad use of by modern theologians in their efforts to propagate fideism. Vocation or calling, Protestant teaching on the religious and moral significance of the social and practical activity of man, on the service of God in the world. Martin Luther and other leading lights of the Reformation after him represented the secular activity of the believer as our religious activity. Max W. Eber called attention to the fact that in Protestantism everyday activity, having been turned into man's calling, became a source of salvation. Martin Luther interpreted man's calling as his efforts to confine his aspirations within a specific framework ordained by God, his profession and income. Hence the demand that man should obey the authorities and be meek and humble. Jean Calvin developed this teaching on vocation still further, depicting it as man's activity through which he demonstrates the fact that he belongs to the das of those who have been chosen by God. The Calvinist conception of vocation became an ideological tool in the hands of the Puritans, radical English sects which opposed the monarchy. Later on, when the bourgeoisie was losing its religious zeal, the teaching on vocation was gent new form in the demand that a spiritual type of everyday life be evolved and such moral criteria as would promote the attainment of success in business during life on earth. Folkhoffenie, Russian word similar to magi, enchantment, wizardry, or witchcraft. Among ancient Slavs this involved magic acts performed by sorcerers. In the ancient literature of Russia, apart from the sorcery performed by local Russian sorcerers, references are also made to sorcery traditionally attributed to sorcerers of old, such as Apollonius of Tyana or Simon Magus. The Church condemned sorcery, insisting that it was performed with the help of evil spirits. Presenting as opposites pagan sorcery and church sacraments is misleading since both are based on religious concepts. The Russian word folkvi was also used to denote the magi, who brought gifts to the Christ child, or any sage of the ancient East who foretold men's destinies with reference to the stars. Volney, Constantine, Comte, French thinker of the Enlightenment, historian, and political figure. He exposed to criticism. Voltaireanism 599. Religious teachings, religious morality, the reactionary role of the clergy and religious fanaticism. He sought to provide scientific explanations for the origin and evolution of religion. Together with Dupuy he put forward the astral theory to explain how religion originated, according to which the idea of the existence of gods took shape in man's consciousness on the basis of his observation of the movements of the heavenly bodies. Sharing with other thinkers of the Enlightenment the view that fear, ignorance, and deception were the main sources _pf religion, Volney tried to identify its social nature, linking religious concepts with the conditions in which men lived. Voltaire, Francois Marie Arouet, French philosopher of the Enlightenment and poet, critic of feudalism and the church which supported it, a deist. He was the author of graphic exposures of traditional religious beliefs and the activity of the church. While defending man's right to use his raison, Voltaire rejected the church teaching with regard to revelation, and opposed the subordination of science and philosophy to the interests of religion. Hard on the heels of Spinoza he revealed the historical origins of the books of the Bible and directed attention to the contradictions in them. The emergence of religion he explained mainly with reference to ignorance and deception. Preeminent among the arguments Voltaire used against religion and the church is his emphasis of the social damage it does by distracting people from useful labor, and by propagating a spirit of hostility and mutual hatred on the basis of religious fanaticism etc. At the same time, however, Voltaire considered it expedient to preserve men's faith in God so as to provide a foundation for morality and so as to hold back the popular masses from threatening the possessions and interests of the propertied classes. Voltaireanism, the name given to religious and political thinking in the second half of the 18th and early 19th century in Russia in historical works written by representatives of the nobility and the bourgeoisie. Progressive social thought and philosophy in Russia in that period was viewed as an imitation of the ideas of Voltaire and other thinkers of the French Enlightenment. In actual fact, however, the emergence and development of opposition to feudal society, serfdom, and the church among progressive Russian thinkers were called forth by the socio-economic and socio-political conditions in the Russia of those times. Lenin was to stress, it must not be forgotten that at the time when the 18th century enlighteners wrote, and at the time when our enlighteners of the 40s and 60s wrote, all social problems amounted to the struggle against serfdom and its survivals. The majority of Russian thinkers adopted a materialist stand, presented in the form of deism. In explaining phenomena of social life they referred to theories of natural rights and the social contract. 600 Voodoo cult. Voodoo cult, syncretic Afro. Christian cult adopted by the inhabitants of the island of Haiti and in other parts of the Caribbean. Voodoo grew up on the basis of a blend of popular beliefs of Africans from Dahomey, who had been brought to the island as slaves in the 18th century, and Roman Catholicism. It involves the worship of spirits or gods who personify various forces of nature, spirits linked with life beyond the grave, ancestral spirits and others. Some of these are zoomorphic, others are anthropomorphic and they all demand the offering of sacrifices. The central rite of the voodoo cult is the offering of sacrifices. During this rite the priest calls up spirits and believers dance for many hours on end to the accompaniment of drums. Vyoprosi Nochnago Atheism, a periodical by the Institute of Scientific Atheism affiliated to the Academy of Social Sciences of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. It has been preparing since 1966. Its main task is to examine topical issues connected with the theory and practice of scientific atheism and to make generally accessible experience gleaned in atheist education, to subject to critical analysis bourgeois clerical, reformist, and revisionist distortions of the position of atheism and religion in the socialist countries. Voronezhevsky, one of the most widespread groups of the Pentecostals in the USSR. The title of the movement is linked with the name of the missionary IV Voroneyev, who in 1921 organized in Odessa a community of his followers. Typical features of Lee's teaching were acceptance of the divine Trinity, the need for baptism through the Holy Spirit at which can be achieved glossolalia, charismata, gifts of prophecy and healing, and so on, and also emphasis of the ecstatic element in worship, the washing of feet before the breaking of the bread. In 1945 groups of Voronezhevsky joined, the Union of Evangelical Christians, Baptists, but in 1947 a group of them, led by A.I.B. broke away from the Union and began to engage in illegal activities. Among the communities of Voronezhevsky that are not officially registered are to be found dear manifestations of religious fanaticism and extremism, antisocial attitudes. The members of these communities reject Soviet legislation regarding religious worship, refuse to register, encourage young men not to perform their military service, and forbid their children to go to the cinema, watch television, or read fiction. Some of the communities which recognize Soviet laws are registered as autonomous organizations. The main groups of Voronezhevsky are to be found in the Ukraine, in Byelorussia, Moldavia, Kazakhstan, and in a number of regions within the RSFSR. Voronitsyn, Ivan. Soviet researcher into the history of free thinking and atheism and the author of a fundamental work on the subject entitled Istoria Atheisma. Vidensky 601. Which contains a wealth of factual material. Vow. A religious promise if a certain request be granted that a believer has addressed to God, to the Mother of God, or a saint. Vows can be both public and private. An example of the first kind is the special celebration organized by the public at large when a community has been saved from some disaster or other. Vow, religious, a solemn promise, reinforced by kissing the Bible or the cross, to give true testimony or to keep a secret, or not to fall short of obligations duly accepted. In medieval Europe a religion muse vow was regarded as proof in a legal trial. In feudal legal proceedings all those directly involved made a religious vow, and in bourgeois legal proceedings, witnesses and experts called in to testify. Vulcan, a god worshipped by ancient Italic tribes and later by the ancient Romans as the god of flame, fires, and the hearth. He later came to be regarded as the patron of blacksmiths and other craftsmen who used fire in their work. His Greek counterpart was Hephaestus, god of fire and metal working. Vulgar materialism, name given by the founders of Marxism-Leninism to the trend in materialist philosophy in the second half of the 19th century, characterized by an oversimplified interpretation of both materialism as such and philosophical problems as a whole. The initiators of this trend were Karl Voigt, Jacob Moleschott, and Ludwig Buchner. This trend generally adopted a mechanistic and non-dialectical standpoint. Matter was viewed as synonymous with substance and consciousness interpreted as the result of purely biological processes. In their criticism of religion the vulgar materialists did not advance beyond the ideas of the atheists who preceded them. They saw the reason for the existence of religion to lie in man's fear of the natural forces overwhelming him. As they saw it, success in combating religion went hand in hand with the advance of the natural sciences. Their limited interpretation of religion as no more than belief in God led Buchner to conclude that Buddhism, Taoism and Confucianism were atheistic philosophical systems. Vulgar materialism was subjected to criticism from the classical Marxist philosophers. Vulgate. See Old Testament. Vidensky 9 Alexander, one of the leaders of the movement for renewal in the Russian Orthodox Church that emerged 1922 and was known as the Living Church after the Living Church split away from the Russian Orthodox Church. Vidensky headed the Union for Communities of the Ancient Apostolic Church, which condemned the counter-revolutionary activity of Patriarch Tikhon and his supporters, declared its loyalty to the Soviet state, called upon the clergy and the faithful to adhere to the principles of Christian socialism. Vidensky was in favor of modernizing dogma and patterns of worship in the Russian Orthodox Church. W. Wash, Joachim, Ger Man, religious historian. After 1935 he lived in the United States. His most famous work is The Sociology of Religion. The sociology of religion, according to him, is unable to bring out the essence and nature of religion. It is only capable of investigating the social aspects of the relationship between religion and society, which he sees as being no more than the interaction between the individual, on the one hand, and the religious group or society, on the other. Wafers. See hosts. Wahhabi movement, a religion-ism political movement in Islam that came into being at the end of the 18th century in Arabia. The founder was the Arab theologian Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, who preached a revival of pure Islam and a campaign for genuine monotheism, ruling out all mediators between man and Allah. Followers of this movement rejected veneration of holy men and pilgrimages to shrines, which they considered to be manifestations of polytheism. They also condemned luxury, smoking, singing, drinking, dancing and even the use of rosaries. Wahhabism is the official ideology of Saudi Arabia. Waldenses or the poor men of lions, the followers of a medieval heretical sectarian movement which came into being in the last quarter of the 12th century among serfs and artisans in southern France, and was later to spread to northern Italy, Germany, Bohemia, and Spain. The term can be traced back to the name of the founder of the movement, the merchant Pierre Valdez, who founded a commune of the perfect in 1176. This heresy was essentially a form of socio-political protest by the peasants and plebeian masses against the feudal order and the Roman Catholic Church. The Waldenses rejected the right of the Roman Catholic Church to possess property and to collect tithes. They came out against the Pope and his claim to be the successor to Apostle Peter. They did not recognize the Roman Catholic clergy, the sacraments, worship of the cross, the doctrine of purgatory etc., in this respect resembling the Cathars, and in particular, the Albigenses. The Roman Catholic Church and feudal rulers of the day subjected the Waldenses to fierce persecution. Despite this, they are still to be found today in several parts of France, Switzerland, and Italy. W. Ali, a man properly confident and close to God, a saint in Islam. A wali is deemed capable of performing all sorts of miracles, healing the sick, raising the dead, calling down and averting natural disasters, predicting the future etc. Weber 603. Walpurgis Night. The eve of May 1st was marked in pre-Christian times among Germanic peoples by celebrations in honor of the advent of spring and the awakening of nature. As Christianity spread through many these pagan celebrations were condemned by the Church as impure, diabolical idol worship, and an anathema was pronounced on those who took part in them as servants of the devil. Later Walpurgis Night came to be associated with diabolical orgies, indulged in by witches and devils on the Brocken, in Germany's Harz Mountains. Legends connected with Walpurgis Night were used by Goethe in his Faust. Wang Chung. Chinese materialist philosopher and skeptic. He criticized idealist ideas, in particular those of Confucius. His most important extant work is the collection of essays Lun Hung. According to Wang Chung, the basic substance for all forms of life was chi, a vital fluid. Differences between various forms of life stemmed from different degrees of thickening of that fluid. This gave rise also to man, who was thus fundamentally no different from other animals and also mortal. The real world he interpreted as being accessible to human understanding, and the route to that understanding lay via perception through the senses, contemplation, investigation, and interpretation. At the same time, Wang Chung also believed in predestination and was an adherent of fatalism. Waqf or Waqf, in Islamic countries, property that is donated or bequeathed to religious or charitable organizations. Such property is not subject to taxation and rights over it are inalienable. This practice is still to be found in certain Eastern countries where it constitutes the economic foundation for the influence of the mullahs and religious leaders. Water sprite, master of rivers, lakes, and other waters in the legends of the ancient Slavs and other peoples of old, who lives mainly in whirlpools or by mills. In order to ensure a good catch, fishermen would offer sacrifices to water sprites. Weber, Max, German bourgeois sociologist, historian, and idealist philosopher. He denied the objective nature of the laws of social development and maintained that the essence of every socio-economic phenomenon is determined first and foremost by the point of view of the researcher concerned. In order to systematize and understand the chaotic assortment of isolated facts before them, historians construct, in accordance with the cultural values accepted in the given society, ideal types, lacking any objective content and thus essentially theoretical, with which they correlate reality. In his research, Weber devoted considerable attention to the history of Christianity and the sociology of religii. On. Weber held that in the ideology of medieval West European Christian sects, norms of economic ethics took shape, which gave more graphic expression to the term. 604 Wellhausen. Capitalist spirit than anything else. These were evolved during the 16th and 17th centuries by various movements within Protestantism. It was precisely for this reason that Europe became the home of modern capitalism, which Weber declared to be the most perfect form of economic activity. Weber's views were directed against Marxist ideas concerning socio-economic formations. Wellhausen, Julius, German Orientalist and biblical scholar. In his book Die Geschichte Israels, published in 1878, with reference to a wide range of historical data and detailed analysis of the Hexateuch, Wellhausen singled out the so-called priestly source that dated from an earlier period than the remaining books of the Old Testament. Through this assertion, Wellhausen dealt a shattering blow to the traditional conception of the authorship of the Pentateuch that had been attributed to Moses. Werewolf 9, a person who, according to folk tales, has been changed into a wolf by being bewitched, or a person who can allegedly assume the form of a wolf or any other animal at will. It is found in the mythology of many peoples of Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. Conceptions of werewolf are rooted in the distant past and are linked with the belief that the sorcerer, shaman, or mythological hero possesses the capacity to assume the form of any man, animal, plant, even stone. Wesley, Charles, younger brother of the founder of the Methodist Church, John Wesley, and an active assistant in its creation and development, he was also famous as a hymn writer. Wesley, John, Anglican priest and teacher at Oxford. He founded the Methodist movement within the Anglican Church, which later developed as an independent body. Whiter, Gustav, a Austrian Roman Catholic philosopher, neo-Thomist, Jesuit and anti-communist Sovietologist. In his books Dialectical Materialism, Its History and System in the Soviet Union and Soviet Ideology Today, he misrepresents the question as to the sources of Marxism and its place in the history of philosophy, provides a distorted picture of the basic content of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, and falsifies contemporary natural scientific theory from the standpoint of neo-Thomism. White, Ellen Gould. She was venerated by Seventh-day Adventists as a prophetess and the main thinker of that Christian movement. It was she who elaborated the main tenets of the movement's dogma, concerning observance of the Sabbath, missionary work, etc. Ellen Gould White presented her prescriptions to the members of the Adventist community as divine commands transmitted to her during her visions. Whitehead, Alfred Nort H., English mathematician, logician, and idealist philosopher, who after 1924 lived in the USA. Whitehead elaborated speculative cosmology, incorporating God in the which 605. Latter as the source and basis of the creative character of the world process. Whitehead's philosophy of religion exerted a powerful influence on modern religious conceptions in the United States. His most popular works include Process and Reality 1929, Adventures of Ideas 1933, and Modes of Thought 1938. Whitsun, a Christian festival, which in the Orthodox Church number bears among the 12 great feasts. It is celebrated on the 50th day after Easter. The significance of Whitsun is drawn from the story in the New Testament book. In theology, this legend is interpreted as Christ's dedication to his apostles that they should spread the news of Christianity to all peoples and in all languages. This festival was already established in the 4th century after the dogma concerning the THIRD had been approved. The Whitsun festival incorporated many elements of the Judaic Pentecost and also customs and rituals from popular festivals in those countries where it took root together with Christianity. In medieval Russia, for instance, Whitsun became fused with the widely celebrated festivities known as Semik. The customs associated with that festival, which could be traced back to the beliefs of the ancient Slavs who used to venerate plant spirits, have been preserved in Whitsun rituals, although they had nothing to do with the descent of the Holy Ghost upon the apostles. Whitsun appealed to believers first and foremost because it coincided with the end of an important agricultural cycle. The ritual aspect of the festival also proved attractive, for it included, among other things, the remembrance of the dead and decoration of houses with greenery. William of Ockham, English philosopher, representative of late nominalism. He denied that it was possible to provide rational proof for religious doctrines. He assumed that the concept of God as an infinite being could not be subestimated by means of cognition based on human reason. Ockham's stress of the irrational aspects of faith and his negation of theological rationalism helped to make philosophical and scientific knowledge more independent of theology. Ockham opposed the power of the papacy and advocated as a counterweight to the Pope's authority the community of the faithful in his critique of the hierarchy in the Roman Catholic Church in medieval times. Luther regarded himself as his follower. Wilson, Horace Hayman, English Indologist, first translator of the Rig Veda, which, according to superstitious concepts that are found in paganism, a female sorceress, who thanks to her secret links with the evil one is allegedly capable of bringing misfortune down upon people, of harming animals etc. According to popular legend, witches serve the devil. In the Middle Ages, the Inquisition. 606 Witch doctoring of the Roman Catholic Church persecuted and publicly put to death women suspected of witchcraft. Witch doctoring, healing magic. Witch doctoring is a primitive form of religion usually comprising some or all of the following elements: the singling out within the community of special men or women versed in the skills of folk medicine, the blending together of these skills with healing magic and spells, the idea that internal diseases are caused by foreign bodies that happen to make their way into the human organism. Witch doctoring is widely used by various types of charlatans anxious to take advantage of men's superstition. Witch doctors, quacks, in Russia, up until the end of the 18th century, quacks or witch doctors carried out the functions of a physician in outlying areas. Among the broad masses of the people, these quacks were believed to heal people with God's help and without resorting to the forces of darkness. It was also believed that in certain cases witch doctors could send down sickness as well. Quacks usually fell into one of two categories: plant mongers, experts in the healing powers of herbs and roots, and charm mongers, who could allegedly charm snakes, beasts of prey and weapons. While making use of certain techniques taken from folk medicine, witch doctors and quacks frequently resorted to superstitious practices, which did not relieve but rather aggravate the condition of their patients. Women and religion. The discussion of this question occupies an important place in Marxist atheism, which exposes the essence of religious conceptions of woman, according to which woman is an inferior being, created by God to be ruled over by man. Similar views are characteristic of all modern religions, which are based on the tenets to be found in Holy Scriptures. According to the Bible, for instance, woman was created by God from the rib of the first man, Adam. She was responsible for original sin, on account of which Almighty God condemned her to be ruled over by man, predestined to bring forth children in pain. A disdainful attitude to women is to be found in Buddhism, Judaism, Hinduism, and other religions. This is particularly evident as regards Islam. It is precisely in the light of such conceptions that religion has sanctified and sanctioned the attitude to women, presupposing they should not aspire to equal rights, inherent in the conditions of class-based society with all its antagonisms. Islam laid down that women should live in seclusion, wear traditional veils and accept as natural polygamy. Muslim laws virtually condemn women to a life without rights, even permitting corporal punishment for disobedience. Christianity narrowed down the range of woman's obligations to managing the household and bringing up children, while not allowing her to take part in public affairs. Women were subjected to various restrictions even when it came to World Council of Churches 607. Carrying out religious rituals of worship. In the overwhelming majority of religions, women were not allowed to be priests. In the Orthodox Church they were not admitted past the iconostasis. Now, in view of changing conditions and the fact that the main body of the faithful is made up of women, certain traditional practices concerning the attitude of religious associations to women are under review. Theologians are trying to move with the spirit of the times, and in their interpretation of biblical texts are trying to demonstrate that it was precisely in religion that the real emancipation of women is taking place. In Protestant denominations, women are being given on an increasingly wide scale the chance of service in the church. Yet this does not in any way change the essence of the general dogmatic principles. Only when women set themselves free from religious illusions, will they achieve spiritual or intellectual freedom and be given every chance to develop to the full their own potential and try and become a better person. Wood Goblin. In the pre-Christian popular beliefs in many European lands, a spirit of the woods personifying the lord and master of a copse or wood. The introduction of Christianity was not enough to drive out from popular mentality the concept of the wood goblin, for this figure was closely associated with hunting, farming and everyday domestic needs of the peasants. Christian leaders worked to absorb the idea of a wood goblin into the concept of an evil spirit, and the Christian devil, in his turn, acquired many attributes of the wood goblin. Worker priests, French. Roman Catholic priests sent by their bishops into plants and factories in the capacity of workers in order to consolidate the influence of the Roman Catholic Church over the masses and to bring back into the bosom of the Church believers among the workers who have abandoned their faith. In 1942 a special seminar was organized to train priests to carry out this mission, and in 1944 the first worker priests began their work. However, the experiment launched by the French bishops did not prove a success, for the vast majority of the worker priests, when they found themselves in the position of workers, began to support actions in defense of workers' interests and rights and to involve themselves in the trade union movement and political demonstrations. Worker priests did not heed the warnings from the church hierarchy about the inadmissibility of their involvement in the work of trade unions, or in political action. In 1953 the Vatican put a stop to the experiment with the worker priests and called them out of the factories. In 1% the Vatican officially allowed them to renew their activities, subject to control from their bishops, while forbidding them to join trade unions and to involve themselves in politics. World Council of CHES, the leading organ of the ecumenical movement. The WE was founded when three Protestant movements came together at the First WE Assembly in Amsterdam in 608 World Fellowship of Boudicca. 1948 the organizers of the WCC held that through the comparative study of the denominational difference between the various CHES and cooperation in the sphere of their practical activity, a united Christian movement could be formed. Subsequent assemblies of the WCC were held in Evanston, New Delhi, UPS, and Nairobi. The 4WCC assembly in Uppala came forward with the slogan of religious renewal. This trend was carried further at the V assembly of the W, at which such important world problems of the present day as social and technological progress, ecology, futurology, peace, and disarmament were assessed from the standpoint of fideism. The international situation, which by then had grown far more tense, had left its mark on the character of the Sixth Assembly of the WCC in Vancouver. While taking as the main theme of the assembly Jesus Christ, life of the world, the delegates came out in favor of holding the arms race in check and trying to avert thermonuclear war. By 1988, 306 religious associations from 102 countries had become members of the WCC. According to WE figures, it brings together 440 million believers. 6 religious organizations active in the USSR are among these: the Russian Orthodox Church, the Georgian Orthodox Church, the Armenian Apostolic Church, the Lutheran Churches of Latvia and Estonia, and the UNIONOF Evangelical Christians, Baptists. The Roman Catholic Church and the Unitarians are the only main denominations which have not become full members. World Fellowship of Buddhists, international religious organization aimed at spreading the teaching of Buddha. It was set up in 1950. Its headquarters is in Bangkok, its supreme organ is a General Assembly, and its executive body is known as the Executive Council. It publishes a regular bulletin entitled WFB Review, and also books and pamphlets on Buddhism. Under the influence of the masses of the faithful and progressive elements that are incorporated into the organization, in a number of documents officially issued by the WFB there are to be found ideas advocating the struggle for peace, and nuclear disarmament, and the resolution of controversial problems between states by means of negotiation. World Muslim Congress, an international Islamic organization bringing together leading Muslims from many countries. It was founded in 1926 in Mecca and its headquarters is in Karachi. It specializes in the elaboration of Islamic social concepts. It was first to come forward with the idea of creating special organizations for interstate cooperation between Muslim countries. It propagates the ideas of turning Islam into an independent political force, opposed to both West and East. It puts out a weekly publication entitled The Muslim World and religious literature aimed mainly at popularizing Islamic social ideas. It enjoys the status of a World Religion 609 non-governmental consultative body affiliated to the United Nations. World Outlook, totality of views and conceptions which determine the individual's attitude to various phenomena, the stand he takes in life and his system of values. The individual's world outlook takes shape on the basis of scientific knowledge particular to a specific historical epoch, and also philosophical, political, economic, ethical, aesthetic, and religious views, and it is in large measure dependent on obtaining social conditions and class-based relations. Sense. For Philo, whose ideas were to exert a considerable influence on the evolution of Christianity, world reason is both the logos of classical philosophy and the biblical God's word, a creative, divine force. In the Middle Ages, world reason is interpreted in a spirit of Aristotelianism and Neoplatonism. It is regarded as mediator between God and the world. Hegel saw in world reason the foundation and content of all that is real. In contemporary Western philosophy, the idea of world reason in any of its modifications is usually employed as a means of substantiating fideism. In Marxist philosophy, the term world reason is a concept subjected to critical analysis. World reason, a term used by idealist philosophers and theologians to denote the principle that is in world religions, a term used pendant of nature and man, which, to refer to Buddha, Christianity constitutes the essence of the world, and Islam. World religions appeared and lighting. This concept has the time of great H-5 Torikal turn been interpret ELVAIQUS ways. He mg, Pomts, th trans 1t10 from 1 Roclitus and Anaxagoras unders, QODSOC 10 econom 1c formation to an world reason as what they refer at other. World religions took shape at 2 as logos or nous, as the force pe riot __s when world empires were within the world, which is at 1 and evolvini, /vhen there arose the need the same time material and ideal, and to complement the world empire by which lent the world order and its means of a world religion. An intrinsic feature of world of good, or as the intelligent, religions is proselytism or propagan self-contemplating reason, dist activity, and the propagation of the prime motive force behind all these religions is of a multi-ethnic, things. Both the good and cosmopolitan nature. In them is to reason are represented by them as be found the illusory expression of God, the ultimate goal of all things. In the idea of equality of all men, which Stoicism divine world reason are the concrete historical conditions identified with nature. In the works of Philo of Alex various trends of these world really Andrea and Plotinus world reason is Jun's assumed with time national interpreted in a predominantly religion forms. 39-01018. 610. World Spirit. World Spirit, term used by idealist philosophers and theologians to denote a spirit which allegedly acetually exists and not only constitutes the essence of the material world but also creates it. Frequently the concept world spirit and world reason are used as identical terms, which within certain limits is justified. While idealist writers lend mystical connotations to the rational aspects of man's consciousness and activity when describing world reason, they include emotional volitional aspects as well in the concept of world spirit. This means that for idealist writers the concept world spirit combines cognitive, volitional, and emotional elements. According to Hegel, for instance, the world spirit is realized dialectically in the sphere of pure thought, in nature, in the human spirit. In religion, art, and philosophy the world spirit rounds off the circle of its development. Although Hegel identifies the world spirit with God, he does not depart from a basis of rationalism. In personalism the world spirit is the perfect individual, some mystical figure assuming the role of mediator between the God who created him and the world. Most religious philosophers refer to this kind of mediator as the universal soul. In religion the world spirit is identified with God. Karl Marx referred to the world spirit as a metaphysical specter. World Union of Free Thin. KERS, an international secularistic organization founded in 1880. At the present time it embraces national organizations from 10 capitalist countries and has a total membership in excess of 30,000. In 7 countries the union publishes its own periodicals. In accordance with its charter, the WUF combats religious dogmatism and morality, political clericalism and obscurantism and advocates a rationalist view of the world, freedom of worship and separation of state and church. The philosophical and political positions of the WUF are of every possible shade. The program and activity of the Union are subject to bourgeois limitations, abstract humanist ideas and the illusions to which many would-be enlighteners fall prey. The WUF does not take its ideas as far as Marxist atheism, although it is not averse to contacts with representatives of that trend. Worship of IBE Saints. C. Saints, worship of Wotan, the supreme god in Germanic mythology. North counterpart, Odin. Wundt, Wilhelm. German philosopher and psychologist. In his theoretical constructions he took an idealist stand, but at the same time he was one of the founders of experimental psychology. He collected extensive materials on the history of various peoples' myths and religious beliefs. Wycliffe, John. English theologian, philosopher of bourgeois heretical leanings who was to be influential in helping to pave the way for the Reformation. He demanded secularization of the Wycliffe 611. Church's landed estates and proposed that the head of the church in England should be the king. He also rejected worship of the saints and certain sacraments and rites. Wycliffe attacked the doctrine of transubstantiation as philosophically inadequate and unsound. His ideas were taken up by the Low-Lards. After the suppression of the peasants' revolt led by Wat Tyler Wycliffe was condemned by the English Church, and in 1415 the Ecumenical Council of Constance decreed that his ashes and his works should be burned. X. Xavier, Francis, St., one of the original Jesuits, comrade in arms of Ignatius Loyola. He was sent by Pope Paul III and the King of Portugal on a missionary voyage to the countries of Eastern and Southern Asia. He was later canonized by the Roman Catholic Church. Xenophanes of Colophon, early representative of free thinking in ancient Greece with regard to matters of religion, philosopher and poet. Materialist and dialectical tendencies are clearly visible in his philosophy, which is tinged with pantheism. According to Xenophanes, the world was not created by gods or God. From earth all things are, and to earth all things return. From earth and water come all of us. Xenophanes was one of the first thinkers to demythologize man's picture of the world by providing explanations for natural phenomena that had nothing to do with the supernatural. He held that the numerous gods of the Greeks and other peoples had been invented by men in their own image, in keeping with conventions that varied from one people to another. While rejecting the idea of the existence of many different gods, he held that a unique divine intelligence governed everything. Why? Yahweh, Yahweh, the name for the God of the Jews who figures in the Old Testament. Judaism forbids the faithful to mention this name, and instead of it they read and say the word Adonai. In literature right up until the 19th century a wrong transcription of this word is encountered, namely, Jehovah. The meaning of the word Yahweh remains unclear. It is possible that it is linked with a Hebrew verb meaning to be or to exist. In the Russian translation PF the Old Testament, approved by the Holy Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church, the name Yahweh is replaced almost everywhere by the word Lord. It is translated by words with similar meanings in Western languages as well. For the Jews of old, Yahweh was initially the God of the tribe of Judah and was regarded not as the only God but one of several. Over a long period of historical development, Yahweh changed from being a tribal God into the supreme God, the creator of heaven and earth. According to Jewish teaching, Yahweh is linked with the people of Israel by the covenant between himself and that people. Yahwistic or Yahvistic. Source: one of the assumed sources for the Pentateuch, which would appear to date back to the 10th to 9th centuries BC. Yang Chu, a philosopher of ancient China, free thinker, atheist, and hedonist, an opponent of Confucius. He hailed the ideas of self-love, the virtues of earthly life, extolling natural passions and pleasures and setting little store by glory and public honor. Starting out from a position of naive materialism, Yang Chu condemned belief in immortality since he considered death something just as natural as life. Yarilo, deity of the ancient Slavs, who personified waking nature and was the protector of the plant world. Joyful springtime revels, known as Yariki, were still held in certain parts of central Russia right up until the 20th century. Yaroslavsky, Yemlian, member of the USSR Academy of Sciences, political journalist. He headed the Union of Militant Atheists of the USSR. In his many articles, broaches, and books he opposed conciliatory attitudes to religion or any flirtation with religion, and also spoke out against the taking of administrative measures in the struggle against the vestiges of religion. His Biblia de la Veruskik I Neveruskik was aimed at undermining the influence of religion. Yetnovertsi, one of the groups within the Old Believers. 614 Yeshiva movement, which came into being as the result of an agreement between the more moderate people in Old Believers circles who expressed the interests of the representatives of the bourgeoisie, and the official Russian Orthodox Church. It was set up in 1800. Members of this group came under the jurisdiction of the Holy Synodof, the Russian Orthodox Church, although they continued to conduct services in their churches in a spare dance with their own patterns of worship. In the 19th century, many religious communities and monasteries of the Old Believers, including those at the Preobrazhenskoye and Rogoziskoye cemeteries in Moscow, and on the Irgiz River, were forced to join the Yetnovertsi. After the October Revolution, most of the communities of Yetnovertsi that had been artificially created by the autocracy broke up. Yeshiva, institution for higher Talmudic learning, mainly for the training of rabbis. The yeshivas first flourished in Babylon, Palestine, Egypt in the period of the compilation of the Talmud. In Russia, yeshivas appeared in the 19th century and consisted of two different types: first, local schools that provided a continuation after the Heders and Talmud Taras, and, secondly, academies for advanced Talmudic studies. The latter were granted the status of an institution of higher learning, with the training period lasting from 4 to 6 years. At the present time there is a yeshiva attached to the Moscow Choral Synagogue. Yung J. Milton, an American sociologist and representative of functionalism in the sociology of religion. In his book The Scientific Study of Religion he gives a broad definition of religion, describing it as a system of beliefs and practices by means of which a group of people struggles with the ultimate problems of human life. Yoga, religion is, idealist teaching which emerged in ancient India. Over thousands of years dozens of different schools of yoga sprang up, but only 19 of these are regarded as independent and original. The philosophical basis of yoga is the Samkhya philosophy which is open to dualistic interpretation. According to the Samkhya teaching, Prakriti and Purusha at one time existed independently of each other, but Purusha Litavidya occur, as a result of which it fell into fetters of matter and from that time has been unable to come back into its original, independent state. Man, according to the yoga teaching, is a particular combination or mixture of consciousness and matter, soul and body, and man's task in life is to liberate his soul from the yoke of matter, i.e. the body. The best known of the schools of yoga are four which are not mutually exclusive but rather complement each other. Jnana Yoga maintains that as soon as non-knowledge has been overcome and knowledge has been achieved, the soul becomes free. Karma Yoga de Yurkovich 615. Mans that man overcome completely the vain interests of life in the name of liberation. Bhakti Yoga links liberation with love and devotion to God, to the divine absolute, leading to inner transformation through grace. Raja Yoga consists of a collection of methods for physical and mental exercises aimed at liberating the soul. The tenets of yoga teachings regarding purification for purposes of attaining the highest truth are recognized to varying degrees by a number of different Indian religions: Brahmanism, Jainism, Buddhism, Hinduism, etc. Despite elements of mysticism, which are characteristic of yogism, this teaching has accumulated over its long history many rational popular observations in the sphere of physiotherapy, medicine and psychology. The practice of Hatha Yoga has become the object of research by specialists in the fields of sport and medicine. Yogi, yogini, persons or groups of persons who come together in schools and who practice yoga teaching. Yogi or yogini can be divided into the following categories: professionals, fakirs, who live on charity, and yoga amateurs. Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, a Jewish festival that is celebrated 10 days after Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah. According to rabbinical teaching, in the course of 10 days Yahweh examines the deeds of all men and prepares his final decision regarding the fate of each individual for the year to come, which he then declares on the Day of Atonement. Allegedly the prayers recited at Rosh Hashanah and at Yom Kippur determine men's prosperity, success, and health for the coming year. In order to strengthen their influence over the faithful, the rabbis refer to Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur as days of judgment. They teach Russian religious philosopher and educationist. He elaborated questions of Christian anthropology. And in this connection actively opposed the materialist interpretation of essence ofman. Yurkovich took as the basis of his anthropology the biblical teaching to the effect that the heart is the focus of man's whole spiritual life and, according to Yurkovich, it is the prerequisite of all true knowledge. He upheld the principle to the effect that the spiritual is not dependent on the material. His ideas exerted a significant influence on Vladimir Solovyev and some other representatives of philosophical idealism in Russia. Zaydis, a Shiite sect, which came into being in the 8th century. Its founder was Zayd ibn Ali, grandson of the Shiite martyr Imam al-Hussein. Zayd led an uprising in Kufa against the Umayyad Caliphate in 740 and was killed. The Zaydis are not so extreme in their irreconcilable hostility to the Sunni. And they do not reject as unlawful the first 3 caliphs. The philosophical movement of the Mutaziles influenced the doctrines of the Zaydis. Unlike the Orthodox Sunni and Shiites, the Zaydis do not recognize the doctrine of predestination, and they consider the Quran not as something eternal and uncreated, but as a work created by Allah. In the year 864 the Zaydis set up a theocratic state in the northwest of Iran, and in the 10th century they seized power in the mountain regions of Yemen. At the present time Zaydis are to be found in the Yemen Arab Republic, the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, Saudi Arabia, and Iran. Zakat, the compulsory, cleansing alms tax, one of the 5 pillars of Islam as laid down in the Quran. In accordance with the Sharia, this alms tax had to be paid by all adult Muslims, possessing a specific minimum of property, and it was to be distributed among the poor, orphans and single women. The size of the tax was 1/40 of a man's income from craft, trade, and houses he owned. For farmers and herdsmen the percentage was significantly higher. In feudal Muslim countries zakat became a compulsory tax which was used mainly to satisfy the needs of the state based on exploitation. When capitalist relations began to develop in many of these countries, the tax system changed and zakat began to be paid to the religious authorities. In the USSR some of the Muslims pay zakat in the form of voluntary contributions to the treasury of their mosque. Zarathustra, prophet and reformer of the ancient Iranian religion, that later came to be known as Zoroastrianism. Zoroaster is presumed to have lived in the first half of the 6th century BC. It has been scientifically established that Zoroaster was a real historical figure, who compiled the Gathas, the oldest part of the Avesta, the holy book of Zoroastrianism. It is assumed that Zoroaster preached his teachings in eastern Iran and Central Asia. His teaching was aimed against the power of the tribal leaders, the Senai or echelons of the priesthood, and the worship of the old gods of the Indo-Iranians, or Devas. According to Eastern legends, Zoroaster lived in Bactria and King Vishnu's Pa. In his early youth he is held to have withdrawn from society onto a high mountain where the god Ahura Mazda revealed to him the new teaching. Influenced by the miracles performed by Zoroaster, Vishtaspa Zen 617 was the first person to embrace his teaching. Later sections of the Avesta present Zoroaster as a mythological hero wrestling with demons, resorting not only to words and miracles but also to the sword. Zawiya, refuge, hermit cell or shelter for a Sufi dervish. They were built as a rule near famous tombs, large mosques, or caravanserais. They were usually maintained thanks to waqf monies bequeathed by a benefactor and also by donations from the faithful. Sufi sheikhs would establish themselves in zawiyas with their pupils murids. Zats, a socio-political and religious movement which appeared in Judea in the second half of the 1st century BC. The Zealots rose up against Roman rule and the local Judean nobility which had been ready to compromise with Rome. They took an active part in the Jewish revolt of 66 to 73 and sowed the seeds for the rebellious mood to be found among the early Christians. Zen, the Japanese equivalent of the Chinese Chen, from the Sanskrit dhyana, meaning both in Hinduism and in Buddhism concentrated contemplation or meditation. Zen Buddhists linked dhyana with the practice of satori, a state of unexpected enlightenment consisting in the sudden discovery of the wisdom of Buddha in man's individual transfigured consciousness. Zen Buddhism emerged in China in the first half of the 6th century. Its appearance was linked with the asceticity of the first Zen patriarch, Bodhidharma, who came to China from India in 520. Zen Buddhism also spread to other countries, to Vietnam in the form of Tien Tai, to Korea in the form of Chen, and in the 12th and 13th centuries to Japan. There are nearly 10 million followers of Zen Buddhism in the world today, most of whom live in Japan. Zen Buddhism differs from traditional Mahayana Buddhism in that it lends the philosophical basis of the teaching a more pragmatic character, and has a leaning towards Ayasana/ism and mysticism. In the Zen Buddhist literature reference is made to the following basic features of Zen: the direct communication of the teaching, the direct contact with the spiritual essence of the individual, the independence of written signs and forms, the attainment of the perfection of Buddha by turning to the inner world of man. In Japan the following Zen Buddhist sects are to be found: Obaku, Rinzai, and Soto. A clear dividing line should be drawn between these and modern modifications, Kojo, lay or non-monistic Zen Buddhism, that were devised in the 19th century and were widely propagated in the West. There was also Beat Zen, a distort form of Zen Buddhist meditation that was practiced in conjunction with the use of drugs and other psychedelic substances which were being widely used in the 1950s and 1960s in Western Europe _ Canada and the United States. Zen Buddhism is being used as a type of psychotherapy or psychoanalysis. Zen Buddhist meditation was practiced by special groups and centers. Christian Zen was one of the fashionable. 618 Zenkovsky. Trends within Roman Catholic modernism. This enthusiasm for Zen Buddhism on the part of Western youth distracts it from efforts to resolve real socio-economic and political problems. Zenkovsky, Vasily. Russian religious philosopher. He was made professor at Kiev University in 1915. In 1919 he emigrated and in 1926 became professor of theology in Paris and chairman of the Russian student Christian movement in exile. In his writings Zenkovsky distorted the history of the development of Marxism and falsified historical materialism. Zenkovsky also presented the theory and practice of communist construction in the USSR in a false light. Zeus, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the supreme deity, father of the gods and men, head of the Olympian family of gods. His name means bright sky. He was the son of Cronus and Rhea and belonged to the third generation of gods, which had overthrown the second generation, that of the Titans. In the course of the history of ancient Greece the image of Zeus underwent a striking evolution, from a zoomorphic deity, whose most ancient symbols of worship were discovered on the island of Crete, to the supreme, omnipotent god worshipped throughout Greece in the Hellenistic age. After overthrowing his father Cronus and other titans in Thebes and establishing himself on Mount Olympus, Zeus gradually transformed the world, engendered other gods, introducing into this world order, laws, sciences, arts, moral standards etc. Zeus, ruler of Olympus, was the father of many heroes who implemented his divine will and noble designs. At the same time Zeus was a formidable force, meting out punishment. Several times he destroyed the human race in his attempts to create a perfect man. The mythology of Zeus reflected the gradual consolidation of patriarchal power and class differentiation within Greek society. Zeus' counterpart in Roman mythology was Jupiter. Zinovietenskoy. Russian monk and writer on church matters, a disciple of Maximus the Greek. Zinovietenskoy was the author of polemical writings attacking materialist philosophy. He condemned the heresy of Theodosius Koswa, defended the doctrines of orthodoxy, and sought to justify serfdom and the monastery's ownership of landed estates. Zion, in Russian Orthodox worship, the silver vessel in the form of a Christian church that is used to store the prosphora, the citadel in Jerusalem, where, according to biblical legend, King David's residence was situated. In the Bible the word Zion was used as the name for the temple of the God Yahweh, for Jerusalem, and also for the kingdom of God on earth and in heaven. The term can also denote a religious community or its site regarded as chosen by God and under its special protection, or an ideal theocratic community, especially any of the Christian churches regarded as such a community. In Judaism, Zion can denote the ancient Israelites of the Bible, the modern Jewish nation and Zenani Yisasi 619. Israel as the national home of the Jewish people. Zionism, ideology, policy, and system for the organizations of the powerful Jewish middle class, which became closely allied with business and political circles in the West, particularly in the United States. The Zionist movement has an openly anti-communist and anti-Soviet thrust. The emergence of a political programme for Zionism is linked with the appearance of the brochure, Judenstaat, by the Austrian journalist of Jewish origin, Theodor Herzl. ID 1897. The first Zionist Congress was held in Basel, Switzerland, at which Zionism took shape as a political movement. The Congress set up the World Zionist Organization, to which at the present time political parties from more than 50 countries belong. The Zionists upheld the racialist idea of the exclusiveness of the universal Jewish nation, which was allegedly having to withstand the innate anti-Semitism of all other peoples. Starting out from these reactionary principles, Zionism came to link the appeal for an exodus of Jews from the countries, where they were actually living, with the idea of national unification within their own state. In an attempt to conceal its reactionary essence, Zionism presents itself as the national liberation movement of the Jews that is allegedly putting into practice the program of social justice as advocated by the Old Testament prophets. In this way Zionists attempt to identify the concepts Jew and Zionist, as well as concepts of ethnic Jew and Jew by religion. Using Judaism to further its own ends, Zionism still possesses undeniable political overtones. The links between Zionese_1T and Judaism assumed definitive shape back in the 1930s. The reactionary implications of this union come particularly clearly to the fore in the annexionist policy of the ruling Zionist Surtees in Israel. Zionists, adherents of Zionism. Zizanii, Lavrenti. Belarusian theologian and teacher. In 1626 Zizay was given the task by Filaret, Patriarch of Moscow, of composing a catechism, in which he expressed ideas with a Lutheran flavor. In addition, he attempted to make Christian teaching appear compatible with scientific explanations for natural phenomena, based on experience and observation. This work was pronounced by Moscow theologians to be heretical and it was rejected. Zizanii, Stefan. Belarusian priest and writer. In his sermons and polemical writings he demoed the policy of converting Belarusians to Roman Catholicism by force, and he came out with harsh criticism of the papacy and the Jesuits, declaring them to be servants of the Antichrist. He also held up to shame the arbitrary rule and self-interest of the secular and ecclesiastical feudal lords. Zizanii was excommunicated and declared an outlaw. Zinani Yiso. CIEIY, All Union Society, a voluntary public organization in the USSR. 620 Zoala 1 Re. Set up in 1947 in order to disseminate political and scientific knowledge. The members of its governing body or board are elected at all Union Congresses for a term of 4 years. The All Union Society embraces 15 similar societies, one from each Union Republic. Primary organizations of the society are to be found at factory level and also within white-collar and educational establishments. The society organizes public lectures, reports, CONFR and CES, seminars, and consultations within all branches of knowledge. Scientific atheist propaganda occupies an important place in the work of the society. The society has its own reading rooms, planetariums, scientific and technical information centers and centers for Marxist atheism. The society engages in publishing activities on a large scale, has its own Zinani publishing house and puts out a number of journals, such as Nauka I Zhizn, Zinani Sila and Nauka I Religia. Zoolatry, the worship of animals. The roots of zoolatry can be traced back to hunters' cults with their typical belief in the resurrection of animals after death, totemism, belief in animal ancestors symbolizing a clan or family. Traces of animal-based totemism are to be found in the traditions of many peoples, in myths regarding man's animal ancestors, in taboos on eating or hunting certain kinds of animals, lastly, in the designations for groups of people, using names of animals and the like. When primitive communal relations were breaking down and ancestor worship was evolving, the idea of the transmigration of souls of the dead to animals, birds, and reptiles took shape. An important part in the emergence of this idea was that played by the belief that the reverse could also happen, a belief which lived on until the 20th century. In the polytheistic pantheon of early class society, tribal gods were also venerated in the guise of animals, later were to come to provide sorts of fetishes or symbols, i.e. a revered animal would be linked with an anthropomorphic god, whose hypostasis it had at one time been. Traces of zoolatry are well known in Christianity as well. Zoomorphism, the endowment of real or fictitious objects with the external features of animals. In the history of religion, zoomorphism usually preceded anthropomorphism. Images of spirits and later those of gods were lent zoomorphic features. In ancient Egypt, for example, the god Horus was depicted in the form of a falcon and the goddess Sekhmet with a lioness head, etc. The zoomorphism of animistic and theistic images is linked usually with vestiges of totemism. Zoomorphism in the sphere of religion can also signify at the same time Zu/Utre. Zoroastrianism or Par-Siism, a religion which appeared in the territory of ancient Iran in the 7th to 6th centuries BC. It represents a variant of Maz. Zosima Bradati 621. Deism reformed by the prophet Zarathustra. His historical existence at the present time arouses no doubts among scholars. To him JS attributed the authorship of the Gathas, the most ancient part of Zoroastrianism's and Mazdaism's holy book, the Avesta or the Zendavesta. The main idea of Zoroastrianism is that order in the world is dependent upon the struggle between good and evil, between light and darkness, and between life and death. The embodiment of the positive principle in the universe is Ahura Mazda, and that of the evil principle is Angramayi Nyu. Some trends within Zoroastrianism present both of these as twin suns proceeding from the fundamental principle of Al-Zirvana Akarana, or limitless time. In this struggle, man is not a toy in the hands of superior forces, but an individual, possessing freedom of choice and capable through his activity of influencing the triumph of universal justice. The Gathas trace the contradiction between the nomads' and farmers' ways of life. The first is criticized and presented as a manifestation of the evil in the world, while the second is praised as a manifestation of good. This representation stems from the wars, lasting many centuries, between the farmers of ancient Iran and the nomadic tribes all around them. The eschatology of Zoroastrianism maintains that the history of the world lasts for 12,000 years, of which 3,000 constitute the golden age of Ahura Mazda, after which there began 3,000 years of the domination of Angramayi Nyu. However, the reign of evil will not last forever. Zoroastrianism promises a life of bliss after death to the followers of Ahura Mazda, and condemnation and all manner of torment for those who oppose him at the day of judgment. A characteristic feature of the rituals observed by Zoroastrians is worship of the four elements of the universe: water, fire, earth, and air. The burial ceremony they use to this day is of a highly distinctive variety. Corpses are placed on several tiers of a tower of silence or dakama, where they are eaten by carrion-eating birds. Later the bones, stripped of flesh, are thrown into a deep well in the center of the tower. In this way it is ensured that the unclean corpse does not come into contact with any of the clean elements. In Zoroastrian temples an eternal flame burns. In the past, ideas intrinsic to Zoroastrianism influenced Manichaeism, Mitraism, Judaism, and the Christian heresies of the Polychians and the Cathars. At the present time Zoroastrianism is to be found mainly in the form of Parseism, in which concepts of a single omnipotent God have developed and are now to be found side by side with the original dualistic concepts. Zosima Bradati, Russian statesman and church leader in the 15th century, protege of Ivan III. He was Metropolitan of Moscow in the period 1490 to 1494. He came to be suspected of heresy as a result of his close association with prominent representatives of the Novgorod-Moscow heresy. In 1495 he was stripped of his office and exiled to the Holy Trinity and Saint Sergius. 622 Zosima Solovaky, St. Monastery some 50 miles from Moscow. Zosima Solovetsky, St., one of the founders of the Solovetsky Monastery in the north of Russia. In 1436 he settled on the Solovetsky Island, where with the help of other monks who came out there he erected a church and buildings for a monastery. He was canonized by the Russian Orthodox Church. Zwingli, Ulrich, religious thinker and leader of the Swiss burghers in the age of the Reformation. He founded Zwinglianism, a radical movement within Protestantism. This people's preacher made public in 1523 his 67 Theses, in which he expounded the principles of the Reformation. The burghers of Zurich reformed the church in the spirit of these principles. Adherents of Roman Catholicism from the forest cantons of Switzerland, however, came out against Zwingli and he was killed in a battle with them in 1531. Zwinglianism, one of the most radical movements of the Reformation, which was set in motion by Ulrich Zwingli in Zurich in 1523. His ideas brought forth a profound reform of the Roman Catholic community in Zurich. Monasteries were closed, tearding in indulgences was banned, icons, statues, crosses, relics, altars, organs and bells were taken out of churches, services were confined to preaching, prayers and the singing of psalms. Christian sacraments were rejected. Baptism and the Eucharist were viewed by Zwingli as no more than symbolic ceremonies. Baptism was seen to symbolize the acceptance of the new convert into the congregation, while the Eucharist was defined as an act of worship commemorating the death of Jesus Christ, and the bread and the wine were seen as no more than the symbols of his body and blood. As regards the organization of the church, adherents of Zwinglianism consistently implemented principles of self-government for the individual congregation, while pastors were to be elevated or removed from office in accordance with the wishes of the congregation. Zwinglianism did not succeed, however, in gaining a hold throughout Switzerland. Later the Reformation in Switzerland was to follow the path of Calvinism.